From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday, RJ Choppy.
Yes, we have.
Sean Sharif, that's Ralph James, Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Here, trying to get you to another weekend as quickly as possible on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks to all the Tolos who rolled out last night for the Rangers Hot Stove Show, getting a tour of the station, meeting a few Rangers, picks, autographs, Jared Sandler, and the Get Right. We have Luka Doncic injured and leaving last night's Mavs win over the Phoenix Suns. But we start with your biggest takeaway or takeaways from the Mike McCarthy press conference.
Let us start with one major thing, and that is the same thing that Bobby texted us. He did not exactly say that Kellen Moore is going to come back. And I think that's all that anybody really cares about. That's all that I want. That's all that at this point,
Well, something big happened after the presser, which we'll get to in a second. That was probably the biggest story.
Yeah.
That was the biggest story.
Right, absolutely was the biggest story. But it's like, we are so far removed from the game now that it's like, all right, you know what? We've already made our own judgments about the game. We've already discussed. We've already made that. Now it's on to the coaching situation. And, quite frankly, that was it. It was, why the coaches were all let go was one. And what are you going to do about Kellen Moore?
And here's Mike McCarthy being non-committal, leading many in the media to think that the Cowboys' current offensive coordinator is in some trouble.
I really don't want to play this game, today. It's been a long couple of days. So Kellen Moore, and just like the rest of the coaches, will be evaluated. Every coach will be evaluated. So the evaluation just, it takes more than one day.
Look, yes, it does take more than one day. You don't want to make rash decisions. I get it. But
could have easily said we want Kellen back.
Could have said that. It makes it. It doesn't. I'm trying to think of how to say this. If the guy is up for other head coaching jobs,
which he was until Carolina decided yesterday.
Yeah, you would think that you'd want him as your offensive coordinator,
right?
That's just me. I would think, all right, okay, he's up for other job. Other people around the league think this guy's good. So what are we missing? And that's part of the process, I guess.
It seemed like he was much more excited to talk about the return of Dan Quinn than he was Kellen. Different media members were trying. I give those out there props and respect for trying. I think that was Mike Fisher. I think Fish's hearing aid failed him because someone asked earlier, do you want Kellen back? He answered it. And then Fish just asked basically like the same thing again. So Mike got a little bit irritated when he goes, I'm not playing these games. I'm not going to go ahead and play these games. Here's another example of the media trying, I think, to trick him or get him to commit to Kellen's future one way or the other. Is the offense going to look different next year? Is the system going to change?
Yeah, but we don't run the system that Jason Garrett ran. We use a lot of the terminology, and that was really to benefit Dak and the players that were here when I arrived. I'll say this: conceptually, you need to evolve every year. I mean, you don't. If you ever stay the same, no one stays the same. If I don't think it's feasible just to line up and run the same things every year. The variations of what you run and what you believe in. I mean, your staples are there, but how you protect those and so forth. But I don't know what you're looking for. We won't be exactly the same next year. I mean, we'll be 10 to 15 if you're looking for. We will adjust. It never stays the same. So we will definitely continue to try to evolve our offense. There's no question. I mean, let's not be blind to the fact of the productivity of this offense. I mean, this has been an extremely effective, a productive offense the last 2 years. I mean, I know the first question is about Dak's interceptions, but look at our scoring average when he returned this year. I mean, it was the best in the league.
And all those things are true, but it made me think of our interviews with Coach every single Friday, which will not be taking place this morning. No Mike McCarthy, where he was sifting through. He had his strainer out, and he was draining the BS. He was cutting through everything. He knew where everyone was going. He knew someone prepared him very well for this press conference with the narratives that were out there. They knew that Kellen Moore was the topic.
The topic, absolutely. And look, I mean, he was, like you said, he was sifted through. He was emptying out every single talking point and cliche that he possibly could come up with. Not cliche, but talking point. Because he wasn't going to use them for 6 months.
He was challenging people of, what are you trying to get at? Where are we going with this? He loves that. Where are we going with this? Before we get to the big announcement, here's Mike McCarthy. Well, Kellen was a big issue. And why are all of your assistant coaches being purged?
Well, the conversations were more about design, philosophy and structure, and then in how it applied to, the advancement of the staff too. But, as far as my relationship with Jerry, just using his word, we're in an excellent spot. He's the partnership that we have, he's excited about. He told me a number of times this week that he wants me to coach here as long as Coach Landry did, and I said, okay, it's a long time, but I feel really good about our relationships. I think our ability to discuss and disagree is we do a good job of that. So, and I think that's important, because when you get into these situations of free agency and these tough decisions, you got to be able to have those conversations. But also his support and what he believes. I thought he was incredible with the team Monday. His message to the team was outstanding.
So Coach Landry, we shall refer to him as moving forward.
So we got like 24 years left, something like that.
Well, look, Bobby was right about the assistants. This was about trimming payroll. This was about cutting down to a normal number of assistants that other teams throughout the league have. Mike McCarthy is staying.
Most teams have 21 assistants around the league. And some of the assistants on this team are making double what the other assistants around the NFL are making.
Are they?
Yes. So that could have played into it. You want to trim the fat a little bit. You want to get guys that are more making more along the lines of what their peers are. I mean, look, Dan Quinn's making more than most. They had to pay him to keep him around. I remember when Jason was here. I mean, he was making more than some head coaches when he was the OC. So those are some of the things they had to trim. But look, I mean, this is the problem. I just hate they waited until Thursday to do this. This should have been done on Monday. Every other team did this on Monday. All the other teams around the league did this on Monday, and we waited till Thursday.
And then the big announcement, as soon as the Mike McCarthy press conference ended, it came live on the G-Bag Nation.
Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, tweeting out 14 seconds ago, Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn informed interested teams that he is staying in Dallas.
Woo! Run it back! Our guy's not going anywhere!
Yes, sir. Suck it, Arizona, Indianapolis, and Denver.
Denver. Dan Quinn staying. Who saw this coming? They did it 2 years in a row. They were able to keep DQ.
Man, I don't know how he did it. But I support it. I support it fully because if I'm Dan Quinn, I know I've got one shot left. I've got one. This is my chance. I got one chance left to be a head coach.
One opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good, Rabbit. You got one opportunity, and I've got to go to a place with the quarterback.
Well, there's two reactions to this from the Tolos. One, Dan Quinn knows that this could be his job in waiting. Depending on what happens this upcoming season, you could just be elevated to the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. That's number one here. Number two, out there, that the market froze up on Quinn. He read the room, and he quickly played the role of hero by announcing and saying, my heart's really in Dallas, right? Because Carolina hires Frank Reich. Kellen Moore is out. Someone told me that Brian Flores could be the hire in Arizona. I think they have a former Patriot guy there with the Cardinals. The Denver Broncos are now apparently looking towards DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryans is the favorite. So if you're not getting the Denver job, and we know you're not getting the Carolina job, and you may not be getting the Arizona job, then go ahead, pull out, get your name out of the hat, and come back and say that your heart is with the Cowboys and wait it out another round.
Yeah, I mean, do it. Wait it out. See, because the same thing will happen next year because football fans are in love with Dan Quinn right now. They hate Kellen Moore. They love Dan Quinn, which is odd because, the offense was fourth in points scored with a quarterback that everyone seems to hate and an OC that everyone wants to run out of town and a head coach everyone hates. But they were 12th in defensive points allowed with a DC that could do no wrong.
And Bobby would say that they had, much more talent on offense than the defense. With a lot more rotating pieces on defense. I can hear Bobby screaming that in his car
Bobby
right
can
now.
scream whatever he wants. If he wants to scream that, he can show up at 5:30. All right. Point is, they have an MVP on one side of the ball. That's Micah Parsons.
Mark Maskey, Washington Post. A lot of league insight. Panthers are no longer an option for Sean Payton, and there was an issue with Payton's interview with the Broncos. Payton likes the idea of coaching Russ and having that defense, but fears a potential power struggle with a member of the ownership group. So that's the latest coming in on Sean Payton. And our buddy Jordan Schultz says that Jeff Saturday remains Irsay's number one choice in Indianapolis. So it looks like the market dried up again on Dan Quinn. Maybe he was promised something here moving forward if the Cowboys don't make it past the divisional round. That is what happened yesterday at the Mike McCarthy press conference. Mavs win, but Luka hurt. For how long and how serious is it? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Friday. We'll be looking for
And the Dallas Mavericks are going to put this one away, minus Doncic. They win it tonight, 99-95.
Oh, man, I wish I had stayed up for Barkley on the postgame to talk about his Phoenix Suns, who continue to be haunted by the Dallas Mavericks. Luka Doncic twists the left ankle 3 minutes into this game. I kept going back because the Mavs are completely unwatchable without Luka on the floor. And I kept going back and back and back and back, and he's not there. And then they finally announce him as out for the rest of the game. But Spencer Dinwiddie drops 36 points, 36, 9, and 6. And the Dallas Mavericks steal one on the road in Phoenix, a team that they've been wrestling around with in that 500 range for the season.
Yeah, and look, and good news. They win a game where Luka does not shoot over 40% from beyond the arc. Look at that. That's just fantastic right there.
Balance out that stat.
Balance out that stat, baby.
That'll drop the percentage.
It will, no doubt about it. But I'll be honest. I did not think that was a serious injury. Just
calling Luka soft.
Well, he's from Europe. So he is. We know that, Sean. We have what? We have
statistical data. We have numbers to back this up.
Yes, we have every NBA player in the history of the league outside of Dirk. But no, in all seriousness, did anybody think that was a game ender when they first saw it? He stepped on the guy's foot.
Yeah.
I didn't think that. I was like, I never thought for a second, man, it's going to keep him out for the rest of the game. And then, sure enough, it was like, oh, okay, that's all right. Maybe it is worse. Maybe he did. I mean, who knows what happens and how that thing happens.
It did not feel like the Mavs had a 6-game losing streak against Phoenix in the regular season. I guess it carries over to last year.
It does. Wasn't it like 11 straight on the road? Or 9 straight on the road in Phoenix.
And the Suns had their 4-game winning streak snapped. So we continue to just torment that team, that organization, and that city. The Dallas Mavericks are the absolute kryptonite. I got a text message, pretty good source afterwards, saying that Luka should be okay. They think it's just a normal sprain to his ankle. But I asked you to check how many games until the All-Star break to see what the Mavs record is going to be if Luka's out, combining this with Christian Wood injured.
Well,
that's a free fall.
There are 10 games before the All-Star break. The All-Star game is on February 19th. So here's the schedule. At Utah tomorrow. Home to Detroit and New Orleans. And then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight road games.
Okay.
Golden State, Utah, Clippers, Sacramento. They have a back-to-back in Sacramento. Man, I know Artolo that lives out there is going to hate me for saying this. Would you imagine, of all the cities in the NBA, to have a back-to-back that you could be stuck in? And you could be hanging out in L.A. for a couple days or Miami, and you're stuck in Sacramento.
Have you ever been?
I flew in there once on the way to Tahoe. It's the best thing I can say about it.
Did you just stay in the airport?
I got out of the airport and I drove to Tahoe. That was the best thing I could say about Sacramento.
Could you tell that it was everything?
It's just a small city, right? It looks fine. It looks like any other city that's not like in the top 10 in population or whatever.
Right.
And then you've got Minnesota at home and then at Denver before the All-Star break.
So Luka with the left ankle injury leaves. The Mavs still get that W. Speaking of Luka, he was named as an All-Star Game starter. LeBron and Giannis voted as the All-Star Game captains. In the West, it's LeBron, Zion, Joker, Steph, and Luka. In the East, the Freak, Jason Tatum. Celtics lost their 3rd straight last night to Jalen Brunson and the Knicks. I'm going to end up being dead wrong. I hope Jalen Brunson didn't save any receipt that I sent him that he'll never make an All-Star game, because I'm going to be dead wrong on that. I mean, he has had a month of dropping 30 and 40. And last night hit a big block to help the Knicks win in Boston. So it's Giannis, Tatum, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and Donovan Mitchell over there in the East. So that's where we stand in terms of All-Stars. Speaking of hoops, Billy Packer, the analyst that we grew up with for college basketball, passing away at the age of 82. 34 Final Fours.
Yeah, he was. He was the guy that I listened to on the Final Four coverage. My entire life. He's still who I think about when I think of the Final Four. He was a curmudgeon.
Surly.
What a surly individual that was.
He's one of those guys, if you're going to call to try to book him for a show, you're terrified that the hand is shaking next to your ear.
Shaking.
He's going to snap on you.
He's going to snap. I mean, he never.
Just like Abby Wambach to me. I think it was Abby Wambach. Now, I did call her I think it might have been 10 a.m. after they had won the World Cup.
Yeah.
She was not
pleased. She was not pleased.
Very nasty.
What a nasty woman.
Very nasty.
But Billy was nasty too, man. He was. He was a pain in the butt.
But I loved hearing him call games.
He never he always talked down to the teams playing. It seemed like
you didn't like him?
No, I did. I liked him, but he always talked down to the teams. It was the offense never did a good job. The defense sucked on that play. He would always talk about what's wrong with the sport, or what's wrong with the defense, or what's wrong with the offense. It was pretty bad. He was pretty condescending about it, but it was legendary.
Did we get to the bottom of the Uber Eats college hoops controversy?
Yes, we did.
I smelled BS on this. I smelled BS with the McDonald's fries.
I hate this. Bobby thought it was going to be a Super Bowl commercial. Okay, and that was, I thought it was a good guess. And then you smelled BS. I was like, okay, that's a good guess. I had no idea. I was just kind of in my own little world.
Nah, you knew it was fake. You said it.
I did, but I wanted to believe it. I wanted to believe it. Well, this is a YouTuber, Sean.
YouTube.
This guy's a YouTuber. He was doing a prank. He was wearing a microphone.
He was?
Yeah.
So he walks on the floor to deliver the Uber Eats McDonald's.
Yeah, he walks on the floor wearing a microphone. There's tons of students filming him with their phones. This was a plant. They didn't kick him out. I don't know how they didn't kick him out of the stadium. Probably because it's Duquesne. But yeah, this was a YouTuber, man. He was just doing it for the tube.
And lucky he didn't get
arrested,
beat down.
Yeah,
walking out there with a bag, just walking out there with a bag. But YouTube, the drug, the social media drug.
Yeah,
got him.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if you're a player and you see a guy walking out there? It's like you
with a bag.
With a bag. I mean, if you went up there and you just tackled this guy, nobody would be surprised. Get off the floor, man. You're not supposed to be there.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And you're going to have to switch seats with Bobby. We're going to have to switch. I can't do his little smile.
He's had to move over here then because I can't have my back to the door. I'm an Italian. We can't have our backs to the door.
He just got that little
mob hit's gonna come get me.
Stupid smile.
I know.
And something is going on. He's just thinking something to himself, that little stupid smile. Let's find out what it's all about. And if Kellen Moore is indeed on his way out of town. Dan Quinn is staying, and Mike McCarthy is disgusted with all of us, or maybe just us in the media. 6 a.m. headlines on a Friday. It's still a football Friday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station. At 6:20, you have to name a team. You have to name who you're rooting for in the NFC Championship. You have to. It can't be neither. I want both to lose. I like a tie. You got to pick someone to root for in the NFC title game on Sunday. All right, Bobby Belt, your takeaways from the Mike McCarthy press conference yesterday. It seems like you were right about Jerry just wanting to trim payroll to explain these coaches leaving. A number of the media was getting the sense that Kellen Moore is in trouble, and then Dan Quinn ends it with fireworks, announcing that he is returning as the Cowboys DC.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway was probably Kellen's in trouble, or Kellen's up for review right now. I don't, he may be fine. They may come back and, he's the offensive coordinator again in 2023. But what's for sure is they hadn't made up their mind about that as of yesterday when they're talking about it. Because if you're going to bring him back, you just say you're bringing him back. If you're going to bring him back, you do the same thing you did with Quinn, which is press conference ends and you say, Dan's coming back. You say, oh, by the way, Kellen's coming back. But they didn't say that. They're like, everybody's under evaluation, and I haven't really talked to him. I'll see him tomorrow. We'll talk then.
Yeah.
And so, to me, it's the very optimistic view if you're Kellen Moore.
Or it could have been like did we know at the time that Frank Reich was hired in Indy, or did that come after?
Carolina, you mean?
Yeah. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Carolina.
No, we knew.
Okay.
He had already been hired for a couple hours.
So he couldn't have said, Kellen's in his own process. We're letting him do his thing. That was already news. It was already done. He wasn't getting the Panther job.
Yeah, I mean, and he very easily could have just said like, "Hey, look, there's a lot of factors. We want him back, but we depending on, but you didn't say that.
The word want. All you had to do was throw in the word want. Him to return.
Instead, you went, everybody's being evaluated. Guys, we're not playing this game, and you're disgusting, and everything else. And so, that to me says that even if he comes back, they didn't make that decision until like today, is what that means. At the very best case scenario is they're torn on whether they want to bring him back or not. And if you're Kellen, the worst case scenario is your job's on the line. And so, to me, that was the biggest thing that I came away with was Kellen's not safe. Everybody else appears to be back, I think, because they made their official announcement of the coaches they weren't renewing. Doug Nussmeier was not in there, even though he's out of contract, so that would seem to me that Nussmeier's back. And maybe that's the next question becomes if Kellen's not back, what is the alternative? Is it Schottenheimer? If you're retaining Nussmeier, does Nussmeier get elevated to coordinator and then they take Scott Tolzien, who's been an assistant, and bring him up to, because they trimmed a lot of these assistants, they didn't trim Scott Tolzien. So is Tolzien an assistant that they then elevate to quarterbacks coach? And so there's a couple different ways that they can go with it, but at the very least, it's on the line.
Here's my question if I'm Jerry Jones to Mike, or my question if I'm just Jerry to the decision makers, the others. Is Mike McCarthy that great of an offensive mind?
No. There we go. We can stop.
that he's the guy I can trust to elevate Dak, and it's worth now sacrificing a little bit of game day management to have Mike McCarthy call the plays, even though Brian Broaddus believes that Mike McCarthy does not want to call the plays. Is Mike McCarthy my difference maker? If he's the same as Sean Payton?
I mean, I don't think either one of them would be a difference maker. I mean, that's just my own personal philosophy is, the quarterback is he's the guy.
But the quarterback has to get coaching from somewhere.
Oh, I agree. He's got to get coaching from somewhere, but
it has to make a tiny bit of somewhat.
Like I said yesterday to Bassick, I think bad coaching hurts you way more than good coaching helps you.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
You also kind of focus on the mechanics of it versus, all right, Dad, go 1, 2, 3 here, and then here are your progressions, here are your reads, the mechanics.
Absolutely. Yeah, that I think really, really can help a player. But look, I mean, I would much rather have a coach not be the play caller. Let him sit there and worry about the game.
Did we feel okay? I know we're a week past, but I was worried that we didn't have any regular season examples of Mike McCarthy's game management, and then we got hit with a few different things against the 49ers. We didn't even talk about the criticism over punting at the very end. The 4th and 10 punt versus just going for it right there. McCarthy caught some heat for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're paying a guy $40 million and you don't trust him to get you 10 yards when you absolutely need it with your season on the line, like you've got to have faith in that quarterback to do that. And I thought that was a miss on Mike's part.
The final drive executions, right? Like you can blame Dalton Schultz, but the little coaching of go forward so the clock stops. Make sure you get the second foot down, and then of course the Zeke play with Turpin.
Yeah, it still makes me laugh. I was dying when I was watching the NFL mic'd up segment. I was dying to see them cut to a 49ers player mic'd up immediately after that play, and they wouldn't show it. So that makes me think they got mocked mercilessly.
Why did you immediately say no when I said, is McCarthy the offensive difference maker, the Dak difference maker?
Because I mean I think that's the reason why he doesn't want to touch it here, is because it failed so poorly at the end in Green Bay. Like it was not going well, and they were like, okay, this is. I think that's why he didn't want his hand in that. I think he was like, that's not not what I want to be involved in anymore.
Well, can I argue, like, tough to take Aaron Rodgers at that time to another level versus like Dak Prescott? Aaron Rodgers is like, what are you going to tell me right now? And
I mean, it's one of those things where I think the lasting image around the league of McCarthy as a play caller was that shot Fox got of Aaron Rodgers looking to the sideline. You remember him going, dumb effing call over and over again. And McCarthy's just kind of like sitting there staring and looking at it. And I think that's the lasting image. And I know Aaron's difficult to deal with, but and
he does it to a lot of people.
But he hasn't done it since Mike left.
Wait a second.
He has not done that to LaFleur the same way. There's not been one of these
the field goal decision.
Yeah. He went on Pat McAfee's show and killed him for the field goal decision.
He does, but I'm talking about we haven't seen these there's images are very powerful. Like we've talked about this recently with a variety of topics. Like there's a difference between here are the details of a story versus here's a picture of another story that's maybe not as bad as this one, but everybody reacts more viscerally to this one. And I think that's the thing, is that it's just a lasting image of here you are getting shown up by your quarterback and you just stood there and took it. And
but you remember that.
I said the league remembers it. I'm not talking about fans. I think NFL people remember it.
But what does that have to do with Mike being the play caller here?
Is that's a lasting image of the type of play caller he was and the type of just didn't even stand up to the quarterback there on that call.
Babe Laufenberg asked Mike McCarthy the common denominator. He's been around Montana, Favre, and Aaron Rodgers. He said, quote, it's how they play 2-minute offense. It's almost something they live for. And then Laufenberg texted us after his interview yesterday saying the most disappointing thing in that game, 3 minutes, 3 and out, not even picking up a first down. But look, you could feel the pain. You could feel that those coaching decisions yesterday were not McCarthy's call.
Mm-hmm.
And one particularly pained him when Newey Scruggs asked about the release of his right-hand man, his mole, his ears and eyes, someone called Rob Davis.
Extremely personal. Obviously, Rob is as close to brother me as that exist. So tough, but that's the profession. I think just like anything, Rob knows more than anybody what my focal points are of how to get better, what needs to be done. And but yeah, very, very tough decision. But I thought Rob made a tremendous impact in the 3 years he was here. Not only in our locker room, but with our coaching operations. He has a unique skill set, and it's a relationship that'll always be there. So Rob will do great things.
So look, this is Jerry basically sitting McCarthy down and saying, look, we have 6 more assistants here than other teams, and we're paying more to our guys here than other teams, and it's time for me to cut the fat. It's time for me to trim that down. Mm-hmm. That's what happened in terms of these coaching staff decisions.
Yeah, that's basically what it is, and now they got to find guys that are that can fill those roles if they even fill them.
Yeah, because that's the thing, is that guys, Rob Davis's role is not getting filled. I wouldn't guess Leon Lett's role is getting filled. They are definitely cutting back on all the assistants and the. Oh, you're a quality control assistant? All right, well, we don't need this many people sitting here. And
doesn't explain Joe Philbin out, though.
Philbin?
Yep, Philbin.
Regis.
Yeah. No, Philbin, I think, and Philbin was one that was tough for McCarthy, too. I don't believe McCarthy made the call on Philbin or Rob Davis, either one. He was told what was happening. And when McCarthy referenced some of these decisions were discussed all the way back last year or in the spring, I think that very directly is talking about Philbin, because Philbin was, a lot of people were surprised he came back last year, that the Joneses didn't just say, nope, we're switching this out. And so I think that Philbin is just, they probably feel like they can upgrade there.
And then Mike McCarthy decided to end the presser. Now, I couldn't get the exact quote. I was texting you guys trying to get the exact quote, and not one media member tweeted it out. I was wondering why. It was a powerful, fiery statement that McCarthy made, and not one media member tweeted it out. This is McCarthy on people speculating, having conversations about his job status.
I get to talk to Jerry a lot, so I've never felt that. The narrative is externally generated. It's disgustingly, because I've been dealing with this as far as some of the things said about these assistants. I just think it's it's our industry should show more respect to the individuals. Change is part of it. We all understand it. It's part of our professional responsibilities. But when these guys, their families have to listen to some of the things that are said, it's not right, and no different than my family. So, but no, that wasn't it wasn't a moment, if that's what you're looking for.
Woo! Disgusting. And
welcome to Dallas, dude.
I hope people are listening to G-Bag, by the way, when Brian Broaddus reacted to this. Oh, my Lord. Ooh.
Yeah, he went off. This is the biggest and where he's made the most progress, but still the thing that probably most hinders him here, I feel like, logistically. Mike, you're not in Green Bay anymore. This is Dallas, and
it's disgustingly
adjust. Like, it's different here. It's Randall Cobb walking in the locker room that first time and saying this is playoff media, and it was an OTA practice.
Yeah,
you got to adjust, and that's why I've always criticized the whole. We'll just block out the noise. We're gonna block out the noise. No, you don't block out the noise because you can't block it out here. This is not a place where you can block out the noise. Instead, you've got to equip them with here's how you handle the noise. This is how you deal with the noise.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's the big room. I would like to see what like the Giants media is. Well,
they could tell Dable he walks on water and he's Jesus.
I know, right? But like in terms of the size,
yeah.
Just because there's so many publications. Shoot, the Yankees bring like 50 media members for a road game.
We travel. I know we travel more beat reporters than I see travel to AT&T Stadium.
Wait, more go on the road than go to Arlington?
No, I'm saying more Cowboys reporters go on the road than I see visiting teams bring with them to AT&T Stadium.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, obviously, like, some reporters get left behind, I would guess, in certain cities, but, like, even New York, I don't think brings as many as we bring on the road.
You know who had the best response to this? It was Zach Wolchuk. Wolchuk goes, Coach, you should read the fan text towards us. And I thought that was perfect because we get destroyed and attacked and murdered, and our job's called for just as much, if not more, than Mike McCarthy.
I almost find that the Twitch might be worse.
You think?
Sometimes.
I mean, they all, I think, have their moments of critical. Yeah.
Disgustingly.
It's disgustingly.
I'm cool with the Twitch, the YouTube, and then even though half the fan text hates me, I love it because half of the half that hate me are funny. So.
Broaddus. Woo! He went in like basically get over it. Stop crying. Worry about scoring more than 12 points. Focus on that. Stop crying about all the media narratives and the criticism and the questions. But I felt a little responsible. I felt like we were a little bit there, maybe thrown into that with our Stephen A. Smith job status, Jerry Jones question, all that stuff.
I mean,
but, hey,
started it.
It was a talking point.
Then his guilt trip worked on you. Congratulations, sucker.
I don't regret it whatsoever. And I do think, if I had to say, I would agree with Broaddus of tough. 877-881-1053. And Coach could have come on today. He could have come on today to say goodbye, but all of them. I wonder if Jerry, I still don't know. I didn't get any word. I don't think they're going to tell me anything anyway after I maybe revealed a little bit too much about what I knew earlier in the week. But maybe Jerry is on today with KMC. I am just not privy to that information any longer. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell. You have to pick one. I think Choppy and I are on board. We're on the same team. Who you are rooting for to win the NFC Championship. You got to root for Philly or San Fran. Which one is it? Next. But first.
Weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Shot clock to 5. Dinwiddie trying to get Hardaway on the move. Now he turns the corner. Step back 3 over 8. Okay, Spencer. Going off the window.
That was the call last night on TNT. The Dallas Mavericks continue to haunt and torment the Phoenix Suns. Now, they didn't have Devin Booker, but Ayton was there. Chris Paul was there. A superior team was there. And they still lost to the Mavs in Phoenix, 99-95. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you. But Luka Doncic twists his ankle 3 minutes in and did not return. Getting word late last night to the Mavs. Don't think it's that serious, but still, man, ankles in sports here as of late. With Luka, Tony Pollard, and Patrick Mahomes. And if you thought you could turn that off, Spencer Dinwiddie proved you wrong by going off last night and being the Mavs' hero.
You know
Spencer Din Daddy is what we call him.
Din Daddy?
Din Daddy when he plays like that. Yeah.
Well, they call him the professor. Yeah, you know it's going well for you when you bank him in from 3. You know it's going real well for you.
Bassick is sitting here holding out hope. I don't know how to say this without it being like really twisted, but it's Mike, so it's going to be twisted. He's like, we need to lose out for a top 2 pick. That's his only salvation for the Mavericks.
Oh, he's Team Tank, yeah.
He said he put up a poll question. If Luka's out for the year, he's not out for the year, Mike. If Luka's out for the year, how many more games would the Mavs win? There's 33 games left. I thought he was going to say, like, how many more games will they win till, like, the All-Star break without Wood and Luka if Luka's out for a while. 0-5, 33 games without Luka. 0-5, 6-10, 11-20. 1,400 Tolos voted.
It's not going to be 0-10.
0-5.
0-5. It's not going to be that either. They'll win if they lose Luka. I mean, they'll finish.
If they lost him for the year.
For the year,
yeah.
I would say they win 14 more games.
14 more games.
Wow. So you think they'd be creeping up near 500? There's 32 games left.
33, 32, I guess, after last night.
So if they lose that, they'd be 26-56. That's not going to happen.
That'd be wonderful. But no, I would, if Luka was gone for the year, 10-22, something like that.
6-10 won with 58% of the vote. The 11-20 wins without Luka was the least confident from the Tolos. So 6-10 more wins, but they got the win last night against the Phoenix Suns. And Mike would like them just to go ahead and give Luka some super rest past the All-Star break.
That's a lot of games. That's 10 games they got.
Yeah, that's not going to.
You know what's wild, though?
No, past the All-Star break.
No, I know.
Out for the year.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, but even to the All-Star break, it's 10 games.
Ayton's plus-minus last night was -1. Every other Suns starter was in a positive range, and they still lost, which is really bizarre. To see an entire starting lineup basically be in the plus category and you lose,
yeah,
that's bizarre.
Okay, championship weekend. Both games on Sunday, and we need to know who you are rooting for, not who you're picking. Who you are rooting for. Sunday at 2, NFC, San Fran at Filthy. Sunday, 5:30, Cincy at KC. Who are you rooting for and why in the NFC Championship game? Eagles are favored by 2.5. You got the hated rival that can have bragging rights over us again in the NFC East, or the team that for the second straight year took us out.
Yeah, when you said hated rival, I wasn't sure who you were talking about there, because this is like the worst case scenario. You know, my initial reaction, it's like I kind of think I want this team to win, but then again, on the flip side, I know if the other one wins, those fools will be there at Radio Row, and I do want to see that.
San Fran?
Yeah, I do want to.
They're not going to be at Radio Row.
If they're in the game, they might be.
They may drop by.
And I you know,
our crosstalk.
Yeah, our crosstalk nemesis.
Do they get credentialed though?
I don't know.
I don't know that the NFL would approve him.
I wouldn't approve him either.
Why wouldn't they approve him?
I mean, they generally
Not
don't let people in like team jerseys run around there. And yeah, they're not the flagship, so
They're not the flagship.
They'd be there. Trust me.
So I think they'd be the Radio Row, and I want to see them because we need to have a talk.
Okay.
We need to have a talk. Actually, I just want to see. I want to see what Bobby would actually try to do.
Yeah.
But I'm fascinated by tough guy Bobby. Bobby tough. When Bobby tries to be tough guy, I'm fascinated by that. So I want to see that. But no.
Yeah, you know they have metal detectors at Radio Row, right? Ain't no Papacito stuff around here.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I've already thought about renting a car. That way I don't have to fly, go through security. It's a joke, y'all. Though nobody freak out. It's a joke.
Come on, Chop. Who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Philadelphia.
Whoa!
I'm not going to lie. Not going to say. Not going to mince words about it. Not going to apologize for it. Apologize. Not going to do that. They've been the best team all year. I hate when the best teams don't make it. It ruins my pH balance of life. I'm a big regular season proponent. So to me, if you're the best team all year, I want to see I don't like upsets. Upsets ruin my day. They ruin my life. I don't want to see upsets. And quite frankly, I like Jalen Hurts. I like Nick Sirianni. I know. I like them both. Oh, Nick Sirianni's Italian. I can't say anything bad. I can't disparage. I will pull.
Was Joe Judge Italian?
With the last name like Judge? I mean, his mama might have been.
Okay.
But his daddy wouldn't. That's all that matters. So I like Sirianni. I like Jalen Hurts. I want to see Hurts do well. I want to see him make the Super Bowl. And I hate San Francisco. I cannot get those clowns out of my head.
I don't even think it's about those guys on the radio. I think it's about the state.
It's about the state.
I think it's about your red-blooded ways.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm an American, Sean. Okay? I'm an American. I don't even claim the blue color on the flag. I just do red and white. Just the red and white. I don't even claim blue. We got 49 stars on that flag.
Yeah, we know how red you are. Yeah.
Your mom,
49 stars.
I bet your mom is so proud. I bet she's
Sean,
so
my mom's
proud.
an insurrectionist, okay? She's not proud because I didn't go to the Capitol, all right? That's what. Oh, man, I tried to troll her the other day. She was not biting. She was not taking it.
She was not Biden.
She was not biting it.
She was not Biden.
I tried to troll her with
what? What'd you do?
Well, Bobby, I tried to record her, and she knew right away. She knew right away what I was doing because I started. Because Bobby, we were talking about it. She started. She has this little booklet. She has this little handbook. Okay, and she writes down. She goes, "Listen, I'm going to tell you. These are all the things that President Trump has done for this country." And she starts listing off this thing.
got
And
a
I
notepad, a
said,
journal
"She has a
of
notepad of all the things." I guess she saw it on O'Reilly or Hannity or whatever. And she starts writing these things down. And I kept saying, "Yeah, that was that was an Obama plan. I mean, he just followed Obama's blueprint."
Oh.
And I just kept trying to troll her with it. And she's like, "You're recording me. This is not nice."
That's savvy of mom.
All right, Bob. Who are you rooting for and why?
I love Choppy's point about not wanting to root for underdogs. I'm not. It's not totally my same opinion, but what I do root for is I root for prestige. So I hate whenever, like, if there was a Super Bowl between, trying to think of it, like I don't like the Giants, but if there was a Super Bowl between like Jacksonville and the Giants, I'd be like, I can't live in a world yet where Jacksonville hasn't done enough to reverse their history as a loser to then win a Super Bowl. That's why, like, I hated the idea of, like, man, the Seahawks cannot beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So I cheer,
like the Marlins against the Yankees.
I cheer really, really hard for prestige. Mm-hmm. So that right there, I'm going to give it to San Francisco over Philadelphia, just based off of that. But also,
Philly's not Jacksonville.
But also, as much as you say, you can't go like Chop, you can't go for Philly or whatever else because you hate San Francisco. It will be insufferable twice a year. Okay, little brother, you haven't won any Super Bowl. We won 2 in the last 5 years.
It's a long term loss.
Every year you're dealing with it. Whereas with San Francisco, it's just whenever you meet up with them, usually even in the playoffs. Even if you had a regular season meeting, I don't think you're getting a bunch of Super Bowl talk from San Francisco. San Francisco, literally right now, but see, there you go. That's the other argument. San Francisco is one of the few teams that has won a Super Bowl longer ago than you. There is that.
Yeah.
But overall, I think I go with San Francisco also because I think San Francisco, again, is just really, really good. And I think
You want to be right about Brock Purdy.
I think not even. I'm already right about Brock Purdy. They could lose this Sunday. I'm already right. I was already right about it. But in terms of, I think Philly's a more fraudulent team than San Francisco, and I want that exposed. And so for me, I'm rooting for San Francisco. And then even though the Chiefs probably have more prestige on the other side, I also am a fan of history. And so I would definitely root for a third-time matchup between Bengals 49ers.
Peyton, who are you rooting for in each and why?
So I'm going to go with San Francisco.
Yes,
I'm with Bobby
Peyton.
there. I can't deal with Philadelphia. Even just making it back to the Super Bowl, I can't deal with it again 2 times a year or all year next year. And I'm rooting for San Francisco because I don't think they can beat the Bengals or the Chiefs. So I'm already counting them out of winning the Super Bowl. But if Philadelphia wins, I think Philadelphia can beat the Bengals.
What are the Tolos saying? I'm interested in recency versus long term.
So you're assuming the NFC is going to win the Super Bowl? I don't think anybody's assuming that one. I don't think anybody assumed that one.
No.
Lost respect for Choppy. You can't cheer for the Eagles or Sirianni. Let's see. Rooting for the Niners because of Fred Warner. Rooting for the Niners. We can't root for Philly. Root for Philly and KC. I'm a Packers fan. I hate the Niners. Go Eagles. You can't be a real Cowboys fan and root for the Eagles. I want the 49ers to win by 100. Let's see, 49ers and Cincy, San Francisco. Well, a lot of people root for San.
The Twitch is mainly it looks like the Twitch and also I believe the YouTube are they're all pretty much going 49ers. Now there is one individual saying if 49ers win, they're going to have 6 rings. Don't want that. Don't want them one-upping us on that. Yeah. And so, but generally it looks like, I would guess here on these chats, it's probably 80-20 49ers over Eagles.
I'm rooting for Philadelphia. And I don't even have any hesitation. Actually, the only hesitation is the long-term bragging, like Howard Eskin at the Super Bowl. But we've been doing this a long time, all right? Like over 20 years. And we both grew up in that region, right? East Coast. In all that time, I have never, ever had Philadelphia fans do what San Francisco fans did this past week when we were just trash talking.
Like what?
I went to lunch last Friday with my wife, and I started noticing some things like on my social media accounts. And, well, actually, she brought it up first. She goes, I didn't want to tell you, but like yesterday, I kind of got like some threatening things like towards me and Ollie, like our next plane ride going down and crashing and burning into flames and, talking about, going on like our Christmas photos and, taking shots or like picking apart my son and stuff like that. And then I was like, oh, okay, let me check mine. And the same type of stuff was in there. And it's incited by, first off, this is who they are as a fan base. Jerks and Profar said it. As nasty and as ugly and as much fun as we have with Philadelphia, never have I seen that type of reaction. In 12 years of doing this with an NFC East rival, as I saw from those pieces of garbage in San Francisco, the people on the radio and the fans off the radio, and I cannot get that out of my mind. I cannot get it out of my mind, and I cannot deal with them going to the Super Bowl or winning it. So I have to root for Jalen Hurts, who I like. I can't stand Sirianni, but because of the fan base, I can't stand George Kittle now. I now hate Nick Bosa
I don't like
as
their
well.
helmets. I don't like their helmets.
I don't like Debo. I don't like Trent Williams. I'm rooting for Philadelphia hard on Sunday. And if the Cowboys would have beaten San Fran, I would have been. I told my wife, you would probably have to move out for a month. I'd have to move out for a month because I don't know what things would be sent to my home with how unbearable and how insufferable I would have been if the Cowboys would have eliminated them. That's why that loss hurts so much. I hate them. I hate. Pure, not sports hate. I have nothing but pure hatred, and I want to see them burn.
You have no idea the power of the dark side. Yeah,
I've been on the dark side.
No, see, but I guess I turn it around to this and go, while it did suck losing to San Francisco, imagine if you would have won, you got in there this week and lost to Philly. I feel like most fans would say that Philly loss would have hurt more than this loss against San Francisco.
You're closer, but San Francisco, it's 2 years in a row now they beat you.
Yeah.
And Sean's right. I mean, their fans they're sending, they sent Sean messages that were uncalled for. There was one chick that sent me a photo of my son with a bloody face. She had reposted it and said, "Oh yeah, hope this happens to him again."
Someone went and dug up Choppy's kid, like
after he had fallen and cut his head open.
I mean, it was effort. It was a lot of effort. So I hate them. And I want to see misery. I want them to feel absolute misery. Best case scenario, Philly wins for me, and they lose in the Super Bowl.
They already feel misery, though, Sean. They live in California.
They live in California.
They live in San Francisco. They already feel misery.
All right, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Who's not feeling misery anymore? Dak Prescott, apparently with a new girlfriend, and Stephen A. Horny. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
up at 7 a.m. as we try to get you closer to the weekend as RJ and Bobby are jamming out to Peyton's music here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station.
It's Kurt's music.
What?
It's Kurt's music.
Kurt's?
Kurt Cobain. That is not
Kurt's.
Peyton's music.
Oh.
Well, I choose the music, Bobby, so it is my music.
It's literally a rotate cut. I already know that.
No, it's not.
It is.
There is no rotate on here. I'm looking at it right now.
Do you choose? You don't choose the music.
Some spots I have to. Some spots I have to because there's nothing there. But.
Okay. Dak Prescott is apparently moving on from his last relationship, as yesterday it came out. Who's done the most research on her? Let's just start there. Whoever's done the most research can have the topic.
Does research mean like went and looked at her Instagram?
Yeah, like what Peyton caught you doing a few weeks ago with your Google image searches.
I still have that picture, by the way.
That research.
We all do.
Jaden Janisk, she's an LSU swimmer, and apparently she is a new friend of Dak's.
I think you're using the term friend loosely. They are more than friends, I would imagine.
He likes his blondes.
Yes, he does.
He got a type.
Yeah, he does.
Blonde at LSU, though.
What's that?
Should have gone with Olivia Dunn.
I
She
agree.
was right there. Right there, Dak.
She's right there. And, I mean, she's maybe, well, it's not maybe. She's almost as popular as he is.
The swimmer?
No, Olivia Dunn, the gymnast. She's the highest grossing NIL athlete, blowing up on TikTok.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
This girl is apparently 20. Dak is 29. They have not publicly confirmed their romance, according to the New York Post, but there it is. Dak going back to his roots, going back to his home state for this LSU swimmer.
And it appears she knows where she stands because in the article it says she's been telling teammates it's a rebound relationship for him, but it's still going on. It's still going on. There it is.
I mean,
She's 20.
Is she from here?
Yeah, she's from Frisco. She went to Frisco High School.
Okay.
High school was in Frisco.
Okay.
Majoring in mass communications. It's amazing what they find out. Majoring in mass communications. You know that they put this in here with a smile on their face. She specializes in the breaststroke.
Yes,
she chose
she does.
LSU for the amazing atmosphere coaches. I guess this is in her athlete bio. And her father, they met through her pops.
Yeah.
Who posted a photo with Dak and said that he was his best friend. So Frisco High School, and I think her dad like works in real estate or something like that, and did some type of deal with Dak, and that's how they got connected.
She's a youngin'. She's 20.
That's the third time in the segment that we've said she's 20. So everyone's clearly paying attention this morning.
Because I was looking at like her bio, I missed it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, he runs a mortgage company that's partnered with the team, and that's how they met. And then apparently she went to LSU because her brother was already there. But no, there you go. You got Dak's got a 20-year-old girlfriend. Now the fourth time we've talked about that.
Dang, 21.
But we'll find out. Maybe she's 21 soon.
She is April 2nd.
Hey, look at that.
Good Lord.
It's on her LSU bio. I'm looking at it.
So does this mean Dak is aiding and abetting underage drinking? Is that the next story that we're going to go on?
I didn't see that at all.
I'm surprised that wasn't in the article.
You tell us. This is your age difference, isn't it? This could be your specialty.
Oh, no. We're 10 years apart, Sean.
Oh,
not
10.
9. We're 10 years apart.
Okay. Nice.
But no, she's 33.
All right, that sets us up for Stephen A. Smith once again getting asked about his bedroom activities as he was pushing his book with an interview with Barstool.
There's a blog that was on Barstool Sports. Our good friend Coley wrote it and said Stephen A. Smith is horny at all hours of the day. And you read that aloud on your show. You said not every hour, maybe one or two.
I said maybe not every hour. Not every hour, maybe one or two, yeah.
When are the freak hours for Stephen A. Smith?
That's healthy. What I'm saying to you is this. If you're a man, you should appreciate that. Because when you stop being horny altogether, you got problems.
Yeah, that's true.
You go
to
a doctor. It wasn't to say that, oh my goodness, I'm walking around just horny or whatever.
Yep.
It's to say that, wait a minute, I'm still active. I'm still flowing. There's still blood circulating. I'm good.
Yes,
that's what that was meant to me.
You know how he can fix that if he stops feeling horny altogether, Chop?
What?
Blue Chew.
You could do that. Very nice. Very nice. That will help get you going again.
Get your little fella feeling big again.
Someone had asked Stephen A. months ago about like backside play.
Yes.
And he was More than willing to discuss that. So there's Stephen A. Smith.
More than willing. Now, this is good news for Stephen A. if he wants to live to be, a million years old. Study out there shows horny individuals live longer.
Really?
Men with a low libido are twice as likely to suffer an early death.
Oh. He's 55.
He's 55.
And apparently, he's still riled up.
Yep. So, like, if you're a relatively horny individual, man, I'm gonna live to be 100. I know that right now. And it also tells me that my grandmother loved it because she was 98. That really freaks me out.
Stop. How old?
She was 98 when she died, and
my grandmother was 100.
It took a lot to kill her too, man. She had to fall, but she was healthy. She was
she
was in a casino like the week before. Like she was never sick. She would have lived 10 more years, and she fell, and they had a surgery, and the surgery went bad.
It took a lot to kill her. It was a bad surgery?
It was a bad surgery that did her in. Like, she was fine. Like, she had kidney stones or something like that. They were just like, oh, we're just going to go in and just, I don't know what it was, but they were going to fix something and some minor routine surgery, hip, I have no idea. And all of a sudden, dead 4 days later.
Did you guys sue? Get some money out of it? Malpractice?
No, we didn't sue. We're not suing people. I mean, I am, but my parents aren't.
Okay, so next week or sometime soon, they're getting Mike and the Mad Dog back together. Freaking Mike Francesa is going on First Take with Russo and Stephen A. And then there was a story yesterday that Stephen A. and Skip Bayless could link back up. That everyone in the media who's been around forever is looking at McAfee, who's making like 20 or 30 million a year. And they're like, let's just go and be our own bosses and let's do our stuff on YouTube. Let's just broadcast like that. Stephen A. addressed the Skip Bayless rumors.
I will always miss Skip. Skip is my guy. I love him. I don't always agree with him. I didn't agree with him when he was on the set with me. I don't agree with him sometimes that he's off the set with me and doing his own show. We've gone our separate ways. He's doing what he's doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. I'll never root against him. I'll always be grateful to him for what he has done for my career because there is no Stephen A. with First Take if it were not for Skip Bayless. He's the one that went to Jamie Horowitz and the bosses and fought for me to be on First Take with him. I owe him an incredible debt of gratitude, and I will never forget that. But at this stage and point in my life, I'm happier without him.
Okay.
I'm not going back. That's not what I want anymore. But it has nothing to do with a debate show. It's that I have other aspirations.
All right. I thought someone sent me an article that he wanted to host Kimmel or something like that. So that's Stephen A. putting the kibosh on a Skip Bayless reunion. What's going on with James Dolan? You and Bobby were all over this.
All right. So James Dolan's getting sued basically by everybody.
Owner of the Knicks and
owner of the Knicks. And
is he the owner of the Rangers?
He is also the owner of the New York Rangers as well. So he is getting sued, and there's a large legal team that is suing him. And part of it has to do with the state liquor authority. So he is threatening to just say, all right, you know what? We're just not going to serve alcohol at Ranger games.
At the Garden?
At the Garden. He goes, we're not, and instead of serving alcohol, when people come to the concession stand, we're going to hand them a picture with a phone number and an email address of the person or people who are in charge of the state liquor authority, so you could call them and bombard their office to do whatever to get whatever you want. But the other issue that's come under fire is he is using facial recognition software to keep the people suing him out of the arena.
Like what you use on your phone?
This was the most highly publicized case was one of these lawyers with the firm that's suing him was going to the Garden for a Rockettes performance, something that her daughter was involved with. She said she got through the security checkpoint, like the little metal detectors and everything. And as soon as she walked through, security walked up and said, you've been banned. You need to leave. And so somewhere, cameras in the building, something.
You could do it from a distance.
Caught her face and scanned it to a database and said, this is one of the lawyers. And security went up, took her, and escorted her out, which is ridiculous.
You know what? That's badass. I got respect.
You respect. I respect more that the Rangers liquor thing.
The liquor thing is bad.
Here we don't have liquor. We just have a phone number you can call to blow them up.
My arena, my domain. I don't want you enjoying it. You wouldn't do that to the San Francisco hosts at the Super Bowl? Have facial recognition?
No.
You go ahead. You facial recognize them. You're out. You're banned.
The Garden has to defend itself, was his quote.
And
then he said it's not personal, it's strictly business.
You're not Bruce Wayne.
Well, no, he quoted Michael Corleone. He said it's not personal, it's just business.
Facial recognition to get into arenas.
Yeah. Now, look,
Does everyone do this?
I mean, they do in New York. Very blue New York, right? Right, Chop?
They do. I guess they do it in New York. I mean, I can understand like in an airport or a high security area.
So James Dolan being a psycho once again. Better be careful. He could be Odyssey apping this thing. You never know what he'll do.
Is he in charge of us? Is he a boss or something?
Dan Quinn is back and is Kellen Moore gone? Part of your Friday headlines next. But first, I know.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, yesterday we finally got, it's not fist pump time, Bobby. We finally got the Mike McCarthy press conference where he was asked, why are all your assistant coaches gone? Can we all agree it sounded like Jerry Jones said it's time to go ahead and cut this down? We've had 6 more assistant coaches. We're paying them more compared to what others are making around the league in the same positions. It's time to cut this back.
I think that's exactly what happened. Some of the guys were making more money than some of their contemporaries around the league, and they had 27 assistants, where the league average is closer to 2021. So there's your 6 to 8 individuals, or maybe a little bit more, because some of them are making more money than others. There you go.
As soon as, and Bobby, that's what you said it probably was, so you ended up being right.
As usual, yeah.
As soon as they announced, I was trying to move past your comment. As soon as they announced that Mike McCarthy was giving the press conference, Corey Majors said at the start KMC, he's like, oh, he's not going anywhere if they're allowing McCarthy to do the presser. Then he made some headlines over what he said Jerry Jones told him about his job status.
Well, the conversations were more about design, philosophy and structure, and then in how it applied to, the advancement of the staff too. But, as far as my relationship with Jerry, just using his word, we're in an excellent spot. He's the partnership that we have. He's excited about. He told me a number of times this week that he wants me to coach here as long as Coach Landry did, and I said, okay, it's a long time, but I feel really good about our relationships. I think our ability to discuss and disagree is we do a good job of that. So, and I think that's important, because when you get into these situations of free agency and these tough decisions, you got to be able to have those conversations. But also his support and what he believes. I thought he was incredible with the team Monday. His message to the team was outstanding.
So that's point number 1. Jerry's saying, I want you to coach here as long as Tom Landry. Someone tweeted, didn't Jerry fire Tom Landry? I got a chuckle out of that. Point number 2, and probably the biggest media takeaway, was the non-committal approach to Kellen Moore, who did not get hired in Carolina. Frank Reich causing another Rooney Rule uproar. He gets the job. Kellen Moore, is he coming back to the Cowboys, coach?
I really don't want to play this game, today. It's been a long couple of days. So Kellen Moore, and just like the rest of the coaches, will be evaluated. Every coach will be evaluated. So the evaluation just, it takes more than one day.
Okay. Chilly.
Yeah, a little chilly. And look, I get it. It takes more than one day. It probably should take more than one day. You don't want to do these things in a hasty fashion. But like also on the flip side is if you're going to make a move, you want people available to make a move. When Denver and Arizona and Indianapolis hire their head coaches, they're going to be, the market of available OCs is going to start to deplete. So you got to make a decision.
Maybe it's because they already know who their backup is, and they're just determining which direction do we want to go. Like Brian Schottenheimer's here. Maybe they go Brian Schottenheimer. Maybe they elevate Doug Nussmeier. It may just be that they know exactly who they want, and so now they're just trying to determine, do we want to move on from him or not?
Over, under, or Vegas odds. Over, under 50%. Where are you going with Kellen Moore coming back here next year?
I'll go slightly over. I'll say it's like 55-45 is back.
Oh.
I think they're genuine. Like, I think as of yesterday when Mike McCarthy said that, I don't think he knew if he was coming back or not.
And then the major news. As soon as the press conference ended, Tom Pelissero reported that Dan Quinn is coming back again. Mm-hmm. Bobby, was this Dan Quinn getting frozen out of the coaching market? As the latest reports are, we told you who the Panthers hired. I think Broadus is kind of here, and Brian Flores in Arizona, and Denver leaning towards D'Amico Ryans. That something went wrong with one of the owners and Sean Payton. Sean Payton kind of just hanging out there, but D'Amico Ryans in Denver right now, and maybe Brian Flores in Arizona. Jim Irsay is said to be favoring Jeff Saturday to be the full-time coach. Did Dan Quinn just see the writing on the wall and say,
yes, sir. Suck it, Arizona, Indianapolis, and Denver.
Denver.
Did he see the writing on the wall and say, my heart is in Dallas?
I think that definitely was more in play last year, where after he lost the Denver job, it was like, people were like, oh no, he's informing teams that he stayed. It's like, well, no, he lost the Denver job. That's the one he wanted. This year, yeah, I don't think he had gotten any finality like he did last year, but he probably did see a little bit of the writing on the wall. And look, let's be honest, the job he would love to have is the one Mike McCarthy holds right now, and it's like, okay, he probably has one more shot to get this right, and we'll know whether or not I've got an opportunity to coach here.
I think it's one of two things, and like one of them, like Bobby said, like either he took his name out of the run, he could see the writing on the wall, but then the other thing is, did he really love the situations? Did he love the quarterback situations that he was going to go to? Does he want to be saddled with Russell Wilson? Does he want to deal with Kyler Murray and whatever, Kyler is in terms of a teammate, a leader, a player? Or go to Indianapolis where there's no quarterback, or go to Carolina where there's no quarterback? Did he really want to take that on? Or is he going to, like he said, wait around for this job to come open? This job's got a quarterback. This job's got a team that he knows, is familiar with, and talent. Maybe that's what he wanted.
An entire organizational structure that he knows he can thrive within. Like that's also important, is knowing what his say would be here and knowing that he feels like it already works that way.
So is Mike McCarthy happy about Dan Quinn's return?
Look, these questions are going to continue. Like if Sean Payton doesn't get a job, that's probably Mike McCarthy's biggest headache. It's like, oh God, another year having to deal with this. So I can't let this guy go work somewhere and just leave me to blank alone.
Meanwhile, the Carolina thing feels criminal. It really does towards the minority coaching issue. Steve Wilkes almost got them in the playoffs. How do you argue that Frank Reich is a better hire than Steve Wilkes? They were advocating for him within the organization, and then born-ass Frank Reich gets this job. The attorney for Wilkes says there is a legitimate race problem in the NFL, and this has set people off. What happened yesterday with this hiring?
I wonder I wonder what happened if something did happen, because he did do a really good job. We've always had the new coach theory. Middle of the year, a new coach comes in, and everybody kind of buttons up and does well, and they almost got in the postseason.
That's crazy.
It really is. Now, I guess you're looking at it like, all right, I want somebody who can, run the offense, be an offensive wizard, whatever. Frank Reich did well, and it was in Philadelphia. He did well there, but he didn't do much in Indianapolis. They did go to the postseason. He was thought of as a good coach, and then it torpedoed on him late. Like, that was an awful season this year. Couldn't do anything with Matt Ryan, and that's probably because Matt Ryan stinks at this point.
Yeah, and it's an especially tough look given it's Wilkes, who got a year in Arizona. It was 1 year, and then it was, Cliff's ready, go.
Yes.
And so it's a bad look in the sense of he was already one and done in Arizona. People thought he got treated unfairly there. He did well down the stretch in Carolina. Now, we can't totally blow it up because, he went 6-6. He was 500. And even their best stretch down the end of the season, they were 4-2, which is good and better when you think you lost Christian McCaffrey, you shouldn't have won anything. It's not like he had some, 6-0 streak or something, but they definitely played hard for him, and I think it's a tough sell for the NFL to say, no, we're doing all our hiring practices right.
It looks bad. It looks real bad. Frank Reich over Steve Wilkes. All right, Mavs last night lose Luka Doncic. Twisted ankle 3 minutes in. He does not return. Turn off your TVs, right? Easy win for the Suns. They're on a winning streak. The Mavs have been losing. Wrong.
Paul will get one up, and that's no good. And there is Bullock, and the Dallas Mavericks are going to put this one away, minus Doncic. They win it tonight, 99-95.
All those Phoenix fans, all you Suns tweeters, I get such a chuckle watching Dallas continue to torment you. Spencer Dinwiddie goes off. A horrible loss for the Suns. They got DeAndre Ayton back. Chris Paul was in the lineup. Devin Booker is still out. But the Mavs stay as the number 6 team in the Western Conference. Denver leading the conference by 2.5 games in order. Denver, Memphis, Sacramento, New Orleans, Clippers, Mavs, Suns are the 7, then Minnesota, then Golden State. What a win.
Well, what a win. When you could steal one without Luka, and it's not like he went down the fourth quarter.
Right.
He went down. Now their team had like 10 points yet he went down. So it was, that's a really, really good win. Spencer played tremendous. I didn't know Suns Twitter. Until this year, I didn't know Suns Twitter was a thing. Yeah, it's like I didn't realize all the retirees out there were big on the
Suns and 4. Suns and 4.
Suns and 4 guy. Suns and 4 guy.
That's their whole brand. This game could have been a lot worse, too, for Phoenix if Devin Booker would have played. Because what is it? It's like 5 of his last 8 games against the Mavericks, he shot 35% or under. Ugh. He just doesn't play well. If Dallas is in his head.
Are we feeling any timeline for Luka's injury?
I'll tell you, not yet. Because I'll tell you, when I was watching this, I'm like, that did not look like a terrible roll of the ankle. Looked like he just stepped on somebody's foot and he would be fine. But something happened bad in there. I have no idea.
What's up with the Stars? By the way, I'm sorry, real quick. Starters announced for the NBA All-Star game. You have your usual suspects. You got Steph. You got LeBron.
James.
You got the Joker. And, of course, you got to throw Luka Doncic, the league's leading scorer, right there into that mix. Giannis and LeBron are the captains for the All-Star. And Luka Doncic makes it along with the King, along with Steph, Joker, and Zion.
All right.
So congrats.
Yeah, big time. Stars are home to the Devils tonight as they continue this very, very long homestand. That is a 7:30 puck drop, and they don't play again until Monday against Anaheim, who is terrible. The Devils are a good team this year. Stars already played them once.
Fan Bowl next Saturday. We're doing things a little different. Registering doesn't guarantee entry. Tolos are registering for a chance to win a spot in Fan Bowl paper football tournament. First prize, $1,500.
Woo!
$1,500. Second place, $1,000. Third place, $500. All of us are going to be out there. Fan Bowl, Texas Live, with Revolver Brewing Company. $3,000 in total prize money. Going to be a crazy party on Saturday. Go to 1053thefan.com. Click on the contest page and sign up for your chance to get a spot in the tourney.
Ooh, always a fun event. It's always fun. The trash talk.
Oh yeah,
is going to be epic, Bobby. I can't wait to see your skills.
I mean, my body's ready. I've never been more ready for something than this.
What about golf? I thought you were ready for golf.
I don't even have to prepare for golf. That's just a state of being.
You think
for
you'll
me.
be better at golf than this?
Ooh, yeah, because I'm at you're talking about being damn near tour level on golf.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I mean, that's a rare skill.
It is a rare skill. Very rare. One of the rarest skills ever.
Uh-huh.
And if y'all want to make some extra money on the side, run into Bobby. First off, get him a shot.
Oh, my wife's going to kill you.
Then get him a beer and say, paper football, me and you, one-on-one. He can't turn down a challenge.
He can't.
He cannot. That's his kryptonite.
Don't ask me to buy you drinks, though.
Financial challenges. Just bet him. Just bet him and he'll bet. His pride can't be turned down.
I'll double that. Like I'll raise the stakes without you even asking me to. You'll be like, hey, I'll pay you for $20. Why not 200?
Yeah, make it 30, 40, 50, 200.
Headlines on a Friday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Are you willing to go this far to get her phone number tonight? And if you're traveling today or this weekend, we got some things you need to know about your luggage and the window seat. That's all next to get you ready for your Friday with Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Q.
All right, let's pick the championship games on Sunday. We'll do it at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, let's pick the games. We already established who you're rooting for. RJ and I are rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles. Bobby is rooting for San Francisco. I've turned. I just can't do it. I can't have that fan base and that media in the Super Bowl. So we're rooting for Philadelphia. Who is everybody picking? We'll do that at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. But right now, let's get you set for the weekend. We can use Peyton Russell again as our scarecrow here. He can be the guy that we experiment with these social studies. Would you go this far to get the phone number tonight or this weekend?
All right. So I had seen this story.
You're either going to think this is annoying or interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating, intriguing, or annoying.
Yeah. So I had seen this story a little bit ago, and it piqued my interest. And what is the furthest you've gone, in this case, literally, to get a girl's phone number or guys? If you're into that. Maybe you're a girl, you want that guy, or a guy, you want another guy's number. What's the furthest you've gone to get somebody's phone number? This soccer fan had a security guard walk across the stadium to get a girl's phone number.
A soccer fan? Or a player?
No, this was a fan. This is a soccer fan in the away end section, and you could tell this is something from Europe because they call it the steward instead of the security guard. The steward instead of the usher went across the field to get this other. Had the security guard walk across the field to get some girl's number. That is going a very far way to get somebody's number.
Did he pay him?
Kind of chicken. I mean, I'm not impressed by that whatsoever. That's like magic. That's like magic during the Lakers run telling some crony, some assistant, go get. That's what they would do. They would have these people go into the stands. Magic would like your phone number. Are you interested in partying with Magic Johnson after the game or someone? And get the girl's number. That's not impressive. That's easy.
I can't imagine if this guy's just a fan. Then I can't imagine he's just like, hey, go get the number for me. It's like, oh, this man would like your number, so give it to. I would imagine there had to be some line in there, like the security guard walking over and being like, hey, this.
Yes.
Wait, where was this? This was Europe.
It was in Europe.
This bloke just paid me 50 quid to ask you for your number.
So I think the backstory is like they had sort of met in the concession line, and he didn't get her number. He was like two chickens, so
it was a meet cute.
It was a meet cute.
A meet cute.
Okay. So that he sends a security guard over and they get the number. And yeah, you could say that could be chicken. It's not as quite nearly as diabolical as the woman who, when the guy was asked for her number, there are 10 numbers in a phone number. And she gave him 8.
Oh, I saw this.
And this is great. I mean, first of all, who writes numbers down on paper anymore? Right? But if you're going to do that, this is absolutely the way to go. Because you find out real quick if this guy or that girl really was interested.
Yeah.
How far are you willing to go?
All the digits except for 2.
Yeah, so she wrote the digits on the piece of paper. So let's just say.
She's basically saying, if you really want it, you'll figure out the other 2.
Yeah, so she wrote them down. Like, she wrote the order that they're in, and she did a little asterisk or star on the blanked out number. So let's just say, it's.
They give your number.
No, I'm not giving my number, but let's just say it's like it's an 817, and then you got 7. So she would give the first number, the second number, she would blank out the third, and then in the final 4, she would blank out one of them.
So how long? I guess the first question is, how many different combos? How long would it take to plug in the different combos?
I think they said there was 100 different combinations.
I was gonna say, I think that's just 100.
100. Okay.
Which is not that's a lot, but it's also not overbearing. You're not looking at a million different combinations. Like, if you were really interested in this person, you could easily get through 100.
And you feel like, I don't know, do you feel desperate? You feel like if you get the number right, that it's gonna automatically lead to a date. Like, you're really going out of your way to impress them, and she'd have to give you a date. She'd have to give you really a lot of points for that.
She does, but it also I would feel like would, if you follow through on a relationship, put you at some immediate disadvantage, or like you guys are not on an even playing field, where it's like, no, you sir, you had to come get me. I just waited around for the phone. Like I just feel like that's an uncomfortable dynamic. Like let's be a little more even playing field here than just I'm you had to come basically spend all your time looking for me.
What are you more likely to do? Send an usher to get somebody's phone number, or figure out the two missing numbers?
Send an usher.
Oh yeah.
I told you, sending an usher is easy.
It is simple.
Go over there and get the number.
I had a buddy who when he was in 8th grade, he was trying to help his buddy who didn't have a lot of confidence talk to girls, and so they went to the skating rink.
Is this about you and Wolchuk?
No, he went to the skating rink.
Gosh.
And he said, "Which girl do you like? I'll go get their number for you." And he was like, I guess that one. He points to this girl, and he's like, "All right, I'll go get it for you." And he goes over there, and he gets the number and brings it back. And over the course of a couple weeks, she ends up saying, "Well, I actually like him more." And then they end up dating through high school, and they got married, and they're 40 today, and they're still married.
This like swingers.
Yeah, he ended out like he was. Like basically he met his wife trying to score a phone number for his friend.
So how many people would be likely to fill out the final two numbers? She's an absolute smoke show.
Oh, she's a 10. I'd do it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one to ask on this.
But I would tell her, I said, it only took me like 5 tries.
Yeah.
I
That
would
you
lie
didn't
to her.
spend like a whole night on it. You didn't spend all day on it.
She would never know.
I'd be honest, if I was still single and this was the proposition, I would probably like laugh and be like, "Have a nice one." I like hate it.
No, you would take it as a challenge. You'd be like, this is Wordle.
You want to put money on it?
This is like Wordle.
You literally accept every challenge.
Yeah.
There's no way.
I accept challenges to my ego, but that's not like an ego. That's more like, Mel, how much do you want me?
So what do you do with every wrong guess? Do you send the text to the number saying, "This you? Is this it?" What's your text that you send with it?
You call. And just go,
No,
you do. You call, because then you get the benefit of if nobody answers, you get a voicemail that may identify themselves. And then if they answer, that's way easy to go, so-and-so there. Oh, sorry, wrong number.
No.
And that's it.
You text.
You absolutely text. Now, when you text, you do leave yourself open for a catfish situation. Like, oh yeah, it's me.
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden you meet and
you got to say send me a pic.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the digits challenge that took place.
Yeah, then you're dealing with a manti situation.
Now, if you are traveling, we got a window tug of war and luggage scams.
Yeah, let's do the luggage here real quick. So there are YouTubers out there who are pranking people. Okay, the YouTube pranks are pretty common, pretty popular.
Other than just going on a basketball court and delivering Grubhub?
See, there you go. Perfect example. Well, this is in an airport, which, by the way, I cannot think of a worse place to pull a prank. Everyone is miserable in an airport. Even if you love traveling, you're miserable.
I also assume just like security cameras.
People with guns.
High alert.
I wouldn't want to pull a prank there.
So this YouTuber's going around and just walking up to the luggage rack and taking someone's luggage and just walking away with it. Okay. And I know, I can see Bobby's face is so angry right now. He's just he's seething. I haven't even gotten the story. And he's just seething. So this guy he sees that he can't find his luggage, and he sees someone walking away with it. And he runs and there's a video. Now the video is there's yelling, screaming, cursing, but he basically just grabs the guy by the hair and is wrestling him to the ground.
Good.
And this YouTuber finally got what was coming to him. Except they arrested the guy. They put the guy in cuffs
for assault. Assaulting him.
Exactly. Jeez. Look, this is a YouTuber.
But what are they doing? What are they doing with the luggage?
They're fake stealing it. They're not really stealing it.
All right.
So they're fake walking away with it. It's not like they're not committed.
And they want the person to see them walking away.
They want the person to see them. They want the reaction.
Okay.
They want the reaction. They have a camera guy set up. They want the reaction. But this guy reacted in a manner that I think you would expect. Like I said, everyone in an airport is on high alert.
Well, I think your first thing is, excuse me, you made a mistake. That's my bag. What does the YouTuber do in that instance when people are like, whoa, hey, that's mine?
Yeah.
What do they do?
Well, they didn't pick up this thing was way into the fight. They had not. This guy already had this dude basically in a headlock. So they didn't. that was not part of the story.
Did you see any of the videos? Like the videos of him doing this prank or whatever
in the past?
Yeah, because I wonder, is it just one of these simple like, oh, I'm picking it up and there's a miscommunication? Is it that easy to stop it, or is he making it look like I'm grabbing it and running? Like if he's doing that, you're gonna immediately escalate. These pranks, man, like stuff like that
Social
with YouTube,
media, TikTok.
like this is gonna cross a line at some point where somebody's gonna be like, you're gonna do this to the wrong person, and there's gonna be a bad outcome, and then it's like, well,
it's not going to stop anything.
Worth it?
Kids are dying off these TikTok challenges. It doesn't stop anything.
There was a girl that died of a TikTok challenge not too long ago.
Society's numb.
Yeah, I mean, like that, but they are. It's really, really awful.
There was a story a couple years ago, this YouTube couple that was trying to go viral, and they were like testing out a bulletproof vest, and like he ends up dying.
Oh God.
No, it's like a hang thing you sent me about TikTok. Someone hung them. Like it was a suicide or something.
Yeah, it's called the choking challenge.
Oh my gosh.
She was a 12-year-old girl. Like my kid's 13. He's got TikTok. Like this is just
What's going on with the plane window? The tug of war.
All right. So you see not all the windows in an airplane are lining up perfectly with the seat.
Yeah.
So sometimes you've got a window like towards the front of your seat, and then like 50% on the back of your seat. So nobody really knows whose window that is. Nobody really. So there another TikTok, and one of the things I hate about TikTok is that they use that speak and spell voice instead of an actual person talking oftentimes. Because you want to know more about this, and you want to hear the actual live reaction. But now the new fights are who controls that window, because somebody wants it up, somebody wants it down.
So it's the two people on the window side.
Yeah, so they wind up, they're like you see in the video.
I've never experienced or felt like someone was looking at me when I got the window seat. I've never experienced someone like that tension there of feeling like people want me to open it or close it. I always feel like it's mine and no one challenges that. And I never challenge it with other people either. They're the window seat and they have the control.
They have the full autonomy.
Yes.
I feel that big time on the Cowboys charter, where it's like, I feel like, and it's not just the person next to me. It's like, I feel
like plane drop that was.
No, I feel like like that we've talked about this. We know that's the plane I'm on. So I feel
don't cut your eyes, roll your eyes like that.
I'm just saying, I feel like when if I were to open the window, that's exposing sunlight to the entire plane at that point, which is somewhat kind of like dim even during the day. And so it's like, I feel like I can't, because I have seen somebody will open a window and immediately everybody on the plane goes woo and turns around and looks at them. And so
and like, to me, I don't care what you do with the window. I usually get the window anyway, so I kind of put myself in control of that. But if I don't have the window, I don't do a thing because I didn't get the window. You know, if I wanted it, I can't complain.
Well, and it's like once you're in the air, everything looks the same. It's just clouds and everything. Yeah. So like you get that first 10 minutes or so of getting in the air, and then you got to close it.
Yeah, and I think they say that
you keep it open for the takeoff and open it for the landing.
I think I thought there was like a law like you had to keep the window open during takeoff and landing for some reason. I thought there was. That may not be in the charter. I always said that because the flight attendant would always come around and say, you got to open your window during takeoff or whatever. They have said that to me before. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just assumed it was a law. Maybe they're just telling me what to do.
So do people fight over it or no?
Well, they're not like getting into a fight. But yeah, I mean, people are like, now there's like stories coming out about how people are slapping each other's hands away when they're trying to touch the window.
My problem is always the armrest. I hate it. Whether the elbow, mine go up or back. And then you got to keep them in my lap. It's awful. I still don't have the hierarchy worked out.
You gotta go high-low
with the elbow. And who has high?
See?
See?
There you go. You don't know.
You don't know.
So
I want low. I want them back.
If you get first class, you have all the room.
How many times have you flown first class?
Just once.
Okay. For your brother's wedding?
No, that was business. That was business class.
He's only flown commercial once. Everything else is the Russell jets.
With middle class, only like once or twice.
All right, last one. One more dating suggestion for the weekend. People are going, the new trend, Peyton, is Home Depot.
Home Depot
dating.
I was losing hope for society, Sean. but women in 2023 are ditching dating apps, and they are vying for a chance to meet their crush, their man, at Home Depot. And what they're saying they're doing, and this is amazing. They're going to the Home Depot, and the TikTok trend is to look confused in the lumber aisle. You're in the lumber aisle.
Yeah, I'm looking for some wood.
Yeah, they are. You're looking confused, hoping Prince Charming comes along and strikes up a conversation. But I do think this is short-sighted. Single men, are they hanging out at the Home Depot? So
I'm not. I can't go anywhere near a Home Depot.
I'm
that bad.
I went and did some research on this.
In terms of handiness.
My assumption is, this is the assumption, like, homeowners typically go to Home Depot, right? When I was in an apartment, I never went to Home Depot.
Right.
I had no reason to go. Like, I don't have a lawn. I don't have, I didn't have a reason to go to Home Depot in an apartment. And as a homeowner, I go twice a week now. Because I'm one of these fake do-it-yourself handy guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and only 10% of homeowners are single men.
Maybe this isn't replacing Hinge. Maybe this is replacing Ashley Madison, and the girls are looking for married men.
There you go. That's what it is. They're not looking for single men. They're looking for available men. And available is far different than single.
Yeah, why do I want somebody that's not been chosen by any other woman? Let me go find somebody that clearly was good enough that somebody married them.
There you go.
Yeah, I can't speak to this at all. I don't go to Home Depot. I have no business in Home Depot. I think I've gone to get paint 1 or 2 times for someone else to paint. But that's it. I think I picked out a ceiling fan for someone else to install the ceiling fan. I have no business.
Man, I spray painted some chairs a couple weeks ago. I went to Home Depot, I think, no less than 9 times in 2 days to have to go back. I had to return something, return the paint, get new paint, return this one, go get more. Oh, I need to sand this. Oh, I need primer. Oh, man, I need drop cloths. I mean, it's like I couldn't go there just once with a list and get everything I needed. I had to keep going back because I'm a moron.
Yeah, I've been meeting with Mr. Electric recently. Oh. They're going to join the station, and man, I've the routes I've gone to avoid Mr. like Electric talk. I'm like, so do you guys do like is it light bulbs and like is it light? I'm like trying to avoid any type of Mr. Electric talk, any type of electricity talk, because I'll just end up blushing. I'll embarrass myself. I tell them straight up, though. I'm like, I need y'all. I can't, no DIY over here.
Oh, yeah. You're the perfect person for that.
Yeah, you are.
like right there. Like, you should just be like, you clearly want me.
You can navigate the breaker box, though, right? Can you turn off a room, the power to a room?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I can do that. But, like, working my sprinkler system, when you said you turn off your sprinklers, like, for the winter, I'm like, oh, I should do that. But that's, if I have to turn them back on to set them at a schedule, no freaking chance. No chance. Even I have like one driveway light out in the front yard, and like
a driveway light.
It's like, the lights outside your home. That's it. It's like nothing crazy. It's not my drawbridge light, so you don't like Mac Angle. It's my driveway light. The lights on the garage.
Oh, okay.
On the garage, but it's got like the top twist thing, and like it's enclosed, so that's been a
coach
pain
light.
for me.
It's called coach light.
Sure, whatever.
I thought you were saying you had your driveway lined like a runway.
Oh,
lined with lights.
No, that's in the backyard with the pool.
There you go.
Wow.
All right, so 877-881-1053, chuckwreck.com. Text line to hit us up. Is there any other things that y'all wanted to squeeze in here before we get back to the conspiracy theory? I think we're good.
No, I think we're good.
Okay, let me get to the conspiracy theory. Damar Hamlin, my buddy, who was my best friend growing up, he is now turned. He is a conspiracy theorist. He is in the Larry Johnson, Aubrey Huff camp. He's gone over to that side. It's caused many fights. They're trying to say that Damar Hamlin is really not alive, that he got shown during the Bills playoff game in the snow, but you couldn't see his face. Why did he have like a mask over his face? Why hasn't anyone really seen Damar Hamlin? He really, got vaccinated, and he died because of that. The heart that he held up, his signature, it wasn't held up the right way, the typical way for Damar. And Josh Allen was asked about the conspiracies with Kyle Brandt.
That's stupid. One, that's Damar's swag. That's what he liked. He likes wearing that. Two, he was in the locker room with us pregame. So, yes, that was Damar. There's absolutely zero chance. There's absolutely zero chance. That's
Okay.
DeMar Hamlin. That's our guy. That's our brother. He was with us pregame, postgame. He was up in the suite with his family, his little brother, 100%. So people need to stop.
I got it.
Stop it.
Well, there it is. DeMar Hamlin is not really existing. And this is all an Aubrey Huff. Man, they let that idiot back on social media. Good God. Aubrey Huff. And who was the other person I said?
Larry Johnson.
Larry Johnson. The former great Chiefs running back.
Oh, that Larry Johnson. I thought you were talking about LJ.
No, not Grandmama.
LJ?
I was thinking it was that Larry.
Let me be clear. I apologize to Grandmama. No, this is Chiefs Larry Johnson.
Oh, okay. I've been thinking of the wrong person for 2 weeks while you've referenced that.
No. Chiefs Larry Johnson.
Chiefs.
He's on another planet.
Yeah, he's a conspiracy theorist. There is no doubt about that. This was always...
This is some Alex Jones stuff right here.
Yeah, this was disappointing to see people thinking that he's really dead and it's a body double. Like, can we not have a good... Can nobody feel good about things? Like, my goodness.
We have to ruin this one?
Yeah.
We had to ruin this one.
Like, why are they doing... What's the point of this? I don't get it. I don't understand.
To say that he got vaccinated. He got vaccinated and it's a government cover-up.
Yeah, you don't think old Cole Beasley, who's on that team, would have said, "Yeah, he really did." Right. You know, like,
he was. He was here, but Cole Beasley was there this week.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
Cole Beasley would say, "I didn't see DeMar."
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Cole Beasley would have exposed it.
Yeah, he would have exposed it.
Yeah,
it's no, and you know what's interesting there that I'm surprised didn't get blown up a little more was that in the course of that conversation, he's saying, "I can say there's zero chance it wasn't because I physically saw him," and then he went, like, for instance, the moon landing. Like, I didn't see that. I believe the Earth is round, but I guess there's that 0.001% chance because I haven't seen it from space. It's like, all right, well, slow down, Josh. You don't need to make that comparison. Like, but I was surprised we didn't get a little bit of Josh Allen is not totally convinced of the moon landing and that the Earth is round.
Meanwhile, Tua's parents, Tua Tagovailoa, Tua Tagovailoa. Tua
Tagovailoa.
All right,
it's called Tua Tags.
Can you say the last name?
Tagovailoa.
Yeah. Tua Tagovailoa's parents, they say that he's not going to be retiring early, despite all the head injury stuff. He's not retiring early, according to TMZ.
Good.
Is it?
Well, I mean, maybe it isn't good.
Good.
I want to see him
out there.
I mean, I want to see him succeed. I want to see what kind of player he can become. I do think he can become a really good football player, but. Man, you know, it was Jeff Schwartz who said, and I can't believe he said, you know, he's got to learn how to fall.
Yeah,
part of
classic.
Oh yeah, a lot of people have been saying that lately.
You know, and these are football guys. They're saying part of what they teach you is how to fall, how to get tackled, how to protect your body, protect your head. And Schwartz like an offensive lineman, so he's constantly getting rolled up on. You know,
Yeah.
and you got to find out what. I remember when Parcells came here. It's completely different. But none of the offensive linemen were wearing knee braces, and he made them wear metal knee braces the day he got here.
Gosh,
put the metal knee braces on,
looking like Forrest Gump.
Yeah. So I've heard some people say that, you know, but like, you know, what does this long term outlook look like for him?
Yeah, if he's comfortable playing, doesn't want to retire, that's great. The good news. I'm glad he's doing whatever makes him comfortable. But like, I don't think. Have we reached a point where I don't think anybody would blame him if he were to announce I'm done?
No.
I think that.
Well, it's also interesting to think about the decade comparisons, right? Like how many players went through this in the 70s, 80s, 90s?
Yeah.
Right?
How many players played the rest of games with head injuries and they were sitting there just being woozy?
Well, you can have it both ways, and you can say Troy Aikman obviously went through this. If Troy Aikman was into a situation, would we be trying to make Aikman retire? It seems like Aikman is fine. And then you have the opposite end where these guys are getting CTE and passing away early and not acting like themselves.
I remember Super Bowl 32. When I was growing up, I was big into like collecting Super Bowl broadcasts. And I remember I was watching Super Bowl.
Hang on.
What?
Collecting Super Bowl broadcasts?
Yeah, like the original like recording off TV and stuff.
That's cool.
So you would record it?
I would record it, and then there were
you
other
have
people.
Like a VHS tape collection.
Well, they've been transferred over to DVD at this point.
Whoa!
But like that, there was like a big, there was a huge like
Bobby Sabol over here.
There was a huge.
Does anyone get that reference?
Yeah, I get it. There was a huge internet trading community where you could then swap games with people. Like, hey, I got this broadcast. Did you get this? Because you could trade, you couldn't sell. That was the rule.
Wow.
And so I remember I was watching Super Bowl 32. I don't know, like 7-8 years ago, and Jim Gray is right after the first quarter touchdown run from Terrell Davis against the Packers is like doing this report, and he said he came over, he was a little woozy, he's got the concussion, but he'll be back out there on the next drive. I'm like,
yeah,
what?
Yeah,
he's got the concussion, but he'll be back out there and he'll run for 150 yards, 3 touchdowns, and win MVP.
Can't use the anymore.
How about the Patriots drama? Go ahead, you might as well explain.
All right, so
you're saying the radio station is in trouble?
We are. The 105.3 The Fan is in trouble.
Ohio State's in trouble too.
Ohio State's in trouble as well. The Associated Press in their new AP style book, which, boy, that brought back some haunting memories for me from college, the AP style book. But it says it is recommending that you avoid using the labels. And then it goes on to and a lot of it is good. Because it does generalize and it does kind of dehumanize, like the poor, the mentally ill.
Yeah.
Instead of people of lesser means or people with mental illnesses. So, yeah, in that case, it's good. But in their press release, they also put the French. That's like, what? But the French?
Well, this doesn't apply to
the fan. Yeah. It's just you're generalizing, you're dehumanizing fans. Put the in front of them. We're just 105 fan now. 105.3 fan.
Oh, so Stephen A was right.
Stephen A was right.
105.3 fan.
105 the fan.
105 the fan. What was it? 105 the fan.
Yeah, 105 the fan.
105 the fan. So the is supposed to be taken out.
Yeah. So Ohio State, you're in trouble.
You're done.
You're in trouble.
Peyton, that's when you do the drop of Stephen A.
105 the fan.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's go.
I was looking for it.
We got to make sure we don't check out. 8 a.m. Friday. Let's not check out. Everyone stay on board.
Watch, we get
Get your head off Molly. Come on.
Fan 105.3.
Fan 105.
That's what we are now.
All right. So I did this just to. Well, Peyton did this. So I'm going to do this now just to trigger Bobby. Yesterday we talked about Peter King saying that he would take Brock Purdy over Dak to start a franchise. Well, now we have it in audio form.
How strange is it to think that if I were starting a franchise right now, I'd rather have Brock Purdy be my quarterback than Dak Prescott. That sounds totally, absolutely insane, but that's the way I feel. In 8 NFL games, Brock Purdy has not fumbled the ball, and he's only thrown 3 picks. He is the perfect quarterback for a team that has a defense like the San Francisco 49ers.
Where the hell's he calling from?
Yeah, were those the Nixon White House tapes? Like, what the hell was that?
So, man, as if Peter's take couldn't be worse, it is because of his delivery and his audio there. I hate that I love Peter's column. It's so in-depth. It's so long. It's fantastic. I love it so much, but this is such a stupid take.
No, it is, but you're right. I've always loved.
You just isolated why Brock Purdy's the perfect quarterback for the 49ers, but then you're making a larger discussion of why Brock Purdy would be the guy you take over Dak to start a franchise. Come on, man.
I mean, like, I would bet there are still people across the league who, if you just gave them choices of the 49ers quarterbacks, wouldn't pick Brock. Like, there'd still be people right now that would go, well, give me Trey Lance. I'd rather have Trey Lance, and I'd rather start with that.
Right.
But, yeah, you're right. Like, I mean, Peter is... his that 10 things I think is one of my favorite reads in any article portion, but sometimes he says some wild things.
What did the tuna have to say about the Cowboys and everybody else?
So Bill Parcells wrote I guess he was late delivering it to them because they just published it like 2 days ago, which is analyzing all 14 teams,
Mike
NFL playoff
too
teams.
Busy trying to get McCarthy fired.
Right, exactly.
This is Tannenbaum's website.
It is the 33rd team, which Doug Peterson actually recently partially credited the work he was doing there for keeping him sharp as he went back to the NFL. But Bill Parcells did a breakdown of all the teams in the playoffs, his thoughts on them, and this is what he had to say about the Cowboys. Let's see if there's anybody resists anything that he's saying here. I think they're a good team. They don't have the top quality quarterback in Dak Prescott.
True.
But I do think he's good enough to win with. So he's saying he's not the upper echelon, but you can win with Dak Prescott.
All true.
He says, I just think they have to put more pieces around him. They have to be more reliant on the overall scheme. Their defense is pretty good, but their overall offensive scheme has to be more balanced. I also think they're going to have to invest in some new running backs. Tony Pollard had a great year. I don't know if he can hold up for too long physically, and he's a free agent this offseason. I think Ezekiel Elliott is near the end. Come on back, Tuna. You don't want to pay the running backs.
Yep.
You think Dak Prescott?
More, though. See, this to me, this makes me think of the early in the year discussion and whether we were wrong. The Cowboys were trying to tell us we want to be a Parcells team. We want to run the ball and play defense. And you and I, Choppy and I, were like, no, you got to throw it. You got to throw to win. Dak Prescott is capable. Is the way you feel about Dak now make you change your mind or admit that we were wrong about them wanting to be pass first, second, third versus a Parcells type team, defense, and run it? Did Dak Prescott just prove us wrong with the way the Cowboys' early formula was?
No, I don't think so. What is this? I think the stats like the best running offense or the best rushing attack or whatever is the equivalent of the 17th best passing attack in terms of.
Oh, yeah, I'd believe that.
You know, what your points for the year is going to be, your efficiency, all that stuff. And Dak's far better than the 17th best quarterback in the NFL, and this is far better than the 17th best passing offense. So, no, I would not. I don't think that proves us wrong. I think we may be wrong because we're just idiots.
Do they need to run it more next year? You're still going to say no?
I would still say no. Look, I mean, for all the grief that the Cowboys get for running the ball, I mean, the Niners ran it way more than we did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, they need to be more balanced. They were 6th in rushing attempts. They were 19th in passing attempts. Like,
say that again.
They were 6th in rushing attempts. They were 19th in passing attempts.
Now, part of that's because they're winning games. They were 12-5, right? So when you win games, typically you're going to run the ball more because you're running.
Yeah, but we did also complain pretty consistently that they were for each set of downs, 2 out of the 3 plays were runs, and you were putting your quarterback in 3rd and 7.
Marty ball, right?
Isn't that
what Marty ball was?
San Fran is supposed, yes.
Marty was his
mentor.
Yeah.
San Fran is supposed to be, though, running it more because they don't have a quarterback who's as good.
Right. Well, and they have a scheme that does it effectively. So, like, I mean,
they run with everybody.
And there's a point. Yeah, there's a point where it becomes like there's a benefit to the efficiency if you're doing it as well as like San Francisco has at different points over the last several years.
Real quick, like with Tennessee a couple years ago. You know, when Derrick Henry was averaging 8 yards a carry in the playoffs, by all means, run. Like that's that's super.
Yeah, if they're going to give you that,
effective.
do it.
Absolutely.
All right, who is going to the Super Bowl? It's time to make the official picks for Sunday. Give us yours, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Who is moving on to the Super Bowl next on Sean and RJ? But let's move on over.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's make these picks. Fist pump time for Bobby Belt, apparently. Here on Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif, RJ Chopper. We got Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan, and you. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Who is moving on to the big game in Arizona? The radio station is heading out there for all the coverage. 2 o'clock on Sunday, San Francisco at Philadelphia. The Eagles are favored by 2.5. The over-under is 46. Then at 5:30, Cincinnati at Kansas City. The Chiefs right now, Choppy, are favored by 1. The over-under is 47.5. Let me update the poll question. Who are you rooting for? You have to pick one. Who are you rooting for in the NFC Championship? RJ and I are rooting for San Francisco we're rooting for Philadelphia. We're rooting for Philly after the San Francisco fans came for our families and our children. A little bit over the line.
Yep.
I hate I root for their host to be fired and jobless in San Francisco. No hesitation. And I hate their players now, too. I hate Trent Williams. I hate Deebo Samuel, and I used to love Deebo. I hate George Kittle, and I really hate Nick Bosa. I had my way with him. What the hell?
I looked into Tyron's soul.
So now I've generated... I hate the 49er players way more than the Eagles players. You know, I think A.J. Brown, a little bit of a crybaby for what he pulled when they were dominating the Giants, and he's sulking and pouting on the sideline. Like, grow up. What are you talking about? You guys are destroying a team to move on to the conference title, and you're whining about your touches. There's no way to dislike Jalen Hurts for me. I can't stand. We all hate Sirianni except for Choppy. And I guess Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, he's hated by Kelvin Joseph.
Gosh.
I didn't understand what was going on there.
So this was actually...
Burnt man toast, sorry.
Yeah, burnt man toast. This was actually an outpouring of the Stephon Diggs, Eli Apple thing, where it just had trickled down to them. And it was Trayvon Diggs' tweet where he said, the whole clowns, guys be, talking tough when they know they're not like that. And it was... Actually, let me get the tweet up here. It was actually Chauncey Gardner-Johnson had quote tweeted Trayvon Diggs and had said, like, guys don't know if they want to be gangsters or they want to be football players, yada, yada, yada. And so Kelvin Joseph quote tweets that and goes like, yeah, man, it's the same guys that when they get hit are running off the field and blah, blah, blah. And Chauncey Gardner-Johnson replied to him and said, like, I don't mess with snitches. You go troll with the feds, not me.
Whoa.
Yeah, he came at him. And then, of course, Kelvin Joseph replied with a picture of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson getting punched in the face and was like, don't run away so fast next time.
Gardner-Johnson got his car stolen in Philly, too, after they beat the Giants. God. He goes, this is what we do? This is what we do after playoff wins? Someone in Philly jacked his car.
That sucks.
So that was Boss Man Fats, Burnt Man Toast, Kelvin Joseph getting involved. So here are the poll results on who the Tolos are rooting for. 1,000 votes so far at 105.3 SS, and it's perfectly 80-20. 80% are rooting for San Francisco. They cannot bring themselves to root for the Eagles because of years and years and months of trash talk from the Burger King, Howard Eskin, and everybody else. So 80-20, 80% rooting for the 49ers to advance if you have to pick one. How about the trash talk that's taking place on the other side? The Bengals are calling it Burrowhead.
This is so good. Oh, I love that.
How good is that?
I really am. I really am falling in love with Joe Burrow. Really am.
Is that your biggest loss on the show, or is it Kittle, Kelsey? You have to pick one.
I immediately lost the Burrow thing because he just was. I think I owned up immediately. I was like, I guess I'm wrong, and I just personally dislike him for some reason.
No, you didn't immediately own up to it.
No, because it was the next day.
You're
I came
like,
back.
I have a quote. I'm gonna go find it.
Right. So I'm saying is that the very next day when I came in, I was like, I couldn't find any of them. So I guess you were right. And I was like, but I just don't like him for some reason.
Such a liar. You never told me I was right about it.
Oh my gosh.
I would remember if you told me I was right.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go back. Peyton, we're gonna go. far back does the archiver go? We have to go find it now.
Not that far.
All right, perfect. No, but like, yeah, probably.
We were arguing whether Joe Burrow was cool or not.
Well, I lost that argument.
Definitely cool.
I lost that argument. Well, I was arguing saying he was kind of douchey, like, and he was kind of like an arrogant.
Fine line. There's a fine line, but anybody who can rock the high turtleneck the way he did, I mean, he's pretty cool, man.
So the Bengals are now calling it, we're going not to Arrowhead, but to Burrowhead, and Travis Kelce was asked about that.
We are the loudest stadium in the world on record. 142 decibels.
Did you guys break the record this week?
I don't know. Maybe we're going to have to break it this week because a lot of Cincinnati Bengals fans are calling it Burrowhead instead of Arrowhead.
Arrowhead. Whoa.
Yeah.
The disrespect to Arrowhead continues.
They're throwing a lot of bulletin board material out there, man.
It's clever, though. You got to respect the cleverness.
The Bengals players are saying it, too. And you're getting the Chiefs, Willie Gay, linebacker, says, no, this one's going to come back and bite, I think. He said there's nothing that impresses him about the Bengals offense.
What is it about that Bengals offense that maybe impresses you the most? You played it a few times.
Nothing.
Okay.
Right. What do you got to do personally, you think, to go out there and have your best game and help get the team to the Super Bowl?
Stop the run, for sure. They're going to try to do that to, act like they can big boy us, but front 6, 7, going to definitely do our job and try to slow that down.
So this is now the best rivalry in the National Football League, right?
The quarterback rivalry?
No, just Chiefs-Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was going to be Chiefs-Bills. We thought it has been for the last couple of years.
Like NBA, and I think the best rivalry in sports is Warriors-Grizzlies right now. They genuinely dislike each other, which I love.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, even though right now we always say, can it be a rivalry if one side dominates? Kansas City would be the reason that this is not a rivalry because they can't beat Cincinnati. The Bengals 3-0.
They own them. Now, one of those games, the Chiefs were putting it to them. And, they really blew it. They really blew it in that conference championship game. I am rooting for the Chiefs.
Okay.
I am rooting for the Chiefs.
I don't really have a rooting favorite. I'm okay. If Mahomes is out there limping around, I think I'll find myself rooting for that type of story, like Mahomes on one leg, defends Arrowhead. But I also really like Joe Burrow. I don't really have a feeling one way or the other towards the Bengals organization.
I love when they do the white helmets with the black tiger stripe.
Oh, yeah.
Bengal stripe.
I love their white uniforms.
I think it looks such a clean look.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I love Burrow too. Like, this is not like, Manning Brady, I had a vested interest in Peyton Manning and a hatred for Tom Brady. And I've changed on that because Manning's out of the league. I could just love Tom Brady now. So I don't have the hatred, but I do need, I'm a big proponent, prestige and pedigree. I love, Patrick Mahomes. Neither one was particularly, highly rated out of high school. One was a 3-star, one was a 4-star. Outside Ohio State, Joe Burrow's best college offer was West Virginia. He got a bunch of Central Michigans and Toledos and Ohio University. He was not a highly recruited player. So there's no pedigree there. So it's just about feel and who you like better.
So because he is a perfect 10-0 with the money line, Bobby Belt has not lost a straight up playoff pick according to him this postseason. I think it's accurate.
It is.
You get to go first.
I don't have I honestly don't have a great feel for either of these. The other 10, I felt pretty confident in every team that I picked. So on this one, I was feeling like I was going to go Bengals all week, but I'm just going to go Kansas City. At some point, Mahomes has to win one of these matches. And you look at, in one of these games, they were up 18 at one point, and in the other two losses, they were leading in the fourth quarter and lost. And so, I know he's hurt, but I got to feel like there's a little bit of a sense of rallying around the quarterback, toughing it out. You're at Arrowhead or Burrowhead. And so I'm gonna pick Kansas City.
Okay. And NFC?
I'm picking San Francisco. I just think San Francisco's been the best team in the NFC for the last.
This is your last Hurts hurrah.
It's
try to see Jalen fail so you can be perfect in the NFC with your quarterback takes.
Those linebackers, like if there's anybody built to slow down Jalen Hurts, even if he's healthy, it's San Francisco. Like those are the guys.
What about his deep passing with what the Cowboys would not try against San Fran with A.J. Brown and Hurts throwing deep? They're going to make the same mistake as the Cowboys with Kellen, what did the total tell me? Curl Moore. They've renamed Kellen Curl
Moore.
Curly Kellen with all his curl routes.
No, I think that. Look, I mean, there's still, we have yet to. He didn't. I thought the Giants were massively confused the other day, and they were, the Eagles were able to take advantage of a lot of scheme looks and things like that. But like, we have not seen yet exactly how. While that shoulder's gotten better, he's still not 100%. So I don't know, and that's the one thing that with that injury, I remember McCarthy talked about it when they were coming into the Eagles game. He said with that injury, the one thing that we knew we couldn't do with Aaron Rodgers was we couldn't throw it deep. So like with that injury, if he's hurt at all, it's going to be tough to press down the field. But I think the thing that makes him so dangerous is that running game and that read option, and San Francisco is the best team to slow it down. So give me the 49ers.
All right, so you're going 49ers Chiefs Super Bowl. Pay. Money line straight up or with points, whatever you want to do.
I'm going to go Chiefs and 49ers, rematch of a few years ago. I think Mahomes gets past the ankle injury and stuff, and yeah, Bobby's right. I mean, the reason the Chiefs have lost the last 3 to the Bengals is, they had double-digit leads, fourth quarter leads, and blew it. You can't do that fourth time. Mahomes has to get Burrow once.
You're both wrong. And this is easy picks for me, straight up. It's going to be Philadelphia against Cincy. Bengals, Eagles, Super Bowl. I know Mahomes says he's fine and healthy. Cincinnati is the most confident team of the Final Four. It's not even close. They think they own the Chiefs. And Mahomes is compromised. Give me the Bengals. And Philadelphia's defense is going to look like San Fran against us. They will limit Brock Purdy and the 49ers. And this will be Jalen Hurts' moment in Philadelphia. I'll be rooting for it. Go Eagles. Eagles, Bengals, Super Bowl.
I am so torn on the AFC game. So torn. I know Mahomes is hurt, but he is first in QBR from inside the pocket this year. And first in TD passes from inside the pocket. So that maybe that means that he doesn't need his legs. But man, you're right. Cincy is so confident, and they are good.
Like they probably wanted Kansas City.
They did. They did not want a lesser team. This team may screw up against a bad team, but they come to play when it is time to face a big dog. So give me Philly in the AFC. Philly in the NFC. I'm rooting for Kansas City in the AFC, but it is going to be Cincy. I'm rooting for the Chiefs.
So you and I, same picks. Bobby and Peyton, same picks.
I'm rooting for the Chiefs, but I'm betting on Cincy. It's going to be really, really difficult. Like, either way, I win.
Did Chris Sims say this?
Yeah. Oh,
how long was this?
The Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts thing?
Yeah, this was Monday, I believe.
That he would what?
If you were to switch the quarterbacks, would the result be different? Right? And I think it's kind of interesting. You could do that for all the games. I don't know if any of the games would be different, but for this one specifically, like Daniel Jones now is under fire. Giants fans, is he the guy? Is he not the guy? Can we win with him? If he was playing for the Eagles and if Jalen Hurts was playing for the Giants, I mean, how much did the Eagles win by? 20
right.
still?
Well, yeah,
30?
I don't think
might be closer.
I don't think it's a whole lot different because Daniel Jones is going to be able to do the same thing. I mean, he can do some of the things that Jalen Hurts. Yeah, maybe not as good a runner, but we know he's really close. It's not like, oh, whoa, way better. Again, if you're going to ask me who I'd rather have as a passer, I'd rather have Daniel Jones. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. You're going to get me in trouble today.
And this is not, but I'm just saying, it's just to speak more to the quality of the teams, right? That's stating the obvious here, right?
Okay, is he qualifying it as just a passer? Is that what we're doing here?
But he's not a better passer.
He said he was close as a runner, and he'd take him as a passer, so.
I try to defend Chris Sims, but
I can't defend somebody who has the top button always buttoned. I just can't do it.
Top button or the turtleneck?
Oh, I would go turtleneck. I would much prefer a turtleneck over the top buttoned. All
right.
But no, look, that's a Luda thing to say.
Back to the Cowboys. Dan Quinn is back. Is Kellen Moore gone? We'll get to that at 8:40, but stop daydreaming. Stop. Otherwise, you may be in trouble. Let's get you ready for your weekend, and Bobby's going to explain why Elon is trying to protect or attack Texas Next on The Fan.
Nation, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
How about the drama in New England? Is this Bill Belichick's biggest embarrassment?
Yes.
Has to be, right?
Absolutely. I'm trying to think if he did anything.
Jets one day.
I mean, that turned out to be the right move. I'm trying to think if he did anything in Cleveland. When he cut Bernie Kosar, he was a number one villain in that town. But yeah, this has to be his biggest embarrassment. The Matt Patricia, Joe Judge experiment.
Yeah.
And there's stories coming out of Boston that he blanked us. That's what the reports are saying.
One source told the Boston Herald, "I love Coach, but he effed us." And this is his biggest embarrassment, I think, by far. The arrogance and the cockiness and the reports that came out that Mac Jones, what's Mac Jones is probably thinking right now, this is the great Bill Belichick. This is the genius. This guy's nothing close to Saban. That's probably what he's thinking. He's coming from Saban on over to this. And then he's given Matt Patricia as a play caller and no weapons. Here's a portion of the report, Boston Herald. Mac Jones was not a fan of his position coach. Remember, they took that tool Joe Judge on their staff. As Matt Patricia came under fire from the outside, Judge drew increasing criticism from within. Belichick would blast him in practice, and it wasn't uncommon for Judge and Jones to trade profanity-laced outbursts. Jones' trust in his position coach was effectively non-existent. One source said Mac didn't like him at all. Joe Judge, all I can think of is Columbo grabbing him by the throat, allegedly. Someone said Judge would speak extra loudly in meetings, trying to project like he was the guy. And that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. A lot of people were frustrated with Judge. So these are some of the inside reports coming out yesterday on the Patriots offensive mess, which has led them to rehire Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, and now Bill O'Brien's going to take over. And look, that could be good. I mean, I think he's a good OC. I think he's a good coach in general.
He might be a good head coach.
I think he is a good head coach. I think he's a terrible GM.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he made the playoffs in Houston with what? It was like 3 or 4 different quarterbacks he dragged to the playoffs. That's not nothing.
I'd hire him over Frank Reich.
Yeah, look, I think Reich got... I think Frank Reich got a little too much blame for what was a messy situation in Indianapolis. He when you look at it, I think his first year there, they were getting things together. Then the next 2 years, they had a winning record, and then the fourth year, he got fired at 3-5. So, to me, I think that Reich I think Reich does deserve another shot somewhere.
I mean, if he or the GM was really kind of pounding the table to get these retread quarterbacks,
right?
Which
we need to find that out.
Yeah, we do. Because if it was Ballard and Reich wanted to tear it down and draft somebody, I can give.
But it's hard to not believe it was Frank Reich pounding the table for Carson.
I agree.
So he
probably, yes.
You got
I agree.
Wentz, you got Ryan not developing Ellinger. So apparently they'd be in the staff meetings and someone would say, how are we going to solve this? What if the defense does this? What are we going to do? And the staff would say, we'll get to that when we get to it. That type of attitude, quote, got us in trouble.
Man, you never, ever hear cracks coming from New England. From inside those walls.
Nope.
You never hear that. And Bill's always hired. He's always had young staff that he promotes. He doesn't usually go outside the organization to get, an OC or defensive coordinator. Not typically.
Or retread somebody.
Or he will retread one of his own guys. He will.
Yeah, which is what he did with McDaniels. He's done it with Patricia, Judge. He's doing it now with O'Brien.
And Frank Reich, of course, is now the new head coach of the Carolina Panthers, as he used to throw passes for them. And now he's going to be their head coach. A lot of people are furious. I get it, and I agree with it, that Steve Wilkes did not get this job. Another bad look for the NFL with balance when it comes to race. Steve Wilkes just tweeted, "The sun rose this morning, and by the grace of God, so did I. I'm disappointed but not defeated. Many people are not built for this. but I know what it means to persevere and see it through. I wish Frank Reich all the best. I'll always be a fan of the Panthers football team. I love the idea that someone threw out there that all the minority candidates should boycott the interviews so that the teams can't make their actual hires. I get such a kick out of that. We're not going to interview with you. We know it's fake. Now, look, while I'm saying this, the supposed leaders in Arizona and Denver are black, right? Brian Flores and D'Amico Ryans are supposedly the leading candidates, not Sean Payton.
But both teams want Sean Payton. You would think, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason Ryans is in Denver is because Sean Payton thing, it sounds like, has gone sideways with somebody in the ownership.
Yeah, who knew he disliked Condoleezza Rice?
I know, man. What's going on with that?
No, that was reported he hit it off with her.
Well, you know that one of Sean's people said to Mark Maskey, Washington Post, someone said Sean's got a problem with the ownership. Oh, but it's not.
Make sure to say
it's not Condoleezza.
It's not Condi.
It's not Condoleezza Rice. So that's where we stand.
You cannot get on her bad side. She's a member at Augusta. You always want to be on her good side.
All right, what's going on with Elon and Texas?
Well, it's as Choppy referenced frequently last week with the 49ers coming to town is that there are so many 49ers fans here in Texas because they've all moved from California. They're all trying to get away, and the most famous transplant, other than maybe Joe Rogan from California to Texas, is Elon Musk, and that's been a sore spot for people in California. Does he actually
live here?
Well, in terms of just transplanting his businesses. Joe Rogan actually lives here, but Elon transferred his businesses here. And so this was a story in the San Antonio Express News the other day that Silicon Valley billionaires, the grass may not be greener in Texas for much longer because California lawmakers are about ready to stick it to these people that want to come to Texas. So California is thinking about introducing a wealth tax on people who make $1 billion, but a wealth tax on people who make over $1 billion.
Over $1 billion.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the proposed law also includes a provision that would allow the state to pursue wealth taxes from former California residents who built their wealth in California but later moved to Florida, Texas, or another state. And people, economists and such, analysts are referring to it as this would be the Elon Musk tax, that you're trying to get those people who hop to California or hop to Texas and say, well, let's go somewhere a little more beneficial to our money.
How are you going to get that?
I don't know.
What is your legal precedent? They don't live in your state.
I don't know how that would work. I don't know how you could do that other than, and again, I don't know. This is me speculating. Did they give them certain tax breaks to build there or certain things there that then it's well, we're recouping that because you bailed on us?
California, man. That's another reason I hate them.
California.
California. Yeah. Hope they all move out of there.
All right, what's your gambling update? Every week we get a Texas legislature gambling update from RJ Choppy, just waiting for the day.
Well, the day may be coming much, much faster than expected, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
So we had already seen one of the higher ups within the state say that he is in favor of legalizing gambling within the state of Texas. He does not want to see slot machines in gas stations, though, like you can have in Nevada, which is I'm fine with. Make them nice, make them resort style. But a new poll: 75% of Texans support casinos and legalizing gambling in the state. You cannot get 75% of people to literally agree on anything. You can't. I mean, you can barely get 75% of the people to agree on the Baseball Hall of Fame. All right? You cannot get 75% of people to agree on anything. But 75% of Texans support casinos. Oh, baby. That's got to come with sports books. You have to put sports books in here. It just can't be like Oklahoma or something where it's, it's just regular casino games. Please don't do that dollar ante or 50-cent ante.
Oh,
please don't do that.
Gosh. But what a beating that is.
You got to get sports books. These states with sports books, they're racking in $2 billion extra a year with sports books, man. Let's do it. We got the infrastructure. We got the people. There's plenty of money here. Let's do it.
Don't daydream. What does daydream qualify as? If I'm just sitting here in a commercial break and I'm thinking about something else, I was trying to was trying to define what daydreaming is.
Spacing out.
Yeah.
Spacing
Just
out.
lights are on, nobody's home.
Okay.
You ever sit in your car and get into a fake fight with somebody or with yourself? Just think about fighting.
Elaborate.
No.
No, you're like
you talk to yourself,
you
like you
talk
play
how
both
you
sides.
how you would handle a situation differently than you did, or whatever. But like it's when you space out, we start thinking about other things.
All right.
And there is now scientists have developed an alarm that goes off when you start daydreaming. Scientists from the brain information community.
This happens to me sleeping. Like last night.
That's just dreaming.
If my mind could write down, no, it's before I'm like, it's why I'm so conscious. I was dreaming though, but if my mind could write down the things that I think of, the random crap before I actually close my eyes and go to sleep, it's kind of disturbing. I mean, and I'm talking about from every spectrum of life, stupid, nonstop, a laundry list of things. So I don't know whether that qualifies as daydream, but how do they tell that you're daydreaming?
Well, it's a device, I guess, that uses sounds that picks up on brain waves and whether your mind is wandering. So they've developed this device that an alarm will go off if you start daydreaming. And I'm thinking to myself, man, some of the best ideas that I've ever had come daydreaming. I'm thinking, it's like that. I don't want to stop daydreaming. I want to be in my dreams. I want to stop daydreaming. You don't want to do it at work, but
we really
even
don't
at work you can.
Well, we really don't have a daydream type job,
right?
Like we really kind of have to focus for 4.5. It's not even 4.5 hours, right? Take out the commercial breaks, and then when we go home, you can daydream and do all that other stuff. You can daydream during a game. You can check your phone. You can this. You can that. And I also wonder how much the cell phone has reduced daydreaming, because when you have time to kill, you go right to your phone to look at stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's why daydreaming is kind of gone out of my mind, because I'm like, all right, let me go to Instagram, let me go to Twitter, let me go to social media.
Or has it increased daydreaming because it's killed your attention span? And so that when you're just supposed to be sitting somewhere, you start wandering. Makes me wonder.
So what happens if you get caught?
If you get caught daydreaming,
It just sets off an
It just sets
alarm?
off a little bit of like a little sound, a little buzzer. Just kind of click your mind back into place.
How are your kids' attention spans?
Well, my older kid, my 13-year-old, I mean, his attention span is as any other pubescent child's is. I mean, he is in his own world. He can't sit still. And when he does, he's just on his phone. And my other one, my younger one, he's on his phone all the time. I say their name. Crickets. Hey boys, let's get your shoes on. We're getting ready to go. They don't move. They're sitting in the chair. They're sitting there on their phone. I say it again. Hey guys, gotta start going. Gotta get your shoes on. Nothing. They don't move. I have to say things 5-6 times before I even get their head to raise up.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking.
They're not great. My genetics are involved and my attention span is awful. Always has been. And so it's not great. It's not so much, I don't think, the like being on the phone and zoned out. It's just they got the squirrel brain. It just
Was yesterday a perfect day for Dallas Cowboy Tolos? Dan Quinn back, Kellen Moore out, and why did Mike McCarthy call us disgusting? Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the greatness.
about 14 seconds ago, Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn informed interested teams that he is staying in Dallas.
Woo!
Run it back! Our guy's not going anywhere! Yes, sir. Second, Arizona, Indianapolis, and Denver.
Denver. Stunning. Dan Quinn returns again as Cowboys defensive coordinator. Two different reactions from the Tolos. One, he's being promised the job for 2024.
Yeah, right.
In case the Cowboys don't make it past the divisional round.
Is that the new bar? That's the guy to make the conference championship game?
I don't know.
That's been the bar.
That's kind of what it was for Jason at the end.
No, the bar was winning a first round. Let's start with a first round game. Let's win a playoff game. You think the bar? Obviously, it wasn't the bar. Mike McCarthy's coming back. Well,
no, it's for next year. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, for next year.
Like, because if let's say they get the bye. Let's say they get a first round bye next year and they lose in the division round. Well, as Wade was saying, we want a playoff game. We're not. And we made it the second round. That's a win. That's a win.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is that like you've won playoff games like recently. So I mean you won Garrett's second to last year here. You got to the same spot. Like you've lost 7 straight division playoff games. Like you need to win one of those. I think that's everybody's like, man, it's been 27 years since there's been a Super Bowl, but that's the one where it's like you got to knock that out. You have to get past that before you can talk about anything else. You haven't even gotten past that. That's why I think generally the standard for everybody at this point is at least get there. Whether it's an expectation or not is another discussion, but the standard is get there.
So Dan Quinn is back. The other reaction was the market may have frozen up on him. He realized he wasn't going to get hired in Indianapolis, in Denver, in Arizona. So let me just go ahead and announce that my heart's still in Dallas.
Yeah.
And I want to win a Super Bowl here.
It's also career choice-wise, I do believe the smart move to make. Like, he's still going to be in a position to get a job next year. Right?
Probably.
As long as the defense doesn't crater.
Yeah, even if the defense craters, Dan Quinn's not being judged on this year's defense. He's already been a head coach. He's already gone to a Super Bowl. I don't believe he's being judged on this year's defense.
Byron Leftwich did.
Richard was going to be the hot name, and then the defense fell apart.
Byron Leftwich was hired in Jacksonville, and now he's going to have to be a QB coach.
Oh, yeah.
After 1 year.
After 1 year, yes.
It's the stupidity of the league and their assessment.
Oh, for sure. But don't forget, like, Byron was never a head coach before. Chris Richard was never a head coach. Dan's got that. I think some teams like that. He's wanted all over the league right now. I still think that next year.
Not enough.
Yeah, I know, right? I still think next year, maybe it's a terrible interview. Who knows? I think next year he'll be still in line. But he also has a chance to take over this team. Like, this is the best of both worlds for him. Like, he's going to still, I think, get a chance next year, and maybe he wins here. Who knows? And this is a better situation. This team comes with a quarterback. Whether or not he's great or not, that doesn't matter. It has a quarterback. It's not like Carolina where they have, like, no idea who their next guy is.
So the announcement was made in Carolina. Frank Reich is getting the job, not Kellen Moore. So that set the media up to ask Mike McCarthy if Kellen was returning as OC.
I wrote I want to play this game, today. It's been a long couple of days. So Kellen Moore, and just like the rest of the coaches, will be evaluated. Every coach will be evaluated. So the evaluation just, it takes more than 1 day.
Chile. Newey Scruggs and others saying, if I was Kellen Moore, I would feel a bit uncomfortable. And you know what? If I was Kellen Moore, I want out of this city anyway. I'm public enemy number 1 after I got a top 3 scoring offense in back-to-back years. My approach, if I was Kellen, would be, screw you fans. You don't deserve me. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
That would be my approach.
100%.
I'm public enemy number 1.
Mm-hmm.
You kidding me? I won these games with Cooper Rush. I lost the left tackle. I don't have a true number 2 receiver. I got a fullback, a running back, and y'all want to sit there and come down on me? Man, I'm sick of this.
4th in scoring this year with Cooper Rush at times and a quarterback that half the city hates. And it's the OC's, and everybody hates the offensive coordinator and parts of hate the head coach. The defense was 12th in points allowed, and the defensive coordinator could do no wrong.
Were they 12th in points allowed? I thought they were 5th. They were 5th. They were 5th in points allowed.
No.
Yeah, they were. They were 12th in yards. They were 5th in points.
Sorry, yards.
No, look, and we've had this discussion recently. Like, you cannot be in favor of getting rid of Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott. They can't both be bad. You can't have a bad offensive coordinator and a bad quarterback and have basically the number one offense when they work together over the course of 4 years. Like, if that's the case, it's like, well, no. They either are both good or one of them is really great in elevating somebody who's bad, but you can't say both of them are bad and get the results you do.
Brock Purdy was giving Dan Quinn some props before the NFC Championship game, saying this was one of the best defenses. Now, he's only seen like 9. It's like Bobby saying he hasn't had a day off. He's been here a month. Here's Brock Purdy on Dan Quinn's defense.
I think they, had a great front. I thought their secondary was really, talented and skilled. So all around, I think their scheme was really good too. So I do think it was one of the best defenses that I've seen, that our team has seen this year. And obviously, this week's going to be a great challenge with the front that, Philadelphia has. So I thought it was a good game to have and, to work through and learn from, for this week's matchup.
All right, Choppy. Bobby is 55-45. Kellen's back. Give me your percentage after yesterday.
I think that it's I didn't love McCarthy's comments, but I do think it's a little high. I think it's like 60% that he's back. I'm personally
okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Personally, I think that, if you believe, and I don't know if Mike feels this way or not, but there's going to be talk of a warm seat.
For Mike?
Yeah.
Yes.
So do you really want to change things up? Like,
yeah.
Wouldn't continuity be a good thing? Don't quarterbacks typically, a lot of times, have a dip when they bring in a new OC that first year?
But so you weigh the continuity versus how can we really get to another round farther next year? Based on what? Sell me on that. I'm Jerry. Tell me how with Dak and Kellen back together, we make it to the conference title game of the Super Bowl. Sell me on it.
We had 12 wins this year. It's a very winnable conference, and we were in a one-possession game on the road against a team that hadn't lost since October.
But I would counter back with
our quarterback did not play well.
And I would say during no time in that game did I feel like the Cowboys were the better team or had a stranglehold. Like, it's clear that we were not better than San Francisco. And if we played 3 more times, I personally would not bet on Dak Prescott ever scoring 27 points against them.
Well, I'll say I'll counter with this. Well, we were tied in the start of the fourth quarter, late third quarter. We were tied 9. We're tied at 9. We lost our biggest, most explosive weapon right before the half. That played a role,
no doubt.
Now, I don't agree with a lot of that. Like, I don't, but those are the facts.
Now, if you're McCarthy and you're saying I'm on the hot seat though, and I'm going down on the ship, you're right. Like, do you want to bring in a new offensive coordinator and change things up? No. But do you say Nussmeier's here, he knows the offense, let Nussmeier call it, or I'm here for 3 years now, I know the offense, I will call it, and just say I'll go down with my own ship, and I'll feel good about if I go down, it's because I called the plays.
Who was the quarterback coach this year?
Nussmeier.
That's the guy Bassick said if someone was to be fired, it should be him. Because you're directly responsible for Dak individually. McCarthy yesterday was asked, would you call the plays? He was not very welcoming of the question. Kind of backhanded that one. And he was asked about the media narrative about his job and his job status if they won or didn't win big.
I get to talk to Jerry a lot, so I've never felt that. The narrative is externally generated. It's disgustingly, because I've been dealing with this as far as some of the things said about these assistants. I just think it's our industry should show more respect to the individuals. Change is part of it. We all understand it. It's part of our professional responsibilities, but when these guys, their families have to listen to some of the things that are said, it's not right, and no different than my family. So, but no, that wasn't it wasn't a moment, if that's what you're looking for.
So I hope you're listening to Brian Broaddus on G-Bag after that, because woo, Broaddus basically said, "Stop being soft, get over it, figure out how to score more than 12 points." Is McCarthy being sensitive there? Is he right, or is he just taking up for his assistants, his guys, as he does every season? I think that's his number one trait. I think he gives the football team a feeling that he's in the foxhole with them, and he'll take all the bullets for them.
I mean, look, I think the answer to that is all the above. He is being a little bit sensitive. He is a little bit right, and he is protecting his guys.
I mean, he says the media, like he talks about the media narrative order. Okay, so like who specifically are you saying has been unfair to who? Like when you say families say that, but who
let's
is it?
just take us, for instance.
I think we're unfair to Kellen in general as a city.
Many people thought that it was out of line for us to ask Jerry about Mike's job status before the Tampa game.
But when he references specifically because when he talks about the assistants and things like that, I assume he means the people who were let go yesterday and dancing on the grave, essentially. Who? Philbin? But like, I don't think anybody in this market was like, sell it, but Kellen's not been let go yet. So if we're talking about people who have been let go and we're talking about, because
let's not be so literal. We're talking about the status of assistants.
I know, and he said it's been a very tough, he was talking about it being a very tough day for those families and such. So those people who were let go, it seems to be who he's talking about.
Because they got fired or let go.
So who were we making it a more difficult day on, just by talking about whether or not they should have been let go?
Just in general throughout the season. But that's what makes me think he's manufacturing it a tiny bit. But basically, Kellen.
It's Dallas. This is Dallas. This is what comes with it. And if you don't realize that 3 years into this, you're not going to realize it a fourth year into it either.
And go to Jerry's office and get mad at him when Jerry wants to hem and haw on KMC and be all pissed off and make us think that heads are going to roll if you don't win big. That's why we take it back to that.
Yeah.
Wolchuk had the best response. He said, "Coach, just come read our fan texts and see what we get." See the amount of insults and people wishing for us to get fired every single day. Just go ahead and look at that. But I think Mike's been a little thin-skinned there. So that was the recap. Quinn back, Kellen out, and McCarthy a little disgusted.
Yeah, and I will say this. He's right to a point where I don't think you should ever, like when he is talking about people who are losing their jobs and their families are being uprooted and things are changing, I don't think you should just make a show of how happy you are about that, whether it be on social media, and I'm not saying we've done that, but on social media or anywhere else, I don't think you should be celebrating somebody's life radically changing for probably the negative. Like, let them have their space. Don't be a terrible person.
No one cares, okay? When Kellen Moore leaves here, there's going to be a parade on social media. It's fandom.
Sure.
Deal with it, not you. That's the way it is. It's sports. We talk about this stuff in the bars. We don't care about anyone's family having to pack up and move. No one cares, and I'm not saying anyone should care. Maybe you beat reporters or the people that live next to these guys in Frisco. It's sports. We're just having fun. We're trying to have debates. They are making a lot more money than us, so tough. Deal with it.
But I do get McCarthy then saying personally for him having to witness that, him being there's a little bit of grace, I think, to his sensitivity to it, is all I'm saying.
Who has the most to lose this weekend? Whose legacy gets boosted more? And does this general manager get God status in the NFC East if his team gets it done? NFC title game storylines along with the AFC Conference Championship overreactions or not, next.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. Only RJ, Choppy, and myself, since Bobby Belt likes to do it at different hours when it's not supposed to happen. I don't know what that was from Peyton. My God, was that on the fan cam?
I had to do it lefty.
That looked like the Saturday Night Live Chris Kattan with Will Ferrell.
Roxbury Brothers.
Roxbury Brothers. This is a Football Friday. Glad you're joining us as a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. What is he hearing about Kellen Moore? And then Mike Bassick with a Luka crosstalk at 9:40. A lot of Tolos are just checking out my Twitter poll asking how we could be rooting for Philadelphia to win, even against a team who knocked us out in back-to-back years. And it's simple. Once the San Francisco fans, led by their media, it's personal. It got personal. Once their fans started sending my wife messages about how they want her and my son to die in a fiery plane crash, that's overboard. That's a little over the line. What they weren't expecting is and they didn't know, is that my wife is from Oak Cliff. So when I thought she was going to be all cowering in fear and, oh my God, what do? I got a hold of her message back after people were trying to harass her. But when you harass kids, wife, family, you make it personal. Incited by their radio host, I believe, on the game in San Francisco. And I got no problem telling their boss that if I see him in Arizona as well, then you've gone too far. Not once in 12 years has any Philly fan taken it that far. You know, you take it as far as you can in terms of the trash talk and the back and forth, but you realize it's still sports. When you want to wish death and, harm, and you look up pictures of RJ's boy with a scratch on his face, you got to really do a lot of work to show that you're a loser, to go and look up an injured 7-year-old and hope that happens to them again. I want you to burn. I want you to rot. So that's why I have to root for Philadelphia, and I hope I see some of these 49er people at the Super Bowl in Arizona, because it's way, way over the line personal for me now. That's just me. So I'm rooting for the Eagles for this weekend only.
I agree. I feel the same way. That photo was like 3 years ago. That was some digging. She had to dig that one up, that girl on Twitter. Had to dig that one up.
Yeah, that was from a girl, by the way. That was from a girl. In case you're thinking it's just some psycho loser dude with no life. That was from a girl.
So like it took effort. I can't stand San Francisco. I don't. The fans are making me hate the team.
Yeah, and the media. I hate them. I hate those guys in San Francisco.
Yep, don't like them. So I am all in.
I understand why the one got fired from UPS. I get it.
Yeah,
I understand.
Something Peyton managed to avoid when he worked there.
Yeah.
So
and how Greg Papa left.
Yes, and the girl that was on there.
Yeah.
So that's why that Choppy and I are rooting for Filthy. In terms of the picks, I'm picking. I think the Eagles are going to face the Bengals in the Super Bowl. Choppy agrees. Bobby and Peyton are going opposite, and Bobby has a perfect 10-0 record on the line heading into Sunday.
Yeah, and I don't feel great about Bengals Chiefs. That game, that's a coin flip to me completely. I feel decent about San Francisco, but that's definitely a game that Philly can win. I think it's like what Babe had said yesterday, I think it was, where he said, the two best teams in the NFC ended up there. And so it should be a good close matchup. I just like the way San Francisco's linebackers are going to be able to match up and chase down Jalen Hurts. I think that's something that nobody else really has the ability to do.
And we do have to give it up a little bit to the Philadelphia fans after what they did to pregame and tailgate before the Giants game.
Oh my gosh. This is unbelievable. So this was a night game in Philadelphia, right? That was an evening game for the divisional round.
Mm-hmm.
And the parking lot was not open. There's a time where you can get into the parking lot. So what did Eagle fans do? Eagle fans bought tickets to a lacrosse game next door. Because all the stadiums in Philadelphia are They're all connected.
Yeah, it's actually really cool looking.
It's a fantastic facility. The basketball arena, hockey, which I guess is hockey and basketball, same thing, baseball, and then the NFL. And then the old Spectrum, the last time I was there, it was still there. I don't know if it still is, but it was still there. So it's a great setup, but they bought tickets to a early lacrosse game so they could get into the stadium parking lot at like 8 a.m. and tailgate all day. It's fantastic. Now, this is one of the most expensive tickets in conference championship game history. The get-in-the-door price is like $600 right now. One of the more expensive ones.
Will there be less how many San Fran fans do you think will be there, Bobby, based upon what we've seen of San Francisco invading Arlington?
Yeah, I mean, man, they travel really well wherever they go. But, you know, as Choppy has pointed out, there are a lot of people who used to live in that area who live here now. And so that is an easier trek than probably Pennsylvania, like the entire other coast. And so, I don't know, I would, just judging the way San Francisco generally has such a strong presence, I don't know, we'll say 15, 20%, something like that.
And then they were pulling Red Auerbach tricks on the Giants, like the Giants hotel didn't have any water.
Yeah, they had busted a pipe. Now, I don't know if they did it on purpose. It seems very coincidental at best, but the Giants hotel apparently didn't have any water. Yeah, this is being reported that this is the most expensive conference title game in NFL history. And Ticketmaster's screwing them over. There's long waits, and basically the Eagles have sold basically all their tickets to Ticketmaster, so now they're all in the secondary market.
I had two other notes of water written down for some reason. San Francisco urinal and Philly lifeguards.
Oh yeah, the San Francisco urinal. That was hilarious. So we were at the stadium last week, and Newey Scruggs was in there, and he was talking about how he washed his hands in the bathroom of the press box, and he was like, I had to go back and use the hand sanitizer. I was like, why? He's like, did you see the sign in the bathroom? I was like, no. And so, Ryan, you can get this. This is right there. I don't know if you can see that. It's a sign above the urinal that says, warning, recycled water, do not drink.
Above the urinal?
That means somebody at some point had to have drank from that urinal. You don't put a sign up unless, well, we were pushed to put a sign up. And so apparently, so
it's not like pure spring water in the toilet that you can't drink. This is recycled water. Don't drink it.
Yeah, and Newey was not confident that, well, how do I know the faucets aren't recycled water? Am I getting gross recycled water on my hands? So he had to use the hand sanitizer. But just seeing that side, it's is that and that's not just in the stadium, that's in the press box. Have they had issues with members of the press going and trying to I just had to, there was a long line at the drink station, and my mouth was on fire, and I just had to find something. And the faucet wasn't going to do. I had to go to the urinal, which it's not like it's got a ton of water pooled up in it to begin with.
That's disgusting.
But still, that one was, that was pretty disgusting. So that means some degenerate in San Francisco had to have been drinking, urinal water.
All right, it's like bottling the Splash Mountain water, you're saying?
What is wrong with people? Okay, so Splash Mountain is closing. All right, they're closing the ride Splash Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So what are people doing? Sean, I'm not lying about this. They are actually bottling up. They're bottling up water from the Splash Mountain ride. This is not the water that Jesus walked on that you might want to bottle up, okay?
You mean Brian Daboll.
Brian Daboll. This is water from Splash Mountain. This is a step above, urine water.
Yeah.
That's what this is. This water just been sitting in the heat for decades.
So you would never, would you never want your kids to do the thing where they go stand on the bridge to get hit by the water as it comes down? Is that just too gross?
No, because you take them to water parks.
Yeah,
water parks is the big urinal, right?
That water on those rides though is gross. It's
Will
yellow.
you not walk into a public water park?
No,
the community.
No, well, not the community, but we do Hawaiian Falls and stuff like that.
Yeah, we like going that. Yeah, we have season passes.
There's chlorine. It gets rid of it.
A lot of chlorine,
Yeah.
but here on eBay, Disney Splash Mountain water, 4-ounce bottle, $149.95 is the bid.
But has someone bid?
That's the asking price.
Yeah.
That's the asking.
Has it been authenticated? How do I know you didn't just put water in a bottle?
Yeah, it's true. Well, they took a picture next to the Splash Mountain ride with the water in the bottle.
All right, let's get to the narratives.
Disney adults, man.
The conference championship narratives that could be written.
All right. What ifs, the narratives, all that stuff. Whose legacy gets boosted more this weekend? Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes?
If they win.
If they win.
Man, see, it would be Burrow, except for how much will Mahomes be limping around. If Mahomes is limping around like Isaiah Thomas against the Lakers, it will be Mahomes. But I'm going to say it's going to be Burrow because I'm picking Cincy to win. Joe Burrow's legacy boosts more because he goes to back-to-back Super Bowls.
Going to back-to-back Super Bowls, that's big. But also you got to look at the Mahomes would then be able to crush what is a narrative that's beginning to bubble up a little bit like, well, yeah, but he can't beat the Bengals. Like, you know, and so that's starting to, if he could squash that now and then put himself in a position to win a second Super Bowl, and you get 2 Super Bowls, now you're really entering rarefied air. You get the, you know, as much as people talk about Aaron Rodgers, it's not, you never won a Super Bowl. People hit Rodgers for you won one. And so, I mean, if Mahomes 5 straight AFC title game appearances, gets to another Super Bowl, gets the Bengals monkey off his back, and is able to potentially win a second one, I think that puts him in rarefied air. So either one gets a big boost, I think, because then Burrow's legacy is, I can beat the top quarterback in the game. He can't touch me.
There's a Brady Manning element here. Like,
yes,
you know, Manning had all the stats. He was like, he had everything he did was better except actually win the game. And Brady was the one that won all the games.
Yeah.
And won all the titles. And Burrow's the one, like, he doesn't do what Mahomes does, but he just beats him. It's very odd.
And they do it in similar fashion where it's like Brady is the fast, or Burrow's the fast processing Brady type that can see the field really well. And Mahomes is the just wild, like, oh my gosh, look at what a freak, like, robot this guy is throwing the ball.
All right, next one. Jalen Hurts has the most to lose this weekend.
Of the quarterbacks
of
or
the
players?
Yeah.
Yes. Jalen Hurts has the most to lose.
Yeah.
It's not Purdy. He's got nothing to lose.
All right, nothing.
Not Mahomes. He's injured. And Burrow has already kind of won throughout this postseason. Yes, it's Jalen Hurts.
All right, I agree. Next one. If Mahomes loses to Burrow again, he will never be considered the best ever.
No. Like, just again, meaning this weekend, or he loses this weekend and then again?
If he loses this weekend.
This weekend specifically, no.
No, he'll still be in contention for best ever, in my opinion.
I agree. It's going to be tough, though, right? Like, he'll be...
Like, Burrow's got to go win the Super Bowl, too, after.
Absolutely. Yeah, he does. He does.
I get it's 4 it would be 4 losses in 2 years, but you'd be talking about just 2 playoff game losses. Like, it took a long time for the Brady Manning narrative to become what it did.
Yeah, it did.
That Brady's superior.
Yeah, it was more than just 2 years.
Ignore that. Okay, next one. Howie Roseman goes into GM God status with a win.
Isn't he already GM God?
He isn't Choppies.
He is in my mind.
No, he'd hit that if he won another Super Bowl. I don't think just getting there would do it.
If he wins this Super Bowl,
he would have gone to a Super Bowl, rebuilt the team, and gone back in 6 years.
I think he needs to win, though, to be considered like GM God.
with an option quarterback. An option quarterback. Think about that. The Eagles have now made 7. Oh, God. They've made 7 NFC title games since the Cowboys' last appearance. 7 title game appearances since the Cowboys' last one.
Ugh. That's tough to take.
But, man, yes, Howie Roseman right now, he's the boss. He's the boss of the division when they wanted him out as well.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Howie.
And then final one. Brock Purdy can win the 2023 job this weekend, but he can't lose it.
He's already won it.
Has he? I don't know if he's won. He's won the right to compete.
No, he'll be the starting quarterback of the 49ers game.
I think he probably will. But yeah, like, I mean, if he wins, I don't think he can lose it. If he wins this weekend, like, you can't, I don't think you can even have a competition if he gets you to the Super Bowl.
Why? I think what the Patriots did.
Why wouldn't he have it right now, even if they lose?
Because
Lance versus him?
Even if it's a soft competition, I think it's still, you have to. This is the guy we invested a number 3 pick in. We at least have to give the illusion of a competition so we can trade him.
All right. We think it's like 60-40 What did Nick Eatman come away with from the Mike McCarthy presser when it comes to Kellen Moore staying or going? And how did they get Dan Quinn to come back? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Next.
But let's get you over to
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
RJ getting down on the drums over here with Peyton's return music. It's Bobby Bell, Peyton, Ryan. I'm Sean Sharif here on 105.3 The Fan. You look like you got lightheaded there for a second.
Honestly, I've been lightheaded all day. Like I've had all week, really. I've had these dizzy spells all week. There's something wrong with me.
Oh, that sounds healthy.
Inner ear disorder. I don't know.
That should be a fun drive home.
I mean, I've driven home with it all week like that.
Yeah.
I think it's the lights. It's the lights.
You're not used to those yet?
No, I am, but I think something's screwed because I'm only dizzy here.
The 4-day work week. RJ's building his case, just like what local school?
Terrell ISD is talking about moving to a 4-day school week.
So if you have the 4-day work, are you wanting Monday or Friday off?
We decided we want Friday.
Friday. We want Friday off.
Got to have NFL reaction.
Absolutely.
Monday.
You have to be work on Monday.
Okay.
So I wonder, let's just say they make the Monday after the Super Bowl a federal holiday.
Yeah.
Okay. So nobody's going to work. Does that mean that we still would work that Monday?
I've come out with a new vacation plan. I'm going to use my 15 days, and I'm just going to make it a series of 4-day work weeks. I'm just going to take off Fridays. 15 consecutive weeks of Friday off. So I have 4-day work weeks. And that'll be my 1-year experiment to see.
Because let's see, we have between the Super Bowl, let's just say you start the Friday after the Super Bowl.
Well, let's just call it March 1.
Okay, March 1. You've got to get to mid-July, right, which is training camp.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. March, April, May, June. Oh, that's 4 months. That's a lot. That's more than 15.
Well, I get some maybe holiday
comp days,
sick
yeah.
days. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Nick, your biggest takeaways from the Mike McCarthy press conference yesterday.
It's funny because the biggest news came 2 minutes afterwards. So,
right.
Which is it changes a lot of the narrative to me because he obviously knew that Dan Quinn at that time was coming back. So, you can only, it's like you can only say so much. So while there's a lot being said about what he did or did not say about Kellen Moore, kind of just makes me wonder where his mindset was the whole time, just because, he's trying not to say one thing. I honestly don't even know. I don't know about the Kellen Moore thing. It was weird. It didn't sound great for him. But then the more I keep thinking about it and think about what was going on in his mind as he's not saying about Dan Quinn, it just makes me think maybe the whole thing was kind of thrown off. I don't know. Got me on that one.
So if you're Kellen Moore, what are you feeling this morning? Are you worried?
Yeah, I think you have to be. I mean, because, he didn't come out and say, I would want him to be our coach. Of course. Why would I not be? He's throwing out all these numbers about Dak. He's throwing out what Dak did when he came back and just the production there. And then to not give him solid ground. I mean, obviously that wouldn't bode well for him. You wouldn't think. I mean, he could have easily made it stronger, But this is what Jerry did last year too. He didn't give Mike McCarthy that solid footing either. And then he ended up obviously coming back and all that. So it's hard to read into these things, but that there's a way to make it sound a lot better than they did.
Are you happy and thrilled that Dan Quinn is returning if you're Mike McCarthy, with the possibility of 2024 looming with whatever Jerry's expectation or pressure is?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be because if Mike McCarthy's trying to save his job, they got to win, and to win, they've got to have they got to have a great defense, just like they need a great offense. But the defense is really good, and it won a lot of games this year for them. So yeah, I mean, I think you have to be. Everyone kind of knows the writing on the wall here, and maybe at some point Dan Quinn could be, the head guy here, maybe. I mean, it's very similar to, in my mind, what happened with Jason Garrett, Wade Phillips, all that. But I mean, he's got to win. I mean, he's got to win, and yeah, I think Dan Quinn tries to help him win. And the best thing about it is I think Dan Quinn is 100% on board with Mike McCarthy. Like, I don't think that if there is any talk about one day being a coach or either another team or the Cowboys, I think Dan Quinn is 1,000% committed on being the best defensive coordinator for Mike McCarthy and his staff.
Did it feel clear to you that Jerry and Steven made these decisions to cut the staff down? They just said, look, we have 6 more assistants than other teams, and we're paying them more than what other guys are making elsewhere. Is that what the releasing of the assistants felt like?
It felt like to me, yeah. I mean, because not only did Jerry mention the 29 coaches last year, I mean, by number, you could just tell the way he said it that he didn't seem comfortable with that. And then, if it's really personal, obviously for Mike McCarthy, I mean, McCarthy added these coaches. Hey, this is the staff that he built, and some of the guys, including the Rob Davis one, that makes just signals that this is probably not his decision to do that, to go that route. So and there's a lot of assistants. Every position seems to have 2, and it's too much. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever looked at it like a training camp or even just out on the field out here at the Star, but it's unbelievable. That's like 3 times as many staff members as there are players. I mean, just from every position group. Well, you just look at the linebackers or something like that. You got all right, there's like 7 linebackers, but then there's then there's a coach, and then there's an assistant coach, and then there's like a trainer and equipment staff, all like right there. And then you got all kinds of other coaches and trainers around. I mean, it's unbelievable how many staff members there are, and that's what it is for the NFL. I mean, I'm not saying that that's the wrong way, but I just feel like Jerry and them would probably say, all right, let's trim this down a little bit.
Doesn't it seem though it's a little like, I don't know, it's kind of a little counter if you don't think you're a well coached team, but you're going to cut coaches. Does that not seem like an odd choice to make?
Well, who says they're not well coached?
Well, I mean, isn't that like if you're thinking of moving on from guys, you think that you're not well coached? I would assume. If the talent is there, if Jerry believes in the talent, then it's probably on the coaches in his mind. I'm not talking about from my mind. I'm talking about from Jerry's perspective.
I think Jerry might. Again, this is speculating, but this might be a too many cooks in the kitchen type scenario where it's like, maybe too many voices can be too many. I mean, I know that there's been stories I've been told about the war room, let's say, where they're trying to talk about a player where they'll just say, all right, we got every scout, every coach in here, all the front office, but you know what, everybody out, these 5 people, let's talk this through, and the next thing they come up with a decision. Maybe sometimes when you get into situations where you feel like, okay, we probably have too many people with too many different narratives in their head. Again, this is all just guesswork here, but I feel like I don't like to say trimming the fat. I don't like to say that because one of my favorite coaches and players of all time was included in there with Leon Lett. But I just feel like they at some point they looked at it like, hey, we're a little too heavy on these spots. Let's trim it down.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. So, Nick, outside of the guys where it's like, hey, do we need an assistant here? Do we need somebody extra? You did lose George Edwards, who, even though he was listed as a defensive assistant, he was essentially the linebackers coach. Right. You lose Joe Philbin, Skip Pete. Which of these guys that they decided not to retain is the most surprising to you?
Wow, that's a close one. It's a tie between Pete and Philbin, but I would say Philbin because just because of the development of these young linemen. There's no way in the world that you could have convinced me that Terrence Steele would be not only a really, really good right tackle, but missed. Like he would be missed, in the running game when he was out. And I think, and Tyler Biotish, I was one always saying, hey, that there needs to be an upgrade. We never really talked about him until he was hurt and he was missed. And I think that what he did with Tyler Smith this year and what they did. I'm not just going to say him, because there's a lot of hands in this. Obviously, that's what we're talking about. But it felt like the offensive line shuffled so many times, and they weren't a weak link really for all the changes and lack of continuity that they had. So I thought he was very impressive. But you could say the same with Skip Pete. All of them had better seasons than they did the year before. I think Zeke had a better year than he did the season before. I know Tony Pollard did. Malik Davis was developed, and none of them fumbled. So I think those two positions, that's surprising that they're moving on from those two.
Who are you picking? And more importantly, you have to pick one to root for in the NFC Championship game.
As frustrating as it was to be out there last weekend and see some of the annoying things that happened before the game, after the game, and all that stuff, I thought I didn't realize the 49ers were in the same level as the Eagles and from a class standpoint. But I'm going to go with I still am going to continue my streak and never root for the Eagles. So I'd rather see the 49ers win than the Eagles. But just so you don't have to hear that crap. But right. I think it'll be a good game. I really do. I think the 49ers are really good, man. That defense is so good, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Eagles want to do with Hurts. How they really want to play him, because the 49ers are very physical, obviously, the way they hit, and so that'll be a good game.
You're picking who?
49ers. I'll pick the 49ers.
Picking San Francisco. Okay.
I go with 49ers, and I think the Chiefs will win. So I think it's going to be a rematch from a couple years ago?
Yeah.
3 years ago.
Nick, listen.
So, 49ers and Chiefs, just, go with that. I'm a historian when it comes to Super Bowl. I don't know if you guys know that. Like, I love everything about the Super Bowl. If you give me enough time, I can tell you every team, every win, MVP, and all that.
Whoa.
I like to see the matchups. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Super Bowl.
RJ is the Super Bowl trivia master, and Bobby Bell, we just found out this morning, used to record and trade Super Bowl tapes, trade them cards with people.
I'd put myself up against both of them. I'm just gonna. I'm just telling you. I'm just gonna say. Master's a strong word. Wow, that's pretty awesome. But no, I look for repeat. I repeat matchups and stuff like that. I was thinking about that on the way over when I was listening to you guys. I was like, all right, so you can get the 49ers and you can get the Chiefs. You can definitely get the Bengals and the 49ers. I don't think they won any part of that. Since they haven't won either of the two. But yeah, I'd like to maybe training camp. We could we could play a little trivia or something.
There we go. What a fun Friday night that would be.
It's a rudder room night, man, right there. That is.
Rudder room night out there on the beach.
That's a good one.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate the time this week and enjoy the weekend.
Okay. So you guys, does the weekend start now, or is it going to be a Monday weekend? Are we going 4 days? Have you guys figured out the weekend?
Man,
when are you done with work today officially?
I'll probably be done in about an hour.
What?
No, wait. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Because as soon as I say I'm done,
Kellen's
press
gone.
release from the Cowboys.
Kellen's gone.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Eatman, Diamond Factory Hotline. Crosstalk with Mike Bassick. Is it a Luca cross?
to 5. Dinwiddie trying to get Hardaway on the move. Now he turns the corner. Step back 3 over 8. Okay, Spencer going off the window.
All right, it's Mike Bassick time. That must have been a great shot. I watched 8 minutes of that game, and once they said Luke is done for the game, I said I'm done with this game.
What a loyal fan you are.
I am loyal.
No, I mean you turned it off.
I know. That's the
loyal.
thing to do with this organization right now, because I don't think Mark Cuban really cares too much to make this a great franchise. He's got his Luka that sells out all the games, and I don't know. Maybe if he needs some money, maybe he'll eventually have to eBay the Dirk Nowitzki statue to find enough money.
We're gonna sell the Dirk statue on eBay.
Here's the question.
No, don't ask this question, Mike.
Spittle just walked by for what that's worth in case it could get you in trouble.
No, I can't get him in trouble. I just don't want to have to face this question.
What is it?
If you were Mark Cuban, because I think he doesn't have enough money to put a great team around the Luka, would you sell the Dirk statue for let's say $20 million so that you could have enough money to pay another player on the team? Would you lose the statue if you could have a $20 million good basketball player on the Mavs?
I think the answer would be yes, right?
No!
He'd never be Okay, so here's what's interesting about this.
Dwayne but a Mavs fan would get to buy it.
You'd never be forgiven for selling Dirk's statue.
Never.
But maybe the $20 million player saves you Luka. You don't lose Luka, but you lose Dirk. Or vice versa.
And we're guaranteed he goes and signs a $20 million player.
Yeah,
and doesn't
he uses
just go
the
use
money.
it on a Shark Tank investment.
Right, that's the thing.
What does a $20 million player even get you?
Jim Hardaway Jr.?
Yeah.
Brunson almost?
Yeah, Mike, it has to go for 30.
You get 2/3 of Jalen
Well, that's
Brunson.
up to the Mavs fan.
For $20 million, you keep the statue.
You say Mavs fan. I think Dwayne Wade's buying it and putting it in his front yard in Miami somewhere. That's what I don't want. Yeah, and I don't want that. He's laying it down and standing over it.
$20 million player isn't going to save me Luka, so I keep the statue.
Well, here's the deal about Tim Hardaway Jr. Nobody believes he's a $20 million player. We had to take him on a horrible $18 million a year contract with multi-years left, and we said after the contract was over, hey, you want that contract again? And now when they're trying to trade him, they found out all 29 teams are like, that was a horrible contract.
Where are you rooting for? If I told you that, who's your Jacksonville of the NBA? If I tell you Luka's leaving, where would you root for him to go? Obviously,
in a weird way,
you don't want him to
Oklahoma City.
Okay.
I think that would be there's Oklahoma City doesn't really have any fans. I get that they have 100,000 people that love them in Oklahoma City.
Great fans.
But I just think that would be a team that if he took to the top, it would be legendary. If he goes to the Lakers, he'll never be, I don't think he would be better than Magic Johnson or Kobe Bryant or Shaquille. Right? There's such a history. LeBron James now is going to be up
give
in
me
the
a team,
rafters.
but not Oklahoma City.
Not Miami.
A reasonable team.
They would win with Luka there. Once you get Chet Holmgren back, you get Shea.
He's not going to Oklahoma City.
I'm just saying if you did though.
Yeah. If he did,
Not
but
bad.
a livable city. The one that you can see yourself rooting.
Shots fired at OKC.
Well, I mean,
I understand what you're saying. A top 5 market
Yeah.
for his Jordan brand and for the Luka brand. I guess Chicago.
Okay. Denver.
So you
I don't think Denver's big enough.
You mentioned
if you're saying
Joker.
Boston.
You
I
mentioned
mean, a team that you could root for. With
I could
another
root.
player.
I wouldn't root. I would root for him. I guess no matter what at that point. But I don't want
You wouldn't
him
root
to,
for him on the Lakers, would you?
No, I don't want him to be a Laker, and I don't want him to be a Heat. Those would be the top 2 teams I don't want him to go to. But those are probably the top 2 teams he would want to go to.
It's interesting you brought that up with the shoe deal, the brand, and where you go. And I wonder, so in college basketball, coaches don't really pick what school they go to. The shoe companies pick for them. They tell them you're going here or you're hiring this guy because you're an Adidas school. This is one of our. I wonder how much the shoe company has an impact telling the player what team in the NBA to sign with that has the money based on their brand. I wonder if that's.
I don't know.
I wonder if it plays in at all.
I don't know.
Because we miss on every free agent we want. Everyone.
I could send him to Orlando and root for him there.
For
I
sure.
like the Nick Scott, or the Nick Anderson, Dennis Scott.
You want
group.
it, but
They
you want
should
it to
be contracted.
You want it to be a
Why would
team
that
that
too?
doesn't have much history, so he becomes the guy of that franchise.
Okay.
So not Cleveland.
No, I don't think
they don't
so.
have much.
Yeah,
much
they're
history.
the like one of the lines that's always gotten thrown out there when he goes up there, because he always plays well in Cleveland, is people always throw out like, well, it's the largest Slovenian population in the U.S., and so he always puts on a show up there. So
he turns it on against the Cavs. For
yeah,
that fan
I mean,
base.
he did that very first game he had there. He scored like 40 by half.
I would like to say I've changed my mind on a trade, because I said at first a couple weeks ago when it came out that the Knicks would want Reggie Bullock for Cam Reddish in a trade with the Dallas Mavericks. Like, no, Cam Reddish isn't good at basketball, and he seems to be a cancerous player wherever he's been. 2 places, Atlanta and New York. He hasn't gotten along at either place, and he hasn't been a good player at either place. In fact, he's been below average. But at this point, to get rid of Reggie Bullock's contract, because there are limitations on what Nico can do. He has to try to stay under the luxury tax. And so I would say, look, if you're going, Reggie Bullock's not much of a player. He's making $11 million. He's a horrible player October through about January. And then January on, he's an average NBA basketball player for what role he does. Like, screw it. He's 31 years old. Take the 23, 24-year-old for 20 games and see what he can do. And then he's a free agent. You don't have to pay him if he all of a sudden doesn't explode for you. If he does, I don't even know if the Mavs would pay him anyways, because we got to give Dwight Powell a new contract this offseason. Probably something like 5 in the 55 range, I'm assuming, for Powell this offseason.
See someone tweeting about, was it Powell's numbers last night?
What did he do?
It was like the rebound numbers. I tagged you.
Oh, I think he had 4 rebounds and Ayton had 20. Is that it? I think. I'm not sure.
It was his rebounds in the minutes. Oh, he had 4 rebounds in 36 minutes.
He's trying hard for every you never are like JaVale McGee if he was out there.
Can you give me just the nicknames for the roster that you have?
JaVale McGee, Shaqtin' a Foo.
Okay. You did Hardaway.
Yeah, Tim, Joey Gallo, Hardaway.
Okay. You got one for.
Do I have another one?
Dinwiddie? You have Dinwiddie?
Dinwiddie's fine.
Okay.
I like it.
You used to have
Bullock.
You used to have your Luka one.
Oh, right. He can't
Fat
say
Luka.
He can't
Well,
say
yeah,
Bullock.
Reggie Bull, but I changed his last name from Locke to S.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And Reggie's fine. Reggie's a 15 to 20 minute
Frankie
player.
smokes, yeah.
Off the bench.
Ntilikina.
Frankie's the human cigar.
Okay.
He's like Red Auerbach. Like the game's over when he enters.
What about Dorian? Anything for Dorian?
Just Dodo. The thing is I was wrong on Dodo. I admit when I'm wrong, at least I try to. I'm not saying I do every time, because there's
I'm not saying I do every time.
But I admit I was wrong on Dodo. When he got the $14 million a year, I was like, God darn it, that's too much again for one of his non-drafted guys that he loves. But then Dodo played great after signing that contract. I was like, oh wow, he would have gotten more. But Dodo's kind of reverted back throughout this season. Hopefully he gets back to the guy he was the second half and in the playoffs. Dodo's reverted back to the guy where I'm like, dang it, he's just so inconsistent. But he's starting to play better and better as this season's progressed.
And man, am I going to be wrong about Jalen Brunson dropping 35 and 40 the whole month as he blocked a big shot last night to beat the Celtics in Boston.
Who did he block? Sandler?
No, man.
Brogdon.
He came across. It was an impressive block. I think it was the second block of the night, but damn, Jalen's Brunson.
I watched a lot of that game. That was a fun game. It just, every time I watch Julius Randle, I go, literally all the Mavericks running that franchise thought Dwight Powell was a better fit than Julius Randle.
37 and 9. Corey, what were you about to say?
I was going to ask about Theo Pinson, what his nickname was.
He's a cheerleader.
Rah, rah.
Like, it's amazing. I will say that I do think they are great examples when you do talk to kids about Dwight Powell and Theo Pinson are great examples of you sometimes get what you don't deserve, in that you should never make $11 million with Dwight Powell's skill set. He's the most athletic, clumsy guy in the NBA. But he works very hard. He tries very hard. He's a great teammate. So the Mavericks are like, here's $6 more million per year than you should get in the NBA. He's about a $5 million player who should be like your 11th or 12th guy. The Mavs actually kind of knew that going into this season. They put him as the 11th, 12th guy. Then 4 games in, Magoo, they were like, oh, he's not going to try anymore.
What about Bertans?
And then for like Theo Pinson, for Theo Pinson, he shouldn't even be in the NBA. But because he cheers so much, because he's such a good like towel waver, he gets to stay in the NBA. And that's important. Like, if you're not going to be good enough to be on the court, then be good enough to be on the bench.
What about Bertans?
He's before the trade deadline last year. I don't have a nickname, but they said the worst contract in the NBA is Davis Bertans. That was before the Mavs got him. They're like, this is, if you want to find the worst contract in all the NBA, it's Davis Bertans, and we're like, let's go get him.
They did that with Hardaway and then Bertans too. Throw him in. Yeah, we'll take on that stupid contract.
Kevin's still sick.
This is the most significant throat injury that I think that we've had in radio history.
He's pulling a DeMar Hamlin.
Now,
he's really not alive anymore.
Do you think if the Cowboys would have beat San Francisco that Kevin would have missed Thursday and Friday?
I heard you say that.
I know he loves this job more than he loves this job more than anybody up here.
Really?
More than you, definitely more than me.
No doubt about that.
Loves this job.
Well,
By the way,
that tells me he would have missed because he treats every day the same.
The Mavericks video that's going to come out at the end of the year, the Mavericks 2022-23, the team nobody wanted.
Can you believe they gave a video tribute to Porzingis? That's stupid.
That's because Mark likes partying with him.
What do you even do? Mark likes partying with him.
And so he's like, do a tribute to my guy who went out and partied with me.
All right, Mike, that's when you wrap it up.
All right, coming up next, we got Nate Lowe at noon. We don't have anybody else.
Nathaniel.
Right?
It's Nathaniel.
What about Jerry?
It's Nathaniel Lowe.
Oh, yeah, that's not happening
Jerry's
until
done.
the Kellen Moore decision's made.
Okay.
We got Kellen Moore. Hey, Dan Quinn's coming back.
Yeah.
Next on the
It's all
Fan.
better.
Bum.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick. We got Joey hanging out with us today. Dan Quinn has returned. Does that make anything different for you? 877-881-1053.
You want me to call in?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead and call in, and then I'll wait.
Mike from North Oak Cliff calling in here.
All right, Mike, what do you got?
Long-time listener. I'd like to say this makes a major difference for me.
Really?
I think losing Dan Quinn, I thought was going to happen, and it would have scared me tremendously on how they were going to use Micah Parsons correctly. On would this defense not revert all the way back to 2020, one of the worst defenses I've ever seen in NFL history, but would it go back to an average defense?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that they can make the playoffs if it's an average defense. And so now that Dan Quinn is back, I assume that it's going to be a good defense next year, and I assume the Cowboys make the playoffs because Dan Quinn is back.
Now, and this could be a billion different reasons that he decided this is the place, all right? And I saw Skip Bayless say, man, Jerry Jones must be giving him so much unreported money. And I was like, well, I mean, I don't know about that. I have no clue what's going. If he was like, hey, here's our black credit card, you just go enjoy life. I don't know what that situation is. But when Dan Quinn says my heart is in Dallas, that's what we were talking about yesterday, Mike. I was every year when Will McClay gets an opportunity to go somewhere else, he says, I'm a Cowboy. My heart is here. And I think there are a lot of things that he is connected to. I know that a lot of people that work in the Cowboys organization can get caught up in the glitz and glamour of being part of the Dallas Cowboys organization. You just mentioned in the world that you work for the Dallas Cowboys, and people look at you differently. I mean, just think about Roger Staubach. His entire business was built off of his name as a brand. I am a Dallas Cowboy. I also am Roger Staubach. Working for the Staubach Company made you completely, like, people just thought of you differently because you worked around Roger Staubach. So being a Dallas Cowboy, being part of that whole situation, and sometimes it gets really weird in the soap opera of the Dallas Cowboys, but just being part of it does kind of, like, you've been to a number of organizations around the NFL. Maybe you're sitting back going, this is a pretty good spot. Being in DFW is not a bad area for me. I don't need the big city. Being part of what, the climate's actually not that bad. Except for it's been a little cold lately. That's a cold snap. It's okay. You get paid pretty well. There's lots of great amenities there. And he has Micah Parsons. I mean, you mentioned that, Mike. You're dead on with that whole thing. I would have been terrified trying to figure out who they're going to find next. Because you never know when it comes to Jerry and the boys what they're going to settle for or what they're going to go, who's going to pitch them just the right way that they're like, that's our guy. And he doesn't turn out, doesn't put the work in. You have a guy that was committed to it. And he said, I want to come back because I love these guys. And that's something that I'm really excited about because all those guys on that defensive side, they put in a lot of passion for this season. I mean, you watch Jaron Kearse walk off that field. That dude gave everything he had. He even said that in the locker room after the game. That's a lot of passion. Somehow your next coach, your next defensive coordinator was going to need to find and draw that back out of these guys. And I'm excited that it's back.
To your point with Kearse, nobody really wanted Kearse. Like, he was bottom of the barrel free agent, right?
Yep.
In free agency, if you're really good, you sign before free agency even starts. And if you're pretty good, you sign the day of or the day after free agency starts. And then it's like, all right, here's what's left over that nobody really wanted. How can we make these limited players work in our organization or in our program? And it seems like Dan Quinn is able to take the $2 million free agent and say, I can make him work. I can take this guy and I can figure out how to make him work. I'm not saying Barr had the greatest of years this year, but when you can't, if you're like, hey, we're not going to go get you a $10 million a year linebacker. That's out of our budget. We're going to get you a $2 million linebacker. Figure out who nobody wants and figure out how they can work in your system. I think Dan Quinn does a really good job of that.
If you found out a report was true that Dan Quinn was making head coaching money, would it matter to you?
Not at all.
Not either. The dude clearly has options. He has a couple of different places there. I think there are multiple places he could go be a head coach. Jerry Jones is like, I'm writing that check. I tell you all the time, there's no check I won't write. I'm writing it for this guy because I believe in him. That tells me something. That tells me that people want to stick around for whatever's going on. Somebody was like, look, being part of a Cowboys is more of a joke these days than being prestigious. There is time to try to rebuild that and recover from that. I mean, this organization has been at its height, and then I would say shortly after the Jimmy Johnson era was the comedic low of the Dallas Cowboys. The last few years have been weird. I mean, you can see they're trying to do things, but the Dave Campo era, it didn't work. It was comedically the lowest time. So he said, I got to go get Bill Parcells. I got to go, that's what I have to do to get the credibility of this team back.
I think to that person's point who texted in, I don't think it is to most players. And now they won't take less money to come here. That's the one thing agents themselves are like, I'm not going to take less money, won't let that happen. Yeah. Because I'm going to take more money and maybe in certain areas have a better chance to win. But I think you have to understand, if you're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys and you're good at being the quarterback, you have a $20 million a year job, if not $30 million a year waiting for you. Dak Prescott's going to get paid $20 to $30 million a year to do exactly what Tony Romo does and Troy Aikman does. Jalen Smith wasn't even a good football player. And look how much Jalen Smith makes off of being a Dallas Cowboy. I can't even tell you. I think Jalen Smith's still with the Giants. I'm not even sure.
I don't know I don't know what the contract
But if he was still with the Cowboys, he'd be making more money off of all of his extra stuff because he'd be on the Cowboys. He'd be more known. And so if you're just average or even a little below average, but a starter on the Cowboys, you can start other companies and get that recognition. When you're a starter on the Giants or you're a starter on, now look, even the Philadelphia Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagle fans, take this for what it's worth. I do believe that they're more passionate and care more about their team than Dallas Cowboy fans. But there's way more Dallas Cowboy fans. So the Eagles do have a whole bunch of fans, not nearly as many as the Dallas Cowboys. They're way more passionate. But the problem is in selling a product and being a good Eagle versus being a good Cowboy, you're going to have millions of more people who are like, well, I'm a Cowboys fan than an Eagles fan.
Yeah, no, I think that's a definite. We've seen it. I mean, there's just too many instances where we see how much respect the Cowboys star gets in the DFW area for sure. And then across the country, it does have an impact in a lot of different places as well.
Are you like me on Dan Quinn?
Yeah.
Are you? Because if they
you
would
said
have lost
everything
Dan
I wanted
Quinn,
to say.
I was worried. I really was. I thought, man, if they lose him, look, Mike Nolan was pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Mike McCarthy's pick. Mike McCarthy didn't, as far as I know, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. He didn't pick Dan Quinn. That was McClay who picked Quinn. Who got Dan Quinn here after Mike Nolan was the worst defensive coordinator we've seen possibly in Cowboys history?
I will have to dig that up because it does feel like Nolan was the choice there, but there are a lot of other. I'm gonna have to go back into the history of who and what there.
I mean, I just remember I'm 95% sure Mike Nolan was a Mike McCarthy hire, and the Cowboys were like, hey, great, we're bringing you in. You bring in your guy. We got our guy on the offensive side. We got our Kellen Moore, but you bring in your defensive guy. And he was so miserable. They're like, hey, we got to bring in a guy better than that. Let us help you get a defensive coordinator who's competent.
Yeah, because that was an old friend from San Francisco that he had respect for. And you saw Philbin was one of those guys too. When it comes to Dan Quinn, I do question whether this is hanging over McCarthy for another season. Because hearing Mike McCarthy say the things of and we'll get to this more later in the show, of Jerry said he wants me to coach here as long as Landry. I want to have that conversation later for sure. But is the Dan Quinn is here and he's hanging on to take Mike McCarthy's job a big thing, a big storyline for the future? Or is it, hey, McCarthy's built something that other coaches actually want to be part of? Quinn doesn't have to have the stresses of being a head coach and doing the daily press conference and doing all those other things. He gets to coach football and he gets to coach Micah. He gets to be connected to Micah for maybe however long his career is.
I don't know Dan Quinn at all. And I don't really know Jason Garrett at all, except covering him for 10 years and doing interviews here and there at training camp. But I think that Jason Garrett was a snake in the grass the whole time Wade Phillips was the coach here.
Yep.
He was wanting to be the head coach of the Cowboys, and he knew, I got to do what I need to do to become that guy. I'm not saying he sabotaged, and I get that some players felt like he sabotaged in the end.
I've heard from players, yes.
But I do think that Jason Garrett, the whole time there, knew how to try to, because he knew the Jones family very well through his father and through being a backup quarterback here, how to possibly manipulate in getting the job he wanted, and that was head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think Dan Quinn's doing that. I hear what you're saying, that Dan Quinn could become the next coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't want it to be
I don't
where
think
it's hanging
Dan
over.
Quinn is the snake in the grass the way that Jason Garrett was to Wade Phillips.
All right, and I want to find, okay, here we go. Cut 10. This is the one where, and I tweeted this out because I was waiting for my kids to get out of after-school program yesterday, and I was like, oh, it's 3 o'clock. G-Bag has Mike McCarthy running right now. Turned it on, and this made my ears perk up. This is Mike McCarthy giving his answer on will Kellen Moore be back.
I really don't want to play this game, today. It's been a long couple of days. So Kellen Moore, and just like the rest of the coaches, will be evaluated. Every coach will be evaluated. So the evaluation just, it takes more than one day.
He may not have wanted to play the game, but that's the audio right there that's being played. And I do believe Sean was pointing out that question was kind of asked already. Fish asked that question secondly, and he asked it with this specific word. Can you say with clarity that Kellen Moore will be your offensive coordinator next year? And that's when Mike McCarthy shut it down. I don't want to play this game. I don't want to let's twist and find all these little words that give me look, he's being evaluated. Now,
so the answer's not yes.
And it's not no either.
Right.
It's but you're right. It's not, hey, that's not a thumbs up. That's not a ringing endorsement. Now, does he do that with every coach? I don't know. But it's not a ringing endorsement of I can't wait to have that guy back.
They didn't say Dan Quinn wants to come back, and he said, well, we're still evaluating. We get he's not taking a head coaching job, but we are still evaluating if I want him back as the defensive coordinator. Now,
I think when I heard with the Dan Quinn stuff, it was more along the lines of I just talked to Dan. We're really excited about some things. And like he was,
Now, the weird thing is how do you not know? How do you coach next to a guy in training camp every game of the year, and you're evaluating him right now? You should know. Like, you should know after the season ends if you liked what he did week to week, day to day, or if you didn't. Now, maybe, and I know Mike McCarthy can't say this. Maybe he's like, well, it's not up to me. That's not my decision. I never hired Kellen Moore. I was told he was my guy, and I agreed that he can be my guy, but I don't know. And somebody in the Twitch, I'm sorry I lost it here, but they said McCarthy did pick Dan Quinn. Maybe he picked, I know he picked Mike Nolan, and then maybe he did fire him and hurry up and get Dan Quinn. So I don't know on the Dan Quinn if that was Mike McCarthy hiring. You just have to know the history of Jerry Jones, if Big Rich here, is that he has picked a lot of coaches for the head coach.
Okay.
And the head coach has said, whatever you say, boss.
Yeah. No, and you know what? You kind of have to do that here. This is a weird place, right? Where if you can get past all the power part of it and still have some power in the locker room and the respect of your guys, that's a major victory. I don't think, like, a lot of people will look at the head coach as, oh, he's just a puppet of Jerry Jones. And there are a lot of things that you can say, all right, if that guy's ego is so big that he's going to let that be a problem, and it's going to become a problem for sure. McCarthy's been able to put up a shield on a lot of things. I got a lot of respect for that. It's not easy to work for this GM. It's not easy to work for this owner. Somehow he's made it work and gotten 2 seasons of back-to-back 12 wins. Now, the big deal is your offense wasn't good enough in two straight big-time playoff games. Look, man, the game against Tampa Bay, huge because you had a lot of pressure on you. You played San Francisco 2 straight times, big-time moments, and your offense couldn't produce. That's where the problem lies, where you have to figure out. Now, that's where the evaluation is.
Right.
Was he calling the right plays? In this game specifically, what was the difference between this game for him and other games throughout the season? Is his offense even good enough? And I think there are times when they're like, the offense is really fun. But man, when you can't deliver when the big game is on the line, that's when you have a bit of a problem, and you have to figure out if it's just the game, and maybe you need to help him a little bit more, or if you need to move on from the person himself and say we have an offensive. Maybe that's another thing too, Mike. What offensive coordinators are out there and available that are going to be able to provide a better offense than Kellen Moore this season?
And I know some people hate this, and look, I'm told to do this, so deal with it. Okay. I am a former major league pitcher. So, and I know being a pitching coach is different than being an offensive coordinator, but I don't recall us ever blaming the pitching coach for the 5 runs the pitcher gave up in a playoff game. We blame whether it's CJ Wilson, whether it's Derek Holland, whoever pitched and they didn't do their job. They contributed to a loss. We say they didn't make the pitches when they needed to. Now, I know it's different because you're just throwing to a glove. It's a one-on-one matchup. You just need the catcher to frame pitches, set up pitches. But I understand there's way more to quarterbacking and relying on your team than it is in pitching because it's more of a one-on-one matchup. But it's just weird to me that Dak's a good quarterback. I believe he's good. I believe Kellen Moore is a good offensive coordinator, that some people just blame Kellen Moore and don't go, Dak stunk. And he stunk in the game before in the playoffs against San Francisco. But when I went back and watched, I disagree with Mickey completely and totally. Is for this last game, the offensive line was solid. And maybe I'll go back and watch a year from now and go, no, it wasn't. But watching the game, I thought the offensive line was solid. The game before against San Francisco here in Dallas, they weren't good. They weren't pathetic, but they weren't good.
Yeah.
They struggled at times to give Dak time. So you could say, well, but still, guess what? I'm sure there were games where Peyton Manning didn't have the best offensive line, or like the greatest quarterback still will usually find a way. Somehow Patrick Mahomes found a way to a Super Bowl with 2 starting offensive linemen. He lost in the Super Bowl with them, but he found a way to get there with them.
I'm very upfront, Mike, with you about this in that I know that I can't get rid of Dak, so I might have to find another way because I can't just say that the Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott combination has worked completely in the playoffs, which is the next level of where I need to go. I need to go to the next place with this team. I need this window to stay open, so I can't say with certainty that I trust that Kellen Moore is the guy to get him over the top, even if Dak isn't perfect. I got to figure out which one of these. And Kellen Moore might have to be the sacrifice. We've talked about sacrifice. Sometimes you have to make that. Coming up next, Luka made the NBA All-Star team. And guess what? The Mavs win. Luka must have been great last night. Next on The Fan.
Listen.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Bridges and 8 converge on Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie probing to the corner. Green. Yes, sir. Josh Green.
That is Josh Green making his comeback the way that Mike predicted. But Spencer Dinwiddie, 36 points in Luka's absence last night. This team very top-heavy still for one player whenever Luka exits, so that's pretty interesting. Luka is your all-star, by the way, for this Dallas Mavericks team. That's pretty awesome. Mike, I knew going into last night that it was very unlikely you would finish the game because it was a late game. You kind of talked about it. But then when Luka went out, I was like, will Mike watch any more of this game?
I watched a little bit more.
You did? Okay.
Until they said Luka's out for the rest of the game.
And then you were like, oh, crap.
I'm good.
Well, okay, I don't know how long he's going to be out. I really don't. He could be out for Utah and then be back. He could be back for Utah. I don't know. But if it's out for last night, then I'm feeling like it's going to be a couple more days just for him to make sure that he's right so they can keep going and everything all the way up until their break in the middle of the season. But is this a good time for the Mavericks to learn more about themselves? Like I think it is, because you gotta find other guys that can do things, and maybe they can't do them, but they got to step up and be more active in their offense, and maybe that re-energizes some of what they've done.
I don't.
Okay.
I already know. They're all 30 years old. Josh Green, that's a good highlight. Josh Green can get better. What 30-year-old gets better in the NBA?
But we've talked about this, where a lot of guys don't want to just stand around and wait for the ball to come to them.
That is true.
And so I don't know if that may be like just a kind of revitalization of, hey, I do get more opportunities when Luka's not on the court. Now, that doesn't mean that when Luka gets back, that it just goes back to normal either. Maybe some of those guys go, hey, you know what? I'm ready for this moment. I'm going to make these shots. And Luka can be more of a distributor when those moments come around.
To your point, there's one human being on the whole basketball team that can do that, and that's Josh Green. I'm excited to see what he can keep doing because he's still in his early 20s and can improve. But I ask you, who do you think can improve with Luka out or show that they're worth more than what they've shown in their 9-year career?
Are we taking the playoff window and just saying that's an anomaly for all those guys?
Most people are in the NBA, even before the season. Remember, I was kind of like, man, I can't believe most people are picking the Mavericks to be a play-in team, and they were way more right than I was. I was completely wrong on this thing. I was just hoping for way more. But
the shooting percentages of Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock were just insane during the playoffs. So it tells me something sets up for them to be able to do that. Maybe they just reverted back into pumpkins, and that's what they are. But that's kind of what I'm more than anything. I can't expect that Reggie Bullock's going to say, guess what? Give me the rock. I'm the point guard on this team now.
Well, he can't dribble.
I'm not expecting that, Mike. I'm not expecting Dorian Finney-Smith to say, you know what? I'm turning into Jaylen Brown. Watch this. I'm going to the rack. I'm not expecting those things. But maybe finding that shooting rhythm a little more because they do get those opportunities will be something that happens. Maybe Josh Green does have to step up into a more of a distributor role and he gets those opportunities. It's going to be all on Dinwiddie at this point. And Mike, I guess to the point of what happened last year, you had the Jalen Brunson experiment that really during that playoff run, those guys did come alive because he was distributing to them. He had to find those guys. And then when Luka stepped back in, he just picked up where things went. So maybe that was the thing. But that's kind of what I'm hopeful for is that some of these guys can come alive shooting again.
I hope you're right. I've just given up.
Because that's their offense.
I've given up on this team.
Okay.
So I've just looked at it and said, I give up. They're all old. Luka's playing with an old team. He's not even playing with a young team. So I just go, nothing's going to change. I'm just looking real quick. I think Dorian Finney-Smith can shoot the ball better than his last 2 years in the NBA. He was a 39% three-point shooter. I believe this year he's at 35%. So he can improve a little bit. Reggie Bullock's been in the league since 2013. Okay, he is what he is. He's for his career, a 38% three-point shooter. This year he's shooting 35% from three. So he can get maybe a little better. Last year he shot 36%. So, I mean, he's pretty much shooting the same that he shot last year. He is what he is. He's a solid 15 to 20 minute off the bench role player. I don't think he's going to get traded to the Knicks, but let's just say there's the rumor out there that Reggie Bullock to the Knicks for Cam Reddish. If he gets traded to the Knicks, he's not starting on the Knicks. And if he does, then he'll play the first 5 minutes, get taken off the court, and probably play like another 5 minutes in the second quarter. Like, the Knicks would trade for him. Think about this. The Knicks, who I think a lot of Mavs go, we're better than the Knicks. I can't believe Jalen Brunson went there. They're such a crap organization and a bad team. But
he's turned them into a better team.
They have more talent than the Dallas Mavericks. Just the Mavericks have a much better overall number one than the New York Knicks have. He would go there and play 15 to 20 minutes. For the Mavs, come playoff time, he's going to play 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
For the Knicks, come playoff time, he's going to play 15 to 20 minutes. And that's the major difference that Mark Cuban can't take off his Mavs goggles and see. Because he thinks all these players, he's like, these are the most underrated players in the history of the NBA. And then he calls up other teams. He's like, hey, man, you want to trade with us? And all the organizations go, no, you have nothing we want. Unless you're trading Luka. Are you trading Luka?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we're not. And they're like, all right, well, we're hanging up the phone now.
And again, I was just looking at Callie Kaplan's Twitter, and she's like, look, I don't have anything yet. But I know something about Luka's ankle. I will let you know. And so we still, we're not at that point where we know anything. I guess my curiosity turns to, what is Jason Kidd's plan now? Like if it's, hey, roll the ball out there and let Luka do his thing, then you gotta coach. Now you gotta go say, all right, we're drawing these things up for you. Here's what you do well, Spencer. We're gonna try and cater everything to what you do the very well in that instant. Now, again, that could be a moot point, a cow's opinion here in a couple days if Luka is back on the court. But
I do think if they played all 33 games without him left. I didn't count. Well, I guess I did count last night's game. And when I asked the poll question, I said, would they win 0 to 5 games in their 33 left? And they've won 1 already. So they're 1-0 without Luka. If Luka were, and he's not going to. Luka's probably going to come back within, I'll say, a game to 2 weeks. Somewhere in that range is probably when Luka comes back. But if they had to play all 33 games without him, I think that the Mavericks would go 5-28.
Okay. That's not good. Which way?
It could be great to your point. When you're
pick.
Asking me this question, this is my opinion. It doesn't mean they would go 5-28. They're not going to have to try this. But this is how bad I think they are, Corey. I think when you're asking me who's going to step up, who's going to do this, I think the Mavs without Luka are worse than the Detroit Pistons. Now, they already lost to him with Luka. They're worse than the Houston Rockets. They're worse than the San Antonio Spurs. Like, by far, I think this team without Luka, if they played all 82 games, might set the record for worst record in the history of the NBA, which the Mavericks were going after when I was a teenager. If people that are not as old as us, the Mavericks were going for the worst record, I believe, is 9-73. It might be 11-71 in the history of the NBA. And the Mavs were competing for that for a couple years. And I think they won 13 games one year and like 17 games another year.
The Timberwolves went 7-41 one time.
Right, but that doesn't count because it's a shortened season.
All right,
but,
then I'll have to find the
for
other
percentages.
one.
But, it counts if you just want to go off winning percentage. But I think this would be arguably the worst team in the history of the NBA if they had to play a whole season without Luka with what they have.
That's also frustrating to try and figure out, like, is Jason Kidd a really good coach or not? If you don't have the talent, if you have good talent and the guy can't get you somewhere, then you're like, well, obviously it's the coach. We have the talent is there. We've given the guy every single thing to possibly able to do it. Obviously, we have to change and move on from coaches. You may not have ever had to move on from Rick Carlisle if you were giving him all of the tools possible. But you were like, no, we got the 1 star.
I wonder.
We'll do it all with the rest of this.
And this goes back to Cuban's finances. Not that Jason Kidd should be fired. Jason Kidd should be the coach the rest of this season, and he should be the coach next year, unless for some reason there was a huge blow up with Nico or with Luka or something like that, which it doesn't seem like Jason Kidd would be the type of person for that to happen to. But I also don't think Mark Cuban has enough money to fire a coach and then pay him for not coaching because Rick Carlisle quit. Right. Remember? And Donnie Nelson, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, was
that's right.
somewhat out of contract. So they said, we're not bringing him back. I think Mark Cuban somehow financially, I don't think he wants to pay somebody $5 million. I don't even know what Jason Kidd makes. I'm guessing. $5 million not to coach to bring in another coach for $8 million. I don't think he has enough money to do stuff like that.
I did see something that really stuck out to me, Mike, from the Astros. And I'm not praising the Astros here,
Yeah.
but they did something that we've talked about. Why don't you just do this?
Okay.
For a long time, and they hired Dana Brown as their new GM.
Yeah.
Brown had previously served as the Braves vice president of scouting. They had Spencer Strider, Michael Harris, and Vaughn Grissom.
Vaughn Grisham, yeah, he came up a little bit last year, but he's going to be most likely their starting shortstop this year.
And that team is just like, hey, look at how stacked we are and how good we are at developing and moving players into Major League Baseball. Oh, you want a Cy Young candidate? You want a Cy Young winner? Here you go. We got one of those too.
Yeah.
Well, they just keep rolling those kinds of guys out. This is where, for me, I'm like, why haven't the Rangers done something like this forever? But I am happy with the Chris Young,
I'm very happy.
Bruce Bochy group that we're putting out right now. I still have questions about development and the minor league system, but we'll see how that goes.
I will say it's Dana Brown, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's a great hire by them. In a weird way, though, a lot of people around baseball think the Astros, they win, and they win every year. They're always winning the division. They've been to multiple World Series. I know what happened in 2017, but now they just won one that you'd have to say is clean as far as we know now. And they say they are so dysfunctional under Jim Crane. Like, he's a psycho owner. He's crazy. Like, think about it. They won last year, and he fired the general manager.
Yeah.
He said, you're gone.
And was it because they just couldn't get along?
Right.
Or okay.
It was like he said something. It was a little bit of contract negotiation stuff, and Jim Crane got rubbed the wrong way, and he said, done. You're done. And so people that I've talked to are like, it's amazing how good they are at keeping that team together. They keep developing players here and there and making at times really solid trades. And yet there doesn't really seem to be good cohesion.
Right.
For this whole time, from 2016 to 2022, they've lost people that people thought were good baseball people, and then they don't have a general manager for this whole offseason. Yet they were still able to get Jose Abreu. And so it's interesting.
It is wild.
I do like that hiring, because if you're hiring someone higher up with the Braves, I think that's a great hire. At the same time, it's just weird that the Astros, amongst baseball people, are like, it's amazing how they're somewhat of a dynasty under this much dysfunction.
I agree with you there, and I agree with hey, go get whoever is running the Dodgers developmental staff, whoever's running that. I agree with those points. This also might be the best hire for the Astros right now, as they are probably in that window of we're still pretty good, but let's continue to develop so we never have to go out of it. And you got a guy whose roots are in development, whose roots are in the minor league system to grow that part of it. So he's not going to look away from it and say that's just, I don't want to go that route. He's going to continue to say, all right, so as you are aging out, you're still adding back younger, great talents, even though they still have younger, great talents. But now you can trade some of those aged veterans that you don't have to pay and stay. It's a wild place the Astros are in. They are zigging when everybody else might be zagging at this time. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The top 10 shortstops right now. Where does Corey Seager rank? Next. Now, Tolos, it's time.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned, like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Into his motion, the 2-0 pitch is hit high and deep to left field. This is carrying well. Marsh going back, and it is gone. Into the second row of seats in straightaway left and opposite field blast for Corey Seager. His 8th home run of the year. The Rangers lead 1-0.
A lot of those this year, and hopefully a lot from Nathaniel Lowe coming up at noon today. We'll talk with the Rangers first baseman coming up at noon o'clock right there in your lunch hour. But right now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, we got yesterday. If you weren't listening, what were you doing? But Marcus Semien was the 4th best second baseman in MLB Network's top 10 right now, or MLB.com. Obviously, it's the same. And I said that Marcus Semien, I think, can get to second. I think it'd be very tough for him to overtake Jose Altuve. But I was wrong about something. Our man, Jared Sandler, who I talked to after the show yesterday, I said, Jared, explain to me this. I said, how did Marcus Semien have a 0.0 WAR in 2019 when all of his offensive numbers were better than 2022? And he said he did, and he had an 8 WAR. And I said, go look on ESPN. And he goes, you're right, it's 0.0. And then he went to Baseball Reference, and he's like, Mike, I will tell you. And so now I'm going to tell our listeners this. Never go to ESPN for stats.
Yes.
Now, who would have ever thought that? Going to ESPN.com and hitting Marcus Semien and hitting stats would be the worst place to go to find Marcus Semien correct stats.
They just turned the 8 sideways, and it was 2 zeros.
That'd be infinity.
Yeah. Well, but then they put a dot in between. That changed everything.
Yeah, so anyways.
But yeah, Baseball Reference, Pro Football Reference, and Basketball Reference are my first places I always go.
I just find that amazing that going to ESPN.com, you can't trust their WAR. Like, that's such a major stat in today's game. In fact, a lot of arbitration cases are based off of WAR. A lot of contracts are based off of WAR. And ESPN's like, it's 0.0. Who cares? Like, no, make sure you have the right one.
They used to have a lot of people paying attention to that thing, and now they have less people paying attention to it.
All right, so your top 5 shortstops, according to MLB Network right now. Number 1, Trey Turner. Now, he's changed teams. He's gone from L.A. to Philadelphia.
Yeah, he has.
Number 2, Carlos Correa. He changed teams twice this offseason and then went back to the team he was on and said he wanted to go back to the Twins all along instead of just opting into a 2-year contract, which would have paid him more money per year. But Carlos Correa is number 2. Number 3, Xander Bogaerts. Now, he is going to a new team. He's going to the San Diego Padres. So 2 out of the top 3 are going to new teams. How about this? I'll give you one guess. Who was the number 1 shortstop last year on this list who is now not in the top 3?
Your guy from New York, from the Mets.
Lindor?
Lindor.
He's number 5. Now I'm going to give you an easier hint on this. He doesn't even play shortstop anymore.
Lindor does it?
No.
Oh,
the number 1 shortstop last year on this list isn't on the top 10 because he's not considered a shortstop.
Tatis.
Fernando Tatis Jr. So last year when you looked at this list, Fernando Tatis Jr. was number 1 on this list. Now I will say, the reason I love this list, this is the most loaded position in Major League Baseball.
Best athletes on the field.
So this has become shortstop back when we were kids, right? You had Ozzie Smith, who was great defensive shortstop, or when I played and right before I played in the major leagues, Omar Vizquel, unbelievable defensive player, but not much of an offensive player, right? These guys that could just
your
their
corner
range,
infielders
their arm,
and an outfielder were your hitters.
You're like, we need a shortstop, defense first, offense we don't care about. If you do get Cal Ripken Jr. kind of changed that, right? Because they put a 6'4" guy there with power. And it was like, what are you doing? Like, he should be at third base. You don't put a guy that big at shortstop and possibly lack a range. And so if you wonder about this, honestly, Cal Ripken Jr., I don't know who to compare him to. I don't want to compare him to Jackie Robinson. That's not a good comparison. But
he's like a 24
I'll tell you what,
home run guy.
I compare Cal Ripken Jr. to Dirk Nowitzki. The way Dirk Nowitzki changed the game of basketball. You can put it to one person and one person only. How did all of a sudden 7-footers have to become guard-like players? Because before, remember, everybody said The Mavericks are screwing up this kid. What are they doing? You're never going to win with a 7-footer playing on the perimeter and handling the basketball. He needs to get on the block. He needs to be around the basket at all times. And Don Nelson said, no, I see the game of basketball a different way. I'm going to do it a different way. And now you don't want anybody on the court that's considered, I guess, a power forward being anywhere close to the basket. You want them all to be stretch fours. And so Cal Ripken Jr. changed it where Derek Jeters, Alex Rodriguez's, Nomar Garcia-Parras could start playing the shortstop position and be a major offensive weapon and be a bigger guy. Number 4 is Corey Seager. So career high in home runs, 33. Yes, some of his other numbers did go down. Defensively, I never saw Corey Seager play every day defensively. I do think he has to improve this year defensively. But he is number 4. So you do have considered right now the 4th best second baseman and 4th best shortstop, according to MLB.com.
I'm going to look this up because I don't know, and I'm not sure if you know. You watched Corey Seager every game last year.
Right.
Are other shortstops because maybe they are out of position? Mike, when you talk about that, not all these big guys or whatever can play that position the same way. Are other shortstops as bad as him defensively, and we just see Corey Seager a lot?
When you watch a guy play every day, you either realize their weaknesses more or their strengths more. I will tell you this. With Adrian Beltre, I noticed his strengths more. When I saw him play every day, I was like, he's better than I ever could have thought he would be. When I watched Corey Seager defensively, I said, ooh, he's got to get better than that. Now, that being said, I think the Rangers knew when they signed him to that contract, he's not going to be a shortstop throughout that contract. He's going to move, I would say, either to third base or first base during this contract. But I would say when I watch Xander Bogaerts, he doesn't impress me at shortstop.
His defensively, his Seager's defensive WAR, for that matter, was 12th last year with a 6.7. Trey Turner was 7.1. He was 11th. The best was Dansby Swanson with a 21, who we know is a really good
a great defensive shortstop.
And Lindor had a 15. So.
Yeah, and those two kind of, you combine offense and defense. Lindor and Swanson are considered your best defensive shortstops in the game. I might have to look at somebody like Bobby Witt Jr. had a horrible defensive WAR, yet I think he's going to be great. He is not on this list. Number 5 was Lindor. Number 6 was Dansby Swanson, who you just mentioned. And by the way, Dansby Swanson now switches teams.
Okay.
2. Number 7, Bo Bichette, who I really like. I think he can be a top 5 shortstop in this game. This is such a loaded position. Number 8, I always get his last name wrong. Willie, I say
Adams?
I don't think it's Adams. I think it's Adames.
Okay.
But I could be saying it wrong. Sorry. He's with the Brewers, and I don't watch a lot of Brewers, so I don't have like a great read on him. Number 9, your guy, Tim Anderson. And number 10, Wander Franco. I think that shows how strong this is. Bobby Witt Jr.'s not on this list. I think that
no Elvis Andrus.
No Elvis Andrus. But I do think C.J. Abrams is a nice young shortstop who got traded from San Diego to Washington. I think that the kid who you just mentioned earlier for the Braves, I always say Marquise Grissom. It's Vaughn Grissom.
Vaughn Grissom, yeah.
He could be a guy who really jumps on this list next year. I'm not going to say top 5, but he could be a guy. There are just so many great shortstops.
There are. This list is, and I'm looking at it's pretty extensive, man.
And so that is your top 10 shortstops right now. Corey Seager 4th. Top 10 second baseman right now, Marcus Semien. We're going to talk to Nate Lowe today, Nathaniel Lowe today. And sometimes I still call him Nate. I know I need to call him Nathaniel. That's what his mom says he wants to, or I don't know what he wants to be called by. Maybe we ask him during the interview.
You can ask him that question for sure.
If we say Nate Lowe, are we getting it wrong?
Okay.
Like, no, if we say Kev, right? It's like, no, it's Kevin, right? For
you're
him,
Mike. Like your name is Michael, but you're Mike.
Right. But with my parents, I'm Michael.
Yes.
Which is fine. But everybody else knows me as Mike, and I'm fine with that. Would Nathaniel Lowe be like, yeah, I'm fine with Nate Lowe or Nathaniel Lowe, but my mom sees me as Nathaniel and nothing else. Like my mom sees me as Michael and not Mike at all. So I understand how moms can say, no, you call him by his full name. I wonder how Nathaniel Lowe feels about that. He was 7th in first baseman. And like we said, all of these guys that are on this list, they have to stay around this list. For Simeon, I think he can be better. I think he can be top 2 at second base. For Seager, I need him to stay in the top 5 because it's such a hard list. That is, shortstop is so loaded that even if he fell to 6th, I'd be fine because there's so many guys. I think Bobby Witt Jr., real quick, I do think he is going to challenge the 40-40 mark this year, which has been done 4 times in Major League Baseball. But I am a big Bobby Witt Jr. fan.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be tremendous. I think defensively, his metrics are going to improve a lot. Remember, he had to start at third base last year to start the year until their shortstop got hurt. Then eventually he moved to kind of everyday shortstop. It was his first year in the major leagues. I think him and Wander Franco can make major jumps and maybe push a Corey Seager from 4th to 6th or 7th on this list, which wouldn't be the end of the world. I think Seager's going to be a little bit better this year. I think Simeon's going to be better this year. Nathaniel Lowe needs to stay in that top 10 first baseman. And then we will start taking a look at other positions next week as we talk to Nathaniel Lowe at noon as we get ready for Rangers Fan Fest. And it is 2 weeks away approximately from spring training starting.
Nice. Great stuff, Mike. Coming up next, DeAndre Ayton's son, James Dolan, Ronald Acuna, and you. Who deserves forgiveness on Forgiveness Friday next on The Fan?
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Joey. We also got Carter back there making sure your Twitch and YouTube streams are strong today. That's what he's doing, making sure those streams are strong. I like that.
Let me check it out. Let me see how our stream's going. It was under 200 earlier. 165 on the Twitch.
Oh my God, it's Friday.
I'll say what's up. If you want to talk to the Mike Bassick, okay? If you don't know, my name's Mike Bassick. I played in the major leagues for 5 different seasons, and in those 5 seasons, I got 10 whole wins underneath my belt.
Dude, are you serious? I don't think I ever knew that. That's pretty cool.
Let's not talk about the losses. Let's not talk about the ERA, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk to me, you get in the Twitch right now.
877-881-1053. It's time for Forgiveness Friday. Now, I do want to point out, this segment was created by my wife whenever we were on nights. She was like, hey, you know what? And this is a long time ago, very early on in our show. And we were like, you know what? Let's give people an opportunity. They probably did something terrible this week. Everybody has an off week, or maybe it's just kind of your plan each week. If you want to be forgiven for it, we'll do that right now. Text in 877-881-1053. The other thing we can forgive you for, if you're planning to do something bad next week and you want future forgiveness, we can go ahead and do that as well. 877-881-1053.
I know it goes back to one of the earlier segments. Should I ask for forgiveness for giving up on the Mavs last night, 8 minutes into the game?
I mean, do you want them back this year? I guess that's a big question, because you've already kind of told me that you're giving up on them for the rest of the year.
Also, should I ask for forgiveness that I want the Mavs to lose every game the rest of the season? I don't see how winning helps this organization at this point.
Okay, this is Luka's, but Luka can't lose. So you have to have Luka, like, this injury has to extend for the rest of the season.
Right. It has to be more of his ankle won't get better. He goes back out. It's not better. And they just say, sit out. And I understand they've won quite a few games. So they would not have one of, let's say, the 4 worst records in the NBA. But we've seen tons of times, if you have the 5th to 8th worst record in the NBA, I mean, the team that had the 8th and 9th worst record in the NBA in 2019 was Memphis and New Orleans. The 7th worst record was the Dallas Mavericks. 8 and 9 got pick 1 and 2. The Mavericks dropped to 9, and that pick was conveyed to the Atlanta Hawks, which was Cam Reddish, who the Mavs might be getting Cam Reddish in the next 2 weeks. But I just, at this point, see the only way to get better with a limited budget. Mark Cuban will not pay the luxury tax for multiple years. He just does not have the finances to do that. So the only way I see is to get as lucky as possible and get Victor Wembanyama or to get Scoot Henderson. Like, those are 2 future superstars of the NBA. Most people believe that are scouting those guys, like, these are 2 future 10-time All-Stars. Victor W might be the generational player of coming up here that takes over the NBA after about 2 or 3 years in the league. So I'm like, well, if that's our only chance, which I think that's the only chance the Mavs have. I've also heard that a lot of NBA players that are kind of solid role players and stuff don't really want to come here either. Not that they hate Luka. They understand who Luka is and they know how great he is. But like you talked about earlier, a lot of NBA players don't want to stand in the corner and watch basketball. They would like to play. They like to play on a more transition team. They'd like to play on a team that they're going to see, the ball a little bit more, that they get to do they have a little bit of freedom on offense, and that there's ball movement. And because there's not here, there are NBA players, I'm not saying all of them, but quite a few that go, I don't really feel like going to the Mavs is going to be like that fun for me.
Yeah, until Luka can start maybe pushing it a little more. Otherwise, you have what you have and you run with it. From the 817, forgive the guy in the armpit who broke into my work van, stole nothing, but now is making me drive to Fort Worth with no passenger window. It's chilly outside.
Ooh, it is.
That stinks. Yeah, and I mean, do you do the thing where you say, all right, I'm putting a tarp in the window and duct taping this sucker down until I can get the window replaced? That's irritating. Sorry. I'm glad that you can forgive that person. You're a bigger person than me today. I really appreciate that. From the 817, Josh Green needs to ask for forgiveness for all these damn jump passes he keeps doing. Always a turnover. You don't like, this person's not a fan.
I understand that it has caused a lot of turnovers in his career. And I didn't watch a lot of Josh Green last night, but the moments that I did see, he had a couple of really nice plays. I watched the highlights this morning. You go to YouTube and you see, I thought Josh Green had some really nice passes. Now, they don't show all the turnovers in a 10-minute game that they show on YouTube, but I understand he's a risk taker, but it seems like he's getting better and better with those risks paying off. So
he's finding his patience.
It's like,
a little
and he's
bit
still
more.
going to keep growing. I mean, he didn't play his rookie year, and I know that some people like Jason Kidd for some reason blamed Rick Carlisle on that one, but it's like, no, he wasn't good enough to play in the NBA yet. And then this last season, he showed signs, especially the second half of, hey, man, he might be able to play in this league. And then he didn't go to summer ball, which I think upset a lot of people. And then he's come back this year and was solid, got hurt, and now has come back and been maybe even better. So let's keep giving him room to grow. He's the one player that plays that can make this team better because Jaden Hardy's not playing. So Jason Kidd's doing the exact same thing that he said Rick Carlisle did wrong to Josh Smith. To Josh Green.
From the 817, I forgive you, Mike, for only blessing us with 10 wins. So they wanted more, but you were like, 10, that's the number I wanted to achieve. And I'm proud of you for that one, Mike.
Thanks. I wish I could have won.
Somebody said, I decided to forgive Dak. Somebody also texted in and said, here it is from the 469, I would like to forgive Dak for his awful game against the Niners, but I just can't. He sucked it up and deserves to be ridiculed until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
So there's a place where the Cowboys fans are like, I kind of want to, but I'm not sure.
Somebody had texted me, and I don't know if they bought a whole bunch of Dak cards the week, like after he beat Tampa, he said, hey, if Dak goes ahead and makes it to the Super Bowl and possibly wins it, how much more do Dak cards go up? I said 30 to 50%. So you buy a $100 Dak card, it might go up to $150 to $200. If he wins it all, like there would be a big growth, and he would all of a sudden, if he won it all, he would be he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But because he lost so bad, that now you're like, I don't know if he's a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah,
now,
man.
is that fair based off of one game, as Reggie would say? And I tell Reggie, no, it's not. But that's life. Every person understands that your history in the sport is based off of playoffs. And if you don't ever put together great playoffs, I heard Troy Aikman say it this week, if you can't play better than you played in the regular season, you're going to have a tough time winning in the playoffs. You have to somehow elevate your game against the best teams, against the do or die scenarios. And Tony Romo wasn't able to do it. Dak Prescott's not able to do it on a consistent basis, and that's why they find themselves with 2-4 records in their career and not 4-2 records or in NFC Championship games or in a Super Bowl.
From the 817, I think, Mike, this is I want to ask you this compared to golf. Guys, I need forgiveness. Instead of going and seeing my newborn nephew, I went and played in a cornhole tournament instead. So, Mike, if you were to get an opportunity to play a round of golf or see your nephew, oh, man, he's thinking about it. That's what's wild in this situation.
It depends on the course, though, right, Mike?
A little bit.
Yeah. See, yeah.
If somebody, I've never played at Dallas National.
Okay.
If somebody invited me to play at Dallas National, I would see my nephew the next day.
And then from the 254, cheated on my Weight Watchers points with a Schlotsky sandwich. Can I get forgiveness? What y'all's cheat? Like, that's the one thing you can't resist. You're like, you know what? If I'm doing it, today it's it.
That's a tough one because there's so many things.
You love
but
lots
I would
of things.
say cookies and ice cream.
Really? That's it for
like,
you?
But
Love
good.
sweets?
Not if somebody Chips Ahoy or no, not Chips. Like me making cookies, yes.
Dude, I made
Tips Treats or crumble cookies, stuff like that. There we go. But
I
I
made
mean,
some snickerdoodle cookies at the house the other day, and I did it without the cream of tartar. All right, and then so they were a little crunchy. They were amazing though, and Lucy was like, "Daddy, these are the best you've ever made." I think I'm going to go into business making cookies now. Just snickerdoodle.
I will say this. My daughter said this as she's a senior. She's like, would you ever think about going to culinary school, Dad? Because she knows how much I like cooking.
You do.
And I said, no, I wouldn't do that. But I have enough friends like one of our Tolos, Blythe Beck, who is a professional chef. I was like, I would probably pay her like for 2 months to maybe twice a week take a class from her and learn from her more ways on on how to have my vegetables more consistent, on different roux, on different flavors and different spices, and why she can make this taste this way. And when I do it at home and I feel like I'm doing it the same way, it doesn't turn out exactly the way that a restaurant chef would have it turn out. So I would love at some point in my life to like say, hey, Blythe, I would like to take private lessons from you on how to be a better cook.
From the 817, I forgive the cop who gave me a ticket yesterday for soliciting. I was kind of a jerk, just trying to make a living. All right. And what were you soliciting? That's what I want. I'm kind of curious about what you were trying to make your living doing. Well, now that I've asked that question, now I'm concerned. All right.
It was always our next door neighbor in Duncanville had a sign that said no solicitation. If
My grandmother did too, and I had no. I was like, I don't even know what that word means.
What does this mean?
Yeah, kids, I can't hang out.
And they just didn't want
going
prostitutes coming to their house,
knocking on the door. Hey, do you want to? I mean, you got a bed in that house, right? Or a floor? Ronald Acuna Jr.
Tell me about it.
Does he need forgiveness, or is this awesome? And this happened a couple days ago, but there is a video on Twitter of him hitting a home run, and it takes about 2.5 minutes for him to round the bases because he stops immediately after he hits it. He starts flexing to his dugout.
Right.
He gets to first base. I think he does the Barry Bonds spin at first base.
Yeah.
As he gets to, he dances on second base. As he gets to home plate,
he also pointed at the other dugout when he touched third. Like, then he wanted to make sure the other dugout knew that he hit a home run. I believe it was in the 4th inning. I don't think it was the game. I know it wasn't the game winner. It was a home run.
They ended up losing the game 8-5.
Yeah. So it wasn't a home run.
It was
like
the 4th inning.
It wasn't Jose Batista's home run. Unfortunately, we hate bringing that up.
It wasn't like 3-0 count. So
yeah.
He just had the green light to swing.
So it started a big thing, a little bit of a big thing that I followed on Twitter is Marcus Stroman, who's very big on let's make the game more entertainment than it is.
Yes.
And so Lenny Dykstra then tweeted back at that one because he's like, this needs to happen all the time. Or a lot of times. I can't remember exactly what Stroman said, but Stroman's big on that. And so Lenny Dykstra said, I wonder what like Bob Gibson, rest in peace, would have done, or Fergie Jenkins would have done if Ronald Acuna Jr. would have done it to them. And Fergie Jenkins responded on Twitter, and he said
he has a Twitter?
He would have a bruise about the size of a baseball.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
which I don't mind that. I always find it weird that, hey, players should be able to do whatever they want. And then if you tell them, well, I want to hit somebody, like, you can't do that. I'm like, wait, why did you draw the line there? If you're allowing celebrations, why can't I hit people?
I have always agreed with you on the prospect of don't go at their head. Like, that's,
right.
You
don't try to
really
kill them.
legitimately kill
If they
somebody.
tried to intentionally hurt you, though, I don't mind trying to intentionally hurt them.
Yeah, if a guy hits a home run off of me, if he hits a home run off of me and he wants to dance and he wants to pimp it, then if I want to hit him in the thigh, just be like, hey, don't do that again. Right. And if he does it again, I'm probably going to hit him in the thigh again.
And
that's the back and forth we should be able to have.
You aim for the lower back, so if you miss by a foot, either way, you're fine.
Yeah.
But
get him in the butt.
But if you take out my shortstop or second baseman and hurt them, or it looks like an intentional try to hurt, I might throw at your knee. Let me see it. Let me see if I can take that knee out for a couple weeks.
From the 214, doing MBA schoolwork in MBA schoolwork while I should actually be working. Do I deserve forgiveness? This is interesting because they are technically on the clock for somebody, and they should be doing actual work on the clock.
What do you think, by the way, real quick, do you want to see more Ronald Acuna Jr. situations like that? Because I don't mind if it wins the game. I totally get it. I don't get the 4th inning. We need to do that.
Okay, well, let's talk about this. We talk about shortening the game and how like that's going to be the thing that fixes all of the interest in the game. Well, that's going to make the game longer.
Yeah.
2-minute home run. Actually, it was 33 seconds. But those kind of long home run trots is going to make it longer. But during that moment, I am enthralled. When I see the minor league teams, they're shooting off flamethrowers out in the outfield and people are going insane all over. The lights are flashing. that's like, whoa, this is an entertaining party right now.
I
So
say have a
I kinda
dance
do.
circle. I say you have to get around the bases fast, and then we'll just put you in a dance circle. And you can, for however long until the inning's over, you hit your home run. Do everything you want, man. Imitate LeBron, because Ronald Acuna's done that. Do whatever dance you want to do until you guys have to take the field. You got your own dance chamber right
Just
there.
gritty across the plate.
I actually think, Mike, that would be entertaining. And that's what I paid for a ticket to be entertained. Now, there are baseball purists that are like, that doesn't belong here. And I'm like, but, I mean, come on, man.
I think there's moments. To do what Acuna Jr. did, but it's usually winning the game.
But if you say that you can, if you say that it's okay, then, I mean, first inning home run, sixth inning home run is going to become the biggest party.
Yeah.
And that's when you're like, okay, that's too much. So you do have to, I think you got to find the balance. I love, though, man, when it's Adrian Beltre, John back and forth with Miggy, friendly. And Felix Hernandez. Yeah, it's friendly because those two know each other and they're like, I'm going to get the best of you today. Right. I love those things, and those and those stories are beyond just those guys. It goes back even further in the game when guys were really competitively trying to get the best and still also having fun in the game. So, yeah, man, I'm totally about it. Does DeAndre Ayton's son deserve forgiveness? He says that it was his son's fault that he got sick with a non-COVID illness over the last 3 games. He said, I caught it from my baby boy. Sorry to throw you under the bus, Junior.
Oh.
Or does he deserve forgiveness for calling his little kid out?
I wonder what Phoenix is thinking about right now. By the way, talking about Ayton, he had 20 rebounds last night, but watching kind of stuff last night and watching TNT this morning on NBA TV, Shaq was kind of saying DeAndre Ayton kind of had stats. The stats are there, but the game doesn't match the stats. Same thing with Kendrick Perkins, and I'm not a huge fan of Kendrick Perkins, but he's like, those are empty numbers on Twitter. I saw that this morning. And so I just wonder what they're going to do, because they're at 500, 50 games into the season. They're at 500. I get Chickenhead Booker's been out for a lot of this part, but I just wonder what they're thinking about their future. Obviously, Ayton, his feelings can't be totally gone about Monty Williams and the organization. And that's one of those things with the Mavs. Now, unfortunately, Mark Cuban doesn't have the money to do this, but DeAndre Ayton might make more sense for the Dallas Mavericks and their needs than maybe the Phoenix Suns. Now, it'd be very tough to make a trade work. Like you do Christian Wood.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of things
you'd
you have to
probably
accomplish.
do a future first, if
you're
not
still
two.
kind of lacking in some areas.
You're going to have to trade a lot, and then you're going to go, okay, I hope Ayton's happy here, and it's the Ayton-Luka show for hopefully 5 years to see if it can be the right fit.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Masterpiece is what I said, I promise. McCarthy says Jerry wants him around as long as Landry was here. Do you think there's any chance he makes it that long? Next on The Fan.
I guess I just look at it as McCarthy's a good coach, and I don't think Jerry, as long as you win 10 games, you're fine.
Should be.
And honestly, what Garrett got the benefit of the doubt was every year he was in jeopardy,
something miserable happened.
He would win, right? It's like he's going to get fired. And then they'd go 12-4. And then the next year they would go, 5-11. But it didn't matter because but that 12-4, and he dealt with injuries. So I don't think McCarthy has that much of a leash that Jason Garrett had, that if you have a good year, it doesn't matter what you do the next year. And then you'd have a bad year, and they're like, man, Jason Garrett's in trouble. Then he'd have a good year, and it's like, well, then the next year you'd have a bad year. And Jerry would be like, but what about the year before? Because Jason made Jerry happy. He never wanted to let go of Jason. It got to the point where he just had to. And now I don't think Mike McCarthy is in the same standing. Jerry doesn't have a relationship with Mike McCarthy's dad like he had with Jason Garrett's dad. Mike McCarthy wasn't a quarterback on the Dallas Cowboys. So I do think that if Mike McCarthy were to, let's say this upcoming season, which I don't think he will, to your point, go 7-10.
Right.
I do think he would get fired. But as long as he goes 10-7 and they lose in the wild card round to whoever, that's good enough. That is the Super Bowl for Jerry Jones. That's satisfying.
To the point, Tom Landry didn't have a winning season until his 7th year as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I think when everybody looks at the Cowboys and Tom Landry era, they're like, oh my gosh, Tom Landry just started winning and just never stopped. He was 0-11 in his first season. I'm sorry, 0-11-1 in his first season as head coach. And in the 7th season, he finally won 10 games. From there until from 1966 until 1985, he only had 4 seasons in which he did not have double-digit wins. That kept his job. I mean, obviously, winning those Super Bowls, he won Super Bowls. He was in NFC Championship games. They were the best. They were right there with being the best. And that kept him there for a window, for a period of time. After his last NFC Championship game, it was about 10 years until he had a losing season again. Those wins kept him around. Obviously, this is a different era right now.
Right.
Media moves very fast. Opinions are there every single day from the Stephen A. Smiths and all that, and it does change a lot of opinions on things. But Mike McCarthy has 2 seasons out where you just pointed out, he has 12 wins. As long as he keeps doing that, keeps winning, keeps putting them in position, the Cowboys will keep him around as long as they possibly can. The next phase of this, and I guess, what do you think he's done well? I asked Jerry this a while back. What do you think that he's done well? Because I know some people get mad about this, Mike. You were in clubhouses. You were in bad clubhouses. You were in good clubhouses. You've seen how athletes react to coaches sometimes. I wonder is it that he's just really good at letting his coordinators do their job and he just lets them, monitor that? Does he let the players patrol themselves and they don't have to worry about it? They have the freedoms. They don't have a micromanager down their back all the time. What do you think it is that McCarthy does well?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
We're all guessing. We're not part of the team. So I would say, from what I understand, the players believe in him. The players trust him. He trusts his coaches. He never throws any player under the bus for mistakes.
Yeah.
So you always feel like you're protected. No matter what you do, it will stay in the building. So I think that's what the players like out of him. He does have credibility. He has a championship. He can walk in with a Super Bowl ring. He has a lot of playoff appearances. So I think that there's a lot there, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I
think
I'm not one of his players or one of his coaches.
I think he created an environment that does insulate them a lot and keeps them from having to, adjust. This year, alone, they were like 7-minute interviews. Think about that for a second, Mike. We never had that happen before, and all of a sudden we got shut down to 7 minutes, and we may have bleeded a little more than we should have. But there were a lot of things media-wise that they're like, no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to do those things. So I think he insulates. He does a good job of creating an environment where they feel comfortable and motivated to continue going. I do ask this other part of it. Now that you know Dan Quinn's back, is it time to load up on the defensive side of the ball? Is it time to say we're using this draft to make our defense even better? Or do you say, you know what, I have to make my offense better?
I think the only defensive position they take in the first round is cornerback. I think they take an offensive player. So, no, I do not think they load up. I think they look at Dan Quinn and say, keep pulling the strings and keep figuring out ways to do it, because we offensively are so inconsistent that we are going to. And now the thing is, you don't have a running back on this team.
Right, you're right.
So I'm not saying they're taking a running back at 26, but I'm saying you don't have a running back on this team. Peters is probably going to retire. Tyron Smith is a guy you can't count on at all to really play in the NFL with his injury history. You don't have a tight end right now, because I do like Ferguson. I think he can take over, but you're losing your starting tight end. Your other running back is a free agent that you like with a broken ankle. Your other guy has partied himself really out of being a good NFL running back. You don't have a number 2. You messed up on Michael Gallup. You don't have really a number 3 unless you kind of can maybe push Gallup back to 3. So I think that they're going to concentrate in the first 3 rounds on offense.
I can see that. I can totally see that being part of it, especially, and also trying to figure out if Kellen Moore is back. And somebody just said, is he gone? We don't have an answer to that question at the moment. If Kellen Moore is back, what does he need? Does he get all the tools that he needs? Because some people are like, well, Dak and him didn't have a great number 2 receiver. That's correct. They didn't have a great number 2 receiver this year. They didn't have what they
invested in one. That's the big mistake. They paid for a number 2 receiver who's a number 3.
That's the one. That's a spot where they were limited there. They scraped to try and get Jason Peters, like you said, to be on the offense. So it is. Does the next offensive coordinator come in and say, I need this? And then that becomes part of the demand. So this defense could be exceptionally better next year with Dan Quinn and more talent. The offense could look a lot different. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Will you sign the petition to change the Cowboys? Next on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought. It's earned, like with our classic loyalty. Pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is Free Fun Friday, everybody, and Kevin is still out experiencing what is now known as the most significant throat injury in all of radio history. So we'll have to find out more in the future. Hopefully he'll have a safe recovery.
You notice how he tells us, hey, sorry guys, I'm doubtful, probably not going to make it. And then I respond with sarcasm and he doesn't respond.
He doesn't say anything back.
He needs forgiveness.
Yeah, he definitely needs forgiveness for that, because Mike was really trying to crack a joke. Not even a smile, not even an LOL lowercase.
Not even an emoji.
Yeah. Wow.
I think it shows what he thinks of me.
Well, Mike,
not much.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. So let's dip into some gridiron.
I guarantee you right now, he's not listening. Biscuits.
If he is, if Mike, if you're,
listen to this, Kevin. If you're listening to the show that makes you money, that supports your two kids. I know sometimes you only think of one, but it supports your two kids and your lover, who you're home with.
Yeah. Yep.
Text in and just say, oh yeah, I'm listening. I love you guys. You know, my throat hurts. I'm sorry. I can't really talk. That's part of the job. But if he's not listening, we'll hear nothing from him.
I do have a question.
Which means he got into MILF manner, and that's what he's doing. He can't stop.
I got a message during the Christmas break from a friend of mine who said, you need to answer the phone when Mike and Kevin call you. And I was like, what is that? And you had texted me and you were like, hey, what's up? And I was like visiting with family, and I got I think I got a phone call from the station. What happened? Do you remember why you were trying to call me? Was there a reason that y'all were trying to call me that day, or was it just like...
We wanted you to have fun on the radio with us.
I'm pretty sure Mike wanted to say that he loved you.
Okay.
Yeah.
He texted me that. You texted me
I think that's what it was about.
I think I texted I love you back. So
you didn't answer.
Oh, I didn't answer the phone, though.
You didn't.
Yeah, and with the severity of Kevin's injury, he definitely can't talk. So that's why, Mike, you're like texting.
Yeah, he says his throat's bugging him. Does his ears bugging him too?
Will you sign the petition to change the Cowboys? Here's an 877-881-1053. Here's the
Commanders?
reason. We're not changing it. We're not changing it. But to prevent the Cowboys from making what you consider to be a poor decision. And here's why. Colts fans have started a petition to prevent Jeff Saturday from being hired as their new coach, as Jim Irsay has been like, hey, I like this guy. He's great. I mean, did you see that game against the Vikings? We were up 33 points. Don't worry about what happened in the second half. We were there.
Stinks because I hate saying this about Travis Frederick. Travis Frederick, really good center for the Cowboys. This guy's way better. This guy's borderline Hall of Fame, like their Super Bowl winning center. So he is beloved by Colts fans, but they don't want him to be their head coach at all because of his lack of
other coaches out there.
I guess.
Yeah, other coaches out there have essentially said, hey, what does this guy know about coaching? Does he even know anything? I coached my whole life to coach here. This guy just shows up on the field one day and now I don't know if this would have any power. They're signing a petition. So would that mean that it would go to the government and our government actually has to waste time looking at this for an NFL team, which already has all these monopolies anyway? Joey, you're a big government guy. Would our government actually have to look at this in this situation?
I think you have to take the bill and send it to Capitol Hill.
Wow.
And just see what happens from there.
Well, if you want to go sign this petition and act like you're a Colts fan, you can. Change.org. And it's called Don't Hire Jeff Saturday as head coach. That's the petition
fans.
that they're putting out there. Mike, what would be the one petition?
Why are you laughing? You already know my answer. What do you think my answer is going to be?
Jerry has to sell a team. Or Jerry has to hire a GM.
So you know what? This is great. I like that you brought this up because I've been, frustrated obviously with the Mavs a lot. The Cowboys, they're my team, but I don't root for them the same way I used to root for them. is I look at Jerry Jones, and here's the difference to me between Jerry Jones and Mark Cuban. I think Jerry Jones knows, I think he's smart enough to know how to run a very successful winning franchise. He just doesn't want to because he knows it takes him out of some of the things that he likes doing. So I think he knows. I think Jerry knows how to be more successful, how to, not that you're going to get the NFC Championship game every other year,
right,
but how to be a more successful football team. I think he knows how to do it, and he knows that I don't care. I'm not doing it. I've won everything. I think Mark really wants the Mavs to win, but he doesn't know how.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a difference between those two guys. I think Mark, for some reason, Cuban, I don't think he thinks he knows everything. And unfortunately, the worst people to have are know-it-alls. And because you don't know everything. As my dad taught me from, I believe it was Gene Mock, who was his manager with the Minnesota Twins. It's too bad he doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Yep.
And Mark Cuban thinks he actually knows the NBA better than all the other general managers who actually, that's their job. That's what they decided to do at some point in their life. Or they were former players and they say, hey, I think he could be a good front office guy. Mark Cuban actually thinks he knows as much as Danny Ainge knows or somebody like that. I think Jerry Jones actually knows what would make his franchise more successful in winning. And he's like, I ain't doing that.
If there was a petition out there, though, for Jerry Jones to hire a GM and the government, big government actually said, we are passing this through. I don't know why they would. Would you be one of those guys that's going to sign it? Would you be like,
I'd sign it
immediately? All right. I like it. How many people out there? 877-881-1053.
Because he really doesn't, Jerry Jones, as rich as he is, he can't overspend on the Cowboys. He created a cap that said, I can't spend, so I won't spend. Like,
he created his own budget.
You can't imagine how much I'd spend, but guess who made up the I won't spend money is Jerry Jones made it up, is that having more money in football doesn't help you. Having more money in basketball does help you. When you are the LA Clippers, the Golden State Warriors, I don't know who owns the Brooklyn Nets, but all those people have way more money than Mark Cuban. So they want to, they'll spend luxury tax money every year to try to put the best product out there. So that's in basketball, it's way more important to have a rich owner than it is in football.
The Sauce Gardner says he wouldn't mind the Jets trading for Aaron Rodgers. This is a team now, they hired Hackett. That was the question yesterday, right? Like, okay, they got Hackett. Does that mean Aaron Rodgers, that they're going to go trade for that guy? I still think he struggled this year, in my opinion, throwing passes I've seen him make his entire career. So I'm thinking it's a lot different. But Aaron Rodgers walks in there with a guy he knows he's comfortable with. And Sauce, a very young player who is very, very good, immediately was like, yes, bring us a different quarterback. I don't want Zach Wilson around here anymore. So that's interesting.
Oh, the Zach attack. That's going to flame out pretty quick. Not as quick as Johnny Manziel, but it feels like Zach Wilson's career is going to flame out pretty quickly. Do you think there's going to be another team that gives him a chance? Or is he going to be more like, remember Rosen from UCLA? Is he going to be more like the Rosen story?
He got traded a lot. Like, he just got moved to the next team a lot and never really given a chance. I also didn't like him that much coming out of college. He just kind of had this thing.
Josh Rosen?
Yes, Josh Rosen.
By the way, would you sign? Everybody's signing the petition on Twitch. Would you sign the petition for Jerry Jones to sell the team?
Absolutely.
All right.
Not this. Oh, no, I thought you said GM. No, I actually like him as the owner.
Yeah,
I think the owner's really good.
He makes tons of money.
There's parts of the mechanics of the way the team is run.
He can't
the
be both,
organization.
though. He's going to mess around. It's fine. Hey, Jerry can do whatever he wants to do. He's a multi-billion. You know what? Mark Cuban doesn't care about my opinion. Mark Cuban doesn't care about your opinion. He does not care about us. He's doing just fine. So is Jerry Jones. As much as we can talk about it and make fun of them. And yeah, you know what? I'm hoping to tick off Mark Cuban. Part of my agenda is to tick off Mark Cuban into actually spending money and trying to be better at basketball. And I hope he does. And I hope he sticks it right to me about that. But he don't care what I say. He doesn't care what you say as a Mavs fan.
Let's start a petition.
Dude, you don't even know how to start a petition.
And do you think the guy who...
Go to change.org and start one right now.
Yeah, what's his name? Ursay? You think Ursay cares about this petition? No.
Not until big government steps in and says, you have to listen to us. I was looking at Sean Payton. Sean Payton has denied reports of concerns with unnamed members of the Broncos ownership. There was a report out there that there were concerns with Payton in his interview process with the Broncos. He likes the idea of coaching Russell Wilson and having that defense, but fears potential power struggles with a member of the ownership group. And like that is kind of part of the conversation here is that he could potentially have a power struggle with Steven and Will McClay because he wants say in that department. And they're like, Jerry and them are like, we have a pretty good group that does their job very well. We're going to listen to them. But Sean Payton, I saw this morning, said zero truth to this. We had a great visit, and Broncos ownership was fantastic. So everything's going to be fine. Man, they got to find their head coach soon, though, right? Like this is where this process moves.
Astros just got their general manager a week before spring training starts, and it is a good hire.
It's a really good hire,
but yeah, I would think if you're the Broncos, you got to start figuring out. I think Russell Wilson's your quarterback for the next 2 years. Unfortunately, that was a horrible trade.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew he was going to be that bad. One of my buddies who's a Broncos fan is like, how come they did this? And I'm like, nobody knew he'd be this bad. Like we weren't predicting, hey, the Broncos are going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL.
We were predicting that division was going to be the best division in all of football.
Look at all these
year.
quarterbacks, and Wilson's the third best quarterback. He's actually the fourth, and who would have ever thought that he could be worse than Derek Carr was this year?
Yeah. No, and then Derek Carr essentially got cut from his team at some point. So, yeah, now this is a really wild place that Denver was in this year. And then Nick Sirianni, your favorite coach, as they are blasting Creed today. Can you take me higher at their facility for practice? That's weird.
Do any of the players like that
I have
song?
No clue. I think that's probably a Sirianni bit. He's out there going, I love this song. I rock to it. He said that Jalen Hurts still getting treatment, but he's ripping it like any normal week. So Jalen Hurts, prepare for the Jalen Hurts effect to really take over this weekend in the championship weekend. All right, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece Mike, it's time to talk to Rangers first baseman Nathaniel Lowe right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors and Mike Bassick. We have Joey with us as well as Carter Freeman, making sure the video is running for you on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to yell at him for making sure the music is turned off, then go ahead and do that on the Twitch. He loves the conversation. Kevin's not with us right now. Again, the most horrific injury to a throat we've ever seen going on.
We got our third guy.
On the Diamond Factory hotline right now with us is Texas Rangers first baseman Nathaniel Lowe. Nathaniel, how's it going today, man?
Great, guys. It's a pretty good Friday. I'm out here at on the golf course. I can't complain.
Oh, we won't. Is it a nice course?
It is my favorite. We'll put it that way.
Okay, so when I wonder this, my mom, when I'm at home, I'm Michael. My dad's Mike. And we were told a year or so ago, you're Nathaniel Lowe, not Nate Lowe. Are you okay with us calling you Nate Lowe, or is it only Nathaniel? Because our buddy Kevin, who's not here today, if we call him Kev, he gets pretty mad.
He's so mad.
Oh, I take no offense to it at all. I think it's funny that it turned into the PR hassle that it's turned into, but I respond to both, and I get offended with neither.
Awesome. Now, there's something really fun going on right now. I love it on MLB Network, on MLB.com. Top 10 right now at their position. And you were ranked as the 7th best first baseman in Major League Baseball going into 2023. Do you follow things like that and see what those top 10s lists are?
Honestly, no. I did take a screenshot last year because they listed 2 players from one team, and I was not even in the 30 available. So, with things being kind of back and forth like that, I didn't want to take offense to it, but, I kind of make a little mental note that, maybe I'm not on the radar yet. We got some work to do.
Okay. I like that perspective, too, that, you got some work to do, maybe not on the radar yet. You did it last year for sure, though, man. Hitting 302, and, that's a number that I talk with Mike all the time. I'm like, where are those guys? Why don't more guys do that more often? But you also hit with power. Did you find something? Did you unlock something last year? What was it for you that had you hitting so well?
I'll tell you what, over the course of the season, there's slow stretches and there's hot stretches, and you just got to do what you can to maximize when you're having your hot stretch. And I feel like, with the group that we have, with the staff support, with the other players, I just got an opportunity to really maximize, and thankfully I was able to do it.
Now, when it comes to the Rangers offseason, what an offseason, getting a whole bunch of pitching help. Were you surprised, or going into the offseason, did you have a good idea that the Rangers were going to spend this much money on free agents?
Well, you can look at the stadium and see that the dollars are there. We're a sports town, right? The DFW is a sports community, so the commitment to winning from the ownership side was great to see. You never really know what they're willing to spend or who they're willing to bring in, but obviously the names of the players that they're bringing in and the commitments that they're making financially is promising for all free agents, for anybody who could get traded, and it should be the turn of the tide for the Texas Rangers.
I'm not saying that like you ever as a good teammate sit there and blame like the other side. Like in football, offense shouldn't blame defense or anything like that. I'm not asking you to do that here. But seeing additional pitchers that are good veterans come in, does that make you think, okay, there are going to be some opportunities where we won't be giving up runs in the middle of games that we shouldn't be?
Well, it's a funny game because even the best of the best can go out there and get tagged for 10 in a start. And the next time, somebody who may be making a spot start or doesn't have any experience can go 6 or 7 shutouts. So the consistency piece is going to be something that is going to be really good for us. Our starters should be able to work real deep. We got some guys that are not afraid to eat some innings, and then it'll keep our bullpen fresher. And when we get the team in the rhythm, if we get the defense off their feet and we get back in the box, things are good for us. We have a good offensive team, and it's cool to see the improvements on both sides of the ball.
We have Silver Slugger, Nathaniel the Nate Lowe, joining us right now on the golf course. So hopefully we won't keep you too much longer. I know your buddies might be going, hey, it's your time to tee off, or you need to putt right now.
Let those guys play through.
So
no, it's all good, man. We're at the turn.
When it comes to the shift, that's a big deal in this upcoming season, is that there's going to be shades but not complete shifts in the infield. It seemed like it didn't bug you last year, as you are a guy that does use the other side of the field a whole bunch. Have you thought about your approach or your team's approach on how different the rules could be with defense in the infield?
I think defensively for us, it's just going to expose players. You're going to figure out what you're made of again, because sometimes the shift can help you out defensively because you go get to a couple balls that maybe you don't necessarily get to when you start in a standard position. But, I think it's going to be good for us as athletes because now we have freedom to move. And then on the other side of the ball, the 4-hole has been covered up. The second baseman's in right field half the time. The shortstop's standing behind second base. And for the longest time, you come up and you go, all right, with 2 strikes, let me get to the middle. Let me drive the ball hard back through the middle. And the shortstop's standing right there ready to eat it. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good for baseball as a whole.
Okay, I really do hope so. And also, I want to point out, like, you just said you're at the turn. Is this brilliant planning on your part that you were able to be at the turn here on the golf course while you were also scheduled to have a radio interview at the exact same time?
I'll tell you what, Rich Rice did a good job with this. You guys are doing a great job accommodating my schedule. It's just, things are working out the way they're supposed to, and today's a good day.
Nice. Okay.
If we're playing golf with you, though, Nate, what are we looking for? Are you a good putter? Are you just awesome with drives? Are you just a solid player all around?
Let the big dog eat is what I said.
It just depends on the day. My handicap's trending in the right direction, but, I could go out and post something above 90 any day of the week. It's just, that's how the game goes, man. And one of the guys that I'm playing with right now, he doesn't keep score. He doesn't play one ball. He hits until he's content with the shot that he hits, and he goes to the golf course to have a good time. And that's what I think it comes down to, especially for the amateur side of the game. Have a good group, get a good day where you're outside enjoying the weather and walking with some good people, and then, the game will take care of itself.
We've had a good opportunity to get to know a lot of the managers as they've come through here, and we loved Woody. We really did. We had a great relationship with him, and we're going to miss him and wish him the best with the Dodgers being back at that. What have you talked to Boch yet? Have you gotten an opportunity to have a good conversation with him yet and get an idea of what he's expecting of this club?
A handful of times, yes. Just in passing, though, it's been pretty casual. It was real early. I think one of the first times that he came to the stadium, I was in town and got to shake his hand. And he's from the same area that my dad's from, so we got a couple connects there. And I spent a summer after my sophomore year of college playing for another guy who was really tight with him, and it was cool how things just kind of come full circle. And then obviously with his winning experience, he's going to set a precedent. He's going to bring maybe some old school mentality and maybe some analytics and some new school, but it's going to be, a fresh change for us, and hopefully will translate onto the field.
Now, you brought up your dad just a moment ago, and I had a friend kind of point out a couple things about him. I didn't know he was drafted by the Mariners in, 86? Yeah. I also didn't know he was a career fighter pilot. And do you love flying in planes? Have you gotten a chance to do that? Like, what's that relationship like?
Dude, I would kill to go up in one of those airplanes. I mean, with the I think it's the National Guard out there in Fort Worth that flies out of there, and they fly the fighter jets out there. I've never had the opportunity. I'm not sure if I would fit, but I would find a way to fit if they were going to take me up in a fighter jet.
I think you can do that in spring training too. There's that base that I think the Rangers have visited. It's a good decade ago where they got to do stuff like that.
I'll tell you what, I make a point some days to go out there because there's a service road that goes right under the runway.
Yes.
And those F-35s come in and they are 45, 50 feet above the road. And I sit on top of the truck and you can feel, the fence will wiggle from the afterburner as they're coming down to the runway. So, there's not a lot of sounds better than jet noise. I think, jet fuel has just got a smell to it. It's like pine tar, it's just, it puts you in a mood, and it definitely adds to some sensations and some good memories of my dad when I was a kid.
Man, when you said the pine tar smell, Mike just lit up because that's one of his favorite smells for sure. He always talks about that.
Right.
But whenever we're out there,
Nick Solak had said for the longest time, if you could get it in a candle, he would.
Absolutely. And now they have it in like soap form. So there's all sorts of options out there. I'm not trying not to get myself in trouble with the bosses, but when we're out in Arizona, usually if I'm driving, I will try to race some of those planes that are flying. There's no way, but it's a rental car, everything's fine.
Yeah, right. It's not yours. Might as well drive it.
And you put in Playing with the Boys with Tom Cruise as you're doing that?
I think I do jump. I do jump from no, not the Top Gun one.
So Nate, now you have got to be somewhat of a veteran player on the Texas Rangers. I know there's other veteran guys next to you, Simeon and Seager. In your infield, most likely will be Josh Young, who is a guy who got a little bit of experience last year in the major leagues. I think a lot of Ranger fans are excited to see what Josh Young can provide to the team on an everyday basis in 2023. Your major league career did not start off with a bang. It was not like, hey, I'm here, like somebody like Corey Seager, who was a Rookie of the Year guy. Do you feel like if there are struggles with Josh Young, you can be able to go over to him and talk to him about your experience, your first time in the major leagues?
I do. I really do. Like you said, I didn't kill it when I first got called up. And, with the system that's in place at the other organization that I started with, it's, a lot of young guys shuffling in and out. Like my brother went out a handful of times this year and had to go right back down. I got called up my first year for one day and got sent right back down. And, it's just tough for young players to flourish without direction from other players because happy players perform better. And when you know that your teammates are really, truly your teammates and they're in your corner, then you step into the box or you go out to the field with confidence, and that's where you're going to get the most out of your game.
We've kind of been looking at where people have this Rangers club this year, and Mike, I think they had, what was it yesterday? You said MLB had them at 74 wins,
78,
and you said you'd flip it. You'd give them over 80 wins and put them in that range. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if you guys do this. If y'all look at it and you'll go, this is the right number for us. Do you have a number that you're like, this is where we want to be? I mean, we all want to win a championship, but this team is progressing in a different way right now.
Honestly, I have no idea. It'd be cool to say, yeah, we're going to put together at least a 500 season, or yeah, let's get closer to 90, 95, 100 wins. That'd be awesome. But, we have to take one step at a time. We have to pitch the ball, we have to hit the ball, catch the ball, and throw it. And outside of that, you can only control what you can control.
All right, Mr. Lowe, my last question for you is this whole week, we've obviously talked a lot about the Cowboys losing, but as we've gotten to Friday, we're talking a lot about the conference championship games. I'm assuming you are a football fan. Who are you rooting for and why this weekend?
Gosh, I wish that I could vouch for it and like have a better answer for you, but I'm not going to lie, man. It's baseball season already in my head. If I, after church on Sunday, if I'm not on the golf course, maybe I'll flip the football game on. But for the most part, like, man, I don't pay a whole ton of attention to the NFL.
Okay. Do you pay attention to do you like any other sport?
You a Stars fan?
Yes, a bandwagon Stars fan, but a Stars fan.
Well, welcome to the bandwagon.
Absolutely, yes.
Well,
our marketing team has a great relationship with the Stars, and so they can get us some tickets and some sweet parking spots. And yes, I have a jersey. We just had our Rangers night there the other night. I got a jersey made with my name and number on, which I don't think I'll wear again, but it's a cool thing to have. And, after this, I've only been to a handful of games, but yes, I am down for some hockey now.
And tomorrow, will we see you at FanFest?
Yes, sir. I'll be there in the morning.
All right. Awesome,
man. Well, you have a fantastic back nine. Hopefully it's all birdies all the way, man.
That's right. Thank you, guys.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Nathaniel Lowe right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers. Spring training coming up very quickly, Mike, as pitchers and catchers are getting ready to report. I hope that right there, because I'm starting to see this on the text right now, I hope that kind of like, oh, man, I'm rooting for that guy. Like, that's one of those opportunities. He sounds like a fun guy. I can't wait to talk to him in Arizona.
I did see somebody ask me, hey, do you think the Rangers is on the Twitch? Do you think the Rangers are good enough to buy season tickets? And I'm going to give my honest answer here. As I said, man, buying 81 tickets seems like a lot of games to go to.
It is.
But I said this team has done enough in the offseason that I think buying 10 and 20 and half-season packages, because I can see going to 10 games I think is easy. Going to 20 games I think is pretty doable. I think when you start talking about a Mavericks star season, 41 home games, that's quite a bit to commit to. And 80 games approximately is a lot to commit to. But I would say, man, to go see Jacob deGrom, to go see some of these pitchers, whether it's Eovaldi, Martin Perez, Jonathan Gray, when he was healthy last year, was good. Health was an issue there. And now with the team that they have, I think they're going to be very competitive this year. I would say, hey, I would call up the Rangers, go to FanFest. This is a great way to go to the park and everything and see maybe what seats you would like for a 20-game package or something. I'd say it's definitely worth getting some sort of package this year. If you can't do 80 games, I don't think many people can. But if you can do like a 20-game package, I think it's very doable, and you can get to the ballpark and kind of see where you'd want to sit for those 20 games.
Yeah, I think you got a really good point. DeGrom, between all that pitching, you're going to have a night where you get to see something special maybe happen. It's not one of those nights where you're like, who is this guy again? So I think you're going to have something on a nightly basis with the Rangers. Yeah, go check them out. It's they're going to be out at FanFest this weekend. Man, it's a lot of fun. All kinds of autographs, interactive activities going on. TexasRangers.com. Just go check out the FanFest this weekend, man.
I think, too, I'm not 100% sure, but I think, like, if you're a big prospect guy, I believe Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter.
They were all at the Stars game, I think, a couple nights ago.
So I think they're all going to be at FanFest. So if you want to see kind of the
next generation,
the first-round picks that you've had, Evan Carter, I think, is also there. So if you're a big prospect guy, I think the prospects are going to be at FanFest, too. I can't guarantee it, but I think they are, too.
Coming up next, it is the Expressway, 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports and entertainment right in your ears. We got bold prediction and Mike's Likes It next.
Blasting.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we do have the big-time games coming up this weekend, otherwise known as the big games, is what we have to call them. Kevin's not with us today, so we got to make sure we're saying it right.
The big C games.
Yeah, the big C games, championship games, that is. The AFC and NFC Championships going on this weekend. Mike, I was watching Mahomes at practice earlier, walking around. Here's where I think that he's not there yet, all right? Just watching him kind of like test it every time he gets an opportunity. Every chance he gets, he's kind of bouncing on it just a little bit. Yeah. And that's where you have to do that. You have to figure out, is this right? You're also letting some of those fluids out of your injury area. Like, those are things, but it just looks like he's like, is it working? Am I okay? So, and he had a couple moments where he had a weird step, but with Mahomes, that's a huge factor. He's their offense.
So I don't want to call this dirty because this is what you kind of should do, but I'm asking you this question. If you're the Cincinnati Bengals and you're kind of going to sack him, now, I know that you run into the personal foul stuff, but if you're kind of getting knocked down and you tackle him and you kind of have fallen down and you've tackled him around his knees to kind of get him down after he's released the ball, don't you turn the ankle a little bit?
So, I mean, yeah, but also, this
I know
is a
their
different
answer
era.
would be no to the public, but don't you, if you spin it just a little bit, it might kind of bruise up or ache so much that he can't play.
I listen, this is Dick Butkus would bite you at the bottom of the dog pile. All right. He's doing whatever he could to win. There's no way that players aren't thinking that way. Hey man, if this guy's not on the field, this helps us. Except for the fact that Chad Henne has the longest touchdown drive in Kansas City Chiefs postseason history. So maybe you don't want that guy on the field. But yes, I do think that will happen at some point, that one of these Bengals players might see an opportunity. Here's the one thing that would hold me back from it. There are so many camera angles, and I'm not saying that the NFL is going to find me or anything, but I don't want to be looked at as that player amongst my peers. Ndamukong Suh, he's perfectly fine with being, all right, yeah, I'm that guy. Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with that. I don't want that. But my teammates also are probably pretty ecstatic that I was the guy that got that guy out. So I think that there are opportunities, but again, there's so many TV angles that I'm going to get seen and exposed.
I just think there's so many ways to intentionally do it without looking like it was intentionally done, because things are moving so fast. All of a sudden, when I'm tackling him, my forearm goes down really hard on his ankle. I didn't twist it. I didn't grab it or anything like that. And I'm like, dude, what am I supposed to do? I got a 330-pound guy doing this to me, and I got to hurry up and try to get there, and I'm losing my balance trying to get there. He's releasing the ball to odd angle, and you're telling me I intentionally threw my forearm into his ankle, and in the back of his head, like, hell yeah, I did.
Yeah, guys get hurt in this game.
All right, fine. You can think that, but you can't prove it.
Yeah.
Now, you can prove, to your point, if they take his ankle and foot and they rip on it as he's down, that's easy to prove. So to your point, probably can't do that much. But the other thing, too, is if I'm in the Super Bowl, I'm in the Super Bowl. You're not.
Did you think that the Tony Pollard injury was dirty?
Not at all.
But that's
football.
That's very close to a play that is outlawed in grabbing them by the shoulder pads and putting your weight on their ankle.
Yeah, it's a 15-yard penalty.
He put his arms around his waist and put his, like,
I shouldn't have tackled him. I should have not grabbed up there. Like, what would you say to the Cowboys if they're like, well, I thought if I grabbed up there and then dropped my body down to get him down because he's a tough guy to tackle, I thought I might hurt him, so I decided to let him go and run for 40 yards.
There's these gray areas. I do think, though, that putting your body on somebody's ankle like that, like he did, is dangerous. And I don't doubt that there's a guy on that sideline going, hey, if we take Tony Pollard out of this game, this will be better for us. If they have to go to
I don't
Zeke,
think it was intentional
good.
at all. You know what I'd say to Tony Pollard if you were questioning me if I was the guy who tackled him and you were saying you did that to Tony Pollard intentionally? How am I supposed to know he's going to drag his legs like that? Get your legs out of the way. Like, it's not my fault. Like, if you break somebody's hand pitching, get your hands out of the way. It's not my fault you didn't get your hands out of the way.
Yeah, I
was throwing at your hands. I was trying to get your hands to I was trying to get your body to jump back so I could open up the outside corner. You decided to hang in there and it hit your hand and it broke your hand and you're out 6 to 8 weeks. That's not my fault. I was trying to get you to stop diving out over the plate. That's not my fault. You get your hands out of the way and your hand's not broken.
I think you answered your own question very well in that, yes, a lot of players will come up with a creative way to maybe do it if the opportunity arises. Maybe the opportunity never comes up. Maybe you never even get close enough to Mahomes throughout a game to make that happen. But I think that there are a lot of players that are like, and they have the excuse already built in, just like you said. In the back of their mind, they're like, yeah, I did. But they already know what they're going to say even beforehand. Or maybe it just happens right afterwards.
It's just like if you are, I know we're probably going to go to the other side right here now. If I'm playing on the San Francisco 49ers and I have a chance to drive his shoulder into the ground, Jalen Hurts, I'm doing it.
Yes.
And now I got to watch for a 15-yard penalty. 15-yard penalties can cost you a lot in championship games. So I don't want to get a 15-yard penalty on Patrick Mahomes, and I don't want to get a 15-yard penalty on Jalen Hurts. But if there's a chance to kind of drive his shoulder into the ground to see what happens at that point, if he can throw the ball or not throw the ball, you have to take that opportunity.
Yes.
You have to.
Especially if and I always, if you want to get a quarterback out of rhythm real quickly, ring his bell some way, sack him, if you want to take that 15 yards and it's going to knock him for a loop for a while. As players, they're probably thinking, hey, we want to make sure we send a message early to this guy. And when it comes to like Christian McCaffrey's calf, I don't know what an Eagles player is thinking about his calf or anything like that. I don't know.
I don't think you can really hurt a strained calf.
Muscles type situation.
But when you have a banged up shoulder or you have an ankle, you know that all it takes is one thing with the calf. Like really what's going to hurt Christian McCaffrey's calf is pushing off too hard. And that's him. I can't make he's pushing me to try to get an extra yard. I didn't do anything. He's trying to push hard and his calf strains more or pulls. I don't think there's any way to attack a strained calf.
I got a couple of bold predictions for the championship games this weekend. Mike, I wanted to see your thoughts on this. And we will
invite the Cowboys to play in it because they know it would bring a bigger number.
That would be bold. That would be extremely bold. Which team would you take off then? Would you take the Bengals out?
No, it'd be the 49ers.
Oh, the Niners. Okay.
I think you just have them replace them. It's kind of like they played an ineligible player. They can't go to the next round.
I think you just swing the Cowboys over to the AFC for a weekend. And just say, well, the Bengals are the lowest rated group. I don't know who has the lowest.
We don't want that heat over there.
You don't want. There's too much.
The Cowboys are so lucky right now that they're in the NFC over the AFC.
From the 972, Hurts said he knew he was a marked man against the Giants for sure. And then from the 817, the tackle of Pollard and the tackle of Lamb were both intentional to injure and maim. Bengals bold prediction. Cincinnati has 2 100-yard receivers this weekend.
What did they want? I'll answer that in a second. What did they want the San Francisco 49ers player to do when he was tackling Tony Pollard?
Not put his weight, not put his body on the ankle. It's the Roy Williams rule, right? That was the Roy Williams rule, was those guys were breaking their ankles by grabbing them by the shoulders, pulling them back, and then laying their body on their ankles.
You got to go to flag football if you think that was dirty. Because he had to tackle him.
That's what the Tolo said.
But I feel like you're saying that too. You believe a little bit of that too.
That was brought up in the question. It's been brought up multiple times this week in headlines. I just saw it as a headline and was asking.
Yeah, I think that it's part of football. I have to get him down. I'm not trying to land on his ankle. I'm trying to take my 250 pounds and get this 210-pound runner to the ground who has momentum. I got to try to stop him. Legally, and he did it legally, but his legs curled back into my body as I'm dropping it. I just find it as that's part of football.
I also
That's
don't
part
know.
Of life.
It became so rampant with the Roy Williams era, and that was happening a lot, not just by Roy Williams, but by other people. It became so much that it was ruining careers and stuff.
Right.
I do wonder that if it happens more the way that it happened with Tony Pollard, if guys are like, hey, I can grab him by the waist and still do that, but I'm not breaking the rules. If the NFL would look at it and say, and that is something we could talk about with Steven for sure. Bengals bold prediction, Cincinnati has 2 100-yard receivers this weekend. Do you think that is a bold prediction?
I lean to no. I think it's a great bold prediction. I do think that Burrow throws for 300 yards, which gives yourself a chance. And I do think Jamar Chase is going to have 100 yards, but I know that T. Higgins is their other guy, very good player. I don't think both of them will, but I can see 120 for Chase, and I can see 80 for Higgins, and then that does get you 200 yards. It just isn't each guy got 100.
I heard one of the linebackers for Kansas City said he's not impressed by the Bengals offense. He said nothing impresses me.
They've been destroyed by that offense multiple times, so he needs to shut his mouth. I'm rooting for Kansas City, but in that first game, Jamar Chase went for, I think, over 200 yards. I think it was like 230 yards of receiving. So, yeah, I don't know how what did you want him to go for? Was 500 yards impressive to you?
Well, I guess whenever you have Mahomes as your quarterback, that you're getting impressed a lot of times. But I think that Joe is one of those guys that it's like, you're like, okay, is he really that great? And then all of a sudden in big moments, he steps up and you're like, crap, he is that dude. I agree. I think that either Higgins or Chase could be the guy. I think Mixon could be a guy out of the backfield that has 100 yards. I don't know if that counts as a 100-yard receiver, but I also definitely think that Hayden Hurst could have a huge impact on this game. And, dude, we don't give Tyler Boyd enough credit. He's the third receiver on this team. He could be a number 2 somewhere, and he's the third receiving option, and they have 2 1s. So, that's one of the things that I think is going to be very exciting about this weekend. Chiefs bold prediction, Mahomes throws 0 touchdown passes. Do you think that? I don't think that's possible.
They'll lose. I mean, if that happens, they're losing and losing by quite a bit. Or he got hurt, or he went out there. I mean, the reason I say it's I'll say it's 33% chance of happening, because if his ankle starts bugging him really quickly and they just have to take him out. Because look, if you're the Kansas City Chiefs, this is like Dirk Nowitzki. If people don't remember this, in 2003, Don Nelson looked at Dirk, and even though the doctor said, we think he can play and we don't think he's going to injure it anymore, we don't think there's any more damage he can do to his knee, Don Nelson said, this is our franchise player for the next decade. We're not taking this risk. As much as we want to make it to the NBA Finals, we can't take this risk right now with this player. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs, you're expecting Patrick Mahomes for the next 10 years to be your quarterback. I can't take the risk if he starts limping again and looking bad that, well, this game means more than the next 10 years. I think with Patrick Mahomes, I got a chance to win it all every time he's healthy.
Yeah.
But I can't take the risk of ruining his ankle, and I don't think they are. But if he starts looking bad, I can see them taking him out going, man, we just can't. You're too valuable to pull this off. And you're not 37.
Yeah.
You're 37 instead of 27. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the last time we'll ever be here. But this isn't the last time that we think we'll ever be here.
I don't think they're a good enough running team to just say that that's the way they're going to go. In all cases, it is built around Mahomes. That is the process in which that team wins football games. Eagles bold prediction. Jalen Hurts rushes for at least 150 yards.
No, these are bold. Even if you said 100, I just lean towards he's got to protect that shoulder, and even sounds like I got to protect that shoulder. So I'm going to guess, if you said over under 50, I'll go over. You go 80, I would lean towards under. I think he's going to rush for somewhere between 80 and 50 yards in this game, which is a good day for him. That's not a bad day, but I do think he really has to watch that shoulder. And also, I heard this morning on Sean and RJ. Good point here. The linebackers for San Francisco are fast.
Yeah, they are.
They are the linebacking crew
that
Jalen Hurts has to watch, that he will get caught by those linebackers.
Yeah.
And just like you mentioned Tony Pollard, you don't want to get caught from behind and them drag you down. You might not be worrying about your shoulder. You might be worrying about your knees and your ankles in those situations.
The Fred Warner safety that plays linebacker. By the way, Jalen Hurts only ran for 150 yards once this year. He only ran for over 100 yards once this year as well, that same time that he ran for 157 yards against Green Bay. So I wouldn't place a bet on that one. 49ers bold prediction. Brock Purdy held under 100 passing yards.
Jeez, these are way too bold.
Well, the Eagles defense,
these aren't A1 thick and Hardys. These are way bolder.
All people are talking about is how this Eagles defense, how many sacks they put up and how consistently good they've been at getting pressure on the quarterback. And we did see the Cowboys got pressure, not as much as you wanted last week, but they did get pressure. I don't know that that's still going to keep him from passing for 100, but they do love to run the football as their flagship.
There will be nobody that pressures Brock Purdy as much as Micah Parsons pressured Brock Purdy. So that being said, I expect Brock Purdy to act. He's on the road. I think he's still going to have a better game than he did against Dallas, because I think the Cowboys made his life really uncomfortable really quickly, and for the first time in his short NFL career, he was worried about pass rushers getting to him and him making a major mistake. So he did a good job of dumping the ball and making sure he didn't make any major mistakes. But it also, the plays that we saw him make against Seattle, he didn't believe he had the time to do. And now Philly has a good overall pass rush, but I don't think they're going to have to deal with a Micah Parsons type of player that really started probably getting in the back of Brock Purdy's head. So I think he's going to have a nice game. I'm rooting very much for San Francisco. I don't want Philadelphia to be in the Super Bowl.
He has thrown for at least 175 yards in every game so far. And any quarterback throwing for less than 100 yards, I guess Jimmy Garoppolo did it. Didn't he have like 70 yards in one game?
Probably so.
I like, it's just insane to think that in today's game, because the opportunities, the way the game is called now, coaches were like, hey, it's more beneficial to us to put the ball up in the air and try and either get, penalties and all that. He'll get his opportunities to put the ball out there.
As a Cowboys fan, I think you can throw on them, but it's probably because I saw the Cowboys get 41 points on them.
All right, Mike, I want to give you plenty of time for this today. It is time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so Mike Likes It. I heard this yesterday from Richard Jefferson on ESPN, and it was based off of what we're seeing continually now in the NBA, day after day, and now year after year. Let's hear what Richard Jefferson said on load management today in the NBA.
I don't understand. We want you to do what's been done over the course of the history of the game of basketball. Like, we've sat there, and I was fortunate to come in 2001. And when I tell you that there was one trainer, there wasn't a traveling masseuse, there wasn't game readies, there weren't all of the amenities. You didn't have cold tubs, you didn't have hot tubs, you didn't have all of the amenities. And the only thing that has led, we have now teams that are paying millions of dollars to sports science. And they're like, oh, the game of basketball is tough. Let me tell you why. And for all the people that want to go through and look at numbers, you can look at how many games I played over the course of my career and what my numbers were. Let me tell you about why it was important to me, because that's all I'm going to say. My parents, I didn't come from very much. And for Christmas, my parents got me a ticket to go watch the San Antonio Spurs because David Robinson was my favorite player. One ticket. My dad, who worked security and scrubbed floors and did all that stuff, he dropped me off at the game, gave me $5, and I went in there by myself because my family couldn't afford to come to the game. So they knew that I loved basketball. And I was the youngest of 3 boys, but that was my thing. So they paid one ticket. And I sat in there. My dad went to a bar and watched the game and then came back and picked me up when the game was over. So it's like every day that I stepped on the floor, I remember my father. Yeah. I remember having one ticket and being there and all the families and all the people that were probably just like me. If David Robinson wouldn't have played in that game, like, I get emotional thinking about it because I got to stand next to him in game 6 of the NBA Finals when he was about to go off into the sunset and tell him that he was my favorite player growing up. So I take that responsibility and say, wait, we can't just gloss over this. And I blame the teams. I blame the training staffs because the players in this generation are doing more of what they are told than going out there and leaving it all out on the floor. Because we as NBA fans, not just the fans in that building, you want to sit there and talk about MVP, then go against Giannis. Be tired and go against Giannis. And I'm not saying that Jokic is notoriously known for playing in all the games, but that's one that as a team, as a franchise, for Jokic, for everyone, you should have looked at and said, we need to manage before or we need to manage afterwards. You're going to go against one of the best players in this league, and that's the way it should be looked at.
So I love what Richard Jefferson's saying there, and I do think this is why the NBA financially is still behind Major League Baseball. Not by a lot, but they are behind them, is because there's plenty of times I will never buy a 10-game pass to the Mavericks again, because when I did it in Luka's rookie year, all the premium games that I got, literally, I don't know how it worked out this way, none of the best players for the other team played in all 10 games. Steph Curry was out for Golden State. Paul George was out for Oklahoma City. It was just, I think it was actually Paul George did play. Russell Westbrook was out. Like LeBron James didn't play in the game that the Laker game that I had. Yeah. It was just every game somebody set out. And then I think out of the 10 games that we had, and look, this is just what his career was, I think Porzingis played in 2 of the 10, maybe 3 of the 10 games. Luka sat out, I believe, 1 or 2 of the games. And so I just got to the point, like, I cannot buy tickets to future NBA games unless they're playoffs. I decided I'm just going to save all my money. And last year I went to almost every playoff game because you know that they're going to play in the playoffs. And so I look at this for the NBA and go, this is a major issue. And the schedule was exactly the same. And sports science, as great as their theories are, and all the hot tubs and cold tubs and the right diet and everything, it didn't save Blake Griffin's career. Blake Griffin's career ended at 30 years old or 31 years old. It doesn't save careers. It doesn't make careers longer. We saw, guess what? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar played till he was 44. You know, I've seen Dirk Nowitzki from 1998 play till 2018, and I get things adjusted during his time period. But when you look at what they're doing, and also in baseball, I keep saying this, especially with pitching, you're not saving arms. The arms aren't lasting longer today. You've done this theory on we're not going to pitch guys a lot and we're not going to tell them to ever pitch a lot in the minor leagues. It's not helping them. It's not making them better. It's not elongating careers. It is still the same. Steve Carlton pitched till he was 40. Don Sutton pitched till he was 40. Obviously, we know Nolan Ryan pitched till he was 45. I played with John Franco, who pitched till he was 44, 46 years old. We saw Jamie Moyer, and I know not a hard thrower, but he was able to throw till he's like 47. This sports science stuff, I'm not saying it's a crock, but they are making owners believe, and then non-sports people that are in franchises now believe that they've discovered the answer. You know what they can't do, Corey? They can't say this. We don't really have the answer. It's the human body. And we've never been able to totally figure this thing out. And we don't know how Michael Jordan played 40 minutes a night every game of every season for 5 straight years. We can't answer that. What they say is it wasn't beneficial to him. So they have to come up with things that are totally and completely different that don't really make a lot of sense. It's a theory. I'm not saying they make great sense or they make no sense. It's just that we have all of these theories, but we've now taken it to, no, we know. You don't know. Blake Snell getting taken out in Game 6 of the World Series lost the World Series, but yet they would say, we knew he was going to start pitching bad. We know that it was. Blake Snell hasn't pitched well or great since that World Series game. I thought you saved him. I thought you were going to make Blake Snell the best pitcher in baseball for 5 innings and only pitching 5 innings every 5th day. Well, it didn't make him better. It made him worse. So now what's the theory on we took him out early in that game because we thought we would ruin his life if we pitched him one more inning, or we would ruin the World Series. Well, you ruin the World Series the opposite way. So they're all theories. They're not based off of facts. There's really very little that is happening based off of facts. But I think for the NBA, Corey, and I'll let you talk here, they have an issue with this. You pay a premium. They upcharge. The Mavericks and all other teams upcharge for the Lakers. They upcharge for Golden State. They upcharge for Milwaukee. They upcharge for these premium games with premium players. Yet you only have about a 70% chance of that guy actually showing up to play in that game.
The owners and teams have essentially said, though, with Luka, we discussed this.
Yeah.
With Luka, they're like, hey, it's better for you to not play tonight. So you're going to take a night off. And I think you pointed out about 10 games a year, the Mavericks will do that. And with a lot of other players in the NBA, they will do that as well. Now, you don't care if Dwight Powell's not in the game. That doesn't matter to you at all.
Right. Nobody's paying to go see Dwight Powell play.
Right. And for, let's say the Suns, I don't know if anybody's shown up to watch Cam Johnson play.
Right. They want to see Devin Booker and Chris Paul.
Yeah. And so but last night you got neither Luka after the first few minutes, and you also didn't have Booker on the court. It feels like the owners are okay with it, though, and that they're not worried that the product is lesser during the regular season for that.
Yeah.
Or it almost feels like they're saying that they realize and recognize their season is too long in kind of a way that they're like, man, that is too many games, but we're still going to get our money for them. It's very similar to what Kevin says about Netflix. What's the smallest amount that we can give, but also keep the people around? If we raise it $3, how many people are going to leave? Oh, we're going to lose 250,000 people? that's still enough for us to be able to make a profit on this.
Right.
And so that's where I feel like the NBA, I don't think they think it matters that much. But there is this kind of from I don't want to call y'all old heads because I don't want Richard Jefferson to sound that way. But there's a different mentality from those players they were trying to prove something and grow that league into something. And they were trying, just think about the relationships we see that we never saw from those guys in the 80s and 90s. We didn't have those types of things. This is a different era and generation of it all.
So what's going to be interesting this year with the NBA is another point that I wanted to get to, is especially in the Western Conference, most everything's going to be jumbled up. Now, for Memphis and Denver, it's not. They're going to be the 1 and 2 seed in any order. They have pulled away from the pack. They don't have to worry about being the 3, 4, 5, 6 or play-in situation. They pulled away from the pack, and they're in very good shape the rest of the way to give Ja a night off or to give Jokic a night off if they need it and not worry about falling out of the playoffs. What's going to be interesting here with approximately 30 games left for all NBA teams is Sacramento, New Orleans, the Clippers, the Mavs, the Suns, Timberwolves, Golden State, Utah, probably throw in the Blazers and Lakers who are out of the playoffs right now. I won't throw in Oklahoma City, even though maybe they could surprise us and be one of the 10 seeds to make the play-in situation. What are they going to do down the stretch here? Last year, LeBron didn't want to make the play-in. So I know people forget stuff like this. He intentionally sat out at the end because he's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to play in the play-in, possibly win a game, but probably not.
Or maybe even lose it and feel embarrassed.
Right, and then get hammered by the 1 seed because we're not going to beat Phoenix at the time. They're way better. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to try to put in 40 minutes a night just to make the 9 or 10 spot. And so what is going to happen down the stretch here? Because I think it'll say a lot about the NBA if all of a sudden the Clippers, who are fighting for the 5 or 6 spot or fighting for the 7 or 8 spot, they're like, look, we don't care. Just sit out Kawhi, sit out Paul George. If the Mavericks are sitting where they're at right now, the 6th spot, can you sit out Luka?
No, you're scraping for everything.
Don't you have to play him every game down the stretch just to try to stick into the 6th spot so you make the real playoff? Same thing when Devin Booker gets healthy. And for Golden State, who right now is the 9 spot. And they can move up quickly to the 4 spot or even to the 3 spot if they get hot. But I'm wondering, with all this load management in the NBA, where it's just not fun at times to turn on an NBA game and go, how come he's not playing? Well, he played last night, or they're playing 3 games in 4 nights, so they're only going to play him in 2 of the games. Well, it's not proven that it makes anything better. The thing is because San Antonio won champion. It's interesting. He talked about David Robinson because the Spurs started this.
Yeah.
Is that
okay? Explain that a little bit, because when you brought that up this morning, I forgot that this was it was Tim Duncan originally that was the first kind of he's got a night off tonight, and TNT or ESPN lost their minds about it.
Right, and they kept doing it, and then they would be like, well, guess what? Because this is a TNT game and we played last night, we're going to sit out Parker, Ginobili, Duncan, and somebody else. It's just like, dude, they're starting out. They're sitting 4 of their 5 starting guys. Why would I ever tune in and watch this game? And somehow Popovich would still win 50% of those games. But because they were successful doing it, right? Because they won championships doing it, then other teams said, this has to be the way. There's no other way than to do it the Popovich Spurs way, because they are continually in NBA championship games and winning NBA championships. But the only thing that's proven there is it worked for San Antonio and it worked for Tim Duncan, but it didn't work for Blake Griffin. They sat him out plenty of games with the Clippers, and it didn't work with his body. Still at 30 years old, his body was done playing basketball. I think with Zion, it doesn't matter what you do with Zion. His body won't make it past 30 years old and play meaningful NBA games at 32, 33 years old. With Luka, it's funny. I was told by somebody who's in the NBA, said Luka can play for 20 years because he never runs anyway. So what if you jog the whole game?
Yeah.
You're not really at 35 years old. Oh no, he's now jogging up and down the court. Well, he never ran at 22 years old. So what does it matter at 35 years old? He's going to still be playing at the same slow pace.
And Ja is a violent dunker. His body takes.
Ja's going to be interesting.
And Luka doesn't have that same kind of violent. He's more Paul Mero than he is one of those violent hitters like Napoli was.
Yeah. And so I wonder about this as NBA players talk about this, former NBA players, and I know that Charles Barkley talks a lot about this, and you just look at it and go, what are we doing here? Are we improving the product this way? And I don't think sports scientists can say we have improved the product by sitting out the best players in the game somewhere between 10 and 20 games a year. So it was an interesting thing from Richard Jefferson. And I just think to myself, I think about it in baseball terms too. It's way more pitching than it is regular players. Everyday players are still playing 140 to 150 games if they're healthy throughout the season. If you're hurt, you're hurt. Like, I don't expect Luka to play against Utah coming up.
Right.
He's really hurt. Devin Booker sat out last night because he's really hurt. You get injuries, and then you have to sit out because you physically can't play. But to me, if you can physically play and you're tired, I don't give an S. Play. That's what you do. You're supposed to play. People have paid a lot of money to go see Giannis play. People have paid a lot of money to go see Luka play. You got to play.
And here, NBA players are trying to play less games, and NFL players are agreeing to more football games.
The reason, well, they're not they're doing it for certain reasons, but I will say this. I think that's one of the reasons that we love the NFL a lot more than basketball and football is we know unless they're hurt, they're playing. When we tune into a Cowboys game, unless he's hurt, Dak is playing, Mike is playing, Patrick Mahomes is playing, whoever you love is playing, unless they're really hurt. And so I do think that the NBA has to look at this, and I know they're not going to do it because of financial reasons. If it's this bad, if sports science is saying an NBA player should only play in 60 games, you got to go down to 60-game schedule.
I'm not implying that Luke is on steroids. I was just implying how smooth he is at things. Don't get my words twisted there with the Palmero consideration. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C block. Let's look at some.
He's not doing them right if he's on them.
Oh yeah, he's completely wrong. I want to ask the Tolos for some suggestions on who we should be watching for the Cowboys for some mock draft time next on the Fan.
Here we fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
A couple of notes I wanted to get to here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It looks like D'Amico Ryans has emerged as the favorite for the Texans job. They'll meet next week after the game, this weekend. And they're in love with him. He's expected to meet them at some point. There is mutual interest. If all goes well, he could be their next head coach, according to Ian Rappaport. And somebody said that his wife is from Houston. And so I don't know if that matters. I really don't know how much that matters.
I mean, it makes sense. I'm going to assume met her when he was playing for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, maybe so. I have a lot of questions, man, about the Texans job if I'm interviewing for that, no matter what. Like, you always want to feel like you're the guy that can change it. I think I can go in there and make this happen. And, I'll be very honest. Mike, Kevin, and I, when we got here, I always go back to this. Our producer at the time, we just met him. His name was Waddle. And I walked in with a shirt, and it was from the A-Team. And I always loved that shirt. I thought it was a cool shirt. But I said, you see this shirt? That's what our goal is. We're planning to be the A-Team. We're not just going to be a weekend show for the rest of our lives. And we got lucky along the way as things went along. But we did have this mentality of, man, we want to be part of what makes the 105.3 the brand what it is. And I hope that the Tolos agree that we've done that part of the job as we've come in here on every day, except for Kevin for the last 2 days, who has suffered a very significant throat injury.
Yeah, the sadness of the Cowboy season being over.
Yeah, that two things combined, I think that was just too much.
Did he text you?
No, he hasn't texted me.
He didn't text me.
He hasn't texted anybody. Yeah. Derek even texted the group. Derek Holland said he texted the whole group. And guess what? Kevin didn't text back to Derek Holland.
Yeah. Well, boys, he emailed me.
What?
Yes.
Did he email you audio and he's like, hey, get this for Monday?
No, the Tony Khan interview that we had last week, his team wanted the interview.
Interesting.
So I was looped into an email chain to get that to him. So yeah, he's emailing me.
For personal interest.
Yeah.
Because he's a huge wrestling
What a
fan.
shame.
And he had personal interest in that interview getting into Tony Khan's hands. Very, very interesting the people Kevin will communicate with when he wants to and the people that he won't. Mike, are you reading the text that Derek sent moments ago?
Yeah, that Derek got sick because he was hanging with Kevin.
Yeah, because they were hanging out together during breaks. And so maybe that's how it got passed around. But yeah, again, I have lots of questions if I want to be there. That's another thing. But also, Mike, I don't know if you saw this.
Real quick with the Texans.
Yeah.
I would love that job.
Why?
I'm probably going to get to pick my quarterback, which
like
means
select that person
at number 2. I get to probably get my guy. And so I get freedom that usually you don't get fired if you have a rookie quarterback your first year. Now I get if you start doing things in the club and wherever Fingers Magoo was at, what's his name?
Urban Meyer.
Like, yeah, I get that you can get fired if you're him. But I would say that I got him, and then I have a pick at 12. So I can get a wide receiver I love. I can get a defensive guy that I'm going to build around. Then I pick again at 34. And so I just start looking at it, and I go, man, I have 3 picks in the top 30, and I should say 33 because it still says, with the 21st pick, the Miami Dolphins forfeit. So everybody kind of moves up. So literally you're picking 1, 12, and 33. And that's a lot of young talent I can start building around right there. Now, I get what you're talking about is the franchise and the ownership and what they're going to do.
In the last 3 years, they've had 4 different coaches.
Yeah.
And obviously it was the Crennel O'Brien year where they were like, O'Brien, we've had enough of you.
But if I'm DeMarco, I just feel like I can D'Amico, sorry, do quite a bit there.
I just don't want to be another name thrown into it that's just kind of a casualty of the Texans. That's I want, Lovie Smith, I don't think he got the fair shake on that thing, man. They were a bad team. They didn't have talent. He's a good coach.
They never hired him to be the
exactly.
That was not a hire for any type of long term. By the way,
the same thing with Culley too.
In the 3rd round, they have the 2nd and 10th pick in the 3rd round.
So this is a really good opportunity to really put a good team together for Ryans if that does work out. Here's the other one, Mike. Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
got a concussion watching football.
Remains in concussion protocol.
So I forgot to say
And he
this.
won't participate in the Pro Bowl games next week. I don't know if he's like, hey, I'm still in concussion protocol, so I don't have to. Or if this is like, this seems significant.
There was a play where Trevor Lawrence got smoked in the game. And he has a core, abs, and he has a neck. And Tua, I don't know if it's core and I don't know if it's neck strength. But at no point, I mean, Trevor Lawrence got pushed the F down and he kept his core tight and he kept his chin tucked. His head stayed a good foot away from popping back. And that's when you watch stuff like that, you're like, that play right there concusses Tua T 100% of the time. He can't, he either his core strength and / neck strength, his head's going to pop back and hit the ground. And then he's concussed and now he's out of the game. So I don't know what to do with that because I guess I would say we got to get on some sort of, when your head's right, and we got to get on some sort of core strength and neck strength program that 31 other quarterbacks don't deal with your situation. They're able to keep their head from popping back most of the time.
I wouldn't say 31 because, I mean, Troy Aikman and Steve Young also suffered bad concussions.
You need to go watch. Go do me a favor. Go watch the 92, 93, and 94 playoff games and see. You'd be like, oh my God, there's 73 personal fouls in this game.
And most of the time, it could have been on receivers too.
I would say go watch
really
93 because Troy Aikman takes a knee to the helmet and he is out of the game. And then watch what they do to Bernie Kosar the first 3 plays. You'd be like, oh my God, there needs to be ejections in this game.
Yeah,
because they were wanting Jason Garrett in the game really bad at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. I just find this interesting and significant. And this is, I don't know how many more of these injuries he can take or should take. And if you're a doctor, can you really like sit there and say, hey, man, get back out there and go play football after this season alone? Not even the other stuff that was going on.
But if you're a doctor and he does all the tests and he passed all the tests, what do you say? You say, well, his neck is soft and his abs are soft, but he passed everything. Brain-wise, he passed everything I just put him through. He's not concussed, and brain-wise, it seems to be going okay right now.
Well, and I guess that is the thing of like trying to measure, okay, we have decided that after 6 concussions, this is the cutoff point, or after 2 and we don't even know what he did in college. You know, you have no clue in college if he ever had one of these moments pop up as well that went just kind of swept under the rug and all those things. So I do wonder at the doctors what their level is of we've seen too much, and as opposed to, all right, our tests say that you've made it this week and you can go out there and play. I was looking at some mock drafts, as Kevin loves mock drafts.
I'm on a mock draft right now.
You're on. What are you mock drafting for the Mavericks?
No, I went to Tankathon. They have both.
Okay.
You want me to, let's see.
Who do you got? So I've seen 2 different ones from CBS Sports.
Now I'm confused. Are the Cowboys picking? I saw they said they're picking 26th on ESPN, but are they picking 27th?
I have 27th on both of these, on both from CBS Sports, and I don't know if either one of these.
That has to be right because I thought I saw I thought they were picking 27th too, and then I saw on ESPN they're picking 26th, but they are picking 27th, so I need to make sure that I say 27th from now on.
And for anybody that wants Bijan Robinson, because that is the name. 877-881-1053. Text in who you want us to take looks at. I'm going to go take a lot of looks. My son's going to help me out with some of this as well. Names that we need to know. I
want Jalen Carter.
For anybody that wants Bijan Robinson, they have him going to the Ravens at 23. And on the other one, oh man, they have him going even higher. So like that's.
I have him 19 on Tankathon.
You have him at 19.
Yeah.
And they have him in the Eagles at 32 on the other one. I don't know if he'd make it past the Cowboys, honestly. I don't know if he'll get there, but I don't know if he would make it past them at that point. Who did you say you want?
I was teasing. I was saying I want Jalen Carter, who might be the number 1 overall pick, the defensive lineman from Georgia.
Okay, all right. I am in the vein of if we want to add some more defense, let's go ahead and do that. I know this offense needs some things. They need they need a weapon at wide receiver, which, by the way, Quentin Johnston is anywhere on the board right now out of TCU, if that's the kind of big 6'4", 215
wide receivers
receiver
always,
you want.
Quarterbacks and wide receivers are the 2 that go higher than everybody thinks. So when you see a mock draft, this one has Quentin Johnston going number 9. But I feel like if you look at the history of the last 5 years, maybe even more in the NFL, every time you see a mock of wide receivers, they always end up going higher than you think. Now, obviously, CeeDee Lamb fell, and that was a shock to the Dallas Cowboys. It's like, whoa, a dude that we had as kind of ranked as the 10th best player in this draft has fallen to 17. We're jumping on this. But it just seems like when you just look at the history of the NFL recently, quarterbacks number one go higher than you think. And then number two, wide receivers usually go higher than you think.
By the way, Zach Wolchuk did tweet out, are you for or against load management in the NBA? And most people have replied, Mike, that they hate it. So I just wanted to let you know that you are not alone out there in the world. I have a lot of different options. I saw one pick by one mock draft, and then I sent you a video. I don't know if you got a chance to watch the kid. Drew Sanders, the linebacker out of Arkansas. And look, I don't know what their needs are, but if they want to replace Leighton Vander Esch and say we can't pay that guy, we have to draft, man, Arkansas would be a great place for Jerry and Steven to get a selection from. I went and watched him. He's 6'5", 233 pounds. Now, these aren't measured in combine yet. Those will actually run up as we get those numbers.
Drew Sanders?
Drew Sanders. Okay. He's a linebacker. He's the 29th ranked prospect, and his position rank, he's the 4th best linebacker prospect. I was watching him. I was like, dude, this guy's fast. This guy can can really get up on a tackle. He's good in coverage. He had some moments where he had some interceptions. I haven't seen any of the bad stuff yet, but that's an interesting name that I had not heard since everybody's been on BJ, the Bijan Robinson track since Mel Kiper threw that out there the other day. It makes sense. Ezekiel Elliott's tired. Tony Pollard, you have the injury, plus how much do you want to pay him? It would make sense for the Cowboys to go ahead and make that kind of move. But I don't know that it's going to happen. I also don't trust Mel Kiper that much. I don't put a lot of stock into the Mel Kiper group. I have a couple of guys. I have one here for sure that I trust a lot in his big board and everything. So I really do admire what Brian Broaddus puts in whenever he puts in all of his work. That's a good one. But man, Mike, you brought up a position earlier of need, and that was cornerback. And you think that the Cowboys are going to go after a cornerback. I
would say one of their first 2 picks will be a cornerback.
The name I keep seeing kind of in that range is Joey Porter Jr. So this is Joey Porter's son. He plays cornerback at Penn State. So if you want to find anything out about him, I'm sure you could just ask Micah what he knows, because he loves Penn State so much still to this day. That name keeps popping up. I've done like the Pro Football Focus, mock draft simulator, and every single time Joey Porter Jr. lands in my lap. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'm taking this cornerback. And obviously that has something to do with their algorithm and the way that it's set up and everything. But that cornerback right there, I'm going to go put my eyeballs on him this weekend so I can kind of get an idea of what he brings. But he's 6'2", 194 pounds, and people absolutely love that guy. A lot of people are already saying, man, he's going to go a lot higher than where the Cowboys are.
He's on Tankathon, number 10.
Yeah.
He's picked 10.
I have him at 17 in one, and I have him like below 22 in another one. So like there's lots of, that's one of those names you might have to move up, and that's the question you're going to have this year. Will the Cowboys take a risk of moving up, or do what they typically do and just stay put? Coming up next, let's hit some Mike Likes It. Let's see if Mike has some betting options. I have some wide receiver props, but everybody's waiting for Masterpiece of the Week. Next on The Fan.
All day.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when they hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I promise we will get into some Masterpiece of the Week as Joey is... It looks like he's still furiously preparing Masterpiece of the Week right now as he's getting ready for it. You think there's a chance it might not actually go off without a hitch today, Mike?
It is the best segment in all of radio.
You think so? Wow, that's interesting. I like
Howard
that.
Stern wishes
he could get that one.
This segment.
I agree.
And just a little tease, lots of moms.
Oh,
so yeah.
MILF man.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of MILF action, yeah. All right, so I just saw this, by the way, Mike. I don't know why I wasn't paying attention to this. Sunday, January 29th, from 1 to 2 at Kroger in North Richland Hills, Mitch Garver and Josh Young. Is that awesome to you?
Very awesome.
All right, now
I'm hoping Mitch is. It's going to be interesting how healthy he is.
Would you go out to North Richland Hills then to go see Josh Young and Mitch Garver?
I'm very much against North Richland Hills for a very private reason.
Okay, all right. What about this? Sunday, January 29th, from 1 to 2, same time, at Kroger in the Colony, Andrew Haney and Jacob deGrom.
No way.
That's what it says, yeah. Jacob deGrom is
Dang.
out there doing the Rangers stuff, man. How'd they convince him of that? That's awesome.
And I'd just be afraid of running into somebody at North Richland Hills. I wouldn't want to see.
Okay, I got you. I understand that. But the Colony, everything's clear in the Colony for you?
Yes, and love the North Richland Hills Police Department. Thank you very much for your service.
All right, fantastic stuff. All right, Mike, let's hit a couple of things, a couple different things here. Betting with Bassick.
Yeah.
Where I don't even care about
Kevin's
me.
4-0.
I have to go take out a personal loan. So
Kevin's 4-0 in the playoffs.
All right.
So he is now up $60. So going into the playoffs, he was down 20. He's up 60. So now it's up to me to bet.
You have one bet on the line. So he understands that you get your bet, right?
He can't say he doesn't have to bet. But here's the deal. Now that Patrick Mahomes looks like Giannis in the playoffs a few years ago, and it doesn't matter what we saw, Kansas City is now favored again. So they were favored, then they went really quickly to underdogs, and now I click on it right now. Kansas City is favored by 1 at home.
They were underdogs. They went back to underdogs this morning even more. So I don't know what changed later in the day today, Mike.
Okay. That being said, here's the tough part. I am going to root for the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes is my favorite player in the NFL. As much as I love on Trevor Lawrence, he's my second. Patrick Mahomes is my first. But I'm not going to bet on Kansas City. I just feel like Cincinnati is just playing great football. They destroyed Buffalo. I am going to take for $30. So in a weird bet, $30, I'm going to take the Bengals. So I'm going to give him Kansas City at -1 to cut it in half because I don't love this game. And the other one, am I really going to do this? It's never happened in the history of football.
I think Bobby Belt, who claims to be undefeated this year in his bets, said that he didn't want to pick the Bengals Chiefs game. He was like, that one I don't know, have a good pulse on.
For another $30.
Oh my gosh.
I am going to go ahead and hope that the rookie gets it done and makes the Super Bowl. I know that the 49ers didn't play great against the Cowboys, but you can't take last game into this game. It's a brand new game. The Cowboys took almost nothing offensively from Tampa to San Francisco. And honestly, San Francisco took almost nothing against Seattle into the next week. It's a brand new game. I think these are very close games. I do think we're going to have a very fun Sunday of football now that we've gotten to Friday. I am excited about watching these games on Sunday. I am going to go ahead and take the points. I'm going to take the 49ers plus 2.5. Crazy of me to take a rookie quarterback. Never happened. None of them have ever gone to the Super Bowl in the history of football. But I am going to take the 49ers plus 2.5. And also, that's who I'm rooting for. I just can't root for Philadelphia. I can't. I didn't root for him in the Super Bowl. I'm not Kevin. I don't hate Tom Brady that much. I don't hate any player that much in the NFL to start rooting for the Eagles.
A couple of things I wanted to ask you about. Oh, there was something that Mike McCarthy said. I wanted to get your thoughts just real quick. I don't have audio on this. I don't remember him.
You don't want to bet.
No, I'm again personal.
These aren't easy bets.
These
are
tough.
not.
And
I don't have a good feel for these games because of Mahomes might be healthy.
I also I have a bad taste in my mouth from some of my bitter losses that I was like, man, that one really, I thought that was going to be better. Mike McCarthy said yesterday, because you just said something that made me think about what he said. He said a lot of people get caught up in the idea of carrying over from last year to next year, and he was like, we start over next year, and that's something I've never really thought like, hey, now you reboot. You don't just start where you were.
Yeah.
You start next year. Now you're like, okay, where are you? Where are you, Dak? How are you physically feeling? J-Ron Kirsch, we know you were injured last year at this point. Where are you and where are you in the recovery? And so you're rebooting every year in that mindset. And did you look at it that way when you were playing? Was that each year was new, or did you carry some of that weight from other seasons with you?
I think you carry a little bit of your team success or team failure into the next year. So for the Cowboys, they had a successful season. It hurts. In the end, it hurts. It stings. But they've had now 2 years of 24 wins. It doesn't mean you're going to be successful, but you know that this kind of core group can win. And when you're Jacksonville going into last year, you're like, man, we're horrible. I'm hoping we're better. We're a little bit, more mature, hopefully. We do have a premium pick and the number 1 overall pick coming in on defense. We have a new coaching staff. But I think Jacksonville winning, I can't remember what it was, 8 of their last 9 games or 9 of their last 10 games, not including their last loss. So if you want to go 8 of 10 or whatever, I think you go in going, hey, we can win now and we expect to win now. But if you just go in going, we are going to win, then you are in trouble. And if you go into it going, we are going to lose, you're even in more trouble.
Yeah, no, it's that, like, you show up one day and you're really good at something and you're like, man, I put in a lot of work last week to do it. I'm going to put that work in again this week. And then you do it again. You're like, awesome. I don't necessarily have to put in that work this time. Yeah. And then you find out you did. And that's where I think that mindset of restarting. But again, this is where I think McCarthy's done a pretty good job, is getting all the guys to believe the same message. Hopefully they can get to next year in the playoffs and believe that same message and grow further. Because Kevin has this, we talk about the Andrew Luck, the natural progression. You win this, you go on to the NFC Championship, then you get to the Super Bowl. Well, it doesn't always work like that for a lot of people. All right, and I wanted to hit these props real quick, Mike. If you're going to bet on these things this year.
Oh, I'm going to bet against you on it.
Definitely bet against me. Over under Deebo Samuel 4.5 receptions against the Eagles.
How many did he have last week? 3?
I think, it was in not many yards, not many yards at all.
4.5. I'd have to click on. I'd want to do a little bit more research on what does he usually average. He had 4 catches for 45 yards against the Cowboys. He only had 56 receptions all year, so I'd lean under.
Okay, yeah, and injuries did play a part in that. All right, then go ahead and type in A.J. Brown as you're preparing for this. A.J. Brown, over under 4.5 receptions. He hasn't eclipsed this number in the last 3 games, but the targets have been there for A.J. Brown. But in the last 3 games, he hasn't gotten more than 4 receptions.
Man, these are good numbers, because against the Cowboys, 4 catches. I'm looking at Deebo Samuel still. Against Seattle, 6 catches. So they're right on that.
Right in that area.
4.5. What do you think? And I'm sure for A.J. Brown, you just mentioned some stuff there. I'm going to lean under, but I don't like these bets either way. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's going to be a high-scoring or low-scoring game in the NFC Championship?
I think it's going to be a defensive game, kind of similar to what we saw last week. I think there's going to be a couple explosive plays, but I don't think it's going to be – I think if it's more than 24 points, I'll be very surprised for both teams. Not both teams combined. And then here's this one. 6.5 receptions for Jamar Chase against Kansas City, over under.
Jeez, that's a lot.
Realize. Go ahead.
I will lean over just because I think he's a super stud.
He is averaging 8 catches in 3 career games against the Chiefs. So he's averaging 8 catches.
Does it give each individual game? Because in that first game, didn't he have 12 for 230 yards?
It does not give that information. But that is, he did have a pretty significant game there. All right, it is now time for everybody's favorite moment in radio. It's Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Howdy, fellas.
Hello.
How are you guys today?
Well, Joseph,
perfect.
We were kind of shaken at first when we were watching Kevin writhe in pain over here throughout that last
It was tough.
show.
That's like his flu game, really.
But I think we were able to overcome it the last 2 days. We were able to put things together. Next man up kind of theory.
Yeah.
And Mike really killed it this week.
Yeah, I think
Proud of you, Mike.
I think we had a great finish to the week. Happy Friday to everybody out there.
Yes.
It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to play some of the funny clips that have been happening over the past couple weeks. And I want to start with this one because Mike mentioned, just a little time ago about how, Kevin isn't a big fan of Tom Brady, which we know. And then this happened following that. I believe it was sometime this week. And I don't think we really understood the gravity of the situation. What happened? What occurred?
He was really good as a quarterback sneak.
Yeah.
So I'll
They
give him
couldn't see
like
the football because it was so deflated. They couldn't figure out where
Good
it was.
point.
You know what I'm saying there?
Good point. I do. Snap. Okay, I'm with you. If it's on Tom Brady, that's my new rule. I'll snap with you if it's on Tom Brady.
Easy.
We got him.
Easy.
Kevin's snapping with me, and then I got him sick, I guess.
Well,
sick of me.
did.
If I tell him I'm out Monday, will he make sure to be in? He's like, yes.
I don't know. I mean, as severe as this throat injury is, we don't know exactly whether or not he'll be back Monday. We're hoping. Can I hear that snap part one more time? Because I can't tell whose was higher pitched, Mike's or Kevin's.
I think it was definitely Kevin, but here we go.
Figure
Good
out where it was.
point.
You know what I'm
Good
saying there?
point. I do. Snap.
Oh,
that was awesome.
Great. Keep that one
Double
around.
snap.
Premium snaps.
Yeah. Let's go to this one. We have a good variety today.
Good. That's great.
How about Corey? This was just very interesting.
Okay.
If they make it next week, you'll do it, right?
Dude,
No, why? That would jinx it.
I want to be very honest.
So you say no?
I appreciate ball sack.
Okay, well, hold on.
I did coach Ballsack last
The
year.
hell did you just say?
Hold on, there had to have been more than
No,
that. Like
you-
I had
you
to have kept
appreciate
talking
it.
after that. I was saying that I appreciate the speech that Coach Ballsack gives.
Okay.
I believe. I don't even know.
Fair enough. How about this one? Corey was, I believe, this is when you're back in a fight with your wife. And I thought this was an interesting take from Mike.
Oh, no. And we weren't planning on a third child, and it wasn't her fault. I was there too. I was part of that.
You were?
Absolutely, I was. I remember that night too.
Good.
Oh my god.
We'd been
I
out.
don't
At,
remember making.
we had been out at Ocean Air or Ocean Prime. What's the restaurant?
You know the exact
Ocean
time
Prime.
you did it
that
to
night.
make the baby?
Yeah, I know this one specifically.
Mike was very interested.
You don't remember making any of your children?
No.
Were y'all? Were y'all ever like? Did you ever have the hey, we're trying to have a kid? Because with Avery,
Yeah,
we
I
weren't
mean-
trying. We were like, whatever happens, happens. And then we had a son.
Only MG at that point where we're ready to be parents.
Okay.
Then the other two, it just happened. Like we were fine if we got pregnant. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen.
Just every day, lining it up, having fun.
Yeah, but
and
I
then-
wasn't like, all right, man. We just did that one. Like that one made a baby. I don't know.
Snap.
And that was like with age.
Is that what you said? Like after it was over, you're like, oh,
snap.
made
with
a baby on
No.
that one, Adrian. I hope you're okay.
That I may have said something similar to that with Carter though, because not you, Carter, my son Carter. Because Carter was one of those that it was like I was getting ready to finish up at UNT, and she was like, okay, I'm ready for second child. And I was like, all right. So we were on schedules and stuff like that. And we did have a miscarriage in that time period too. And that was really tough, man. I know that experience and I know what that's like. But that Carter was definitely the one where it was like, we had, not you, Carter, my son, Carter, we had to focus. And so I do kind of remember being like, I think that's the one right there. I think that was significant for you. And our child, never mind.
This is the part where we get into the mom portion of our show.
Oh yeah.
And in MILF Manor and Broadus, just take this one away.
Well, it was the smoky, raspy voice.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
It's that deal.
It's like I'm looking for a young guy to hang out with. Yeah, and I'm like,
Their face surgeries just, to me are horrible.
Oh my God, Mike.
Did I do wrong there? I'm sorry.
No, but what about it's a little apology?
Hey. Watching that episode, I know exactly the one he's talking about.
Yes, I know her too.
So happy to be here.
She's 59 years old. I remember that. And I was like, I don't think any of them are going to want to sleep with you. And I remember that voice.
The Joey, I think you're going to need to get that clip a little tighter. And you're going to need it next Friday, I promise.
Okay.
All right, just make sure you have that around next Friday.
I'll keep that in the bank. This one was from Derek Holland, and Mike and him had the pleasure of going to speak to some high school baseball players. And, Mike asked him, what do you want the kids to get out of it when you're talking to them?
What is your hope at the end of the conversation that we've had with these kids that you hope they get out of it?
Man, I hope they have hot moms.
That's about it.
Nice. I appreciate that's what he really said to that end?
Yes.
No, hold on. He said no. I'm just joking right after that, I believe.
I don't know.
I
Can't
believe
confirm
so.
or deny.
All right.
A couple more here. How about another Broadus one? He's just not about that life.
Somebody else is going down on that one. It's not me. I'm going to be in the command vehicle. I'm not going to let this thing jump from a tree and grab me and drag me up.
Yeah, no, definitely. Not on that one. on that one, but Broadus has other plans for
Tigers? Talking about tigers, right?
Well, it was the leopard situation because we were really concerned. Fortunately, I got out of town that day. I was like, I'm getting out of here. I left to San Antonio.
And was the leopard...
I went to the zoo that weekend.
It was still just hanging out in the zoo, right?
Yeah, it was just hanging out near its habitat, actually. I think, was it in a tree near its habitat? Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, and I think Carter, you and I were kind of going back and forth on we're safe finally, everything's going to be okay. It was great. Yeah, I got out of town, and then again, family said, let's go to the zoo. I was like, this is a terrible decision. What are we doing right now? Have you seen all these things getting out? Man, we had a
Can you
bull get
imagine
out?
if you're at the zoo the day the gorilla got out?
No, I can't.
Because all it takes is one thing, you're dead. At least with the leopard, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna scratch you up, and you're gonna have to get some stitches, but it's gonna take a little bit of time to kill you.
Yeah.
The ape's gonna take 1 second.
They can pick you up and just pull you apart real fast if they wanted to. Yeah, snap you. Yeah. Or throw you in a tree, and all of a sudden what? Done.
One more for you, fellas. One more nominee. This is from Derek Holland as well, and of course it keeps on the same theme.
Let's get some moms out there and see how many sons they can
I didn't even
boink.
tell my wife about this yesterday because I was in.
Oh my
Derek's
God!
trying to win. Derek's trying to win.
Yeah, Derek gave it his best.
He really is
week.
getting into the game there. Is that it for us, Joey?
That's it for it. So
That's
what do you
it?
think? Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the one of
Nothing really
Kevin's.
stood out, really, did it? So this is gonna be a tough one.
It's good, Joe. You did your best. You're like Dwight. You know what? Dwight Powell's probably gonna get 5 years and $55 million this offseason.
You really comparing me to Dwight Powell right now?
You know
So
what?
yeah, I'll take it.
Hey, Dwight Powell has made a lot of money being a nice guy. I'm gonna vote for that Derek one right there.
You like that Derek?
Not the
one
first
most?
Derek one because that was just too blunt. This one had a little bit of nuance to it.
I liked the Broadus mocking with the fries.
That was really good.
I'm gonna
You
go
know
with
what?
that one.
I'm gonna vote for that one too because
Okay.
again,
We gotta
I think,
hear it. We gotta
I
hear
think
it
that
again.
one's gonna make a replay next Friday as well.
There we go. Broadus is your masterpiece of the week.
Well, it was the smoky, raspy voice. Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
It's that deal.
It's like I'm looking for a young guy to hang out with. Yeah, and I'm like,
Their
all
face
right.
surgeries just to me are horrible.
Oh my God. Yes.
Mike.
Split
Did I
that
do
one
wrong
into
there?
two.
No, but what about
Okay.
Split that one into two different
Save it.
drops, and I guarantee, Joey, you will find a place to play that next week for sure.
I need to talk to plastic surgeons.
Uh-huh.
And I need to ask who came up with this face and why do you keep doing it?
Yeah, well, is this the same face or is there a new face?
I guess women keep saying they want that face, but they should. I don't know. Is it the women? It's like, look, this is what we do to every woman. We do the exact same thing to their face, and they seem to go with it.
You guys seem to love it.
Pull it. It's tight as possible.
I talked to my wife about it. She said, well, I mean, they're trying to look like Barbie. I said, well, they're failing at that. Like the doctor has taken the Barbie and tried to replicate it and done a pathetic job. And it seems like all these plastic surgeons are doing a pathetic job at that because Barbie's face does not look like that.
If you are a plastic surgeon out in the world, contact Mike on Twitter at
There
Mike
has to be, maybe the great ones just charge so much.
Yeah, and these are the cheap ones, and they're just like, hey, this is the dollar store brand of face you're going to get.
Yeah.
Good luck. All right, coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan. Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to crosstalk with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you doing today?
Awesome, Majors. Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday, man. It's we have hit the weekend officially in 12 minutes or 6 minutes. I don't know how to count. Nobody knows.
5 hours for us.
Oh, yeah. Good luck to y'all on y'all's venture.
I'm kicking it off now, baby.
Nice.
Yeah, we got Crown up in the studio, so the weekend's already begun.
Nice. I appreciate that. Broadus, you won, by the way, Masterpiece of the Week this week.
Oh, thank you.
For your impressions of the women from MILF Manor this week.
We appreciate that. It's very nice to be a part of the show.
The ashtray.
So
we got a lucky strike over there.
That could be one of y'all's punishments is having to watch every episode of that thing.
Oh, wow. I don't think
how many we have? How many
Walchuk will
episodes we have?
self-sabotage his pigs.
I watched
I'd sign up,
part
baby. Let's
of
go.
episode 2. I believe it's probably going to be 8 or 10 episodes, but I couldn't get through the whole thing. I got through getting to the last 15 minutes. I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I
feel bad watching this. It just feels dirty.
Yeah.
And then you're like, and it's not that entertaining.
I got to the first commercial break, and I started watching it at the gym on the treadmill, and then I was like, ooh, I don't think I need to be doing this right now. So I went home. I was like, I don't want people seeing that I'm watching.
Pitching a tent on the trampoline.
That's not why. That wasn't
on the treadmill.
The downstairs mixer.
That was not why. Okay, that had nothing to do with it. I just didn't want them to see my screen.
I'd probably want to be by myself when I watch that, too.
You know what? That should be, like you said, should be a punishment, or
or tweet about it.
Pleasure pain.
Yeah.
Oh, now if you have to tweet about it.
Yeah, watch it and tweet about it.
Live tweet it. Yeah.
I like that idea.
Those would be some weird live tweets.
I'm down to go ahead and do the drawing now, boys.
Yeah.
It's cruel and unusual to have to watch that.
Now,
I value my free time.
Okay, yeah. It's get out in
He's
nature
got a daughter.
or something. Mike, do you have any bets to make with anybody else, or are y'all done?
Such a classy
It sounds like
What a move.
Gavin is betting 40 apiece on each game, right?
What?
Yeah.
And you're taking the favorites.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yes, as you call them, the bird turds.
The bird turds, yeah, Philadelphia.
And the Chiefs, right?
Yeah, and the Chiefs. And I'm very confident in those. Those are locks.
Okay.
You can put those away, maybe second mortgage it, something like that. Get a loan from a loan shark. I don't know, but to me, it's pretty impressive what the Eagles do, and they're going to be able to attack what the Niners do best, and that is stopping the run. Jalen Hurts is not here for your run stopping. He's going to neutralize that. And then on the other side, I know the Bengals are rolling, but now Andy Reid and the Chiefs are not going to be overlooking them at all. They have them at home, and Patrick Mahomes is the best pocket quarterback in the NFL. So I know it sucks that he's not going to be able to move as much. He's still going to have a better game plan than they've ever had to make sure these Bengals don't get him 4 in a row. There's no way Patrick Mahomes loses to the Bengals 4 times in a row, Zach.
Not with Joe Shiesty, quarterback. You just watch out. I'm taking Niners to cover, baby. You can put me down for that, Mike. Unless you're also taking the Niners.
Wait, are you?
Niners are getting points.
You're up $20.
What do you want me to do? You want me to go the full 20? I'll go the full 20.
No. When you're up in the playoffs, you don't get to bet.
Oh, you're shutting me down?
You're the house. You have to take the bet. The person has to try to get back to even.
What do you want me to do here? What are we doing? You want me to take the Bengals? Because I'll take the Bengals.
Oh, my gosh.
I was about to say,
Eagles
put your nuts on the line for your guy Shiesty.
Mike is about to put the Eagles right on you.
I am not taking that. I am not taking that. I refuse. I refuse.
The Eagles.
I will not rock with the Eagles,
this
Mike.
Is awesome.
That is a
You
no-no.
have to clap. Doesn't matter. You're up $20. You have to take the Eagles.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
He's got the initiative.
It's the rules.
It's the rules.
I can't bet against Gavin. Gavin's down $80. Whatever he says, I have to take.
Why do I have to accept a bet?
Because you're the house.
Yeah, it's
You're
part of
up.
the game.
These are house rules, Betting with bro. Bassick.
This is ridiculous.
We all
You're in
try
the
to get to
Bassick
zero.
Casino.
At the end of the year, we either try to get to zero or we've done such dumb things in the playoffs. We owe hundreds of dollars.
I hate you.
We had some big payouts back in the day.
I can't stand you.
Yeah.
The things that I've sacrificed for
This
you.
guy bet 2 years ago $300 on a playoff.
You remember all those
Let's
McDonald's
go.
runs?
Green Bay, right?
Yeah,
Green Bay, Tampa Bay.
I'm
We were at a party cheering for you is what we were. Like,
I was drinking a lot of whiskey at the time that day.
Dang it, Mike! You're putting me in such a terrible position.
Yeah, this is part of the betting with Bassick
Brock
situation.
Purdy would be the first quarterback in the history of the NFL to make it to the Super Bowl as a rookie.
He's going to do it.
Yeah, but you don't need him to make it to the Super Bowl, Mike. You just need him to cover.
I want him to win. I want San Francisco to win that game. I don't know how you guys are rooting. I can't root for the Eagles.
It's such a weird.
Wait a minute. For all these years, I think Dan Marino made the Super Bowl as a rookie.
We all kind of did. Yeah, he made the championship game, right?
But it was he didn't even make his rookie year. It wasn't. It was
so all these years, I believe that Dan Marino in the San Francisco in '84.
That's what my dad said. But then
83,
it's been
84?
brought up on television and everything. They're saying that was his second year.
It was his second year.
Was it? Okay. I know '83 was his. I didn't know if it was the '84. Because even January when they played the game, that's what I was.
And Roethlisberger got close, but they didn't make it either.
All these years, I kind of thought that Dan Marino got there in the first year.
Sanchez got to the final or to the championship game, but not to the Super Bowl. Yeah. So yeah, there were four quarterbacks.
The Tulane guy.
Yeah.
What was his name?
J.P. Lossman.
No, for Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Sean King.
Sean King made it with Tampa Bay his rookie year, but didn't win the game to go to the Super Bowl.
Bronis, you just brought up Losman. Do you remember that game? I think it was Miami or like West Virginia where he just kept getting drilled in the face mask over and over, and I was like, that dude right there is going to be a stud.
Yeah, that was the trade that Buffalo made with us, so that we
right.
ended up with Marcus Spears.
There you go.
That was the Buffalo trade for Marcus Spears.
Oh, year two.
Yeah, we ended up
took the Marcus Ware.
Yeah, we thought that was going to be
and
the
then
top.
Julius Jones in the second round.
Yeah, we thought
traded
that was
back. Passed on Steven Jackson.
Yeah, Steven Jackson's dad or uncle, somebody called the draft room while we were on the clock.
What?
Marilyn Love walked in and goes, Jerry, Steven Jackson's uncle is on the phone. Jerry's like, tell him I'll call him back. We end up but
he was genuinely upset.
Well, the thing about it was he had a bad back, but then again, the doctors, sometimes you're at the mercy of, they say, hey, he's got a bad back, bad knee. You can't draft the guy. So happens.
Roll with the punches. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram
Just
today?
go bleep yourself. I just want you to know I hate you.
What if you win $20?
I don't even care about the money.
So if the Eagles win, at least you get more money, Wolchuk. Just ignore it.
Just give them the $20 now then. Just be like, never mind. Just give them the money, and then you don't have to root for the Eagles.
Get back down, yeah.
Or you can try to root for the Eagles
I don't
all
think
weekend.
Wolchuk's going to do this game next year. He's very upset. Bobby Krill at Mavs.com, 4 o'clock.
Fantastic. All right, guys. Y'all have a fantastic weekend. I look forward to it.
Night?
Could have.
He might be playing tomorrow.
Kevin could be recovered from the worst throat injury we've ever seen on Monday. We will find out then. Until then, you've been masterpieces.
How'd he hurt it?
Oh, yeah. You'll find out.
35 minutes of commercial. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sorry, we're doing some Super Bowl radio row prep, and maybe the greatest stunt ever has just been discussed. We can't tell you. We can't let you know. Maybe we'll be able to pull it off at the Super Bowl. General, at your service. There's Brian Broaddus with a cheeky grin on his face.
I don't want to be a part of this stunt.
Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You got Woolchuck and Chiafalo cleverly and devilishly scheming for all kinds of hijinks. And there's Carter Freeman back there in the Pimp Cup coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and happy Conference Championship Football Friday. Hopefully we get to enjoy the games despite the Cowboys not being in there, and I do believe we have a good 5-hour broadcast plan. Don't you guys feel good about this broadcast plan?
Yeah, I feel pretty solid about it. Football Friday, heading into the weekend. We got Crown Royale, thanks to Tolo Tim from Carthage floating around here. What you drinking, what you thinking? Let's party rock, boys. Mavs get a victory without Luka?
Yes. That was fun.
The return of Din Daddy, baby. Let's go.
Oh, my goodness. Dinwiddie was nice last night. He was having a ball, being
Something
able to
about that building for him.
He was Luka for the night. Yeah. Watch this and watch this. That was incredible. We'll talk more about that. And yes, it is a what you drinking, what you thinking Friday. If you are day drinking now, set a reminder. Time flies. It'll go right by. You'll miss it. It'll be like 6:40. You'll be like, oh, man, we missed it again, buddy. So 5:20, what you drinking and what you thinking. Crack them if you got them. And I will be cracking them. Okay, I got some NA beers in the fridge. They're 0.5. And last week I had 2 in like 30 minutes. So that's like a third of a Coors Light.
Okay.
All right. So I was feeling it, bro.
Yeah, you were.
I mean, your boy was definitely cutting loose last week, and I might take it to 3 in 30 minutes tonight. See how that goes.
Hell yeah.
Okay. It's definitely a Kellen Moore Football Friday though for us, and sorry to his friends and family who are listening, but many Cowboys fans are ready for a change. Could you get somebody that'll get more from the offense? I think that's what you're hoping for. Maybe it'll be worse. Maybe it'll be about the same. Maybe you can't find a good OC to win with this quarterback, is what the people on the truckwreck.com fan text would be saying right now. But that's got to be number one, I think, for McCarthy in the front office, is, hey, we got to find out if we can get an OC in here that can put together a game plan that we could actually execute on a conference championship level. Haven't been able to do that with Kellen. Got enough chances. Who's next, Brian? And is the top candidate, if Kellen Moore doesn't come back, Brian Schottenheimer?
I think so. I think that, to me, one of the questions I'm going to ask you guys in Krusty's Corner off the Sports Mix it has to deal with that, with Mike and Jerry and some relationship stuff. But I kind of feel like, though, that Mike would go in-house on that. And I think he's waiting to see what's happening at Carolina now that they named Frank Reich, because he's got to figure out who his offensive line coach. Now, it could be Wells, or it could be Blatsko, who's been on these two guys have been on the staff, or he can go with James Campen. So I think that he's going to sit down with Kellen Moore. I don't believe that we're going to get any information about that today. The league always frowns on you making news when it's conference championship weekend. So if
maybe Monday morning at the earliest.
Monday morning, maybe okay. Sean and RJ, but I could be wrong about that. Somebody could leak this stuff out the way that Twitter is, but the league just doesn't like you to, if you're going to make changes or do things or break news, they really don't want you to do that. But I believe you're right about somebody being in-house for those moves.
Mike McCarthy elected to not give a vote of confidence yesterday. I just don't think that, that's a good sign for his employment. Woolchuck, Chiafalo, that doesn't sound like. If I had to bet, I would strongly be placing, and I might put odds at 3-1 right now. Speaking of wagering, I'm putting odds at 3-1 Kellen Moore's gone. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes. I think everything that we heard from Mike yesterday was not glowing in terms of, hey, Kellen's going to be back. Now, the question is, when will we find out? I don't know that the NFL wants it going into Conference Championship Sunday. If it's not today, maybe it'll be Monday.
Yeah.
I don't know. They might not want it tomorrow, but I don't think Kellen is coming back. And there's been times.
My boy's coming out of the gates hot on a football Friday.
Echo.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking up.
What were you looking at?
For
Let's find out.
Coordinators.
Were you
Here.
doing
like
the
with
Milf
the teacher
Manor
stuff
over there?
Milf Manor going
See
on?
what's on your Google.
I was.
You looking at Dak's girlfriend
Are you really
again?
that worried that you have to pull for the Eagles for $20 this weekend?
Honestly, this whole thing is shaking me, and then now I'm worried that I'm going to also draw the Eagles, so I'm going to be double bleeped on this thing when we have to do it. But if it's Brian Schottenheimer, that also scares the crap out of me. I'd rather keep Kellen Moore.
Yeah, that's what sucks about this whole thing. Brought us over there talking about in-house hires, and that's a frustrating thing. And you would think they would have learned, hey, you go outside your comfort zone to bring in Dan Quinn. It paid off like you've never seen before. Not to say that going outside the hierarchy or the organization that you already have is going to work like Dan Quinn worked, but you at least have evidence that, hey, this could be kind of cool. Why would we just recycle? This all just would go back to me of like McCarthy doesn't want to learn a new playbook because Nussmeier's going to have the same thing. Schottenheimer, I guess, will be his own version, but it's not a version any of us have liked in the past. Nobody will be excited about Schottenheimer.
Okay, well, let me, if I could just
Can you sell us, Brian? Are you going to sell us on Schottenheimer?
No, I'm not going to do that.
No,
but see, one of my questions for the sports mix, and let's just go ahead, I'll fire it at you guys right now.
Fire it.
Do you think that Jerry Jones asked McCarthy to reduce the staff, but McCarthy asked for something in return? Like, okay, if I'm going to reduce the staff, you're going to let me do something I want to do. Kind of a prisoner for prisoner swap here.
So you're saying McCarthy's the one who's wanting, like, hey, since I'm losing my Philbin, you have to lose your Kellen?
Rob Davis. I'm losing some of my guys here.
I like that
because Mike's talked about yesterday the relationship.
Yeah.
Mike says, no, Jerry and I are good. Even the hard decisions, even the things we have to talk about. I wonder, again, that was one of my sports mix questions was, do you think that Jerry said, okay, I want you to reduce this staff, and I want you to do it this way? And Mike said, okay, if I reduce this staff, you have to do this for me. So, I mean,
that would make sense.
Thoughts on that?
No, I definitely think that could happen because it's a negotiation and it's a compromise. I thought it was interesting that yesterday Jerry and Steven weren't in that season-ending press conference for the first time, and maybe one of the asks from Mike is, I want to be able to talk about things and set the tone of, priorities.
And not have you have to come back and talk about it.
Not have you hanging over my shoulder and giving your thoughts on this. I mean, these are my coaches. This is my coaching staff. I'm having to let these guys go, and I'd rather talk about it without, you having your 2 cents in as well. It is an interesting idea. The text, y'all are out of your minds on this Kellen Moore thing. I mean, how many more points do you think the Cowboys are going to score? Well, it doesn't matter in the regular season. It's executing on a conference championship level that they need to get to. And against the better teams, for whatever reason, they don't have answers.
You scored 17 points in the wild card game last year.
Yeah.
You scored 12 points in the divisional playoff game. And if you watch this team week in and week out, there are massive inconsistencies with Kellen Moore. If you want to go with the statistics for your argument, fine. Guess what? 23% of the points scored this year for the Cowboys were set up by the defense. You had short fields, or guess what? The defense scored. You had Micah Parsons with a touchdown against Chicago, right? Your defense aided you, and quite a lot of that. The stats don't tell the story with Kellen Moore's offense. And when you're constantly running curl route combinations and everything is just, hey, why are the Cowboys number one in the NFL in terms of having to force contested throws? It's not Dak always, it's on your quarterback having to do that. It's because the route combinations are always going to be contested. You're not scheming. It's not mesh combinations like we talk about with McVay and Shanahan and some of these other creative offensive coordinators. You're not designing and scheming something up to try and open things in the middle of the field for your receiver. Yeah. I mean, hell, in the wild card round last year, final drive, they have, who was it, Connor McGovern running a bleeping curl route? I mean, what there are times with Kellen Moore, and I'm not saying he's bad, right? I'd rather have him than Brian Schottenheimer. But I do think at this point, you might have peaked.
Yeah.
And you should be looking to upgrade if you can.
I think so. You mentioned some things, and we'll talk a little bit later. We'll do a segment on the things that we hope a new OC would or could do differently than Kellen Moore, and I think you were onto some good things right there. I wonder who the other candidates might be and if Schottenheimer would be a guy that they would absolutely go to. You know, what I remember about him is frustration from Russell Wilson, but them making the playoffs. Russell Wilson throwing huge play action deep ball shots, coming up with massive highlights and playing complementary football in a way. I don't remember a lot of creative running game, but I remember a very effective running game with a suspect offensive line and like Rashad Penny and Chris Carson. And I think what we'd hope for more, Kyle Shanahan or more Andy Reid, more Sean McVay type of fun, right? Eye candy at the line of scrimmage, motion and horizontal spread and all that. But I think what you will get is a guy who's more resourceful and more experienced, making a good running game out of less than ideal resources. And that might be exactly what this football team needs. It would be great if you could run it on a Kyle Shanahan level, but just being able to not get shut down. Like Kellen Moore loves the passing game so much. I don't know if his running concepts were evolved enough to be able to continue to execute. And over the last 2 seasons, the NFL got a read on what he was doing and shut his running game down like for the last month of the regular season and the playoffs twice. So if I was going to make a pitch for why we could be excited about Schottenheimer or why this should work, this guy studies not just passing game concepts like a quarterback would, who's too in love with that, but how to get the ground game going. And he has evidence of being able to do that and putting his quarterback in a position to look like an MVP.
Well, the one thing that his responsibility on the Cowboys staff is to Dan Quinn. It's not to the offense. It's to Dan Quinn to get together. Okay, he's creating a game plan off how he thinks he should attack Dan Quinn by what the opponents do. So, if he's studying Philadelphia tape, if he's studying Rams tape, if he's having to study other teams.
He's up on everything.
Yeah, he's up on everything. It's like, man, that's a pretty good idea. You clip that one. That's one. If I'm ever in OC again, man, that looks like a good idea to run a way to run the jet sweep. Man, that looks like a good way to run a inside zone play. That's what you got to hope. Dan Quinn talked about reinventing himself. Mike McCarthy did the same thing, but Mike McCarthy didn't. Mike McCarthy talks about it, but he didn't do anything he didn't come back and say, hey, I need to do this on offense now. He just let Kellen Moore do it. Dan Quinn came in here and is, clearly when you watch the scheme has done a lot of different things. Hopefully if it is Brian Schottenheimer, that he's had an opportunity to sit back and say, okay, this is the things I failed at earlier. I'm not going to make those mistakes again.
Yeah, and they might want a totally different, set of eyes on it. They could easily go outside the organization. I guess, when a guy gets a job, you kind of hope for the best, and I'll lean optimistic towards it, although that name is legit underwhelming. I'm right there with you on the surface level. Just how it could work out is what I was going with. D'Amico Ryan's emerging as a top candidate for the Texans.
I think he's in on the Broncos job too. That's another one that guys around the league are all talking about.
Well, good for him. This would be two defensive coaches getting hired, Dan Quinn not being one of them. Is there a rub on him like Wade Phillips maybe that maybe a lot of people around the league are thinking he's a better coordinator than a head coach?
I don't know. I know that he had a shot at that Denver job. We talked about that a bunch. I mean, I feel like I wore that one out. But, I was surprised. I mean, the guys that know Dan really well thought he was going to end up in Indianapolis. But, that owner there is just, who knows? I mean, there's
that's a luck out, too.
Well, people in the league,
they were just lucky.
He's still in the bathroom at the McDaniels house, and he's locked in there, and he can't find a way to get out. So they're just going to keep the same guy they had.
There's people in the league that honestly believe that Jeff Saturday has a very good shot at that job.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll see. But that's I kind of feel like that the Cowboys, I think like they caught a break. I feel like they caught a break with the whole thing with Dan. I mean, there was musical chairs, and Dan ran out of a chair.
Okay. Spencer Dinwiddie, 36, 6, and 9. He was 10 of 18 and 5 of 6 from 3. One of the topics from the game, again, Van Gundy calling a Mavs game and talking about they need to take pressure off Luka with Dinwiddie. Now, Dinwiddie has looked exceptional in both of the last 2 national games that Van Gundy has called, so maybe he's seeing the best version of him. But I tell you what, there's been some games this year where Dinwiddie has shown an explosiveness and a fire to his game that you didn't see last year. And maybe the knee was bothering him a little bit. Maybe the knee feels better. I don't know. That's something worth following up on for sure. But, man, he was slippery and he was ballsy and he was hitting the shots last night. And when he's hot, you got to ride it. You know, we've seen Dinwiddie go cold, but that was awesome. Luka hurt. Are we hearing anything good about that? He going to be all right?
Yeah, last night I kind of reached out to some folks. They felt like it was just a normal type of a sprain. They had no timetable on it after the game, but it wasn't one of those things where it was like high ankle or you have to worry about it. I initially thought it was a calf when I saw, but he stepped on a defender's foot, and that just kind of rolled it a little bit, but they felt like it was a normal sprain.
Okay, Brian has decided on a bet payoff. We'll have the details on that, and we need to pick games for G-Bag Survivor with big show bet payoffs on the line coming up next to the nation.
Listen.
Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 105.3.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Lucius has the G-Bag of the day coming up here in about 8 minutes. We got to talk G-Bag Survivor, and an unprecedented move is about to happen as we select our winners, our games for this conference championship weekend, but not before we get the details on Brian Broaddus' bet payoff agreed to later on last night's show, and he has the details now for you. Brian, when's this all going to go down?
Yeah, next Friday, I will start my journey at 5:30 a.m. with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And then my plan is to go all through the broadcast day, hit every show, doing full shows along the way, and finishing up with the Get Right on a Friday night.
Do you anticipate any naps needed?
No, I don't think so. I'm trying to kind of getting my food thing in my mind lined up. How do I
better eat
prep?
clean?
You got to meal prep.
Yeah, do I meal
gotta
prep?
hydrate.
Or do I just go ahead and buy something for every show I'm on?
Ooh, that'd be cool too.
That kind of thing. Just like the morning guys, you bring them donuts. The lunch guys, you bring them,
donuts.
Gotta take care of your guys.
Yeah, just take care of the guys. So that's So next Friday, I will do every show. All shows.
Cool, and that's fair, and that's fantastic. We've had that particular bet payoff on the list of payoffs all season long, so anybody had the opportunity to select this. Broaddus has done it, and it's called the Fan Jam.
Jam, but yeah,
that's a great bet payoff.
I've had people in the and Zach, I'm sorry about this. There's people that have asked me like, why didn't you just go and just hit on Wolchuk's mom?
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
I mean, that was sort of my response.
That was there was like, listen, Broaddus. I mean, like you have to hit on Wolchuk's mom and talk sweet to her for like 10 minutes, and you're out. And you know what? It's just that respect I have for you.
I appreciate that.
I really do.
Well, I have no problem hitting on his mom if I lose this weekend.
So you're going to go for it yourself?
I think I'll do that next week if I do lose.
Ooh, that's not a bad play. I wonder if we could combo platter that. If maybe perhaps Dawson, we both lose. Maybe we could just tag team the sweet talk there. For Wolchuk's mom.
Tag team.
That'd be pretty sick.
She's a one-man kind of woman.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. We'll let her be the one to decide.
She might be repressed.
Okay? Let her speak for herself, Wolchuk.
Shut your dirty mouth.
Who do you guys think is going to win these games now before we get to them?
Yeah, I am curious because we're drawing these out of my hat, right? I got them written out, ready to go. So we should all go around the room and say the team we most want because we're most confident in them winning. And I go back and forth. I think the Eagles are going to win, and I think the Chiefs are going to win. But ultimately, I'm putting my faith in Pat Mahomes at Burrowhead Stadium, ready to crush some balls. So I'm going Chiefs. I want to pull the Chiefs. And then if not, I'd want to pull the Eagles.
49ers, of course.
That's your most confident win?
Yep.
Okay.
It's the team that I want to win the most and the team I'm most confident in to win, and Joe Shiesty and the Bengals. I think that I'm not confident that they win, but I am picking them to win because I'm not sure how healthy Mahomes is. Although I think you're going to have an inspired effort by that defense. I mean, with Chris Jones at the podium today, calling it Burrowhead Stadium, that's something that's irritating them. They're going to be ticked off. I just don't think anything phases Joe Burrow. He's an absolute stud.
And I do have to acknowledge that Joe Shiesty, as he's being called, has met Patrick Mahomes atop NFL quarterback mountain. And if that's the case, he probably has the better supporting cast, Brian.
Yeah, my heart tells me the teams I'd like to win are Cincinnati and San Francisco, but in reality, I think it's going to be Kansas City and Philadelphia. My heart tells me I'd love for Joe Burrow to get back to the Super Bowl. I love all those the LSU kids that play on those teams, but I could say it. I'm so rooting against Philadelphia right now. I really, really am, but I don't know. I just don't think Philadelphia is going to miss on those plays that Dallas did last week. That's the thing that worries me a little bit going into this game.
Yeah, and they have a cheat code on offense that they can go to for 140 yards rushing if they want.
If they're willing to do that. Yeah.
And I think what we found out last week is Jalen Hurts' shoulder has healed enough. And he's not 100%, but he's close enough to it. And with the game being this big, unless he takes a big shot and is like, oh my goodness, my shoulder feels like I was just stabbed. I expect him to be putting his nose in there constantly.
Well, I'll tell you what they have to be very mindful of, though. We all saw how well San Francisco tackles. And all of a sudden, you're getting out there the open field, and Jimmy Ward drops on your back and does that maneuver he did on Pollard on your quarterback.
Yeah,
that's going to be a different ball game right there.
You'll get thrown out of the game if you do that on a quarterback. I think that was horse.
But that's That team tackles, man. They
Yeah, they
tackle
do.
linebacker, they tackle the secondary, and when they get a chance to hit you in the pocket, they're going to hit you. So-
Yeah, one of my favorite stats about the Niners this year, they're the best in the sport at creating yards after the catch offensively, and they're best in the sport at stopping yak with their defense. Like, they tackle incredibly well. And you saw that being a huge, even in the Broadus, we're up here watching during the pregame, we're watching Cincinnati and Buffalo.
Yeah.
Who can't tackle? Buffalo.
Buffalo.
It's a 3-yard reception for Cincinnati. It becomes 7. The 8-yard receptions became 16. And it's like tackling is still just a fundamental key, and the Niners do it fantastically well.
Yeah, I love the Eagles' offensive line. I love their secondary, their pass rush. We talked a lot about Parsons, but was it Reddick, 17 and a half sacks? That was just an incredible year from him. And then their secondary. But it's really, the Eagles' offensive line, I think, is going to match up with San Francisco's physicality better than anybody they've seen. We saw the Cowboys last week having success really until Tony Pollard went out. And Philly can throw many more weapons at the Niners' defense. The Bengals' O-line, remember, still compromised.
Yeah.
They were able to get away with it last week against Buffalo. Can they get away with it again? And then, the Burrowhead thing, they've made it personal.
Yeah.
They have.
They're coming into your house and really like making you feel like, wow, I'm not a person that likes to fight, but damn it, I'm going to fight.
Yeah.
You have inspired some sort of anger, I think, not only in the fan base that's already the loudest in the NFL. And now I think you're going to get a similar emotional reaction from the players. We got to draw these out, though, don't we? So what we're going to do to make sure we get epic payoffs going into the Super Bowl, and maybe we'll do these on Radio Row.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. We should do some Radio Row payoffs here.
Cool. We're going to just draw 4 names. So each of us will get a team randomly, and then we'll have 2 payoffs next week.
Sweet. What order should we go? We'll start with Dawson. We'll work our way around to me.
Okay, Dawson.
Here we go. Quick pull from Dawson there. Didn't want to
Oh,
mess
my
around.
goodness. Yeah, I got Philadelphia.
Oh,
all right.
Jerk.
That simplifies things for me.
Jerk. Go bleep yourself.
Yeah.
I think Zach is really happy.
Still not rooting for him.
I think Zach's happy. Thank you.
We know Eric. I'm rooting for every team except the Eagles.
Dawson quick pull brought us a little bit more of a rummage. Let's see where we're headed. Broadus is headed to
San Francisco.
Wow, look at that.
You're not man enough.
Let's do this AFC game. Walchuk's pulling for Cincinnati. I'm pulling for Kansas City. Hopefully the football gods align for that.
I'm really pulling for both. I just think Cincinnati's going to win. All right, let's see.
Here we go. Draws the end.
They're both great stories, aren't they?
Yeah, they're both awesome teams. I love both quarterbacks. I've got KC.
You jerk.
Here we go.
Crap.
Congratulations. You got a winner, Zach.
All right.
So it seems like that me and Eric are going to be doing something ridiculous at the Super Bowl.
That ankle's good,
Wait,
Patty.
so which one does Chiafalo have?
I'm going with the Cincinnati bow ties.
Nice. Dang it. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you.
I'll be paying attention to the games to see what's going to happen on the next episode of the G-Bag Nation. Yeah.
Man, those were such cliffhangers back in the day when you see to be continued at the end.
Same bad time, same bad channel. Yeah, it used to get me every time. Never underestimate the power of a to-do list, people.
Yeah.
You want to get things done, write a to-do list and put it somewhere that you're always going to see it. Been getting things done this week. I'm tired. Tired. Let's see. Our winner and champ is a ref that got his Uber Eats delivered during the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's more of the guys on the microphone that we're entertained by. Here we go.
We'll let it go into the bench, and Loyola would take over 10 minutes before we get a stoppage. And we got an official's timeout, and somebody came on the floor on the far side.
My God.
For an Uber Eats delivery or something there. He's carrying some McDonald's.
Oh, this has to be
Mop
Loyola.
up crew. I'm actually not kidding.
No,
I
this
think,
is the
I
truth.
think that's what's happening.
This guy's in the corner. Looked like was he going to deliver the McDonald's to somebody on the court?
That's my dude.
Can we rule that out?
I think that's an Uber Eats sticker. Is that what that is? I'm trying to get confirmation. Uber Eats, yes.
Maybe I'll put my hand up. I'm getting a little hungry. You can bring it over here.
So we saw the stoppage. The man was usher. Let's see if we can see this. No, this is going to be the turnover in the
There
corner.
he is, right there in the corner. Yay.
This guy is actually, who's he delivering it to?
The ref. The ref said later. Give it to me later, not now.
Philip Alston's done a lot. I didn't think he needed a Big Mac for sustenance in the middle of the game.
I know, but I'm not. Well, the official out there, Tim, he distanced him like, I didn't say now, later. That's got to be unbelievable. That's got to be something that the highlight shows are going to have a blast with.
A blast with.
Yeah.
We're having a blast with it.
We are having a blast, sir. We are.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of food, shout out to Broadus, man. He's such a jolly good fellow.
Hey, we can all agree that's the best lasagna we've ever had.
It's great. I'm not going to say that because there may be people that listen that have made me the lasagna before.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yes, great lasagna, by the way.
I'm risking more than you, bro. My mom makes
really
lasagna all the time.
I mean, it's your heritage, ain't it?
Yeah, bro. But hey,
you got to talk nice.
2 guys, 1 Italy brought it strong.
Yeah, that was as good a lasagna as I've ever had.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh, we talking in here.
Yeah, it was good.
2 guys, 1 Italy.
Maybe I'm being
I love
knee-jerk,
it.
but I feel really good about that.
I do love that about you, though.
I'm a what have you done for me lately kind of guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're kind of all about free food. It could probably, I could have brought you something average and you would have been like, oh man,
that's the best thing I've ever had.
That's also true.
I think those are like top 10 nuggets I've ever had, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe top 3, dude.
Brother, Burger King, $1.67 for 10.
See how crispy those things were,
I had the Whopper yesterday. That's the best thing I've ever had.
They gave me extra sauce.
That fish sandwich.
Yeah.
They must have caught that just yesterday.
That joint was smacking.
The fish fillet from Mickey D's.
Yeah. Spencer Dinwiddie was talking about stepping up after losing Luka last night. This is him on the court during the post game. On the court.
Just more possessions, be more aggressive, assuming the playmaker role. But I mean, we want him back. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse, but we want him back. He's our MVP. You know what I mean? So we hope he's getting healthy soon.
They just forget. They just forget.
They do.
They just forget.
They do. They're good on the podcast when they forget too.
Yeah.
They just let it go.
Has it always been the case, or do you think it's the evolution of these podcasts? These guys are so used to now just kind of talking.
I think they're seeing it.
Yeah.
I think they're seeing people go off.
Oh, excuse me.
Plus, he was having an out-of-body experience last night. Like, he was having so much fun with Luka being out and the ball going in.
Yeah.
That was like the best night of Dinwiddie's year or whatever.
For sure.
Big old smile the whole time.
You fellas watched that UConn-Tennessee game last night?
Yeah. What happened to our coach at UConn last night?
I'm so glad you said that. He was angry. This is him at the half.
You told me before the game you couldn't put them on the free throw line or allow second chance points. How do you address that with your team in the locker room?
How do I address it? How do I address it? You don't address it. This is what you get when you come down here. The game was called one way, and then it changed. Nope, nothing else changed. We didn't change. Nothing else changed.
Thank you, Coach.
Poor Holly Rowe.
Thank you, Coach.
Holly Rowe needs a big time raise.
Thank you, Coach.
He's just cheesing hard the whole time. Like, yeah, that's what I said.
Didn't she have Calipari's sausage fingers all over?
Yes.
Whoa.
Pause.
He did.
It was a
I
weird
don't know.
situation.
I mean, it's not a pause.
It was a shoulder.
Shoulder
grab.
Oh, okay.
Like, here, I'm getting your attention, kind of a thing.
Two-hand shoulder grab.
Sounded salty for a second the way you just said it.
My apologies.
Let's see. All right.
I think he was not happy with the officials, though.
Oh, yeah, no, he was.
If I'm Holly, I'm going.
I feel like I said that.
He's just venting.
This is to the ref.
Yeah,
You did.
I heard that one.
I'll tell you, I don't hear me in here, bro.
I did.
I'll be going, yeah. You know, you do, though, brothers.
I
You
do.
do. You do. They don't hear me.
Got that
in
old
here.
man here.
They don't hear me in here.
Huh?
What did he say? Let's see. Oh, have you guys ever watched The View?
Yeah, have.
Yeah, you have?
I have.
Joy Behar.
Yeah. Shout out to Whoopi Goldberg. She's like vaping on national television.
Whoopi.
Yeah, in the middle of her like conversations, like Eric does, just start hitting the vape.
Yes.
That's what she does, bro. And someone farted on the set of the vape. Listen to this.
Is it true that Trump had nuclear secrets? It's been reported, but we don't know the specifics. But just real quick, I was...
Wow, that was a rather strong one.
I just giggled.
Wait a minute. Barbara Walters is no longer with us, right? She was on that show for a long time.
God bless her.
Yeah.
Anybody like lifting a leg or anything? Did you see the
It was
video?
the girl in the yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, whoever she is, the girl in yellow.
Is the
girl in the
quarterback's
blue is
wife?
amazing. Oh my God. No, she's not there anymore. Hasselback.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
she's
thought the
not there.
quarterback's wife might have just let one fly.
She did the lean.
Yeah, she did. She 100% did.
Still not as impressive as Wendy Williams' burp, snart, fart situation from about a year ago.
Be respectful. That's like a medical situation she got going.
What's it called?
Explosions.
Like her innards were just looking for any exit, and they took them all.
Yeah.
At the same time.
They were just traveling to pass.
She like seized up, short-circuiting for a second. On live television, it was incredible.
Oh, man. Hey, shout out to the homeless dude in downtown Dallas who watched my truck the other night. Watched it. Just kept his eyes on it for me so they wouldn't tow it or put a boot on it. He told me, if you park right there, they're going to put a boot on it. Park over here, $2, I'll watch it for you. All right, brother? I was like, yeah, for sure.
He needs to go with the times, bro. Inflation drove that up to at least $5-6 now.
I gave him that big old chunk of chicken, too, that I took home from the barbecue joint. Yeah. He was happy about that chunk of chicken. I was actually surprised because usually they turn their nose up on you and give them food.
Yeah.
I asked a guy outside, I said, are you hungry at all? He said, no, I've had so much barbecue today. I'm like, nice.
What are we doing?
He was posted up right in front of the front door. That's the spot right there.
Other than sleeping on concrete, you got it going on, brother.
I've had so much barbecue.
Here's a homeless man that didn't want to take the change. He don't want no change.
Told you I had to go bless you. Here you go. You said you wanted a couple dollars.
No, yeah, thank you very much.
You got a change too. You can have it, man. Happy New Year, man.
Got change, mother.
Look at my change back.
Throw it right back. I don't want your change, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, I gave another homeless guy $1 and he was really disappointed. He didn't even say thank you. I think inflation's got to him.
Yeah.
They don't want change. They don't want $1. It's like, what? It's not a $5 bill? You kidding me? I thought I was coming out of my pocket for the guy. A full $1? He was not happy. Okay, we got good nominees, though. Is it the champ? Ref that got his Uber Eats delivered. UConn and Tennessee. Coach not happy with the officials. Holly Rowe was on the scene. Had a fart on the View. And homeless man doesn't want the change. I'll go with that. Is it the UConn or the Tennessee coach? I'll go with that coach that was mad about the
UConn.
refs. Broadus, how about you? Who you going with?
I'm going with the UConn coach as well.
Wolchuk?
View fart.
Lucius?
Uber Eats.
2-1. Chief?
Oh my gosh. I'll go with the Uber Eats as well.
It's 2-2. That means we have the need for another vote off at GBag Nation. Jump on to at GBag Nation. Now, follow us when you get there. We'll announce the winner on the other side, and then we'll get to Krusty's Corner. And where are we going with that today, sir?
Yeah, this sports mix has to do with regrets. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, what does the matchup look like?
Shortages and demand are driving up prices. Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Wolchuk has some sports. I think he's going to have the latest on the big Ranger signing today. That's exciting.
Super big signing, boys.
That's right. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. By the way, Eric, happy birthday. I know it's tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll let you know. 29 years old, right?
29, yeah.
Jeez.
Today's the final day of my golden year. You know, when you like 28.
The Jordan year.
Yeah. Well, not the Jordan year, but the golden year.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when like you
were born on the 28th.
Exactly. So I was 28 this year, so this is my golden year, and I will say maybe probably the best year ever. Probably the best year ever.
Buddy.
That golden year actually is it's the real deal, man.
Cashed in, baby.
It was a turning point.
Really was.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hope you have a great one tomorrow.
I plan on it.
You get anything cool, you think?
Oh, absolutely not. Maybe just like a
Some
couple
peace and quiet.
I think we might get like the grandparents taking the kids for a couple hours, and that'll be sweet serenity.
I plan on waking him up in that special way.
I do have a birthday predicament that maybe what you drinking, what you thinking.
Okay.
I'll throw your guys' way.
Yeah, we'll be looking for birthday wishes for Chiafalo coming up. What you drinking, what you think at 5:20.
One of the greatest gifts in life, low-key, is having the grandparents near you,
Bro.
by the
Well,
way.
I tell you what, you are on to that.
Just let you know.
Yeah.
It's
on
unbelievable.
That is
Yeah.
great
gift, man.
Great advice right there.
Mother-in-law lives with us.
There you go.
And I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Yeah. Every time I come home and my mother-in-law's at the house, it's like, thank God.
Yep.
Thank God she's here to get crap done, dude. This ain't vacation time.
This
is fantastic.
We might need to rearrange the 620 to best of Chiafalo.
You gonna roast me for 620?
It's kind of our birthday tradition.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
At least for a few minutes.
I think you can roast him. All right, Chief, I'll start with you on this one, though. On the sports mix, we do it every Friday.
Sweet.
My question's for my guys. If the 49ers shut down the Eagles, would you think differently about the Cowboys' offensive effort last week?
If the 49ers shut down the Eagles, wow. It would be pretty eye-opening. Like if they hold them under 20 points, be like, holy crap, maybe this Niners thing is just really, really clicking, and then you'll get another opportunity to see versus Burrow or Mahomes in the Super Bowl. But yeah, it would make me think differently. I still have strong convictions about the Cowboys doing things offensively that hurt them. Even if it wasn't necessarily the Niners doing it, the Cowboys hurt themselves in a couple of ways, and so that won't change. But yeah, it would change my view a little bit if they go out there and shut down this potent Eagles attack.
How about you there, Zachary?
Maybe just a smidgen. I have a lot of respect for what the Niners can do on defense. I think if their secondary doesn't give up any big plays, then certainly that'll make me feel a little bit better about it, because I do feel as though the Cowboys left opportunities on the field last week.
Yeah, me too.
And you have better receivers for Philadelphia. So if the Eagles are unable to get the big plays and that secondary for San Francisco is able to limit them, then I'll feel a little bit better about that aspect of it, that the Cowboys didn't take more deep shots and deep chances vertically.
Yeah, it won't mean, I think even though the Eagles are better in a couple of different spots, it's a similar setup, what the Eagles do and what the Cowboys do well. But, to me, that game was lost not on the field last week, but in the front office. So, I mean, you have to build a full team, and the Eagles do. The Eagles have not left so many spots exposed as the Cowboys did. I think the players and the coaches did about as good as they could do.
I kind of feel like I think that the 49ers, like I said, Dallas just not the inability to throw the ball on them last week. I think there were some plays to be made, and they just didn't get that done. That's a shame. That's the shame about it when you go back and watch some of the things that they could have hit them on and not make it. I just don't think Philadelphia, again, I know San Francisco's my team and the bet pay off, but I don't think the Eagles miss on those plays down the field like Dallas did. So that's but there's some truth about the front office stuff as well. Zach, if Joe Burrow takes down Pat Mahomes, does he jump him as the best quarterback in the AFC?
If he does it for a fourth time in a row, I am on the verge of saying yes. I think that he's going to need to win a Super Bowl because Mahomes does have one of those, and oftentimes that is how these quarterbacks are critiqued. But for me, yeah, I'm going to say yes. I mean, I'm already kind of teetering with it. I get Mahomes is amazing. I think they're 1-2, but there's something very special about Joe Burrow. And if he's able to go into Burrowhead and beat Patrick Mahomes for a fourth consecutive time with an ankle or no ankle, I think, yeah, man, Burrow's the man.
Gavin?
I couldn't do it on just a win. You know, I think quarterback is something your eye tells you who's the man. And Burrow's certainly getting close, but I mean, it's just such an advantage of what that Bengals defense has been able to do to Mahomes. And I have a hard time, saying, well, you have a much better defense and therefore your quarterback is better. So it will definitely be a step in that direction for me, and I'll just have to see how the two gentlemen play.
Chief.
Yeah, one game sample, and I know technically it's 4-game sample, whatever it is, because you're combining all the games that Burrow would have beaten Mahomes, but it would still, Mahomes is still the better quarterback. There's so many other things that are involved with winning and losing a particular football game, so there's no question to me that Mahomes is the best quarterback in the sport, and Burrow is, at this point, clearly number 2. But I would still say Mahomes is the best.
If 2 of the 4 wins come in playoff games, does that sway you any more or any less?
No, I mean, I can't make a full-on evaluation of one quarterback's better than the other unless it was Mahomes losing the game all 4 times for his team and Burrow clearly winning it for his, then you'd feel differently. But I mean, no one walked away from the Super Bowl when the Eagles beat the Patriots and felt like, man, I would have much rather had Nick Foles tonight. Like, I'm just not doing that on a couple of games sample size. Big picture, we've seen Pat Mahomes the best quarterback in the sport and has been since really the moment he set foot on the field.
Does feel like it's the next Brady and Manning, and what tilted it was Brady kept beating Manning in the playoffs. And if Burrow keeps beating Mahomes, I think Burrow would be the Brady.
That's a good point. Gavin.
Yeah.
Are the Cowboys going to regret moving on from Kellen Moore if they do? That kind of the careful what you wish for thing.
I think that's possible. By the way, I would take Peyton Manning over Tom Brady if both were coming out right now. Okay. So I wanted to get the final word on that. Screw you, Wolchuk.
Hell yeah.
I'll take Brady. That's fine.
But no, I don't think you will. Earlier in the show, I was making a point about Kellen Moore neglecting the run game, and then Wolchuk made a point about him neglecting the routes, and it's like, man, maybe they've been putting up these numbers in spite of him, Like, seriously, it is a super flawed coordinator situation that we have, and if you regret it, it would only be because you accidentally hired the worst possible candidate.
Chief, are the Cowboys going to regret moving on from Kellen Moore if they do so? Like kind of the careful what you wish for thoughts.
Well, I would say if they hire in-house, which seems to be the most likely thing based on everything we've heard to this point, then yes, I would say that is going to end up being a regression.
Yeah, if they hire Schottenheimer, they'll regret it. Because I don't think Schottenheimer is a very good coordinator.
Or Nussmeier, right? I mean, anybody in-house, right? Wolchuk, wouldn't you feel the same basically about any one of these guys?
Yeah, I don't really want him to make an in-house hire. I guess there's a little bit more unknown about Nussmeier. Like maybe Nussmeier can do something different. I don't know. But we know what Schottenheimer is, and that guy doesn't have a very good track record of being an OC. I think that's very wishful thinking that he'd be able to come in and kind of mask a lot of deficiencies. But I think overall, if they go ahead and do their due diligence and actually go outside the building like they did with Dan Quinn and interview some good candidates, like maybe a Deuce Staley, a Joe Brady, whether it's the 49ers guy, Zach Robinson with the Rams, then no, I don't think they'd regret it. I think it's time to move on.
I kind of wonder if you're a situation, what do we think about when Dan Quinn got hired? We thought about Atlanta defense not being very good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we start comparing like, oh, well, Mike Nolan and this, that. And, I think we kind of had some negative things about
I didn't like it.
What Dan Quinn was going to do.
I didn't expect him to evolve the way he did. And it's obvious that he's completely changed things. He's one of the few coaches I think that has looked in the mirror and completely reimagined the way he views his side of the ball. And I don't expect Schottenheimer or Nussmeier or anybody to be like that. I could be fooled, and I'd be happy to be fooled again. I have no problem. I'm thankful that I can say that I was wrong about Dan Quinn because he's been a godsend, but I wouldn't expect Schottenheimer to be the same.
I'm all about trying to change the coordinator, see if you can fix the quarterback. That's my mission.
Agreed.
I'm willing to take a hit.
Worth the risk.
I'm willing to
I
take
hear
a
you.
hit if it gets me the evaluation of the quarterback. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you answering those questions.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon about 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. You know, another thing that happens every afternoon, it's happy hour at Twin Peaks. It is your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. And whenever the nation is on, Twin Peaks happy hour is on at the Twin Peaks nearest.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Brian brought us over here playing coy with us. Yeah, what do you guys think's going on over there? What do you know, buddy?
I don't know anything.
A lot of interesting discussions going on, though. And Brian Schottenheimer.
No, I do know a lot. I just don't want to tell you what's going on right now.
I know. But it's fascinating to try to pick your brain and see what you're willing to let us chew on. But, the Brian Schottenheimer story right now is a really interesting one. First, you got to see if Kellen Moore is going to be back. If not, a lot of people are thinking Schottenheimer makes sense. Chiafalo was just saying there at the break. You saw an article, an old Seattle Seahawks writer talking, had quotes from from Schottenheimer talking about how much he learned from Mike McCarthy, right?
Yeah. I'm scrolling through back the article right now to see exactly. A lot of my quarterback fundamentals and beliefs and protections of the quarterback come from Mike. He's had a huge impact on my career. And so, there's huge familiarity there with McCarthy and Schottenheimer, which explains why Schottenheimer's in the organization right now and in his role. And it seems like the dots are connecting to that would be at least McCarthy's first choice as offensive coordinator if they're going to move on from Kellen Moore.
Dang it.
I could see it as Mike believing complimentary football is the way. He said when Dak went down, Kellen Moore's got to be smarter, I think a shift towards more boring is what this would be, or less passing. And we'll have to see. I guess the proof will be in the pudding whether that could be a winning formula for the Cowboys to sort of, double down or make a play caller hire that would reinforce that philosophy from Mike McCarthy. But that's one possible narrative that could develop if Kellen Moore was let go.
What do you do at running back then if you get Brian Schottenheimer as your OC? Is the emphasis going to be on running the football?
I think so, yeah.
It certainly was in Seattle. I mean, I remember thinking 2018 when he was there in that playoff game.
Yeah.
Why the heck didn't they throw the football more? We lucked out there when the Cowboys beat them in the wild card round.
That was a huge storyline in that game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Pete Carroll was proud of it, as a matter of fact. And it was one of the big developments in Seattle that made them want to go in the direction of a passing player more. Now, when they turned Russell Wilson into a passing player, they missed the playoffs for the first time in his career. So I think there's a be careful what you wish for on that side of it as well. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk to take the podium.
Yeah, I just real quick. I mean, one of the other guys that I was just looking at as an option, Brian Johnson, who's the quarterback coach with the Eagles, and you'd pry a division rival. But the other link here is he was the quarterback coach for Dak at Mississippi State, and he's done an excellent job with Jalen Hurts in Filthy. So he's been under Nick Sirianni and what they're doing with a very creative offense. It's been a juggernaut there. I mean, it's just another name that I would consider bringing in and just picking his brain. And also, would he be able to get the most out of a Dak Prescott with familiarity there for an offensive coordinator?
It's never a bad idea.
Just, you look at links. You just try and find commonalities here with coaches. And I just thought that was also an interesting name to just throw out there, but maybe they have their plan in place.
See, the problem with in your plan to me is outstanding. What you want to do, the problem is you have a guy that's interested in hiring friends.
Sure,
and Dan Quinn fell in his lap, and that's the one thing that has to be in your mind right now. Is like, well, listen, why you saw how the thing with Dan Quinn worked? Why would you not want to go talk with more? It's almost an organizational thing too. How many guys do the Cowboys interview when it comes to head coaches?
2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 maybe.
If you count Marvin Lewis,
one of them being a Rooney Rule deal.
Well, even with Dan Quinn, they did that, and it's worked out with Dan Quinn. But
absolutely,
they
but that's what I'm saying. Dan Quinn fell in their lap that way.
Mm-hmm.
They were willing to do that, but now you're going back to, and heck, I don't know. Maybe Schottenheimer's, if in fact they make this move, maybe Schottenheimer has along the way said, you know what, I know Mike has kind of influenced me, but there's some things I think I've seen that could help Dak be better.
Sure.
But that, to me, I'm worried about the evaluation. I used the word evaluation. I don't know how you evaluate a guy that's been here 7 years.
Yeah.
I think we're past the evaluation.
I think you're right.
I think you're to the point now where either you fix it or you move on.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think what you're trying to do is maybe get back to mechanically What can we work on here? Much like where he took a step with John Kitna.
I don't mechanically, or just is it about seeing the field? Is it just? I mean, is that mechanically? Mechanically, to me, is about pointing the shoulder, opening the hip. Looking.
I think that's important.
Yeah, no, I think that's real important. I just don't know
how you're reading
like his biggest issue.
Yeah,
is
what
the
are
seeing of
Dak?
the field.
Yeah, what's Dak? If you had, to
I think 7 years in, though, your eyes and the way that you see football isn't going to evolve much. What I'm
that's
hoping,
my worry right
What
there.
I'm hoping for is to spring guys early in plays with crossing routes, rub routes, play action later on. But in the early downs, we need to get guys crossing and coming wide open for Dak to hit while they're on the run. Right?
Yeah.
That's what these two quarterbacks in Mahomes and Burrow specialize in more than anybody else, is these quick striking plays to guys on the run that allow them to turn it upfield and beat the defense before the play's really even gotten started. And Dak does not get that benefit. Guys wide open, close to the line of scrimmage, very quickly in a play. And to me, that's what would make it look like Dak's reading the field great. It's just a very quick striking play against two defensive backs that have been knocked against one another.
Right. And I hear your point, Brian, and that could be it as well. Processing, evaluating what you see.
The fourth down call that they made in Tampa where they got CeeDee Lamb open on the double pitch.
Brilliant call.
And it was a fourth down call, and that's how they set it up.
Yeah, lots of that.
Now, they also set up a call where they ran against they were trying to play a Tampa 2, run the middle linebacker down the middle of the field, and he threw the ball to Lamb instead of throwing the ball on the other side to Hilton. Hilton was the easier throw of the two. That's the problem this guy has. Even when you set things up, he doesn't always see it that way.
It's fair, and that's where the coordinator can help. Make it easier to spring guys wide open than hoping your receivers win one-on-one or sometimes
or
two-on-one.
hoping the quarterback actually sees them.
Yeah.
Mm. All right, really quick, we got some Rangers news here on your home of the Rangers. They did sign veteran reliever Ian Kennedy. He is returning to the Rangers bullpen. He signed a minor league deal as the closer back in 2021, so he is returning to the Texas Rangers organization. He didn't have a great season in 2022 with Arizona, but he was really good from May through August, where he had a 2.78 ERA and he held opponent's batting average to 288. And let's hope that, with your new pitching coach, that maybe you can go ahead and harness the good from Ian Kennedy, who's certainly later on in his career. And then they also went ahead and signed Reyes Maranta to a minor league contract. He's 30 years old. He's a right-handed pitcher that's pitched with Bruce Bochy with the San Francisco Giants from 2017 to 2019. So you've got some familiarity there. He was 10-11 with a 3.02 ERA and 170 innings pitched with 200 Ks and surrendered 62 runs on 112 hits last year. So just some bullpen depth there for the Rangers.
Can't have enough of it.
Well,
Get ready for
but
surprise.
what's great about that? What's great about those? You said those signings. They might not mean anything because you know what? You've already signed some pretty damn good players.
Hopefully they pitch deep into the game.
That's not the thing. Well, they're bringing back Kennedy, and he's going to be the guy relied on as the middle relief guy.
Sure.
Now all of a sudden he has a role. And this is just about familiarity and some depth of some players. This is not about having to try and fit these guys in and let them be the guys that are taking meaningful innings.
No question.
But I tell you, it's the biggest all-in move I've seen from any DFW team in a long time.
Yeah.
I love this.
Yeah. All right, let's look at some mismatches and X factors here for this conference championship weekend. As we've got our survivor picks, and we look at 49ers and Eagles. And this matchup is going to be fascinating on many different levels. And ESPN's put out, some matchups to watch here and some X factors. And the X factor in the game they're going with is Hassan Reddick for the Eagles. And he logged 17.5 sacks in his first season with Philly, including 1.5 sacks last week over the Giants. And they like the matchup with Hassan Reddick against Mike McGlinchey. Now, we saw Micah Parsons give McGlinchey fits last week for our Dallas Cowboys. But you've got their defensive coordinator in Gannon, who can scheme a lot of one-on-ones with the stunts for Reddick, and you wrap him inside. So they think that he's really going to give Brock Purdy some issues. He's got a 27.6% pass rush pass rush win rate, and he was relatively close to Micah Parsons this year in that category. So similar to the way Micah was able to disrupt and get pressure on Brock Purdy a week ago, they think Hassan Reddick could be a guy that has a big day in this game against
It's a
San
huge
Francisco.
reason I like Philadelphia in this game because I think they're going to be able to rush and cover better than the Cowboys did. And we saw Brock Purdy look like a rookie on a handful of plays. I think that's going to be a big factor, along with, the Eagles' offense probably putting more pressure on them than the Cowboys were able to.
X factor for San Francisco. How about the fullback Kyle Juszczyk? And this is a guy who's always a mismatch nightmare with the way that they're able to use him. But he only had one offensive touch last week for the Cowboys. He was deployed a lot as a blocker in the run game.
What do you have, like a 7-yard run down on the goal line?
Right. But if you use him as a traditional I formation, you can play him as a wing. He seals off the edge and pre-snap movement, but he can impact the way the game's played as a pass catcher. If you want to use him on screens, there's a lot of different ways that you can use Kyle Juszczyk, and oftentimes he's a guy that's not accounted for by the defense. All of a sudden, you're worried about Debo, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. Next thing you know, all of a sudden, here's Kyle Juszczyk. Oh my gosh, he's unaccounted for. Brock Purdy, boom, check it down, let him go to work.
Quite a weapon to have Kyle Juszczyk if that's the 6th, 7th guy you got to worry about.
I love it.
Well, Philadelphia needs to be worried about the San Francisco running game. They're 24th in the league when it comes to yards per attempt.
That's where I think they've got the big edge in this game.
I
don't think they're going to stop the run game.
That's where you talk about Juszczyk and stuff like that, and these running backs and McCaffrey and those people. I mean, we saw Dallas. That game was tight the other day, and what happened? Philadelphia kind of figured out how to. San Francisco figured out how to run the ball a little bit. And the one thing that Philadelphia struggled with is they're mid-pack when it comes to run defense stuff.
How about this? Look at Chiefs and Bengals. They look at, their power ranking here, the biggest mismatches. One of the biggest advantage that the Bengals have had in these games is in the fourth quarter. The Chiefs have been outscored by the Bengals 26-6 in the fourth quarter and overtime of the 3 matchups, which showcases a major difference between the quarterback play late in the games. Burrow's completed 80% of his passes for 257 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick in those games for 110 passer rating. Mahomes, 71% of his passes, 111 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick for a 63 rating. So if the Chiefs have a fourth quarter lead in this matchup, they're going to be battling their own demons to see if they can preserve that lead this time around.
Those were numbers playing with a lead in the fourth quarter?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is
Last year in the game, the Bengals had to come back to win it.
Right. And then I believe overtime Chiefs get the ball, Mahomes throws an early pick, and then Burrow and company just need a field goal to win the game. That's interesting, and that's really big time nut up time for quarterbacks. In a close game, what do you do in the fourth quarter? That's a huge factor. I did love seeing though when we think about how much the Chiefs have or the Bengals have done defensively to slow down the Chiefs offense, and when you look at what they've done, the Chiefs in their last 3 losses to Cincinnati, it's still basically their same yards per play and points per drive that it always is, which is best in the sport. So it's a costly turnover from Mahomes is going to get you. And he threw, I think, 2 interceptions in the playoff game last year. I think
you're right.
So avoiding.
So do the numbers say
things,
sample size is the reason Cincinnati's beaten Kansas City like this?
In terms of.
It's just 3 games, and those can go either way. Or is there something substantive that makes you feel like Cincinnati has a legitimate upper hand when you look at those numbers, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to last year it was the turnovers because the Chiefs controlled the game and they had the lead in the fourth quarter, and then things got away from them, and an overtime interception cost you the game. But when you break it down, their yards per play and their points per drive, which is best in the sport, is basically the exact same in when you look at the 3 losses to Cincinnati that the Chiefs have had. So they're still moving the ball at a great rate, and they're still scoring the ball at a great rate. And so I think a lot of it would come down to the turnovers. That would just be my thoughts on it.
And Joe Burrow's played really well in the fourth quarter. A lot of it also is the Chiefs secondary has had no answer for Jamar Chase. If you look at Jamar Chase in these games, he's had 417 receiving yards in the 3 matchups against Kansas City. When Joe Burrow has targeted Jamar Chase, listen to these numbers. He's 24 of 29 for 417 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks.
Oh, my
His
gosh.
passer rating is 144. They're averaging 15 yards a completion. In the second half of those games, Chase has 14 catches for 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the catch is 18 yards per catch.
Jeez.
He's balling against the Chiefs.
He's a
man.
super monster.
That's the guy that really owns the Chiefs.
Yes.
Good Lord. He needs an Aaron Rodgers moment. I own you. That's something. Thank you, Wolchuk. What do you think about Chris Sims' take on the NFC title games quarterbacks? And we got biggest L, biggest dub coming up at about 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
All right, we got some really good football content here. Chris Sim talking Eagles and Giants, the former Longhorn. He's always hot taking. I'll see if you agree with what he's got to say here. We got Troy Aikman on where the Cowboys are and where they're headed. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels. 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com to make sure you do not settle for less. Let me ask you this. And I'm not a fashion person myself, you know. I like some things, but I got my own.
You like the biker look?
I got my own unique style, and it's like a soccer coach meets athleisure. Okay, so I know, hey, I'm not a big fashion guy, right? And I don't know what looks good, but when you see Laura Rutledge dressing up like she's going to Studio 54 to do the NFL live show, does that just seem weird to anybody else? Like you're anchoring a sports show, and she's up here in like this leather jacket, like she's in Grease. She's like Olivia Newton-John's character in Grease. Got this
Sandy?
Yeah, Sandy.
Yeah.
Oh, Sandy.
You're the one that I want.
I don't know. Like I don't know what the right way to look is to go do a sports broadcast, but that ain't it.
I saw something the other day that I hadn't seen in a while. Bucky Brooks was on the NFL Network. And everybody on set had a tie on but him. And then when they came back after they broke away and did a segment without him, he had a tie on for the next.
Oh, they're
segment.
making you do a tie.
Yeah.
Oh, they said something.
Yeah.
I thought we'd casualed that up pretty good.
No, I you know what? How about with like
it's playoff
Al
time,
Michaels? Man. Al Michaels will throw down hey,
Yeah.
I'm at the barbecue. I'm hanging out. He'll throw down the 3/4 zip, with a jacket maybe if he. But yeah, I think the pandemic did that to us. I think the pandemic did it to where you don't have to dress up to do these things. You don't have to dress up to be like be a reporter anymore.
Yeah, that's that.
Just kind of like, if you want to
sure.
wear whatever you want to
I
wear.
like the casual look. I mean, our guy Adam Rank will do it on NFL Network.
Yeah, it's a good look.
And he pulls it off well.
The first guy I ever saw that wore tennis shoes with a suit,
Robert Kraft,
Lamar Hunt.
Oh, Lamar Hunt.
Lamar Hunt.
Heard of that.
Went to a meeting, NFL meeting, and Lamar,
what a tastemaker.
Lamar Hunt came in there with had on jogging shoes.
Thank you, Lamar. It's a genius move right there.
Yeah.
And back in the day, like dress shoes weren't comfortable at all.
No.
Like it was like they intentionally tried to make it feel like you were trying to slip your foot into a cement box.
Whatever you were rocking the other day, those things were hot.
Oh, the Cole Haans. Yeah, the Cole Haans have done a lot of good
I'm
work.
wearing Cole Haans right now, but yours looked really good.
Well, thank you, dude. Yeah, the Grand Zero brand line or whatever, but
I kind of feel
dress
like
shoe / sneaker. It was
Yeah.
sick.
Well, it's the thing. I think is it with the Air Jordans, right? It's such a status symbol now. Am I?
It's a flex. Yeah.
Is it like if you could wear a suit with the Air Jordans,
Yeah.
that's like whoa. It's better than wearing like dress shoes.
I think it's great. Yeah, it's really opened things up so you can actually be comfortable, with your footwear, especially if you got to be on your feet a lot like these TV guys. Good to them for setting that trend. Okay, Chris Sims, speaking of TV guys, nobody agrees with me on Laura Rutledge. They just think she's super hot and everything's fine.
I love Laura.
I think she's crushing it today.
Yeah.
She's not a Kay Adams though.
Yeah, I guess that's
Kay
just
Adams,
my preference.
Kay Adams is the best.
I like a hottie in a hoodie. A little bit more than overdressed.
It's
I
a
guess.
Mahomes Burrow thing for me.
Okay,
Kay's Mahomes for sure, but here comes Burrow.
Here's Chris Sims on the difference of these NFC Conference Championship quarterbacks.
If you were to switch the quarterbacks, would the result be different? Right, and I think it's kind of interesting. You could do that for all the games. I don't know if any of the games would be different, but for this one specifically, like Daniel Jones now is under fire. Giants fans, is he the guy? Is he not the guy? Can we win with him? If he was playing for the Eagles, and if Jalen Hurts was playing for the Giants, I mean, how much did the Eagles win by? 20 still? 30?
I don't think
might be closer.
I don't think it's a whole lot different because Daniel Jones is going to be able to do the same thing. I mean, he can do some of the things that Jalen Hurts. Yeah, maybe not as good a runner, but we know he's really close. It's not like, oh, whoa, way better. Again, if you're going to ask me who I'd rather have as a passer, I'd rather have Daniel Jones. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. You're going to get me in trouble today.
And this is not, but I'm just saying, it's just to speak more to the quality of the teams, right? That's stating the obvious
for real.
Here, right?
So the premise, Daniel Jones or Jalen Hurts, is there any wisdom to the idea of preferring DJ or Chris Sims and his co-host there way out of bounds?
Man, I'll tell you what, guys. I am in the process of trying to get us Chris Sims for next week. We will see if that works out, but that's the little tease. Possibly we are able to make that happen. He is out of bounds on this one.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts is a much better player than
he's way better
than Daniel Jones. Yeah, Daniel. The thing with Jalen Hurts, he's really improved as a passer. San Francisco is going to test that this week, though. They're going to test him as a passer because I don't think they're going to let him run the ball. I think with those linebackers, the defensive line, I think he's going to have to make some big time throws in this game. But I think he's capable of doing that now. There was a time where I didn't believe he could, but we'll see with the shoulder. That shoulder might be still bothering him a little bit, and maybe that'll affect him. But Chris is dead wrong on
I
this
just
one.
can't get the image of Daniel Jones, and thank goodness he did, but Thanksgiving Day, it's a 4th down. He's got Barkley wide open in the flat. He throws it behind him. Barkley has to fall down to try and make the catch. He can't, and even if he did, he wouldn't have gotten it. It was like a 4th down and 2. But it's easy. Just put it on him. It's a 4th down conversion. They're moving on, and they probably go and score on the drive. Instead, it's a turnover on downs because Daniel Jones can't even complete the easiest pass in football.
He was on 106.7 there with Brian Mitchell. I don't think it's a horrible take. I think if you take a little bit better passer over the massive leadership and game management edge of Hurts, the massive physicality of Hurts, and his weightlifting numbers, and the fact that he's like an automatic from 4th and 2 and in, it's a pretty compelling case for Hurts. But if you would put Daniel Jones on the Eagles, he would be in the NFC title game still, right? And they would have won last week against the Giants. The Eagles still would have. It's so close. To me, it's like Hurts is about an 84 and Daniel Jones is about an 82.
You think Daniel Jones in an Eagle uniform this year was going to be an MVP candidate?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I can't go that far with it. I certainly understand the talent discrepancies, but amongst the rosters there for sure, and the Eagles would still be a respectable team probably with Daniel Jones, with the amount of talent and quality coaching that they have. But Jalen Hurts is still much more unique.
Daniel Jones, you saw what that team looks like with Gardner Minshew, right? With the Philadelphia Eagles and how they move the ball,
yeah,
right? Or lack of.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones, a lot better than that.
He's closer to Hurts than Minshew.
I like Daniel Jones. Now, don't get me wrong, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I think he's better than Minshew. I think Hurts is definitely better than Daniel Jones. I think there's a gap between the two guys. I don't think they win that game. I don't think that they're in their position they are now with Daniel Jones at quarterback personally.
Well, I would just say, and this is me, but be careful making final conclusions about a quarterback until you've seen him in the same circumstances as the guy you're comparing him to.
I agree with you there, and I also do think that there are people that are probably putting Jalen Hurts in this upper echelon category where it could just be a one great year, right? We've seen that from quarterbacks before, where they have the great season, and you kind of need to start to see it multiple years.
Man, I think you're kind of dealing with a guy that's on his way.
Yeah, it seems like he might be.
I don't think this is a one-off. I don't think this is a one-off with this guy. I really don't. That team looks remarkably different without him at quarterback.
Yeah, and that's fair. Gardner Minshew's not a guy that gets a starting job anywhere. Daniel Jones could still start for 75.
That's what I'm saying, though. It just if you plug in somebody else, does it work?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to.
I was guilty of that. I underrated just how important Jalen Hurts was. I thought they'd be fine with Gardner Minshew, and clearly, the Saints game specifically, they were not.
Yeah, that was bad.
You saw the impact that Jalen Hurts has for them.
Yeah, and Gardner Minshew did play horribly. He's super inconsistent. I think 1 out of every 3 or 4 games, he's going to play great, and the Cowboys saw that. Other than the couple of turnovers in that game. But yeah, here's the thing with Jalen Hurts. The way that he runs makes the defense change how they defend the Eagles. And that's not going to stay like that for very long. Right now, the running, the youth, that's there. But in 3 or 4 years, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Daniel Jones is having a better career. We saw it with Carson Wentz. We saw it with RG3. We're seeing it right now with Dak. Yeah. You stop running, the world changes massively. And for the player that right now, he's a top 3 MVP candidate. Into the future and the tools, and what would that look like if you didn't have receivers that were as good at getting open and an offensive line that was as good at protecting you? I I'm not sure Jalen Hurts makes the playoffs with the Giants, you know?
Yeah, man, to me, not with the receivers they have.
No, Jalen Hurts absolutely makes the playoffs with the Giants.
Well, they made it with Daniel Jones.
That's exactly.
Sure, but it took a lot of things to fall into place. You reload Jalen Hurts in that setting at the start of the year and start the season, I wouldn't be sure he'd make the playoffs.
Well, I mean, Daniel Jones is having to depend on his legs quite a bit as well. It's not like he's just dropping back and throwing.
That's the comparison. Yeah, that's what, Daniel Jones could do everything that Jalen Hurts is doing, just maybe not quite as dominant in the run game.
Yeah, statistically, they were pretty neck and neck in terms of their rushing totals.
Yeah.
Hurts just had 2 less games. But you're right. I mean, Daniel Jones is also a very good runner.
And to me, like, the ball is more accurate.
With Hurts?
Daniel Jones is a better thrower than Hurts.
Man, I tell you what, it's so funny you were saying that because I was watching on NFL Live as you were talking.
Yeah.
That they were showing the ball going downfield from Jalen Hurts. And it was like right on target.
I think he took a massive stride this year.
I think there was a time where Hurts was a terrible passer, to your point. And I think that much like what we've seen, and I know Josh Allen's kind of regressed in some of the things that he's done, but I think there was a time going in, I felt like the difference between the Eagles and the Cowboys was just really the quarterbacks. And I think it is. I just think it's flipped.
All righty. Y'all crazy. Hurts overthrew receivers against the Giants, even with burnt corners. Who was Hurts without A.J. Brown? That is the 4-6-9. I mean, Hurts was hurt in that last game against the Giants. So
sure was.
I don't think you can look at that game and have any sort of an idea.
I think he's talking about the playoffs, I think is what they're talking about.
The Eagles somehow made the damn playoffs last year, and they didn't have the same weapons.
They started running the ball.
Right.
They ran the ball.
They used Hurts' legs. Now, granted, he got exploited by Tampa when they forced him to throw.
They had turnovers in that game and got down by 20-something points, and then it turned into him having to throw, which has been remarkably better from the playoffs to what we've seen now. This guy's a legitimate MVP candidate.
Who would have won the game last week swapping teams? That's the 8-1-7. That's easy. Eagles would have still won it. By a wide margin.
Certainly have the better overall roster. There's no question about that. But I think the better quarterback is Jalen. I've still got big questions about Daniel Jones personally.
Yeah, to me, it comes down to so much like the intangibles, and that's the biggest thing. That's why you go Jalen Hurts way over Daniel Jones. Like, Daniel Jones is 6'4", 230 pounds, and somehow still puts off like little guy energy. Like there's the confidence, the leadership, the ability to lead men. There's no alpha dude traits on Daniel Jones, and Jalen Hurts just exudes those. And I do think those are massively important when it comes to having the confidence to make plays in the fourth quarter and inspire confidence from your teammates. And, that's the reason I would not even consider adding Daniel Jones to my team, even if I needed a quarterback. And I would very much take Jalen Hurts. But I did think it was a point that Chris Sims made that seemed ridiculous, but I could definitely see some of the logic behind it. And as the years play out, I think it's a very interesting story to track. Especially when you look at how good young quarterbacks can be when they're in great situations.
Yeah, the situation matters a ton. We see that. But I do think for as much as Jalen Hurts is probably going to age poorly with the way he runs, Daniel Jones, they showed this year, we're going to have to run him quite a bit in order to be efficient offensively. So he's taking a fair beating as well.
They've got to figure out how to get weapons there with wide receiver, though.
Yeah.
If they figure that out, then that'll definitely help him not have to run the ball as much.
He's got a great coach. Like, he's got that situation. If he remains there and they put some talent around him, then you'll have a better idea. I still think you're going to find that Jalen Hurts is the better player.
I still think we're going to find next. It's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Chief, where are we headed with that?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
I did pick up a big dub, and it's massive. I'll tell you more about it next week. And in the meantime, I'm going to tell you about Window Nation. It is home show season.
Thanks to Rally House, the guys are heading to Radio Row for a week of the biggest guests, with even bigger hijinks thrown in. Our coverage is also brought to you by Window Nation and A1 Air. Turn it on, leave it on. One of the craziest weeks all year. Radio Row Week, beginning February 6th, right here on The Fan.
Yeah, Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Here's Eric.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, on a football Friday, where have you gotten some personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Walchuk just walked out of the production studio with a bleep grin on his face, and I got a feeling he's ready to dial up the bloopers.
Dude, I forgot.
Either that or he went back to the men's room to wipe.
Oh, that's true.
Well, I did both of those things, and I got all the gas out in there as well. I wouldn't go into that side studio, but I just forgot about all the dumb stuff we used to do, man.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh. So you got a roast?
I don't know how anybody. We are idiots. But
yeah, for
gosh,
sure.
we used to be even more idiots. And you're gonna want to stick around. I'm gonna have to hijack the 620, Dawson.
A birthday roast of Chiafalo at 620 then?
Yeah.
Okay, it's on.
And we can do our Dak talk at 440 if we need to, Dawson, if we need to move things around. I'm open-minded, and I'm also looking forward to what you drinking, what you thinking at 520. It's going to be a super, super party. Let's go ahead and dive in here. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? We go to the world of college basketball. We have a Clemson player, Brevin Galloway. I don't know if you guys saw this story. He had a bit of an issue, and here is him from the hospital bed telling the world what took place with his manhood.
So this morning I went to lift. I came back. I took a nap. I woke up from my nap. My balls and my nutsack were exploded.
What?
Now I go to the doctor. I have surgery 3 hours later. My balls are reduced to the normal size.
Okay, well, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could go glass half full and say, hey, Dub, you got your sack back. But, I mean, waking up from a nap and he said exploded. Obviously, they weren't exploded, but they were clearly swollen in a huge, huge way. Is that some type of hernia situation that went down?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Doing some lifting.
I think so.
Brian, can you imagine getting woken up out of bed? Like, what's that leg brought us to deal with ball issues? I mean, that's the worst way to wake up. I've been woken out of bed with tummy pains that would just ruin an entire weekend. But waking up to like a grapefruit, he described it. He goes on in the video. I cut it off there, but he goes on to say
elephantitis kind of a thing?
It became like basketball.
Horrible.
Absolutely horrible.
It's a literal, like the rudest of awakening.
Gavin has gone on WebMD to tell us what the situation is.
I'm trying to figure out how. You know, I
want to avoid this at all costs.
I've seen where a gentleman can take a kick between the legs and they swell up.
But that makes sense.
Yes.
Like the idea that I could go to sleep and wake up with a huge issue down there is frightening, man.
Do you think he was doing like some clean and jerks and it just kind of like it stressed something?
Jerks, yeah.
He's not doing that anymore.
Infection is another reason. Some sort of an infection.
Huh.
A trauma, as we know.
Trauma, yeah.
Yeah.
Varicose veins in the scrotum. And then fluid buildup. You know, those are the only known reasons.
Sounds like he's okay.
You mean he's got to clear out the pipes a little bit more?
Might have gotten
a little bit too backed up.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
A little too worried.
That's got to be worse than like waking up and you can't feel the half of your face. There's people that have had that happen.
Oh, where they like lose feeling in their face?
Yeah, it's like drooping and you give like half face.
Not cool.
Oh, that Bell's palsy.
Yes,
yeah,
that's
I've heard
what
about
it is.
that. Yeah.
That is very, very troublesome. So biggest L to you, sir, Mr. Galloway of Clemson. Hopefully.
But a W, right? On the surgery?
Yeah, dub on the surgery. Yeah, I mean,
bigger?
with a lot of these L's and dubs, you could look at it in a multitude of different ways. I went with the L there because he woke up with grapefruit balls. He had to go have surgery on his balls, and 3 hours prior, he thought it was just a normal day.
Yeah.
You know, like
He was
that's
just-
an L.
He was just lifting, get ready to go to
It would
class.
have been a bigger
It's
L.
an L. It's
I mean,
an L. It's an L,
but
yeah.
that's an L. I don't think anybody's going, congrats, bro. We're all feeling
Oh,
sorry
I'm-
for you.
Yeah, I'm going to
We're
congrats.
sending get well soon cards your way, okay? And when you're getting get well soon cards, you're not in the midst of a dub.
No.
I mean, maybe you could look at it this way. Conor McGregor, I'm giving him an L for getting hit by a car while he was riding his bike.
At least he didn't die.
But he didn't die. So are we going dub there? Perhaps.
How can you miss him these days? He's freaking massive.
Sean Bradley probably considered that a dub.
Did he have one of those flags on the back where you could see him, if he was in traffic?
It was like a
'Cause he seems like
windy.
he's a small guy.
It was a windy mountain kind of road, so he's coming around a turn and a car is, and then like the sun I think was in the driver's eyes, so he didn't know that there was a guy riding his bike there.
Why are we riding our bikes then on those types of, like, when you see movies and it's like, oh, it looks like The Edge. We're
He
falling
feels
off.
invincible. He's
yeah,
Conor
why?
McGregor.
No, we're not doing that.
Knew a guy that twisted one during a workout, swole up to goose egg size. Definitely a hernia, says the 682. My dog got bitten in the balls by a snake. And 903 says it happened to me. Signed, Tim.
Oh,
maybe that's Tim and Carthage, and he can tell us more about that coming up and what you're drinking.
Tim
and
might
what
have
you're
got bit
thinking.
by the snake.
That's possible too. He is a dog.
817 Major Dub Boys had a gender reveal this weekend. It is a girl.
Congratulations.
Oh, that's a huge win.
Good for you.
Welcome to the Girl Dad crew, my friend. It's very exciting. 972, just one biggest dub. I got to have a great dinner with y'all on Wednesday. Oh, that must be lovely Rachel.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Appreciate that.
Was great.
A lot
Thank
of
you.
fun. Learned a lot about pets and eyes and stuff like that.
Veterinarian ophthalmologist.
Yeah, unbelievable, man. The
Works
stories-
on a lot of animals' eyes.
Man, great stories.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's incredible.
Doing great work.
Great Tolo, great Rangers fan, and a great Sandlot charity MVP.
I bet she'll be out at FanFest tomorrow. I think we got live broadcasts out there as well from 9 to 2.
Boom. And she assured me it was okay to keep my dog alive, who's not only blind and deaf, but also senile. Okay.
There you go.
You added that. That's a new one.
Yeah. She helped clarify that for me. She said
did you?
the dogs get senile just like humans.
Oh, really?
But she said as long as old Burger's not suffering, it's all good. Wow. So Burger lives on.
There you go. Shout out to the bird.
Lifeline.
I still want to we mentioned it late last night, but I want to throw this out there
Wait a
again.
minute, stop for a second. Did you ask her to do something about it?
No, I was just wanting her advice.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought maybe.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I was doing something wrong keeping him alive.
I thought maybe you were like going, hey, listen.
Could you fix this problem?
Got anything in your trunk?
Yeah.
No, I did not do that.
You got anything in that bag?
What, do you carry anything with you? You do home visits. Could we do it right now?
You do home visits.
Don't mind me while I eat the last beef rib here, but
Man, that Pecan Lodge barbecue was no joke.
Yeah, it was no joke.
I still want to shout out the L that the Tennessee volunteer student's taking by completing the layup, the free throw, the 3-pointer, and the half quarter
Give
during
that
halftime
up.
in a basketball game, and he only got $600. I think that's just a huge L right there. I mean, my guy should have gotten $5,000 minimum, and that's a bit heartbreaking for me. Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens is taking an L this week because he's just getting bombarded now and torched on social media because he decided to tweet out like a schmuck. I just don't understand pizza lovers. It's all the same. No such thing as, quote, the best pizza spot, blah, blah, blah.
Huh.
And so normal people who understand there are levels to this pizza thing are just, I mean, they've inundated him. I think he's had to mute. I think he might have had to delete Twitter.
You just delete Twitter for a while. That happened to me last week.
You just move on.
Yeah, you just got to take it off the app and you let everything kind of die down. And then you hear all the karma talk, and then you kind of let that die down.
Yeah,
and then you come back and you ask a few draft questions, and you'll be good.
I just waited until the bell stopped saying full. Whatever the max number is.
20.
Just kept clicking it and then over to home.
Yeah,
Clicking it over to home.
Did you have the same problem I did?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yeah, I was on my alternated account for the last week.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's
I did.
tough.
I completely shut it down. My mom saw me and she goes, "Are you okay?" Yeah. I go, I had one guy wanted to bash my head in. I'm okay. I'm fine.
Dude, that's why I can't root for the Niners. And Sean talked about it
said
this
the
morning.
same thing this morning. Yeah.
It's terrible, dude. What the Niners fans did to Broadus and Dawson to RJ and to Sean, and to Sean's wife on social media, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I don't
terrible
feel
people.
bad about Sean. I feel bad about Amanda having to deal with that.
Hey,
yeah.
Amanda's replies.
Oh, she's great.
Oh man!
But I'm
Kudos
sorry we
to her.
drug her into that. Yeah.
No, they're scum, but so are the Eagle fans. They wouldn't be any better.
That's right.
817 just tuning in, but huge dub for DQ staying home, baby.
There you go.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
all
all biggest
won.
local dub of the week.
Dub City.
Yeah,
Well
DQ
done,
being
yeah.
back is fantastic. And we have the 214 big dub 60-second B-Day today. Had a rough start to the year losing Mama, but everything's going great now, and it's going to be a great year.
Happy birthday.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday to you. Happy 62nd to you. And then finally, I did want to note that Jimmy Butler did something cool. He hooked up a young fan who didn't get to see him play after flying 4,400 miles. There's all this load management conversation going on in the NBA right now. Jimmy Butler of the Heat, shortly before tip-off the other night, had a back tighten-up situation. He went home, and while he's home, he sees on the broadcast, he's watching the game, there's a young fan with a sign that says, I came all this way, 4,000-plus miles to see Jimmy Butler. Not to see the Heat, but to see Jimmy Butler. He felt so bad about it that he reached out, he called from home, and he reached out to people with the Heat and got the kid down onto the court. He got to, meet a bunch of the players. He got some autographs, some jerseys, and a future ticket he can cash in whenever he wants, courtesy of Jimmy Butler, to come back and watch another Miami Heat game. So Jimmy Butler doing it right there for a youngster who got bleeped out of load management, which seems to be happening a lot these days.
It does, man. I think that's the way to handle it. You got to load manage. You got to do what you do to stay healthy and give yourself a chance to win the championship. If you find yourself in a situation, hook the kid up.
Amen.
Go by for a little meet and greet, something like that. Appreciate you, Chia. Follow biggest dub every Friday 340. Bobby Carell of Mavs.com joins us to talk about the home basketball team next in the nation.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Getty.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. It is a Eric Chiafalo 29th birthday extravaganza broadcast. Wolchuk is preparing a roast o Chiafalo, which will air at 6:20. He's been in the production room during all the breaks, gathering the appropriate cuts to, have a little bit of fun with the birthday boy. It's again coming up at 6:20. Okay, fun win by the Mavs last night. Even though Luka Doncic went out with the injury, they get the dub, and they played well. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joining us now here on The Fan to discuss all things Mavs. And a good afternoon once again, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. Happy birthday, Eric.
Thank you very much, Bobby. I appreciate that, my friend. Let's get weird this weekend. What do you say?
Let's do it.
Hey, how's Luka doing?
Well, pretty good according to Woj. I was thinking the worst. Obviously I'm sure everybody was watching him limp off the floor last night. And then mid-morning Woj comes out and says there's optimism that he's just day-to-day. And to give people kind of an idea of what that could mean, well, the Mavs play tomorrow in Utah, and then they play on Monday against Detroit. And so getting him back to that Utah game would be pretty nice. And on the other side of that Pistons game, it's a whole lot more Western Conference playoff teams on the schedule. So the sooner the better. Tim Hardaway Jr. had a similar looking ankle sprain recently and missed 5 days. And so if Luka can come back within 5 days or less, then that would mean pretty good things for the Mavs, because you want as many healthy guys, especially him specifically, as possible for these next couple weeks.
As long as Luke is out, can we expect to see a buttload more of Jaden Hardy?
Maybe. I thought he was going to play a lot more last night. He got in the game in the second quarter, played 5 minutes, and was okay. He shot 0 for 2, but the game was sort of chaotic in that time. It was actually Josh Green that played a lot more minutes, surprisingly. He was up like 32, 33 minutes last night, including playing down the stretch of the games, which is something that a lot of fans have wanted to see Jason Kidd do, give Josh the leash to close out close games. And he did that last night, and without Christian Wood, too, they need more guys, and Green closed out that Wizards game as well. Unfortunately, they lost that one, but, last night they were able to pull it out. So, Jaden Hardy, I'm sure, is going to get more minutes at some point here, but Josh is still developing as well, and he's probably going to be profiting the most, as well as that could even mean, relatively speaking, without Luka.
Yeah, Bobby, I'm curious your thoughts on the development of Josh Green, because he looks like he's really kind of turned into a valuable piece here with the Mavs. Is he a guy now that it's, hey, you need to keep him, even if teams maybe at the trade deadline are looking at, all right, there's not a ton of assets that you have, maybe that's a guy we'd part with, to where the Mavs are like, no, he's a part of our future, we're not going to trade him?
Yeah, that's such a tough question, because I know a lot of fans want the Mavs to upgrade, right? Like the send Luka help mural and all that stuff. And typically, in order to do that, you got to give up picks and young guys. But how could you watch Josh Green play this season and not want to see him here for a really, really long time? Just every single one of his intangible traits, the energy, this controlled chaos, the athleticism, all of that stuff is super important. And now the tangible stuff, the measurables, the field goal percentage, the assists per game, the 3-point shooting, that's all catching up too, and this has been a pretty slow development. This is his third season, and he's just now starting to get, fourth quarter minutes and play really solid, consistent rotation minutes for a team that's trying to win. But the wait has been worth it, and he's one of those guys, kind of the same way as like Dorian Finney-Smith, for example, where if you do trade them or if they do leave, you feel their presence as soon as they're gone. You're reminded of what you don't have. And, playing the last month or so without both of those guys, and then watching the Mavs defensive numbers just crater, and their 3-point shooting numbers dipped a little bit too, it just reminds you of what Green gives this team. And now that he's getting more minutes and his production is going up along with it, that's the kind of thing that makes me think like he still has a whole lot more room to grow. There's a whole nother level that he can reach, or maybe even multiple levels. And, I'm hoping he's around here long enough for the Mavs to explore that, and then that we can all kind of see what he's capable of doing.
Bobby, you live with this basketball team, which makes you so valuable to us who follow the team. When you start to hear trade rumors or Dallas has always put this in this situation, that situation, do you kind of laugh it off, or do you say, that does make sense if they were to try and do something like that?
Yes and no. I mean, I think the closer you are to it, the kind of the better understanding you realize of like what they have to trade, assets, other teams' perception of players on this roster. Fans might see Dwight Powell, who has had 2 really good games in a row.
It's a hell of a rebound he made last night on that missed free throw.
Absolutely. And, he's not the perfect center, and I'm not going to say he's the perfect center, but, I think as fans, sometimes if you only watch this one team, then you're going to really hyper-focus on all of the players' shortcomings without maybe realizing, or maybe you're taking for granted their strengths. And so, like we just said with Josh Green, you don't really realize what you got in Josh Green or Maxi Kleber or Dorian Finney-Smith until they're gone. And you might not know what you're having in Dwight Powell until he's gone too. And so, I think sometimes people can lose sight of that. But at the same time, I feel like I have a really good understanding of where this team needs to improve. And I've been beating that drum forever. And I think it's just more versatile wings specifically, but more versatile defenders who can shoot the three. That's how the Mavs want to play. They want to have as much of a defensive presence on the floor as possible. They want to give Luka or Spencer Dinwiddie last night, who did a really good Luka impression, as much space as possible on offense to work. This season more than ever, though, I think the need has really been highlighted. Like, they need more guys that can put the ball on the floor and attack the basket. And I don't just mean like breaking down a defense. I mean, you get a kick-out pass from Luka or Dinwiddie driving the lane, you're in the corner, you got a guy closing out on you so you can't get that shot off. Well, what can you do? You can put the ball on the floor and get to the basket. Josh Green has been doing that. Dorian Finney-Smith has been doing that more, but they need 1 or 2 more guys that can do that. And so, while I do really feel like I have a really, intimate kind of understanding and appreciation for the players that are here, their needs are undeniable. And until they add a little bit more dynamicism to the offense, and until they get more of a defensive presence on the perimeter, they're still going to be losing some games that maybe they shouldn't. And hopefully, they can solve those needs, because, sooner or later, those losses are going to keep you out of the top 6.
Bobby, I was listening to Chuck and Brad call the game. I was watching my college tape, but I was listening to them. They said something about the Mavs in clutch time have missed 36 field goals. Is that right or wrong? I don't mean to put you on the spot on that, but obviously when it comes to shooting free throws, especially at those critical times in the game, it just seems like it's a, hold on to your rear and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to a lot of the games they've lost this season, and they've come down to free throws, whether it's in the final couple minutes or, an 0-for-3 trip early in the fourth quarter, or an 0-for-2 back in the first. But, recent games, Luka gets fouled against the Wizards the other night with like 30 seconds left or something, and he missed one. Reggie Bullock missed one last night. Now, fortunately, Dwight Powell just hustled, outworked DeAndre Ayton and came away with that, which was fantastic. But, Bullock also had an 0-for-2 trip in Denver that would have sealed that game. And because he missed the second one, I think on purpose anyway, but, Denver would have had a shot to win that. Luka's missed some, Tim Hardaway's missed some, Dorian Finney-Smith has missed some. I mean, those will come back to bite you. The basketball gods are merciful, but if you test them too many times, eventually they're going to punish you. And unfortunately for the Mavs, they've just flown a little bit too close to the sun in that regard all season long. And, the trend still holds. When they shoot like below 70%, below 65% from the free throw line, they're not winning any of those games. You have to take advantage of those opportunities, especially in their case, because they don't take a lot of shots. They play at a very slow pace, but they also do take a lot of free throws. And so, if they have a bad night from the line, they're costing themselves 10 or 15 points. And in such a slow-paced game, those are immensely valuable points to just constantly be giving up because they can't knock these shots down.
It's Bobby Carella, Mavs.com with you. Is Spencer Dinwiddie making a case that the team should just let him go by himself for even more extended stretches?
Man, he was awesome. He was awesome last night. And his scoring has been pretty good, for the last few weeks now. But Luka goes down 3 minutes into the game, and there's a difference between knowing you're playing without Luka, going into the game, versus suddenly being thrust into the Luka role. And that's what Dinwiddie was kind of thrust into. Last season he was awesome after the trade deadline, but he was always playing with either Luka or Jalen Brunson. This season he's playing with Luka a lot of the time, but like for half of his minutes, he's the only guy on the floor, and that's been kind of a weakness of this team, but he still has, done a very admirable job. He's averaging 16, 17 points per game, 40% from three, 5 assists. He does still have some, frustrating turnovers time and again, but hey, who doesn't? A lot is asked of him, and he typically does not have somebody on the floor that can help him share the load, especially when he's piloting those second unit minutes. And so, he's risen to the occasion in a big way. And obviously, they scored 99 as a team last night. He had 36 of them. They do not win that game if he even has a good game. They needed him to be great. And like we just started talking about free throws, he missed a couple early in the game, and he knocked basically all of them down, from the first quarter on. And so, he's been nails in crunch time for most of his time with the Mavs, and last night was a continuation of that. And so, I do think, of course, they need another guy that can make plays, another guy that can run the offense. But Dinwiddie has shown, whether you're bringing him off the bench or whether you're starting him alongside Luka, he can deliver in those situations.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com with us on 105.3 The Fan. Defensively, I know injuries have played a role in this, but with largely the same personnel from a group that was so good last year, what have you noticed, because you're so good with the X's and O's, as to why this team has struggled so much on the defensive side of the floor?
I think, the last month and a half-ish, playing without Kleba in particular. Of course, they were missing Green and Finney-Smith for a while in there too, but without Maxey, NBA teams are so afraid, and rightfully so, but they are so afraid of giving the other teams layups. Like, you will see teams do like borderline insane things on defense to keep a guy from laying it in. They'll pack the paint. They'll put all 5 defenders in the paint and just leave everybody open from three. Doesn't matter if you shoot 25% or 85% from three. They will leave you open to keep you from taking even a semi-contested layup. And, Maxey has been so good at blocking shots and contesting shots without fouling, just going up vertically. And Christian Wood was making progress in that regard too. But playing without Maxey for the last month or month and a half now, and playing without Wood for the last week or two, we're seeing Dallas take even more extreme measures to protect the rim. They can't protect the rim with height, with size, with length. And so they're just trying to park 3 or 4 guys right in front of the lane. Like, if you're putting the ball on the floor against the Mavs right now, you are going to see a swarm of players in front of you. And what that's done is, relatively speaking, limit the number of looks at the basket. But that has, relatively speaking, dramatically improved the number of wide open threes that opponents are getting against Dallas right now. You think back to that Washington game, the Wizards had 17 corner 3-point attempts in that game. They made 10 of them, I think, which is a lot. So kudos to them. But, whenever the Mavs defense was working at its best, the corner 3 was the one shot that they never allowed. They never had to, because you just had Maxey at the rim or Wood at the rim waiting for the guy going to the basket, and you could erase that layup attempt just one-on-one. Now they cannot do that. So they're having to put 2 or 3 small guys at the basket, and then it's just a matter of flying around the perimeter, trying to rotate to close out on all these shooters, and you just simply cannot do that 100 times a game or 120 times a game. And so teams are unfortunately just getting too many open jump shots against them right now. And then the byproduct of living in rotation like they have been is nobody's really in position to box a guy out and get a defensive rebound because they're too busy trying to cover 50 feet to get a hand in a shooter's face, and so there's been a lot of easy second chance points as a result of that. So I think it's like this twofold problem, but it all stems from not having the one guy, the one super tall, super athletic guy that can block shots at the rim. And so they're having to just do more extreme things to keep those layups from happening. And you got to give something up on defense, and the Mavs are unfortunately just giving up too many things right now in pursuit of limiting those shots at the rim.
When do you expect Kleba back?
Well, he said himself before the All-Star break, and, we're kind of running out of time before the All-Star break here. He's got about 2.5 weeks. So hopefully soon, the sooner the better, because their next, 10 of their next 11 games are against playoff teams. So, Maxie, I don't know what you're doing, man, but let's get you back on the floor ASAP.
Hey, Bobby, I was going to ask you, of going in the locker room and talking to players and stuff, it looks like with Kidd, he's pretty honest about his team and how they play on a nightly basis. Do players kind of whisper to you that, hey, that's a little rough, or, man, he's absolutely right about what he's saying and what we're doing?
I think they do realize that he's right. And one good thing about J. Kidd, a big departure from Rick Carlisle and from, Avery Johnson, many of the other coaches the Mavs have had over the years and around the league, is, J. Kidd is not going to let you know every single time you've made a mistake. He's pretty quiet. He'll let the players talk among themselves. He'll have his assistant coaches, Jared Dudley, Darrell Armstrong. These guys are gregarious. Sean Sweeney, he's not afraid to talk. But you're not going to hear from J. Kidd every time you get yanked from a game. You know that he knows, and he knows that you messed up, right? But he doesn't got to be on your butt about it, which I think makes the times that he does criticize them, it just makes it mean a little more, because he's not just constantly on their backs the way a guy like Tom Thibodeau is. Tibbs just always looks like he's in distress, which has got to kind of be draining as a player, right? But J. Kidd, for better or worse, he just always kind of looks chill, always sort of looks zen. And so whenever he does speak up and say, look, if it's with this personnel, I don't know if we can be a good defense, because it seems like these guys are just happy out here scoring 120 and then hoping that the other team misses shots. I think in moments like that, his words carry a lot more weight, and, they might cut a little deeper as a result, but also, it's the first time he said something. He has your back. He expects better from you. He wants better and, hopes for better things from you. And so I think, maybe you're more willing to dig a little deeper the next time out because he said that thing. And to that point, the game after he criticized their defense, they allowed 90 to Miami. And so, clearly there is a pattern over the couple years he's been here where whenever he has been critical of the team, they've responded pretty quickly. And so I think they do respect him for that.
Bobby, trade deadline around the corner now. Is there anything right now that is interesting and possible to you?
Interesting, yes. Possible, I don't know. I mean, if you're looking for a real serious upgrade, I'm just not sure that they have the ammo. I'm kind of on team don't trade your future picks right now. Wait until the summer. But of course, that does kind of preclude you from trading for the really good players available. And I know a lot of fans might not want to hear that, but if you think the opposite, that's totally fine too. The best players on the market right now are going to cost you 1 or 2 first-round picks. And so if you pull that trigger today, you can't make another trade for 7 years. So I'm just a little cautious about doing that right now. But I do think that there are marginal improvements they can make. Get one more guard, get one more shooter, get one more big. You might not be able to do all 3 of those things, but you might be able to do 1 or 2 of them. And if you do that, again, with as jam-packed as the West is right now, you don't need to get 5 or 8 wins better. You need to get 2 wins better, and you could have home court again in the first round. The margins are so thin. So I think if you can make a logical, reasonable improvement, you'd be foolish not to do it. But I'm just a little uneasy about giving up those future picks right now.
Thanks so much for your time, Bobby. Enjoy the games and have a great weekend.
Thank you, guys. You as well. Happy birthday again, Eric.
Thanks, brother. Salute. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com. Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are we going?
National Chocolate Cake Day. I got the most popular chocolate desserts in America, plus some NFL news for you next on The Fan.
All right, let's chat Frankel's. Nation. Time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 4:20. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/home show. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. Shout out to Country Chris from the 803. Let's get that top 10 rolling, and a happy birthday, Chief.
Thank you.
Looking forward to this as I go through memory lane. We have got the roast coming up at about, we'll do a little Cowboys content for you at 6:20, then we'll roll right into the roast there.
Roast the hell out of them.
I got the top 10 most popular chocolate desserts in America. What's your favorite chocolate dessert on National Chocolate Cake Day? Is it chocolate cake? Everybody loves chocolate cake. Always makes me think of the kid from Matilda who has to eat the whole chocolate cake.
Yes.
And then the whole class goes crazy for him after he sticks it to that nasty, mean teacher.
Does chocolate chip cookies count?
Absolutely, it does.
You more a Tiff treat or a crumble guy?
It's a great question. So I've only had crumble one time. I was blown away. But I do think the consistency of Tiffs, I think it's cool that like crumble changes the menu every week. But there's something about Tiffs. I know what I'm getting every time. So I think I'd lean Tiffs here.
I've become a crumble guy. I mean, but Tiffs deserves the respect because she was the original cookie sender to your house, right? Or like cookie delivery lady.
Yeah.
So she came out of the gates and she deserves that respect. But Crumble took that idea and really, really multiplied the quality by about 10. These cookies are legit from Crumble, man.
It's crazy. It's crazy what they've done. But at the same time, Tiff's Treats was crazy too. Or is like their sugar cookies, their snickerdoodles are some of the best I've ever had. I don't know. The reason I asked is because I'm conflicted on it. I don't know who to pick.
They're both delicious. Very quickly, some NFL news for you. The Rams have hired Mike LaFleur as their next offensive coordinator under Sean McVay. He's moved on from the Jets after 2 seasons as their OC, and then he's magically probably going to become a good offensive coordinator again.
Did he, I wonder, I forgot to look at his path. Was he San Francisco Jets, Rams? Or
I think that sounds right.
Or is he Rams, Jets, back to Rams?
Was he with them before?
I could look that up.
That's a good
By
question.
the way, I looked up, have you guys ever heard of Famous Amos cookies?
Yeah, Famous Amos is delicious.
Of course, bro.
Okay, were they like the first, we were talking about deliveries or kind of specialty cookies and stuff like that. Famous Amos, the first.
Isn't that just in a bag?
Did they deliver? I don't think they delivered.
Well,
did they?
I mean, I'm just saying, like with specialty cookies and stuff like that.
1975.
I just remember way back in the day.
Grandma's cookies, though. Grandma's been around.
I kind of felt like,
for forever.
because we talk about these cookie companies now, but then I remember like Famous Amos. That's as a kid growing up.
I don't remember them doing anything but the little yellow bags of chocolate chip cookies, like right there. That's all I think of when I go Famous Amos.
I'm a big fan of that.
Sounds like back in the day they were like a delivery outfit, though, huh?
Yeah, I was trying to remember because we were talking about where did some of these cookie companies get their ideas from. I kind of felt like that Famous Amos was a guy.
Shout out to Famous Amos Zeraway, former Pittsburgh Steeler running back.
Oh, I love that, dude. Yeah, I do think the Amos came before like the Ahoy.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
Like as you start going
the Chips Ahoy?
But the Chips Ahoy. But I am getting a text here from a local Tolo who is alleging that Cookie Society here in the Metroplex is even better than Crumble and Tiff.
Shawnee Sean brought over some Cookie Society, and I got to enjoy that one day. He dropped it off at Chick-fil-A, and those are fantastic.
Pre-soda.
Yeah, there's a number of specialty cookie shops. It's the greatest time ever to be
definitely was pre-soda, bro.
to be a cookie freak. I'd say maybe the pure chocolate bunt cake.
Oh gosh, yes, the bunts.
They're so moist.
So moist and delicious. Also, before we dive into this list, there is a lot of stuff coming out now about the Patriots, which is like, we kind of knew this, but they battled through a lot of internal dysfunction within the organization because everybody was looking at Bill Belichick and saying, what the bleep are you doing with this offensive situation? Quote from the Boston Herald in regard to the offense, I love Coach Belichick, but he bleeped us. Guys would ask, well, what's going to happen if the defense does this? And you would see the coaches hadn't really accounted for that yet. One source told the Herald, and they'd say, We'll get to that when we get to that. That type of attitude got us in trouble.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah.
that will forever be one of the weirdest and most incompetent decisions that a coach has ever made, let alone potentially the greatest football coach we've ever seen. Like, it just, nothing makes sense about it. I don't know if there is a self-sabotage or just a watch what I can do, turning two non-offensive minds into quality. Like, I don't know what the play was there. And we've seen Belichick and the ego get in the way a little bit. It clearly did towards the end with Brady, and it did in the Super Bowl when he benched Butler. And then Alshon Jeffrey had himself a day, and Nick Foles is now, I believe he has a statue outside of the Philadelphia Stadium.
Right
and
next
that's
to Rocky.
Borderline right because of that decision that Belichick made. So we've seen weird ones before, but this one, there is not I can't for the life of me understand one good reason why you would have done that.
Just horrendous. Absolutely.
Fans were turning on him as soon as Tom left. Saying Bill's lost it. He thinks she'll be better without Tom. And since then, I've sided with them. Every year that goes on, Belichick looks a little less great. Clearly he's an amazing defensive planner and team builder in some ways, even though he can't draft. But this offense stuff was Josh McDaniels and Tom Brady and Bill O'Brien for the last 20 years.
Really bad. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here. The top 10 most
Charlie
popular.
Wise, too, my bad.
Yeah, Charlie Wise. Top 10 most popular American chocolate desserts on National Chocolate Cake Day. What's your favorite? We got Nothing Bundt Cake is delicious. We got chocolate flan. Dr. Pepper Cake is being texted in. We've got Ultimate Cupcakes in Hudson Oaks, Texas is being texted in. Mississippi Mud Pie.
Yeah.
Lucius, where are we going with the chocolate dessert?
Hey, hello, boys. How you doing?
Evening.
Sexy.
Yeah, on a Saturday afternoon, I like a Rocky Road ice cream. And if I can add that with some chocolate cake together, yeah, that's me. That's my bag.
That's fire.
Heck yeah, bro. Yeah, I love that. I go back to the tried and true Dairy Queen Blizzard that is the Reese's.
Ooh.
The Reese's DQ Blizzard is a Hall of Famer for me.
Yeah, it's epic.
So that's probably where I'll sit. But there's so much good.
You guys ever had the chocolate lava cake?
I was just about to say from Chili's.
Just anywhere.
But anywhere, yes, but Chili's is lava.
Yeah, what you do is it's the stuff, the chocolate inside the
it's
cake.
Like lava.
Just hit it and it just oozes out. It's so good.
Yeah. Is that hot fudge in there?
First time I ever had it was at Rainforest Cafe.
Oh, really?
Okay,
Yeah.
cool place.
It was cool.
Yeah.
Was that snobby?
You're a little snobby.
What about your traditional brownie? What about your traditional corner
the brownie would be number 2.
Oh, we'll get
Corner. I'm going with the middle piece every time.
Really? You don't like the corner brownies?
I mean, I won't. If there's only one left, I'll eat it. But I'm immediately going for the dead center.
I kind of want the gooey.
Every one of these. I want that.
That's
I want
awesome.
That
Yes,
we need to partner up on a trade then when we get to Arizona because you can have all of the middle. I'll just take the edges.
Dude, that sounds great. Let's go to CC's together. Let's huddle around the cinnamon rolls.
Can we please?
And you just wait for the fresh ones to come out, and then you go murk the middle.
I'll fight you for that middle. I'll fight you for that middle. Yeah, I think brownie's the only way I'm going edges.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, the edges have to be a little done.
Oh, I'm a mush man.
Yeah.
You would be. Number 10 is the chocolate-covered potato chips, which honestly I've never had, but sounds like chocolate, salty.
I mean, the chocolate
Well,
pretzel.
chocolate pretzels is tremendous.
Very true. Very
Tremendous.
true. Number 9 is a bourbon ball.
Yeah. Sometimes it could be a little rough.
I've had a rum ball, but I've never had a bourbon ball.
The rum ball's a little rough.
Chocolate ball?
Yeah.
It's
originated in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I like the cake balls with that fancy icing on them. Those are next level.
Yeah,
Cake balls are
dude.
good.
That's on a stick, right?
And the Oreo balls. People are doing the Oreo balls, and that is crazy
You know
fire.
who loves the cake ball is Bobby Belt, and he specifically loves the ones at AT&T Stadium. Every single Cowboys home game, he'd be bringing me one.
Yeah, he always brought him
What?
out for the post game.
Yes,
They got cake balls now?
They have cake balls there, and
yeah.
he's trying to get me off sides there, and he's going to learn soon because he's starting soda tomorrow. Bro, I can't have that. Can you not even tempt me?
What do you think about that as a strategy to start soda on a weekend? Wouldn't that be like
Of championship weekend.
Yeah, championship weekend, like a week before the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah,
I don't
he
know,
should have
man.
waited till we got back from the Super Bowl.
I
It's
think
going to
so,
be
too.
really stressful for him when
Yeah,
we're
it
out
is.
there.
100%.
I mean, it was tough when we just
Knowing
went
Bobby,
to
he'll
Oxnard.
just eat whatever he wants.
He's going to be bleeped.
Well, and he's going to be pressured into drinking copious amounts of alcohol.
Yes. Number 8 is the Mississippi Mud Pie.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7, you've got a hot fudge chocolate sundae.
Oh, hot fudge sundae.
See, that's I don't know if that's beatable.
That's
the hot fudge just hits different.
The McDonald's one.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed
with extra
with
hot fudge.
Yeah.
I'm going nuts in mine.
Let me just get the Andes frozen custard with extra hot fudge. They're concrete.
Andes.
Wow. Dude, for the win. Sponsor me, please.
Hey, what about just a good old-fashioned milkshake? Like just a chocolate milkshake?
I'm in on that, man.
Sure.
Number 6 is the German chocolate cake.
Yes.
Which
coconuts.
apparently wasn't invented in Germany.
It's not.
If I remember correctly.
It's
Belgium?
not. It was Sam German.
It was a man whose name was German.
Yeah, and it's from Texas.
Sam German?
Look at
Yes.
that, man. Look at us. We've cornered the market on deliciousness.
Yep.
We got the margaritas, we got the ballpark nachos, and we got the German
chocolate cake.
Frito pie, too,
What
probably.
Sam German's going on here, boys?
Absolutely. Number 5, chocolate fondue.
Okay.
Number 4, devil's food cake.
That's a little 1950s.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you. Number 3, shout out to you, Brian, the molten chocolate cake.
There you go. Yeah. What you
Number
talking about?
2, shout out to you, Gavin. We got the chocolate chip cookie.
Can I put in an order for just the chocolate donut?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you.
It won't make the top 10, but
No,
I'm down for that.
I get that.
But number 1.
Your opinions have been terrible today.
Thank you.
Just today. The most popular chocolate dessert on National Chocolate Cake Day is indeed, Gavin Dawson, the chocolate brownies.
The brownie, yes, sir. Oh,
They don't
boom.
specify the crappiest part of the
Yeah.
brownie, though, do they? Like Dawson does?
It's not looking like an edge. It's looking like a center.
The edges are freaking amazing, and
It's
I
all
know
inside
the
where it
textures
counts,
got
yeah.
me on this, right?
Yeah.
The textures, they had to be. Let me go back a couple of minutes. I know you guys were hearing that edge talk, and you're like, oh yeah, the corner brownie that's the dominant
It's
one.
an edge-free
It
environment
gets
on the
chewy in there. You don't want
Yeah.
it crispy, as long as it's just the texture changes. You're with me on that, Brian?
Absolutely.
Corner's money.
Yeah.
All right, we got to go. When we come back, let's do some football content, okay? Since we're going to do the roast of Chiafalo coming up at 6:20 for his birthday. By the way, we are at 75 and Fitzhugh. If you'd like to deliver a present, they'll be accepted, okay?
Yes.
The C-Note, new article by somebody in the morning news. What do you think about this question he brings up in regards to Dak? It's next in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, what does the matchup look like for the big game after conference?
Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found new roads.
469 wants to know, can I order Eric a stripper to pull up to the studio for his birthday? No, he's a married man. I don't think that'd be appropriate. Now maybe when it's Wolchuk's birthday, he'll bring his own. Mr. Baby Dolls himself over there.
Right. Yeah, that's right. I'll just if you do send it, I'll just point at Wolchuk and let them know that he's the birthday boy.
There you go.
That'll be my game plan.
Yes. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Now, speaking of celebrations, we do have What You Drinking and What You Thinking coming up at 5:20, and at 5 o'clock. What are the things you're hoping a new OC would do different or could do better than Kellen Moore? We are on Kellen Moore watch, and if there's any news on that, we'll be passing it along to you. But Brian was saying earlier, the league discourages teams from breaking news ahead of the conference championship. So next week and through the Super Bowl, it kind of opens up a little bit. They have the NFL honors, and it's time for news. But right now, it's time to focus on the games. Okay, little Cowboys content here, though, for you. As we go to Todd Archer, who's ESPN, longtime Cowboys writer. And I love that he is, asking this question about Dak Prescott because, clearly is not Todd's not a troll, but he's not a homer as well. Like, out of the credible, just objective beat writers of the Dallas Cowboys, I don't think it gets better than Todd Archer. Maybe some people can rise to that level, but he's asking, what do you do with Dak Prescott? And I thought that was a very interesting question to ask because it assumes something is broken, or maybe you could have different ideas about what is in the best interest of the Cowboys and quarterback. So, Todd asked about the extension last summer. Remember that at the press conference, and it kind of seemed out of place in Oxnard. Todd knew that 5 months later we'd be here, and now Dak is set to have a $49 million cap number, second highest in the NFL behind Deshaun Watson. So the headline on ESPN Dallas, what to do with Dak Prescott, 3 options the Cowboys must consider. And, the question's there for you. The TruckWreck.com fan text is open. What do you think is the best thing you can do right now? By the way, you can't trade him or release him just because of the way the salary cap works. But option 1, do an extension. So you would add years and money. And I think for some fans that sounds great. For others, they're like, what, more years of it? But yeah, if you tacked on 3 or 4 years, and maybe Dak would be interested now that he's hit the big payday and things aren't going great. Maybe he appreciates that the team gave him that big contract and let him recover on the job for a year. Maybe he's in a position now where a team-friendly contract, he'd be like, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. You guys rewarded me even though I was hurt. And, I'm looking to help you out manage the cap because there's no way he can play at the 50. Even Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay is like, they're not going to leave me at a $50 million cap number. It's just too difficult to build a team. So do you want to do that? Do you want to just leave it at $49 million? Another scenario is, do you want to draft a quarterback? Or do you want to restructure it? Do you want to bring it down to $22 million and just add more voidable years and money at the end of the deal? So a lot of different things you can be looking at with Dak Prescott. Brian, where are you at with it? What's the best way through?
I think drafting another quarterback will probably be the best thing to do. I don't know if I'm not going to act like I'm a cap expert or anything like that. And, maybe you try and can work with him and, but the years and dumping, cap money into the future and stuff like that. I don't know. I just kind of, to me, I'm more likely to say the best way to fix this problem would just to kind of to bite the bullet and do what you're doing right now with it. And then draft a quarterback to be the guy. I mean,
what's the highest you take one?
You talking about this draft? Like you're going to draft one in this draft?
Oh, I'm drafting one in 24 is what I'm doing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So you'll stand pat, keep the contract the way it is.
I'm going to keep it the way it is because I want the evaluation if there's a new OC. If there's a new OC, then I'm going to look at that. If there's going to be a new line coach, there are going to be some things. I think, when you get a line coach in here, a new one, there could be some influences of how the offense works too. Maybe Mike might want to work with Kellen Moore on that. Like, okay, we're going to get this offensive line coach. He has ideas on the running game. This is how. So maybe it'll look different, but I'm going to let this thing ride. And then in 2024, I'm making my decision about Dak.
If you really believe in him already, the extension's the way to go. The cap's going to go up. Let's throw a bunch of money into the future.
Believe in him. I don't believe in it right now.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I'm with you. I'm not trying to.
I'll tell you. Excuse me, real quick.
Yeah.
I don't believe in him if they keep the same OC. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. Either way, I don't really want to extend. I need to go ahead and allow flexibility at this point. And you guys know I've been a supporter of Dak Prescott, and I still worry about this team's ability to go and find a quarterback because that deserves to be questioned. Now, they haven't put themselves in a position, like we've talked about, to go and get like a number one pick. I still don't know that they'll be in that position because I think Dak is good, right? Dak's proven he can win you games in the regular season.
You'll be picking in the 20s.
So it's probably going to have to be a trade type situation to go up to the top of the draft and do that anyway. But I don't want to. I want to have the flexibility to get out and move on.
So would you be willing to sacrifice the ability to make your roster better now and not restructure his deal? Leave that cap number at $50 million?
I think so. I think that's the case.
So you might not make the playoffs next year.
Well, the thing is, I think you are good enough to still make the playoffs, right? Like I think Dak.
Not with the guys you're going to have to cut to play him at $50 million cap number.
I think Dak's good.
That might be what this team needs.
Yeah, and you know what? Then that's fine. Then maybe you will be in position to be at the top of the draft. Then who knows?
Yeah. Brandon Beane, the very talented general manager of Buffalo, said he doesn't want to be in the situation. He doesn't want to suck bad enough to be like what Cincinnati's doing.
Yeah.
Cincinnati's got the quarterback. Cincinnati's got the wide receiver.
I wouldn't be opposed to blowing it up, but I don't think you need to do it yet, Chiafalo. I kind of want to have my cake and eat it too. Like try to maximize what's left of Dak and also be ready to move on if we don't win at all.
Yeah. I guess if you're just standing pat completely, then you're totally punting on the Dak thing in total, and you're just going to ride out this last year with them. Whatever happens, and then you're moving on.
Yeah.
But you're not really getting the evaluation you want to get if you're not going to help with any talent.
Yeah, I mean,
you can swap the new coordinator and see what you have with Dak, but now you didn't really do anything to add talent around him, so there's still at least that caveat. Yeah, you got the new OC, but there's still no talent around him, so that you're caught there a little bit.
You know what? Are we learning that? Are we learning that if you're going to pay a quarterback $40 million or whatever, he's got to be able to make others around him better.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I worry about this guy. Is he making others around him better? Is he making?
We know Burrow and Mahomes are.
Yeah. Is he making Michael Gallup better?
Yeah.
Is he making? We've seen quarterbacks that have. Dak is. Tony Romo made Laurent Robinson better. He made Miles Austin better. But with Dak, how many
made Dalton Schultz better?
Yeah, well, but I think Dalton Schultz coming out of Stanford. To me, watching him play, he was always catching the football. That part of it, though. But has he made these others better? I'm sure somebody out there in the text right now is saying, "Oh, he made CeeDee Lamb better." No, I think CeeDee Lamb got better on his own. To be honest with you,
it's really interesting, and there's a lot of different things they could choose to do. I bet the Cowboys are going to try to make it as good of a team as possible around him, and then if it doesn't work out, then they'll have a whole ton of cap money to eat, and you'll be in a great position, maybe for back-to-back years inside the top 5.
They'll probably do the void years.
Yeah,
what they like to do. They like to kick the can.
Yeah,
down
I don't
the
know.
top,
and those guys over there listen to us talk, and so I'm sure I'm going to get a text message about this. But to me, it's about. I don't even want to use the word evaluation with Dak anymore because we're about to be in year 8.
Yeah,
we're about to be in year 8. This is. I want to see if things aren't good, around him, is he capable? Is he capable of carrying this team? Like,
and it's not. Right? We know it's not. We all do. I don't need to put that on you.
Yeah. Then if that's the case, then.
Give him the Brock Purdy team.
Yeah, you need to bite the bullet again, and you need to worry about
does Jerry want to go find a new quarterback and do all that and spend that time?
You know what? This is like it's beyond Jerry.
Yeah,
it's beyond Jerry because it's now because Jerry, like I say, Jerry is the best way to go get now, we're finding quarterbacks everywhere. We are finding, and the thing about it, like I told you, is, or we talked about yesterday, was teams are more willing to move on from quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who's not saying 2 years from now that they're going to move on from, you know, Zach Wilson or somebody? Maybe you like somebody like that. I mean, yeah, but teams are more willing nowadays to part with quarterbacks, and you could be there to pick up the trash if you have to, and maybe that's the guy that works for you for right now.
Pick up a Hall of Famer. Okay. What are the things you are hoping a new OC would do different than Kellen Moore? We got What You Drinking and What You Thinking coming up at 5:20. An action-packed 5 o'clock hour is next year on The Fan. If one of your resolutions this year is to save money or be a smarter shopper, then you need to get to Diamonds Direct.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the nation. What are the things you're hoping the new OC does better than Kellen Moore? At 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text is open for you. We want to hear from you. Leave your name and city you're texting from. Brian?
Yeah, well, Derek Eagleton reminded me about, didn't he develop Cedric Wilson?
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, so appreciate that, Derek. You're right.
Noah Brown had a good month.
He did get Cedric Wilson paid. That's very true.
That is true.
Maybe got Michael Gallup paid a little bit. So there's been some good things that have come along for Dak Prescott, but there's a big difference between that and doing what Burrow and Mahomes are doing, which is covering up for your team's shortcomings and putting them in the conference championship game. And if you're not that level of player, Dak just passed his 7th year. No player has taken his team to the NFC title game for the first time later than his 7th year. So the question is, at what point do you know, hey, our guy that we were hoping was going to be able to carry our team can't, and now it's time to shift to plan Brock Purdy. It's time to shift to plan Nick Foles, where if we can't have a Hall of Fame quarterback who's like, I got us, guys, let's go get this touchdown, and instead you get a 3 and out, at what point do you shift to it's rookie quarterback time? And I think if I'm the Cowboys, I'm getting very close to that. Yeah. You can maybe go 1 or 2 more of these before you'll be absolutely convinced, this is just not going to come together for us.
Yeah, I think I'm a year away on that.
Yeah.
I am.
From a team building standpoint, you could say, okay, do I want to go the rookie quarterback route and then really put all my resources in making a supremely dominant roster? Or do you say, hey, I got myself a quarterback that's much better than average in Dak. We're paying him a lot of money. Do we throw caution to the wind for 2 years and put even more money into this thing and arrive in a terrible cap situation a few years from now? But you say, hey, I got a good quarterback. It's not like we're just riding around with the worst quarterback in the sport here. I got a dang good quarterback, and I'm paying him right now. Can I just throw caution to the wind and throw a bunch of money into the roster as well? Or can I only do that with a rookie quarterback? Because if you can only do that with a rookie quarterback, then you should move on from Dak because he's not a carry you to the Super Bowl guy because there's only 2 of them. Pretty much at all times in the NFL, there's 2, maybe 3 at most quarterbacks that you say that guy is making up the difference for whatever corners they had to cut with building the roster because they're paying him the money. Dak's not that guy. So you say, okay, we're going to go balls to the wall, paying the roster or and building all the talent around him, or we're going to move off him as quickly as we can. We're going to get the rookie quarterback on the rookie contract because that's the only way we feel comfortable as an organization pouring a bunch of money into the roster. That's a decision you have to make.
What does it matter? What does it matter?
It's $40 million. It's 20% of the cap.
None of these guys are going to lose their jobs.
Oh, for the front office?
No, guys, you ought to just, you really ought, any type of real plan, you just did a great job. Yeah. You did a great job of telling everybody across the world what your plan would be. They ought to be completely opposite of whatever you just said. Because they don't have to worry about their jobs. They don't have to worry about how they team build, The problem is they team build like they're worrying about their jobs. You got general managers over there. Nobody's going to get fired. It's a family-run organization over there.
Yeah.
Everybody in personnel, they're comfortable with Will McClay. They're comfortable with the scouts.
Things are going great for them.
Yeah. And it's not about the money. It's about it. To me, it's about the direction how they want to build their team.
All right.
Which to me is I would take chances if I were over there. Because nobody's going to lose their job.
I think you're 100% right. I also do want to push back a little bit on you pay your quarterback, you can't build around him. I think Kansas City is a perfect example of this. They've paid Patrick Mahomes, right? Sure, they made the decision, we're going to trade Tyreek Hill. But they were aggressive and paid the best guard on the free agent market in Joe Thuney. Mm-hmm. They made a trade and got Orlando Brown Jr. They just franchise tagged him. They're paying him $18 million a year. They're trying to work out a big extension for him at tackle, right? They still were able to retain and pay Chris Jones big money. They went out and signed Juju Smith-Schuster. Granted, it wasn't a big deal, but they still got help for Patrick Mahomes. They've kept everybody that they've wanted to keep, and they've still gone out and acquired talent to try and help Patrick Mahomes. Now, does Mahomes also mask deficiencies? 100%. But the notion that it's like, oh my gosh, we've paid the quarterback, we no longer can add talent.
Yeah.
That's a fallacy. That's not true.
No, it's not. But once you pay the quarterback, you will have less resources to do it with.
Fair.
You know, and I think the Cowboys roster, other than quarterback, is better than the Chiefs roster. You know, and
probably because they drafted better, right?
Yes.
And that's also the only way that they actually try and make their roster better. So the drafting's not going to stop just because you paid the guy.
But the point is Mahomes does more with less. You know, that's the control for that evaluation.
Man, I feel like that though. That how many times have they made the AFC Championship game now? Was this 5?
It's every year since he started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
Mahomes
they've had some great teams. They've had some teams that probably were a little bit less talented. But I don't agree with you. I think Kansas City's roster is better than your roster.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do.
All right. Well, maybe we could do a case-by-case evaluation at some point, but we do have a topic here I wanted to get to you. There's so many interesting ways to look at this whole deal, and one of the other things is what happened to Dak in his rookie 4 years was you were still digging out from Tony Romo and Des Bryant's dead money, so he never got the chance to have the supercharged roster. And if you do the same with Dak's contract until he retires or until you let it go and there's a bunch of dead money, then the next guy to come along is not going to be able to have his rookie cycle insane roster because you'll be digging out from the Dak Prescott contract just as you were with the Tony Romo one.
See, and I wonder, I need to look at how much the Eagles are still getting railed from the Carson Wentz stuff. Because they got a quarterback on the rookie contract the same way that Dak was, and they're probably still getting bleeped pretty good by the Carson Wentz decision, and their roster looks pretty dang spectacular to me.
That is a great point.
So it doesn't have to handcuff you. Teams just allow it to.
Okay, so the front office could be better. Quarterback could be better. Obviously, OC is the big topic as Kellen Moore meeting with the team today. What are the things you would want the next OC to do better or could do better than what Kellen Moore has done so far? At 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text is open. Now, we are 10 minutes away from taking your phone calls and what you're drinking and what you're thinking. So if you're hearing us talk about these things and you want to weigh in via phone call, your opportunity to do just that is right around the corner as well. Well, Chuck, what's your list start with? Like things that you wish an OC would do different than Kellen Moore?
I think it mainly starts with the passing game, and I think it's the route combinations. I think it's too often when we're watching the All-22, it's just like stagnant routes. It's, you see too many times either receivers are in the same place or it's just a bunch of curls. You'll look over CeeDee Lamb curl, Michael Gallup curl, who's in the slot, it's a curl. It's just very basic. You don't have a lot of designed, for lack of a better word, it's pick plays, right? I talk about the mesh often. When we studied San Francisco getting ready to for that game, that's something that their offense does extremely well. Last week, Eric, when you talked about the middle of the field, that's how the middle of the field's so open. It's because they're doing a lot of drags and crossing combinations with their route combinations to where you're forcing the defense and the defensive backs and linebackers to now have to defend through a lot of traffic, and they're not able to run through the trash, so they're getting picked off. So through all that, you're now getting a tight end or a receiver that is now running free through all of that. So you have a wide open guy to throw the football to. You don't see that with Kellen Moore and the Cowboys offense at all. It's basically win man-to-man in ISO situations. It's very few that you see kind of the designed fun, what we saw against Tampa Bay. Otherwise, it's kind of gimmicky stuff like we saw at the very end of the game. Like, what the hell are you doing versus San Francisco?
Yeah, that was amazing. And I would agree with that. Like, diversify your passing concepts in a way that doesn't have, according to Next Gen Stats, your quarterback Dak Prescott throwing into tight windows more often than just about anybody. He is just under a fifth of his attempts were aimed toward a receiver with less than a yard of separation from the closest defender, and that's more tight window throws than any quarterback, like full-time quarterback, had this season. And that's an indictment on the players for sure, but that's also an indictment on your coach not being able to scheme guys open. because you're not always going to have great talent at the wide receiver position. I guarantee you Noah Brown and Michael Gallup wouldn't be dang near dead last in receiver separation if they played in Shanahan's offense, for instance. And I know that's the best that we're looking at here. That's what everybody would be sort of striving to get to, but that's what you would want. And I don't want to just completely crush Kellen Moore, because I can acknowledge the evolution that he's shown over the years where things have gotten better. But way too often than not, you're talking about the wide receivers in the same place. He's not creating the mismatches that you would prefer. I'd like to get more pre-snap motion, which allows for these mismatches and keeping defenses on their heels a little bit. I would like to have an offensive coordinator that's not going to be top 3 to 5 every year in early down run rate. Okay, let's not just turn around and run the ball all over the place, because that's something that Kellen Moore has consistently done. And then I would also say somebody that's consistently using their best players. How often do we turn around? Oh, CeeDee Lamb didn't get enough targets. Tony Pollard's not being used for the first 3 years of his career. Inexcusable. So making sure you have a guy that's willing to get his stars involved early and often. You talk about Jamar Chase, and he's getting 1 million targets against the Chiefs all the time. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you? That it should be your obvious, but that wasn't always obvious with Kellen Moore. And then be more consistent with your game plans.
That's me right there.
So sometimes against an opponent, he's got the right plan, and okay, we know the Eagles are going to do a bunch of zone, and we can spread them out and make them work more horizontally with some more empty sets, and that works out great. Kudos to you, Kellen Moore. Nice work there, bro. And then you go to San Francisco, and all week long, everybody's telling you San Francisco's dominant when stopping the short and intermediate passes, but 15 to 20 plus yards down the field, you can get these guys. And all game long, it's 5-yard pass, 5-yard pass, 8-yard pass. So those would be my complaints.
Yeah, I think you completely
freaking nailed it.
Yeah, I think you absolutely nailed that. To me, I just would be overall consistency of the offense. Don't let it be week to week. It's either feast or famine with how you move the football.
Mm-hmm.
And don't let people dictate how they stop you.
Yeah.
I think the defense has a great understanding of, like, with when you look at Dan Quinn and that group, of how to use the personnel. I think the offense struggles with that.
Yeah. I guess the only explanation would be they don't think Dak is going to excel with the different route combinations. We need the players to come down and turn around. This is the third OC in a row that has done that to Dak.
I don't know it doesn't make any sense for a coordinator to say, yeah, the routes that allow our receivers to get the least amount of separation and force our quarterback to throw it in the tightest of windows is most conducive. If I think my quarterback sucks, I'm going to treat him like Shanahan treats Garoppolo and Purdy, and I'm going to make sure that these guys are running wide open at all times, and I'm going to make it very clear what your read is. Boom. That should be the guy. He should be open pretty much every time, and if he's not, you hit this one, and then you throw the ball away.
And I get it. I think on the text, like, oftentimes this becomes a pilot on Dak Prescott thing. I've expressed my uncertainty on Dak because of the way that he performed in the postseason, and I'm not sure if he's a guy that's going to be able to be the one to get it done for you, because now he's failed with the opportunity to go be that guy, right? But I will say this. There's oftentimes Dak bails out the coordinator when there's not a lot there. Dak Prescott finds a way to make a play. So you can crap on the quarterback if you want, but when you get big plays, sometimes it's because of that quarterback that you want to crap on.
Well, hopefully if Kellen Moore does stay, they take all these things into consideration and figure we got to change something significantly. And if not, hopefully the next guy can have such a different view of things that it can inspire Dak in a way that changes the trajectory that we are on. And if neither one of those things happen, then you have to hope that the front office says, oh, I know why we haven't made it to the Super Bowl with quarterbacks that aren't Hall of Famers, because the model clearly says you can't have shortcomings on your roster. So we're hoping for one of those two things, or just drafts like 5 or 6 starters. couple of rookie Pro Bowlers, that might get you home as well. It is time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking, a birthday edition. It's Eric Chiafalo's 29th. Can you believe it, how time flies? And your phone calls are next right here in the G-Bag Nation.
Commercial-free fellowship.